The morning sun had just risen, a thin beam of light slipping through the cracked, green-tinted window pane and falling upon an enamel mug on the table. The mug looked old, its painted double happiness character chipped in one spot, revealing the rusty metal beneath. Beside the mug lay an almanac, its page turned to October 1st, 1977. Lying on the heated brick bed, Ye Jingchuan stared blankly at the familiar, yet strangely alien room. His mind was numb. He remembered his parents owning an identical enamel mug was the one who chipped that very spot on the happiness character. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. He'd just been drowning in the sea, saving a little girl. How had he suddenly gone from 2009 back to 1977? Suddenly, a door creaked open outside. Instinctively, Ye Jingchuan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. The inner room door was quietly pushed open. "Mother, he's still lying there," said Shun Huifeng, his younger aunt. Her voice was brimming with delight as she continued. "Looks like the medicine we gave him worked perfectly. Good. Quickly go fetch a basin of cold water to wake him up. Then have him carry the bride in place of Guan Yin. Once he brings her into the bridal chamber, let Guan Yin make a fuss. Who's ever heard of a brother-in-law carrying the bride? We'll scare him a bit, and the matter will be settled. Not only can we dump that she-devil on him, but we can also dodge the 200 yuan Guan Yin borrowed." The slightly aged voice belonged to his grandmother, Ding Chunhua. "Mother, you're so clever. Just now, Guan Yin sent word saying the bride is a she-devil, and he won't marry her. I was terrified after all. We've already paid 200 yuan as betrothal gifts. If Guan Yin backs out, what will we do about the gifts? Hurry and fetch the cold water. I reckon Guan Yin will be back soon." The door opened again, and the two women slipped out, one after the other. A flood of long-buried memories surged into Ye Jingchuan's mind. In his previous life, he thought he'd misheard and, without a second thought, carried the bride into the bridal chamber. In the end, it ruined Guan Yin's marriage, and he'd carried guilt for it for a long time. Now he realized it had all been a scheme by his grandmother and younger aunt. How dare they use this incident for years to morally blackmail him, turning him into a lifelong blood donor for the old Ye family. Their single plot had not only burdened him for half his life, but also separated him and Moon Nanzhi, two people deeply in love, forever. In his past life, he was forced to marry Moon Nanzhi. People say a forced marriage is never sweet. At first, their relationship was terrible. First, because Moon Nanzhi had been thrust upon him, he harbored a deep resentment. Second, rumors spread through the village, eventually twisting into tales of the elder brother forcibly marrying his brother's bride to reclaim a loan. The rumors grew uglier and uglier, and he couldn't hold his head up in the village. Now, looking back, he realized that while he suffered from the gossip, how could Moon Nanzhi, his wife, possibly remain unscathed? Yet she never complained. Whatever good food or useful items the family had, she always gave them to him first. Skilled with a needle, since marrying her, his clothes had never had holes. The moment something tore, she'd stay up all night to mend it. Hearts are made of flesh. Living together day after day, he slowly fell in love with the gentle and kind Moon Nanzhi. But their fate was tragically short. When she was 8 months pregnant, Ding Chunhua scolded her into working in the fields, where she slipped and fell, dying with their unborn twins. Even now, Ye Jingchuan could still see Moon Nanzhi lying in a pool of blood, and those premature twin daughters who never got a chance to open their eyes and see the world. Thinking of this, his entire body went cold. He remembered that day vividly. The sky was overcast, drizzling rain. Ding Chunhua stood in the main hall, hands on her hips, screaming. "How unlucky our old Ye family is, raising a disaster like you. Moon Nanzhi's death is all your fault, you curse." Ding Chunhua screamed so loudly that neighbors on both sides of the street heard clearly. "This is retribution. You killed so many weasels, and now they're too afraid to get revenge on you. So they killed your wife and daughters instead. Any woman who marries you will meet the same fate. You'll die a lonely old widower and ruin other girls' lives." Overwhelmed by grief, Ye Jingchuan couldn't overcome the pain. He left home alone, struggling through life for years. Only later did he finally understand. The true culprits behind the tragedy weren't him, but every single member of the old Ye family. His biased grandparents, the deceitful elder and younger uncles' families each, and every one of them bore responsibility for Moon Nanzhi's death. And the reason Ding Chunhua ran it like that? She wanted to cut off his chance of remarrying, forcing him to serve the old Ye family like a beast of burden for life. What a brilliant scheme. By the time he realized all this, he was already middle-aged, and he died without ever marrying or having children. Ye Jingchuan, his mind in turmoil, suddenly sat bolt upright. He grabbed the almanac on the table and looked again. Yes, today was October 1st, 1977, his wedding day to Mu Nanzhi. A smile spread across his face. This wasn't a dream. It was real. He drowned saving a life, but heaven had been kind, giving him a second chance. Reborn on the day, he married Mu Nanzhi. Wonderful. In this new life, he would never let Mu Nanzhi suffer the slightest injustice. He would proudly bring her into his home, crushing every rumor before it could spread. Ye Jingchuan stepped out of the West Wing room. The 6 large tile-roofed houses of the old Ye family came into view. The courtyard gate stood wide open, adorned with 2 large double happiness characters. A bright red flower hung from the lintel. The yard buzzed with noise. Relatives and villagers had gathered to help. Looking around, it was a sea of black, blue, and gray. No one was wealthy. These 3 colors were the cheapest fabrics, the most commonly worn. Occasionally, a few young men in military uniforms and caps stood out. Those were the families doing quite well. Suddenly transformed from middle-aged to young, staring at the familiar courtyard and familiar faces, Ye Jingchuan's heart swelled, part excitement, part sorrow. He greeted a few acquaintances with a cheerful smile, but his mind was already plotting a grand performance to shock the old Ye family. In his past life, he'd been the old Ye family's blood donor. But having been reborn, today he wouldn't just happily marry Mu Nanzhi, would break free from the old Ye family. And the first step? Start by demanding a family split. Shen Huifang, returning from fetching water, heard the firecrackers and rushed out of the kitchen with the basin. She looked up and saw Ye Jingchuan standing at the courtyard gate. She was puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be asleep from the medicine? Why was he suddenly awake? Had they given him too small a dose? The firecrackers had sounded the bride was arriving. She couldn't dwell on it now. She quickly ran to call Ding Chunhua for help. The bride is here. The bride is here. As firecrackers popped, the crowd gathered outside the gate. An old horse cart slowly entered the alley. Standing at the gate, Ye Jingchuan immediately spotted her. Mu Nanzhi, sitting on the cart in a red checkered coat, a red veil over her head. Perhaps nervous, her hands tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, as if trying to tear it apart. Ye Guanyin, wearing a baggy suit, jumped down from the cart with practiced ease. He yanked the red flower from his chest and tossed it straight into Shen Huifang's hands. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Shen Huifang sharply tugged his arm and whispered in his ear. The scowl on Ye Guanyin's face instantly melted into a broad smile. As he smiled, he shot a glance at Ye Jingchuan. Ye Jingchuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Go ahead, laugh. You'll be crying soon enough. Jingchuan, go carry the bride into the house. Ding Chunhua had appeared silently beside Ye Jingchuan. Grandma, isn't that inappropriate? Isn't it the groom's job to carry the bride into the bridal chamber? Guanyin has a stomachache. What if he drops the bride? In his past life, Ye Jingchuan had believed Ding Chunhua's excuse without question and obediently carried the bride. This time, he wouldn't fall for that trick. Sister Lu, Ye Jingchuan suddenly stepped forward 2 paces, turning earnestly to Lu Wanqin, the women's team leader. Is it proper for me, as the elder brother-in-law, to carry the bride in Guanyin's place? Lu Wanqin, nicknamed Little Loudspeaker, had a voice that could carry. Half the onlookers heard her immediately. Carrying the bride should be the groom's job. How could it possibly fall to you, the brother-in-law? Confused looks spread through the crowd. No one had ever heard of a brother-in-law replacing the groom to carry the bride. Had the old Ye family gone mad? Countless curious eyes turned toward them. Ding Chunhua felt the sky collapsing, her head ringing. She never expected things to go this way. How could she possibly salvage this? Chapter 2. Frightening surprise. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon Ding Chunhua, who felt an overwhelming urgency in her heart. After a considerable moment, she managed to force a smile and said, Today is Jingchuan's wedding. Naturally, he should carry the bride across the threshold. Oh, how come I was not informed about my own wedding today? If I were to marry, it should be me fetching the bride, not Guanyin. Just a moment ago, I noticed Guanyin wearing a red flower, replied Ye Jingchuan, astonished as he regarded Ding Chunhua, eager to witness what kind of nonsense she would concoct. Indeed, Aunt Ding. I also heard that Guanyin is to wed today. How did it suddenly turn into Jingchuan? Lu Wanqin chimed in. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Ding Chunhua. With an awkward smile, Ding Chunhua fabricated, We only discussed it last night. Jingchuan is our family's eldest grandson, so it is only fitting that he marries first. Jingchuan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and carry the bride. Grandmother, when did you discuss this last night? I was skinning a weasel until midnight and did not see any such conversation take place. At this juncture, anyone present, unless utterly foolish, could discern the underlying truth. Ye Jingchuan, for reasons unknown, was reluctant to marry, and since the bride had already been brought back by the old Ye family, they could not possibly return her now. Thus, they had no choice but to have Ye Jingchuan, this foolish lad, take her. After all, the bride price had already been given. If they were to call off the engagement now, the girl would certainly not return the bride price. Child, why do you have so much to say? Quickly go and bring the bride home. Ding Chunhua's expression was one of deep distress. She longed to slap Ye Jingchuan for his disobedience. For he had always been obedient before. All right. Upon hearing Ye Jingchuan's agreement, Ding Chunhua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he carried the bride into the wedding chamber, the remaining matters would no longer be within his control. The autumn breeze brushed past her ears, and the radiant sunlight fell upon Ye Jingchuan's face, filling him with uncontainable joy. With a light step, he approached the carriage but did not hastily lift Nanzhi down. Instead, he gently held her hand and whispered, "Nanzhi, do not be afraid. No matter what I say or do shortly, do not take it to heart. Just remember, Ye Jingchuan, sincerely wish to marry you." As Ye Jingchuan touched Nanzhi, he could distinctly sense her tension, and reflecting upon her background, his heart ached even more profoundly. With me here, you can rest assured in your role as my bride. Not far away, Ding Chunhua and Shun Huifang observed Ye Jingchuan preparing to carry the bride, both exhaling deeply in relief. Once the bride entered the wedding chamber, there would be no escape for Ye Jingchuan. Ye Jingchuan, why are you still dawdling? Quickly carry the bride into the house, urged Ye Jingchuan with a mischievous grin, believing that a star like Ye Jingchuan was only worthy of picking up what he had discarded. Before Ye Jingchuan could respond, a sudden gust of autumn wind swept through, lifting Nanzhi's red veil and allowing it to fall gracefully into his hands. Nanzhi appeared just as he remembered, her fair skin, 2 glossy braids, and a fringe that cascaded down, failing to conceal the large red birthmark on her forehead, larger than an egg. She is, in fact, far from unattractive. Her features could even be described as stunning. However, the prominent red birthmark on her face is undeniably unsettling, causing many to overlook her beauty. At this moment, Nanzhi sat in the carriage, her eyes shining like stars yet tinged with a hint of red. Observing her appearance, Ye Jingchuan could vaguely surmise that Ye Jingchuan must have scolded her upon discovering the birthmark, for otherwise, such a strong-willed individual would not have reddened her eyes. As the veil fell, Nanzhi's visage caught the eyes of the onlookers, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Oh dear, what is wrong with the bride's face? That's quite a sizable birthmark. Is this truly worth a dowry of 200 taels? Has the old Ye family lost their senses? Murmured the crowd. I thought Ye Jingchuan was getting married today. How did it turn into Ye Jingchuan instead? It seems the bride's looks are the issue, Lu Wanquin remarked, feigning sudden realization. What misfortune has befallen Jingchuan? It seems he is never destined for any good fortune in his family, remarked a young man acquainted with Ye Jingchuan, expressing sympathy for him. As they were somewhat aware of how the old Ye family treated him, the discussions among the crowd grew fervent, while Ding Chunhua and Shun Huifang felt as though the sky was collapsing upon them, fearing their family would be subjected to scorn. With a furrowed brow, Ding Chunhua urged, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and carry your bride to the bridal chamber." Grandmother, I thought you truly had my best interests at heart, yet in reality, it appears Guanyin despises the bride's looks, and this marriage has fallen upon me. Grandmother, your actions have truly left me heartbroken. Ye Jingchuan, a tall and robust man, found himself with reddened eyes, appearing utterly devastated. It was a mystery how he had managed to redden the tender flesh of his inner arm in an attempt to stifle his tears. Seeing him in such a state, the onlookers expressed their sympathy. After all, they were all grandsons of the old Ye family. How could favoritism be so blatant? Just moments ago, Ding Chunhua had claimed that the eldest grandson should marry first, but it seemed those were merely empty words. This marriage was arranged for you. Do not overthink it. The matchmaker did not mention the bride's prominent birthmark. Grandmother did not intend to deceive you. Besides, just look at Nanzhi. Her ample figure indicates she would be a good bearer of children. Do not be so choosy. At this moment, Ding Chunhua's face burned with embarrassment. She simply wished for Ye Jingchuan to carry Nanzhi into the bridal chamber and bring this farce to an end. Grandmother, please stop. I refuse to marry. Initially, you arranged for Guanyin to take a wife, so let him be the one to carry the new bride into the chamber. Sitting in the carriage, Nanzhi observed Ye Jingchuan's performance. Had she not been seated high enough to witness him pinching his own arm, she might have thought he was reluctant to marry her. Conflicted in her heart, she chose to play along with his act. Your family is indeed treating me unfairly. It was Ye Jingchuan who sought my hand. Yet now I am to wed Ye Jingchuan. Though I am merely a rural educated youth with no parents in this locality, you cannot treat me with such disdain. If the Ye family does not wish for me to enter, I can return, but I shall not refund the 200 taels of dowry. With reddened eyes, Nanzhi trembled slightly. She had not intentionally deceived anyone into marriage. When the matchmaker came to propose, she had explicitly instructed her to clarify the matter of her appearance. Yet, unexpectedly, it had led to complications. Ye Jingchuan was a man with a fiery temper, prone to anger at the slightest provocation and heedless of the consequences. Upon hearing Nanzhi's words, he spat contemptuously in her direction, exclaiming, "Why do I regret this marriage? Is it not because you are unattractive? You have deceived me into marriage, and if you dare not return the betrothal gifts, I shall take this matter to the commune." As a young intellectual, Nanzhi had no family to accompany her on this journey. The two female intellectuals who had come with her were so frightened by Ye Jingchuan's tirade that they dared not utter a word. Chapter 3. A severe beating. Go ahead and report it to the commune. The betrothal gifts your family gave me have already been sent to my grandmother for her medical treatment. Now, you must either allow me to enter the Ye family home, or I will write an IOU and repay you when I have the means. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. She had never before endured such humiliation. Seeing that Ye Jingchuan was not easily deceived, Shun Huifeng's resentment grew, and with Nanzhi sobbing, her agitation increased, wishing she could tear her apart with her bare hands. My family offered 200 yuan in betrothal gifts for such a wretched individual as you. In the future, Guanyin will surely be the subject of ridicule in the village. Enough with your theatrics. Return the betrothal gifts and leave. This is truly unlucky. I have no money, Nanzhi replied resolutely, asserting that she had neither wealth nor a life to lose. Ye Jingchuan, frustrated by his inability to shift the blame, felt his anger surge as Nanzhi refused to return the betrothal gifts. He cursed vehemently while attempting to approach her. You deceitful bride, you have no right to protest. We shall go to the commune and let the public security officers determine whether you have deceived me. Ye Jingchuan and Shun Huifeng, lacking in foresight, were led astray by Nanzhi's provocations, emboldening them to say whatever came to mind. Meanwhile, Ding Chunhua felt her temples throb with frustration. All her prior efforts had been in vain, and the Ye family's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. She had intended to advise Ye Jingchuan to remain silent, but his volatile temperament drove him forward, intent on striking Nanzhi. Just as Ye Jingchuan reached out, Ye Jingchuan intervened, pulling him away. Let us speak civilly. Resorting to violence is not the answer. Why should my matters concern you, you ill-omened star? Ye Jingchuan, filled with pent-up rage, turned to retaliate against Ye Jingchuan. Under normal circumstances, for the sake of familial harmony, Ye Jingchuan would have refrained from confronting him on such a joyous occasion, but today, he would not indulge him. Your courting disaster. As Ye Jingchuan's words fell, a punch as solid as stone landed squarely in Ye Jingchuan's abdomen, a long-awaited release of pent-up frustration. I am your brother. Dare you refer to yourself as father once more, and I shall ensure you find yourself missing teeth. The once arrogant Ye Jingchuan collapsed to the ground, resembling a shrimp. While Ye Jingchuan sneered, Ye Jingchuan, do not forget your place. Remember, the money for your bride was borrowed from me. With so many brothers in the family, you are neither the eldest grandson nor a product of romantic love. Our grandparents favored you with the privilege of marrying first, yet here you are, judging the appearance of the bride and attempting to pass her off to me. Who do you think you are? The Xiaohe Brigade is modest in size, comprising merely over 100 households. When joyous occasions arise within the brigade, many gather to witness the festivities. Suddenly, Ye Jingchuan's voice rang out, leaving everyone astonished. Ding Chunhua remarked that Ye Jingchuan had quietly taken a liking to a young woman from the neighboring brigade, prompting him to seek a matchmaker for courtship. With numerous grandsons in her family, she was eager for any suitable match to marry first, having already prepared the dowries for each of them. However, with Ye Jingchuan's unexpected outburst, all intentions were laid bare, and Ding Chunhua found herself speaking nothing but the truth. Simultaneously, onlookers lamented the dire financial state of the Ye family, noting that they had to borrow money for dowries, and the new bride would inevitably be burdened with debt. Who would willingly leap into such a perilous situation? It would be a challenge for Ye Jingchuan to find another wife. Who cares about your meager earnings from selling weasel pelts? Ye Jingchuan, you best get lost. After receiving a punch, Ye Guanyin felt on the verge of madness. Clutching his abdomen, he shakily rose and spat contemptuously at Ye Jingchuan. You might as well marry Nanzhi. You two are a perfect match, a calamity and a fierce woman together. Though it may sound unpleasant, I am indifferent to the idea of my elder brother marrying my sister-in-law. Ye Guanyin's laughter was anything but pleasant. It seemed that the earlier punch had been too lenient. I may bring misfortune, but you shamelessly come to me for money. You, the idle one, are the true harbinger of bad luck. Ye Jingchuan had initially intended to teach Ye Guanyin a lesson, but with the latter's provocations, he felt no need for restraint. As his words fell, his powerful fist swung out, landing squarely on Ye Guanyin's abdomen. In his younger days, he had often engaged in brawls, honing his skills to perfection, and now, dealing with Ye Guanyin was child's play. Before anyone could react, Ye Guanyin found himself pinned to the ground and mercilessly pummeled. Though he appeared unscathed at the moment, tomorrow would surely find him unable to rise from bed. Oh, Ye Jingchuan, how dare you? Initially, Ye Guanyin could still curse, but as the blows rained down, his defiance waned. Help! Help! You'll kill me! Ye Jingchuan unleashed his strength upon Ye Guanyin, rendering him defenseless. What are you waiting for? Hurry and separate them. Ding Chunhua was utterly stunned by the scene. How had they come to blows? Ye Jingchuan, I swear I will kill you. Once pulled apart, Ye Guanyin cried out, feeling a sharp pain in his mouth and chest, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Ding Chunhua, who cherished her grandson like a precious gem, felt her heart ache upon seeing him in such a pitiful state. She hastily instructed others to help Ye Guanyin into the courtyard, fearing Ye Jingchuan would strike again. Grandma, you must ensure that Ye Jingchuan marries Nanzhi. That way, I won't have to repay the 200 yuan dowry, and I could even squeeze a bit more money from him. Ye Guanyin wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, a calculating look in his eyes. Someone like Ye Jingchuan deserves only a fierce woman. Did he still possess any money? Ding Chunhua gazed at Ye Guanyin in perplexity, believing that producing 200 yuan was already his utmost limit. Grandmother, do you know how Ye Jingchuan came by that 200 yuan? Since autumn, he has been diligently trapping weasels. I have seen him placing the weasel pelts and dried meat in the West Room. Once he sells the weasel skins, won't he have ample money? Are you sure? I am indeed sure. Very well. If it were possible to extract another sum from Ye Jingchuan to secure a beautiful bride for her grandson, Ding Chunhua was more than willing and readily agreed. The two of them continued their hushed conversation in the courtyard when, not far away among the youthful suitors, a bold young girl stood in front of the horse-drawn carriage and called out to the Ye family, Have you reached a conclusion? Will the wedding proceed today or not? Yes, Jingchuan, go carry the bride. Whatever grievances you may have, let us discuss them after the wedding. Ding Chunhua wished to hastily push the matter aside, knowing that once the door was shut, the second branch of the family would be at her mercy. I refuse to marry. This union was never intended for me. Grandmother, do not attempt to force it upon me. Ye Jingchuan angrily squeezed the hand of Nanzhi, which was obscured by the bridal veil. Today, he intended to escalate the conflict, believing that such an approach would facilitate resolution. Chapter 4. The only way is to separate the house, seeing that Ye Jingchuan was resolute and unyielding. Ding Chunhua had no choice but to return to consult with the elder Ye Haod. Earlier, when Ye Jingchuan and Ye Guanyin had quarreled, Ye Haod had overheard the commotion but remained seated in the living room, maintaining his dignity. In a hurried manner, Ding Chunhua summoned Ye Haod into the inner room and recounted the entire situation. This is truly absurd. How could such a significant matter go awry? We must first ensure that Jingchuan marries Nanzhi before addressing anything else. Indeed, I understand your concerns. Go fetch Jingchuan. I will speak with him. I refuse to believe that he will disregard my words. Very well, I shall fetch him. When Ye Jingchuan was called to the living room, he entered to find his grandfather, Ye Haod, seated beside the tea table, smoking a pipe. Across from him sat his uncle, Ye Fushan, his elder brother, Ye Jinshan, and several respected elders from the village, while his father was relegated to a stool on the side. Grandfather, you summoned me? Yes. Today's incident was indeed a fault of Guanyin. However, given the circumstances, for the sake of our family's honor, I implore you to endure this slight and marry your new bride. We can deliberate on other matters gradually thereafter. Ye Guanyin sat in a corner of the living room, covering the corner of his injured mouth, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Jingchuan. See, No matter the trouble he stirs, his grandfather will always side with him. Ye Jingchuan's cold gaze swept across the room, ultimately settling on his grandfather, Ye Haod. In his past life, it had been the same. Whenever Ye Guanyin threw a tantrum, the entire family would revolve around him. Yet today, he was not as easily swayed as before. Ye Haod had 3 sons, all of whom lived together without having divided their household. The eldest, Ye Jingchuan, was known for his fiery temper and being the firstborn. Ye Haod had always consulted him on matters. Naturally, if there was any good fortune within the family, he would receive his share. Ye Fushan, the youngest son, was favored since childhood despite the family's poverty. Even when they struggled to afford meals, Ye Haod would go so far as to sell blood just to ensure that his youngest son was well fed. Naturally, Ye Guanyin, born into such affection, was prioritized for marriage over his elder brothers, all of whom remained unmarried despite being older. Ye Yuanshan, the second son, was the most gentle among the 3 brothers, yet the least favored. While his siblings received dowries for their brides, Ye Yuanshan had none. Ultimately, he ventured into the mountains to hunt, accumulating a mere 10 yuan, which allowed him to marry Zhao Xiaoyu, who had fled her own hardships. The 3 daughters-in-law all bore the brunt of Ding Xuanhua's scorn, but Zhao Xiaoyu received the harshest treatment, enduring both physical and verbal abuse despite shouldering the majority of the household chores. She was denied even the basic opportunity to dine at the table, openly bullied by Ding Xuanhua, who took advantage of her lack of familial support. Ye Jingchuan, as a son, witnessed this injustice and felt deep sorrow. He had suggested a separation before, but every time, Zhao Xiaoyu would only weep, while Ye Yuanshan remained silently smoking his pipe. Later, when he ventured out to earn money and brought his parents from the countryside, he discovered that Ye Yuanshan had indeed broached the topic of separation multiple times after marrying Zhao Xiaoyu, only to be met with violent retribution from Ye Haod, who threatened to hang anyone who dared to mention it. Ye Yuanshan, ever dutiful, eventually accepted the situation, and the family remained united. The Ye family clung to him like a leech, and he knew that his earnings would inevitably be contested. He hoped to use the occasion of a marriage to finally divide the family, allowing them to lead separate lives without encroaching on his finances. However, he faced opposition from his grandfather, who was adept at subtly undermining him. The villagers were well aware that today was Ye Guanyin's wedding day. If he were to marry now, it would lead to ridicule and scorn. Ye Jingchuan stood firm, recognizing his grandfather's manipulative tactics. His grandfather's words, though seemingly benevolent, were often veiled threats, ensuring that he would always be the one to suffer. Jingchuan, do not overthink this. Perhaps today is simply fate. The 200 yuan I gave to Nanzhi was meant for your marriage. It was merely a matter of timing that led to it being lent to Guanyin, resulting in this predicament. You may have struck Guanyin today, but I shall not hold it against you. I decree that you will marry Nanzhi after the ceremony. You shall go together to the commune to obtain your marriage certificate. I will inform the village that this engagement was arranged for you from the start. Others merely misheard and believed it to be Guanyin. However, you must not mistreat Guanyin today. Later, give him another 200 yuan to help him secure a bride. Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but smile at his grandfather's blatant favoritism. In a past life, he had been young and easily manipulated, selling his hard-earned weasel skins worth 260 yuan entirely for Ye Guanyin, who married shortly after. But that naive boy was no more. Just as Ye Jingchuan was about to confront his grandfather, his mother, Zhao Xiaoyu, could no longer contain herself. Father, how can this be allowed? Zhao Xiaoyu never anticipated that the flames would reach her son. Was Ye Guanyin's discarded bride so casually handed over to Jingchuan? They were being excessively oppressive. Once this matter spreads, how could her son hold his head high in the village? What right did they have? This household is not under your dominion. Jingchuan is the eldest grandson of the Ye family. What is wrong with him caring for his younger brothers? Moreover, considering how he had brutally dealt with Guanyin today, how could he possibly marry a wife? This matter has been settled. However, it cannot be dismissed so lightly. Everyone in the village witnessed Guanyin fetching the bride. It was well known that today marked Guanyin's wedding day, and to suddenly switch brides midway, his elder brother marrying his younger sister-in-law, would surely invite a deluge of scornful gossip. Father, I also disagree. How will Jingchuan ever face anyone again? Ye Yuanshan, too, had a sense of pride. If Jingchuan were indeed to marry Nanzhi today, their family would find it nearly impossible to hold their heads high in the village thereafter. He had endured a lifetime of humiliation. He could not allow his son to follow the same path. With the situation having escalated to this extent, what dignity remained? Was it not Jingchuan who had stood up for Nanzhi and confronted Guanyin? Ye Hao struck the table with a heavy hand. His murky eyes filled with fury as they turned toward Ye Jingchuan and his wife. And what of that 200 yuan debt owed to Guanyin? Bring forth the IOU, he wrote. Father? Ye Jingchuan wished to say more, but was interrupted by Ye Hao. Second son, do you now believe this household is governed by your whims? I can no longer make decisions, can I? I see your previous filiality was merely a fade. And now the mask has finally slipped. That is not what I meant. Today, the entire village knows Guanyin is marrying. Suddenly changing to Jingchuan. What a dreadful rumor that could spawn. An elder brother marrying a younger sister-in-law is hardly a matter of pride. Today, everyone knows that Ye Guanyin and Mu Nanzhi have not conducted their wedding rites, so they are not truly wed. Yet, once this spreads, who knows what rumors will arise. The fear of public opinion weighed heavily. Ye Jingchuan resolutely opposed this matter. Grandfather speaks truly. If I do not marry Mu Nanzhi, then I am freed from debt. Oh, but that is 200 yuan. I've been troubled about starting my marriage burdened with such debt. Now, it seems I am unencumbered. Jingchuan, I know you possess some wealth. Do remember to compensate me later. After all, you took my bride and even laid your hands on me. Some restitution is surely in order. Ye Guanyin wore a smug expression, having finally rid himself of the troublesome burden that was Mu Nanzhi. And he could later extort some money from Ye Jingchuan for it. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 5. The unlikely support of Ye Guanyin. Ye Jingchuan and Zhao Xiaoyu felt a chill in their hearts at Ye Hao's blatant favoritism. In times past, they might have endured the family's mistreatment, but today was crucial concerning their children's marriages, and they could no longer remain silent. If Ye Jingchuan's wedding was to be treated so flippantly, what would become of their daughter? Would she too be subject to Ye Hao's whims regarding marriage? With this thought, the couple exchanged a resolute glance, knowing they could not yield on this matter. Just as they were prepared to confront Ye Hao head-on, Ye Jingchuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly rose. Grandfather, allowing me to marry Mu Nanzhi is not out of the question, but I have a condition. Jingchuan, Ye Jingchuan, and Zhao Xiaoyu were taken aback. Ye Jingchuan abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "What nonsense! You, a mere child, know nothing. Dad, I am already 23. I am not a child anymore." Still, Jingchuan is reasonable. As the eldest grandson of the family, it should be you who marries first. Speak your mind. Grandfather will surely ensure fairness and not let you suffer any losses. I want to split the family, as long as grandfather agrees. I shall don my wedding attire and marry Mu Nanzhi right away. What? Ye Hao stared in disbelief at Ye Jingchuan. He never anticipated that Jingchuan would demand a family division. How could he possibly agree? He understood all too well the reasons behind it. The eldest and his wife were nothing but a burden. The eldest had a fiery temper and was lazy, and their yearly work points were insufficient for their family of 5. If they were to split, it would likely send the eldest into a rage. The third son was his most cherished. He would never allow him to take on the grueling labor to earn work points. Currently, only the second couple worked tirelessly like 2 oxen, earning points. If they divided the family, how would they sustain themselves? Very well, Ye Jingchuan. You think you have grown wings and wish to split the family? Let me make this clear. As long as I draw breath, this family shall not be divided. Ye Hao struck the wooden table with his tobacco pipe, leaving a shallow imprint. If we do not split, then I shall not marry Mu Nanzhi. All the good fortune goes to Ye Guanyin, while I am left to clean up the mess. If you want me to marry Mu Nanzhi, there must be some benefits for me. Otherwise, where shall I place my dignity? Ye Jingchuan raised an eyebrow casually and took a seat, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, as if this matter held little significance for him. At the same time, he communicated to everyone that his desire for a family division was merely a means to save face. For it was hardly honorable for an elder brother to marry his younger brother's fiancée. Ye Hao's expression darkened considerably as he glared fiercely at Ye Jingchuan. I am the one who makes the decisions in this family. You must marry Mu Nanzhi today. Alas, grandfather, we now live in a new society, where arranged marriages are no longer acceptable. Unless I agree, no one can force me to marry Mu Nanzhi. Moreover, she was meant to be Ye Guanyin's bride. If he creates trouble, why should I be the one to bear the burden? Let the villagers judge. Who would dare to say I am in the wrong? Grandfather, your favoritism is excessive. Marriage is a significant matter in my life. I cannot afford to make a hasty decision. Ye Jingchuan's voice, neither loud nor soft, was clear enough for everyone present to hear. What Jingchuan says makes sense. Since Guanyin went to fetch the bride, it should be Guanyin who marries Mu Nanzhi, not involve Jingchuan. Lu Wanquin observed the chaos within the Ye family and kindly stepped forward to mediate. However, as soon as she spoke, Ye Guanyin leaped up, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours, Lu Wanquin?" When the matchmaker came, she did not mention how unattractive Mu Nanzhi is. I wonder why the matchmaker hasn't shown up today. Perhaps she has a guilty conscience. That is your affair with Mu Nanzhi. Why must you drag Jingchuan into it? Lu Wanquin is no pushover. She has long harbored disdain for the way the old Ye family bullies Zhao Xiaoyu's family. They are nothing more than a group that preys on the weak and fears the strong. If it were her, had her family dared to treat her son that way, she would have turned the roof upside down. If she is to suffer, then no one shall have it easy. When Mu Nanzhi is mentioned, Ye Guanyin is filled with fury. Had it not been for the sudden gust of wind that blew her veil off, he would have remained oblivious. Should they have proceeded with the wedding, he would have had no opportunity to retract his decision. In a fit of rage, Ye Guanyin tore off his suit, intending to hurl it to the ground. Ding Chunhua quickly stepped forward to intervene, exclaiming, "Little ancestor, that suit is borrowed. If you get it dirty, we cannot afford to compensate." The suit, valued at over 100, was specially borrowed by Shun Huifang for Ye Guanyin's wedding to ensure he appeared respectable. It was to be worn for just 1 day with a rental fee of 2 yuan. At this moment, the expensive suit was covered in dirt, even bearing several footprints left by Ye Jingchuan, and they would surely face disputes upon its return. "I don't care. I refuse to marry today. If you force me, I shall jump into the river," Ye Guanyin declared, dashing out of the hall. Not far from their courtyard flowed a wide river, notorious for claiming lives every few years. The family was thrown into a panic, some rushing to grab Ye Guanyin, others attempting to persuade him, creating quite a commotion. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan sat calmly in a chair, cracking sunflower seeds. He felt no need to speak. Ye Guanyin would charge forth on his behalf. After a while, Ye Haod could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Enough! Guanyin, sit down." "Humph! I stand by my word, grandfather. I will marry Mu Nanzhi only over my dead body." Ye Guanyin glared at Ye Jingchuan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I think Jingchuan is rather suitable. He can catch weasels and is quite resilient. He and that ugly Mu Nanzhi are a perfect match. If it weren't for my resilience, do you think that 200 yuan for your wedding came from thin air? You wouldn't believe it was earned through my parents' labor, would you?" Ye Jingchuan gazed at the old Ye family with a bemused expression. They were indeed hypocrites, relishing the benefits while disparaging him for his reputation in catching weasels for their pelts. They enjoyed the money from those pelts while simultaneously condemning the means of acquiring it. Truly a case of wanting to have their cake and eat it too. Enough of your chatter. Jingchuan, if you wish to divide the family, do enlighten us on how you propose to do so, considering our courtyard is so small. The old Ye family consisted of 6 tile-roofed rooms, with Ye Jingchuan's family of 4 cramped into 3 rooms of the west wing. Although they claimed to have 3 rooms, their size was nearly equivalent to 2 of the main house, leaving them tightly packed. If they were to divide the family, they would only be left with 3 rooms in the west wing. Yet, even then, they would still reside within the same courtyard, sharing a main gate and a kitchen, rendering the separation almost negligible. Ye Haod contemplated that providing only the west wing might suffice, allowing him to gloss over the matter for the time being. Once Ye Jingchuan married Mu Nanzhi, the household would still fall under his command. Chapter 6. I want the ancestral home, let's keep it simple. We do not want the west wing. Grandfather, just grant us the 4 old rooms of the ancestral home. The crowd present was momentarily taken aback. The old Ye family had 4 ancestral homes at the east end of the village, but those houses were dilapidated stone structures that had been abandoned for many years, rendering them uninhabitable. What was this? Upon hearing Ye Jingchuan's remarks, Ye Haod's frown deepened further. He wondered if his grandson had been struck by a donkey today, as his speech and actions were markedly different from before. It seemed that Ye Jingchuan was still quite young. Today, in an effort to preserve his own pride, he had instigated the matter of division, only to end up claiming 4 old houses. If his memory served him right, the ancestral courtyard walls had collapsed, and during his passage this summer, the weeds in the yard had grown taller than a person. With the houses in such disrepair, how could one possibly live there? Grandfather, what are you still hesitating about? If they wish to divide, then let them do so. It conveniently frees up the west wing for my sister to move into. Ye Guanyin remarked, astonished that Ye Jingchuan desired the ancestral home. Surely, he couldn't be losing his mind. Such a fortunate opportunity would not come again. If their family moved out, he could then drive his younger siblings into the West Wing, allowing him to monopolize the 2 rooms of the main house once he married. Ye Hao felt his head spinning from Ye Jingchuan's incessant chatter. He found himself wavering. If the second son's family truly departed, who would contribute labor points to the household? Yet, the fact that they desired the ancestral home instead of the West Wing tempted him. Uncle Yi, what are you still pondering? Hurry and agree. All the grandsons are grown now. They will eventually need to marry. They cannot all squeeze into one courtyard. And sooner or later, a division will be necessary. Lu Wanchuan interjected. If a division could indeed happen, life would be somewhat easier for Zhao Xiaoyu in the future. Second brother, do you think the same? Ye Hao's gaze finally settled on Ye Jingchuan. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan's hands trembled with excitement. The division he had yearned for over a decade was suddenly about to become a reality. Yet, the prerequisite for this division was for Ye Jingchuan to marry Nanzhi, a notion he found hard to accept. As Ye Jingchuan wrestled with his thoughts, Ye Jingchuan proactively spoke. Father, just agree. There's no need to worry about me. Jingchuan, both Ye Jingchuan and Zhao Xiaoyu turned to him, realizing that the little boy who had once always hidden behind them seemed to have matured overnight. Father, let us divide, Ye Jingchuan said, nodding solemnly. Ye Hao thought to himself that if they were to divide, then so be it. He didn't have much grain to share with them. Autumn was upon them, and the notion of foraging from the fields was utterly fanciful. Once they went hungry for a few days and found life unbearable, wouldn't they still be subject to his control? With this thought, Ye Hao finally ceased to hesitate. With the division settled, Ye Jingchuan specifically summoned the village secretary and several esteemed elders from the clan. In the presence of all the guests, he drafted the division document. The document was meticulously detailed, not only listing the 4 ancestral houses, but also thoroughly recording the furniture and utensils they intended to take, including 2 bowls, 2 pairs of chopsticks, 10 jin of wheat, and 10 jin of corn flour, barely enough for sustenance. Additionally, there was a debt of 200 yuan owed to the brigade. According to Ye Hao's understanding, the family owed a total of 400 yuan to the brigade, and since Ye Jingchuan sought an early division, he would be responsible for half of the debt. Regarding the debt of 200 yuan, Ye Jingchuan had no intention of accepting it. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Ye Jingchuan, who shook his head and directly pressed his fingerprint on the division document. A total of 4 copies of the division document were drafted, 1 each for Ye Hao and Ye Jingchuan, 1 to be kept by the village committee, and another to be retained by the clan. After Ye Jingchuan affixed his fingerprint, he meticulously folded the document and stowed it away, his heart a tumult of emotions. His father was truly ruthless. While others could divide their family assets into dozens or even hundreds, he had been handed a burden of 200 yuan in debt. Following today's events, his disillusionment with his parents was complete. He resolved to consider this debt as his final act of filial piety, and from now on, they should not expect any further assistance from him. Ye Hao casually tucked the division document into his pocket and hurried Ye Jingchuan, eager to bring this farce to a swift conclusion, as the old Ye family had lost face in every conceivable way today. Well then, Jingchuan, are you satisfied now? Hurry and go pay your respects to Nanzhi. Just as Ye Jingchuan was about to step outside, he was abruptly pulled back by Zhao Xiaoyu. Mother, please lend Jingchuan Guinyan's suit for him to wear. One must dress appropriately for the ceremony. Zhao Xiaoyu glanced nervously at Ding Chunhua, hoping that today, being a momentous occasion, she might overlook past grievances and allow the borrowing of the attire. Unfortunately, her optimism was misplaced. If Jingchuan wishes to wear it, you may go to the city to borrow it yourselves, Ding Chunhua declared, folding the suit in her hands and taking it away. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan noticed that he was clad in a blue cloth jacket and black trousers, the fabric riddled with patches. He feared that appearing in such attire at the ceremony would subject him to ridicule. Mother, I remember you have preserved my father's Zhongshan suit. I shall wear that for the ceremony. Ye Jingchuan had long seen through the old Ye family's true nature, in the face of their cruelty. He felt that even anger would be a waste of his emotions. Very well, I shall find the Zhongshan suit for you. Zhao Xiaoyu, glancing at her son's patched blue garment, felt her eyes well up with tears. How could human hearts be so cruel? Ding Chunhua couldn't even spare a single outfit. Ye Yuanshan's Zhongshan suit had been a gift from his comrades, given in anticipation of his wedding. He only wore it on significant occasions, carefully stored away in a box throughout the year. Soon, Ye Jingchuan donned a somewhat new black Zhongshan suit. Standing at a height of 6 feet tall, he tidied his hair and struck a pose, exuding an air of distinction. He adjusted his outfit, casually grabbed a plate of sugar cubes from the coffee table, and strode confidently outside, intent on marrying Mu Nanzhi with dignity. As he stepped out of the courtyard, his gaze fell upon Mu Nanzhi. Dear villagers, today marks a momentous occasion as I, Ye Jingchuan, take a bride. I am grateful for your presence to witness this joyous event. With that, he scattered the colorful sugar cubes towards the gathered crowd and approached Mu Nanzhi, personally draping the red veil over her head as he helped her dismount from the carriage and enter the bridal chamber. The sugar cubes were a delightful treat, eagerly claimed by both adults and children alike, creating a lively scene at the entrance of the old Ye household. Nanzhi, according to our customs, we must pay our respects. After the wedding, we shall go to the commune to obtain our marriage certificate. All right. Mu Nanzhi gently responded while resting on Ye Jingchuan's back, although she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety about the uncertain future. Being carried by him inexplicably filled her with comfort. Thanks to Ye Jingchuan, the wedding chamber was splendidly arranged with 2 red cotton quilts adorning the kong. While the table was laden with peanuts, red dates, and the festive glass-wrapped candies typically reserved for the new year, the red wrappers emitted a subtle glow in the sunlight, exuding a festive aura. After the wedding ceremony, Ye Jingchuan gently placed Mu Nanzhi on the bright red quilt, softly reassuring her that there were still a few rituals to complete, and it would all be over soon. In the joyous chamber, several aunts and sisters-in-law exchanged auspicious words. Ye Jingchuan lifted the red veil with a pole, and seeing Mu Nanzhi's bashful expression filled his heart with warmth. He had finally and openly brought her home as his wife. After today's festivities, everyone would know she was the bride he had brought in after a raucous separation, that it was the old Ye family who had wronged them, and that it was Ye Jingchuan's folly that had fostered this union. From this day forth, she would be free from any slander and gossip. Though it was a day of great joy, the old Ye family had not prepared a banquet. Initially, 2 tables had been arranged for Ye Jingchuan's wedding, but with Ye Jingchuan's turn, such privileges were withdrawn. Even the sunflower seeds, peanuts, and celebratory candies on the table were swiftly cleared away by Ding Chunhua. Ye Jingchuan's wedding was indeed a major event for the old Ye family, deserving of a proper celebration. However, the union of the 2 unlucky stars, Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi, hardly warranted a wedding, let alone a feast. After the ceremony, witnessing Ding Chunhua's displeasure, the guests felt awkward and departed hastily. According to tradition, after the couple exchanged vows, Mu Nanzhi was supposed to return to the kong to converse with her sisters-in-law and aunts, and partake in the customary playful antics. However, as soon as Mu Nanzhi's veil was lifted, Ding Chunhua scolded and hastily removed the 2 wedding quilts from the main room, sending them to the western wing, denying Mu Nanzhi any further access to the main chamber. If it weren't for the wedding quilts she had already sat upon, it is unlikely Ding Chunhua would have willingly relinquished the new quilts. Chapter 7. Obtaining the marriage certificate. Ye Jingchuan, observing Ding Chunhua's miserly demeanor, found it impossible to suppress his resentment. In a previous life, she had caused Mu Nanzhi great harm. She was fully aware of Mu Nanzhi's advanced state of pregnancy and the difficulties of farm work, yet insisted she labor, resulting in a devastating tragedy that still caused him to tremble at the thought. Although today was his wedding day, he was not averse to escalating the situation further. Grandmother, I recall that when cousin Ding got married, you gifted 2 sets of bedding. Why is it that when it comes to us grandchildren, you only prepared 1 set? Ye Jingchuan brazenly brought up Ding Chunhua's quiet financial support to her own family in front of everyone. Jingchuan, you must be mistaken. When Ding Guochang got married, your grandmother didn't give any bedding. She only brought a few eggs. Shen Huifeng looked at Ye Jingchuan with a puzzled expression. Ding Guochang, his cousin, was merely 2 years his senior and had just married this past summer. She vividly remembered the gifts exchanged. Is that so? Did I misread the situation? No, that cannot be. I distinctly recall my grandmother purchasing the fabric from the supply cooperative. 2 pieces of cloth and 2 covers require quite a bit of material. Surely, I cannot be mistaken. As Ye Jingchuan's words hung in the air, every member of the Ye family turned their gaze toward Ding Chunhua. She had consistently bullied the second branch of the family, and they had turned a blind eye, not overly concerned, as they were the beneficiaries of the situation. However, The moment Ding Chunhua dared to use the Yi family's money to support her own family, their acquiescence vanished. Particularly Yi Haod, who was usually selfish and self-serving, immediately darkened his countenance. Money was his lifeblood, and he would never allow Ding Chunhua to subsidize her natal family. "Come into the room. I have something to discuss with you," he commanded. Ding Chunhua glanced at the seemingly innocent Ye Jingchuan, and then at Yi Haod, who had already retreated to the east room. She swallowed her words, first attempting to placate the elder Yi before turning her focus on the impudent boy. As soon as the door to the east room closed, a tremendous crash resonated from within, followed by the sharp sound of a slap, and then Ding Chunhua's wails and the clattering of more items falling to the ground. Ye Jingchuan cast a glance at the east room, a smirk playing on his lips. Today was merely an appetizer. What he sought was retribution, even if it meant confronting his own grandparents. Yet, he was a man who valued both face and substance. He intended to deal with the old Yi family in a manner that was both effective and aesthetically pleasing. The term unfilial would never be associated with him. Thus he would not act openly, but rather in the shadows. A dull knife slicing through flesh may not cause death, but it would certainly bring immense pain. And that was the most gratifying outcome. He aimed to make their lives a living hell. In a good mood, Ye Jingchuan returned to the small, dimly lit room where they resided, filled with a multitude of emotions. The space contained only a large Kong, and before his marriage, the four of them had slept together on it during winter. Even at the age of 23, with a 16-year-old sister, they had not separated, solely due to their family's poverty, which rendered them unable to afford coal for heating. To conserve firewood, the entire family had to huddle together on one Kong. In his previous life, when he wed Nanzhi, they had merely drawn a curtain across the Kong. It is easy to imagine the awkwardness of 5 people sharing such a small space. This time around, he was determined not to subject Nanzhi to such indignities. "Father, Mother, please go over to the ancestral home and tidy up a bit. We will dine there tonight. I will take Nanzhi to obtain our marriage certificate and bring back some delicacies for you. Jingchuan, here are 5 yuan. Take it, so Nanzhi is not at a loss." Zhao Xiaoyu did not mind Nanzhi's birthmark. In fact, she felt a pang of sympathy for her, as only she could truly understand how arduous it was for Nanzhi to feel so utterly alone at this moment. "No need. I will sell the fur and have money. When did you start catching weasels again? Did you not promise your mother that you would no longer engage in that? I will sell these furs and will not catch weasels again. I will find other means to earn money." With that, Ye Jingchuan pulled out a bulging bundle from the Kang's cavity, took Nanzhi's hand, and stepped outside, as he had many matters to attend to today. As they passed the small shed where the firewood was stored, Ye Jingchuan casually tossed a piece of incense onto the bean stalks. The stalks of beans are indeed a rarity. People are typically reluctant to burn them, often reserving them for New Year's Eve to cook dumplings. This is because bean stalks ignite easily, produce minimal smoke, and their crackling sound adds to the festive atmosphere. However, Ye Jingchuan's intentions extend beyond merely burning a few bean stalks. His aim is to utilize the tobacco leaves stored in the small side room. Yi Haod has a fondness for such indulgences and had initially intended to plant some vegetables in the sparsely populated yard, but instead, he cultivated dry tobacco. Due to the limited space, he could not plant much at once and was reluctant to smoke it, thus accumulating a stash year after year. Recently, with favorable weather, he decided to air out the tobacco leaves he had been saving in the small side room. It must be said that Ye Jingchuan knows how to provoke one's deepest sentiments. For someone who cherishes dry tobacco as much as life itself, the thought of setting it ablaze entirely is a source of delight. How could Ding Chunhua have treated Nanzhi so harshly in his past life without Yi Haod bearing some responsibility? It was his tacit approval that emboldened her actions. Therefore, he must prepare for retaliation, starting with burning a bit of his tobacco leaves to let him taste the bitterness. Afterward, he has a grander gift in store for him. Ye Jingchuan's subtle maneuvers went unnoticed as he held Nanzhi's hand, his spirits buoyant. It seems today that Jingchuan is somewhat different from his usual self. He has matured and formed his own thoughts. Observing Ye Jingchuan's departing figure, Ye Yuanshan wore a gentle smile. "Let us first tidy up the ancestral home. The windows are still wooden frames. As the weather cools, we should paste some newspapers over them. I am uncertain if the Kong can still be used, so I must check. If it cannot, it must be repaired promptly. Additionally, the walls of the ancestral home, being long neglected, may let in drafts, requiring a fresh coat of plaster. Very well, let us hasten to organize things while there is still daylight. Perhaps we can move in tomorrow." Zhao Xiaoyu picked up a broom, rag, and basin, heading outside, fully aware that after signing the division of property today, the old Ye family would be eager to drive them away. While Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi exited the old Ye residence, he held her hand tightly, and several aunts and sisters on the street could not resist teasing them about their entwined fingers. Mu Nanzhi's face flushed red, and after a struggle, she managed to withdraw her hand. Seeing Mu Nanzhi's rosy cheeks, Ye Jingchuan's face beamed with joy. She still resembled the girl from his memories, easily embarrassed. Let us first go to the commune to obtain our marriage certificate. Once we have it, I shall take you to explore the city. The wedding preparations have been rather rushed today, and I have not arranged much. Afterward, I will procure some fabric to tailor a dress for you. There is no need for such trouble. I have what I need, Mu Nanzhi began to say but faltered. The red checkered coat she wore was borrowed from other educated youths. She did not possess such vibrant attire herself. Nanzhi, from this day forward, you are my wife. It is only natural for me to provide my wife with clothing. Since we have just separated from the family, there are many expenses, and I can always procure more garments in the future. Mu Nanzhi is no fool. She keenly observes the words and actions of the Ye family today and is well aware that Ye Jingchuan is currently enduring a difficult time. You need not worry about these matters. I have my own ways of handling them. The journey from Xiaohe Brigade to Hongxing Commune spans 7 or 8 li, and the two, lacking a bicycle, must walk. The autumn breeze touzles Mu Nanzhi's loose strands of hair, and she steals a glance at the tall figure of Ye Jingchuan beside her. After a moment of hesitation, she musters the courage to speak. I was unaware that the matchmaker had not informed you about the birthmark on my face. Today, she too is a victim. She vividly recalls the terror on Ye Guanyan's face upon seeing her birthmark, along with the harsh words he hurled at her. I know you are a good girl. Ye Jingchuan turns to look at Mu Nanzhi, who stands a head shorter than him, her worried expression resembling that of a frightened little rabbit. Perhaps his gaze is too intense, causing Mu Nanzhi to blush deeply and hasten her pace. Ah, Nanzhi, there is no need to rush. Ye Jingchuan quickly catches up to her, placing a colorful piece of candy into her hand. Ah, Mu Nanzhi gasps as a candy slips into her mouth, leaving only a piece of red cellophane in Ye Jingchuan's hand. You should have some too. Her ears, already flushed, grow even warmer with embarrassment. Seeing you brings me more sweetness than candy itself. I also have peanuts and sunflower seeds. Let us eat as we walk, and the time will pass swiftly. Mu Nanzhi nods slightly, pondering when Ye Jingchuan had procured such treats, especially since Ding Chunhua had already tucked away the delicious morsels before they had even completed their wedding rites. The two of them proceed to the Hongxing Commune, where they obtain their marriage certificate shortly after 9 o'clock. Ye Jingchuan leads Mu Nanzhi onto a dilapidated minibus heading to the city, where he has numerous errands to attend to. The minibus is in poor condition, and as they board, a foul odor assaults their senses. Inside, alongside the passengers, there are even rabbits and chickens. If the vehicle were any smaller, one might suspect it could accommodate cattle and sheep as well. The already cramped minibus becomes packed to the brim, leaving Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi without seats, forcing them to stand. Initially, they maintain some distance, but as the minibus makes repeated stops, it soon resembles a can of sardines. Ye Jingchuan instinctively wraps his arms around Mu Nanzhi to shield her from being jostled. A faint floral scent wafts into his nostrils, stirring his thoughts. He silently chastises himself. With her in his embrace, there is no escape, and the night of their consummation is merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Mu Nanzhi is equally flustered, having never been this intimately close to a man before. The unique scent of Ye Jingchuan envelopes her, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Her heart races, filled with anticipation for their future married life, yet tinged with trepidation, as today marks their first meeting. And she knows little of his character. The minibus rattles along the uneven dirt road, swaying precariously, and several times, Mu Nanzhi struggles to maintain her balance. Hold on to me, Nanzhi. If you lean too far towards your sister-in-law, the rabbit in her basket might just leap out. Ye Jingchuan slightly lowered his head, whispering into Mu Nanzhi's ear, his breath barely brushing against her skin. The anxious Mu Nanzhi intended to grasp the armrest of her seat, but the vehicle suddenly tilted to one side, and she teetered precariously, on the verge of falling. In an instant, a pair of strong hands grasped her waist, pulling her firmly into Ye Jingchuan's embrace. Hold on to me. The road ahead is quite bumpy. All right. At that moment, Mu Nanzhi was too embarrassed to look up at Ye Jingchuan, tightly clutching his clothing, her face nearly buried in his chest, her ears burning with heat. The hands that rested on her waist did not loosen their hold. Chapter 8. Delicious beef noodles. The journey from Hongxing Commune to Jiangpu City would take nearly an hour. And as Nanzhi disembarked from the swaying minibus, she found herself momentarily disoriented. Let us first go take our wedding photos. Wedding photos can be quite expensive, can't they? We can always take them after a while. Nanzhi, you need not save money for me. Observing his obedient and understanding wife, Ye Jingchuan was overjoyed. His wife was not only beautiful but possessed a kind heart, truly the best in the world. With familiarity, Ye Jingchuan guided Nanzhi toward the bus station. Having spent nearly a decade in Jiangpu City before heading south, making him well acquainted with the area, the bus station was bustling with noise, and the majority of people were clad in blue or gray, while few, like Nanzhi in her striking red plaid coat, stood out. She was exceedingly conspicuous, drawing both intentional and unintentional glances from passers-by. When they noticed the birthmark on her face, hushed whispers would ensue, causing Nanzhi to feel quite uncomfortable. Instinctively lowering her head, "Do not mind the gazes of others. They do not know who you are. If anyone dares to speak thoughtlessly in your presence, I will stand up for you. Nanzhi, you are no longer alone. You have me." Ye Jingchuan reached for Nanzhi's hand, but as soon as their fingers brushed, she quickly withdrew her hand. "It wouldn't be good if someone saw us." Oh, Ye Jingchuan felt helpless, having forgotten this societal norm, even though they were legally married. Walking hand in public still attracted attention. It was truly a pity not to hold her delicate hand. Then stay close. The bus station can be quite crowded. All right. Exiting the bus station, Ye Jingchuan led Nanzhi onto a public bus, which was predominantly white with red stripes, larger than the minibus they had ridden earlier, yet still crowded. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Jingchuan took hold of Nanzhi's hand once more, and this time, she did not pull away. Jiangpu City had quite a number of old photo studios, and Ye Jingchuan selected one that offered color wedding photos, though they would not be ready for 3 days. As they sat side by side for the photograph, Nanzhi felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, unable to muster a smile. Ye Jingchuan, sensing her tension, gently squeezed her hand and whispered, "Nanzhi, do not be anxious. During the frontal shot, your wisps of hair can cover most of the birthmark, making it less noticeable." "That is good to hear." Nanzhi tenderly brushed aside the hair near her birthmark, striving to divert her thoughts from it. In a light-hearted exchange, Nanzhi, feeling a wave of trepidation, gradually relaxed, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Seizing the moment, the photographer clicked the shutter, capturing her fleeting smile. Nanzhi was not devoid of emotions. She could sense the earnestness with which Ye Jingchuan regarded her. This awareness alleviated the heavy burden upon her heart. Even if only slightly, as long as he treated her kindly, she would naturally reciprocate with her loyalty. Meanwhile, within the Ye household, Ye Guanyin was elated to finally rid himself of the troublesome Nanzhi. As Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi departed, he and Ding Chunhua schemed from the confines of their home, plotting how to manipulate the situation to their advantage. Having just endured a beating, Ding Chunhua's face still bore a tinge of redness. At her age, it was a source of shame to be struck by her husband, and though she had intended to confront Ye Jingchuan, she decided against it. "Grandmother, see, I wasn't lying. Ye Jingchuan has indeed concealed a significant stash. Judging by that bundle, it must contain at least 20 hides," she lamented. "This calamity of a boy has become increasingly cunning. I failed to notice when he amassed such a fortune." In the main room, Ding Chunhua seethed with resentment. Despite her disdain for Ye Jingchuan, she had a fondness for wealth. Each hide was worth a considerable sum, and if sold, it would surely suffice for Ye Guanyin to marry a new wife. "When he returns, I will demand he hand over the proceeds from selling those hides. Guanyin, rest assured, this time I will personally select a beautiful bride for you, and not heed the matchmaker's empty boasts. Grandmother, you must keep your promise and find me a lovely bride, not some fearsome hag," he replied earnestly. Ding Chunhua nodded vigorously, assuring him this time would not end in disappointment. Years had passed since her husband last struck her, but today's events were entirely due to Ye Jingchuan's interference. Once she retrieved the money from him, she envisioned a handsome future for herself, one that also included dealing with the unfortunate Nanzhi, who, having just married into the Ye family, was bound to bring misfortune. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan remained blissfully unaware that he had already caught the attention of the older members of the Ye family. The aroma of bean sprouts he discarded was potent. Nearly 20 minutes after Ye Jingchuan departed, the bean sprouts began to smolder. However, as they burned, the smoke was minimal, and the plotting Ye Guanyin and Ding Chunhua failed to notice. Ye Haod, filled with ire, had left to play chess, while the rest of the Ye family had also dispersed for various activities. As the bean sprouts ignited fully, flames erupted, and the pungent smell of burning leaves finally drew attention. Guanyin, do you detect an acrid smoke? Ding Chunhua, busy crafting shoe insoles, caught a whiff of an unusual odor. It seems so. Ye Guanyin, lazily resting on the Kong, rose with difficulty, only to see smoke billowing from the small side room, faint flames flickering within. Oh my heavens! He exclaimed, nearly tumbling to the ground. Grandmother, quickly summon help. Our side room is on fire. What? Ding Chunhua gasped, the needle she held pricking her fingertip. Ignoring the pain, she dashed outside in haste. In a moment of instinct, the two rushed to the water barrel to fetch water in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the barrel, usually brimming with water, now contained nothing but a scant layer at the bottom, leaving them unable to scoop even a ladleful. How could it be devoid of water? Ding Chunhua panicked. Without water, how could she douse the fire? Typically, Ye Jingchuan was diligent, filling the barrel each morning, but with the recent family dispute, he had no intention of fetching water for the old Ye household today. Grandmother, I shall go to our neighbors to fetch 2 buckets of water. I will extinguish the fire swiftly. Please remain calm, he urged. Hurry, hurry, Ding Chunhua replied. Ye Guanyin dashed next door, only to find the neighbor's door locked. With no one at home, he sprinted to 2 other homes, only to encounter the same situation. As a habitual idler who rarely earned work points, he was oblivious to the fact that the brigade had arranged work for the day. Only the industrious had gone to earn their points after witnessing the commotion. The lazy remained behind, playing cards or visiting one another. Finally, at the 3rd house, he found water and hurriedly filled 2 buckets to quench the flames. Unfortunately, by this time, the fire had already spread from the small side room, and 2 buckets of water were insufficient to quell the blaze. As Ye Guanyin busied himself with the task, Ye Haod, having received the alarming news, rushed home, but by the time he arrived, it was too late. The easily combustible bean straw ignited, and within mere minutes, the small side room was engulfed in flames. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and extinguish the fire, Ye Haod exclaimed, anxiously slapping his thigh as he watched the small side room burn. All the carefully collected tobacco leaves he had amassed were now consumed by the flames, leaving him with nothing. A considerable number of villagers arrived, and only with great effort did they manage to extinguish the fire. The courtyard, once filled with cheer in the morning, was now a desolate scene, strewn with water and soot. As for the small side room, it had been reduced to a mere pile of stones, the wooden framework completely incinerated. How on earth did my wife's perfectly fine side room catch fire? Ye Haod inquired. His face darkened with anger. I do not know. I was in the main room making shoe soles when the small side room suddenly ignited. Do you take me for a fool? No one would deliberately throw something to ignite the small side room. How could the bean straw catch fire on its own? Ding Chunhua, could it be that after I struck you today, you harbored resentment and intentionally burned my tobacco leaves to infuriate me? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his murky eyes reddening. With his tobacco leaves gone, he realized that he would have no dry tobacco to smoke until next year's harvest. Having smoked dry tobacco all his life, the sudden absence was a torment worse than death. You cannot genuinely think that of me. Even if I harbor some grievances, I would never resort to setting fire to our home. As she spoke, Ding Chunhua cast a glance towards the west room, muttering, could it be that the family of the second son did this? They felt wronged in the property division and might have wanted to burn down our house out of spite. But the second son's family left long ago. Did you see when they returned? Ye Haod countered. At this, Ding Chunhua fell silent, for she had not witnessed their return. Ye Haod shot a fierce glare at Ding Chunhua before turning away, disregarding the chaos around him. Nothing was more pressing than obtaining tobacco leaves. He needed to venture out to borrow some before anything else. As they strolled through the lively streets of Jingchuan, the newlywed couple emerged from the photography studio just before noon. Ye Jingchuan led Nanzhi down a winding alley behind a cinema, where a multitude of street vendors had gathered, peddling a variety of snacks, sweets, and an array of noodle dishes. Goodness, Ye, how on earth did you discover this place? Nanzhi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at the bustling scene before her. The sheer number of people engaging in commerce left her astonished. Did they not fear the authorities? We just registered our marriage. There's no need to call me Ye anymore. You can simply use my name, Nanzhi. Jingchuan, come on. Let me treat you to some beef noodles. Here, you don't need ration tickets, and a bowl costs even less than at the noodle shop. With more beef too. Ye Jingchuan was well acquainted with the local food scene. He took Nanzhi's hand and led her to a stall selling beef noodles. 2 large bowls of beef noodles, please, he ordered. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a handful of cash, offering 60 cents to the vendor. Soon, the vendor, a burly man with a bushy beard, expertly kneaded a piece of dough into fine strands of noodles. He swiftly boiled them in a bubbling pot of rich broth, then ladled a generous helping of braised beef over the steaming bowl. Eat up while it's hot, he urged. All right, this beef looks absolutely delicious, Nanzhi replied, lowering her gaze at the bowl before her. Since her mother's passing, she had not savored such a dish, and memories of her hardships over the years brought an unexpected sting to her eyes. Why are you just staring at it? Ye Jingchuan observed her hesitation and kindly handed her a pair of chopsticks. You probably haven't eaten much this morning. After a busy morning, you must be famished. I'm just so happy, she murmured, not raising her eyes. Accepting the chopsticks, she began to eat heartily, though her voice betrayed her emotions. Ye Jingchuan immediately sensed her unusual demeanor but chose to remain silent, allowing her the time to gather herself. Having only had a bowl of corn porridge that morning, Ye Jingchuan's stomach was now audibly protesting. He dug into his bowl, relishing the familiar, rich flavor of the beef. The two shared a comfortable silence, finishing their noodles with not a drop of broth left. As they stepped out of the alley, they had hardly taken a few steps when a distant shout pierced the air. The authorities are coming. The alley erupted into chaos as the vendors scrambled, carts rattling, and cries of run echoed around them. Having never witnessed such a scene, Nanzhi froze in fear, pressing herself against the wall to avoid being knocked over by the fleeing vendors. Don't worry, the authorities won't catch us, Ye Jingchuan reassured her, a smile playing on his lips. Despite the vendors' frantic escape, he knew they would still earn their keep by month's end. In this era, the audacious thrive while the timid perish, merely scraping by with meager sustenance through monotonous labor or tilling the fields. Chapter 9. The Sale of the Pelt, Nanzhi. You stay here and watch a movie. I have some matters to attend to. I will come to fetch you once the film concludes. Nanzhi was taken aback. Having come out together, shouldn't they watch the movie as a pair? Was he perhaps short on funds? That didn't seem plausible, as they had just indulged in an extravagant bowl of beef noodles. Noticing the perplexed expression on her face, Ye Jingchuan quickly reassured her. I have to handle some affairs, and it would be inconvenient to take you with me. I don't need to watch the movie. I can just wait for you here. Tickets are merely a pittance. With that money, you could do something far more worthwhile. Seeing a film doesn't cost much at all. Just trust me on this. Ye Jingchuan would not entertain Nanzhi's objections and promptly purchased a ticket for the latest screening, along with a packet of sunflower seeds and a bag of hawthorn slices for her. Remember, after the movie, if I haven't arrived, wait for me at the cinema entrance and don't wander off. I understand. As she held the snacks in her hands, Nanzhi felt a twinge of confusion. Was the Ye family affluent or not? If they were wealthy, it was odd that the 200 yuan bride price when Ye Guanyin married her was borrowed. Yet, if they were indeed poor, how could Ye Jingchuan afford to treat her to beef noodles and a movie, not to mention buying her snacks? His spending habits were more befitting a dual-income household. Watching her enter the screening room amidst the bustling crowd, Ye Jingchuan hurriedly departed. He had a crucial task today, to sell the weasel pelt he had in his possession. In his past life, it was through capturing weasels and selling their pelts and meat that he managed to earn a modest sum, which enabled him to venture into small businesses. However, in the countryside, catching weasels was frowned upon, and the villagers often gossiped behind his back. He vividly recalled how, when Nanzhi bore their child, the gossiping women claimed it was due to his frequent sale of weasel pelts that he had offended the deity, leading to her tragic fate during childbirth. At that time, he believed he was to blame, carrying a burden of guilt for half his life, and he vowed never to touch weasels again, consequently missing the best opportunities for swift wealth accumulation. In the end, he worked tenfold harder to reclaim what was once easily within reach. He later realized that the fault lay not with him, but with his grandmother. Had she not been so harsh, compelling Nanzhi to toil in the fields while heavily pregnant, such a calamity would not have befallen them. Moreover, given that he had been reincarnated, it was clear he possessed a resilient fate. What was there to fear from a mere weasel? This time, He was determined not only to catch weasels, but to amass wealth swiftly, ensuring his parents, wife, and daughter could lead prosperous lives alongside him. Exiting the cinema, Ye Jingchuan navigated the familiar bus route, winding his way into a rather deep alley. By the late 1970s, every city was exceedingly crowded, with low courtyards adjacent to one another. In these cramped spaces, there were often 2 or 3 households, and in some cases, 5 people crammed into a single room. Ye Jingchuan walked for quite a while in the narrow, congested alley before halting in front of a black wooden door. The lintel of the wooden door was somewhat low. At a height of 1.80 meters, Ye Jingchuan had to slightly lower his head to pass through, casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching. He stepped forward to knock on the door. His knocking was executed with a certain finesse, 3 short taps followed by 2 longer ones. When no response came, he knocked again. Coming. A robust male voice echoed from within the courtyard as the black wooden door creaked open. A burly man with a somewhat fierce appearance scrutinized Ye Jingchuan from head to toe. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Brother Feng," Ye Jingchuan replied, offering a smile that exuded approachability, which eased Feng Shichang's wariness. Do I know you?" "Of course. We met briefly at Lu Bonchue's shop," Ye Jingchuan responded. Feng Shichang examined him closely. The man before him donned a neat black Zhongshan suit and possessed striking good looks, albeit with a youthful complexion that suggested they were not from the same world. After pondering for a moment, Feng Shichang could not recall this individual. But since Lu Bonchue was a friend of his, he assumed the man must be trustworthy. After a brief contemplation, Feng Shichang opened the door halfway, peered down the alley to ensure there were no watchers, and then fully opened the door. "Come in." The courtyard was small, consisting of only 2 main rooms and a modest eastern wing, which appeared rather untidy with overgrown weeds sprouting from the ground. Without Feng Shichang's imposing presence, it would have been difficult to ascertain that anyone resided there. "Speak, what brings you to me?" "I have some premium weasel pelts and was wondering if Brother Feng is still in the market for them." As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan unwrapped the large bundle he had carried on his back, revealing neatly stacked weasel pelts and dried weasel meat. He picked up one of the pelts and presented it to Feng Shichang, stating, "These pelts were harvested after autumn began, not differing much from those taken in November. Yet their quality remains exceptional. Observe the length. Each exceeds 40 centimeters, and I discarded any smaller ones. Weasel pelts harvested in November are considered the finest, with prices escalating alongside their length. A difference of just a few centimeters could result in a significant price variance." "They look quite good," Feng Shichang remarked, as he was well versed in the trade of pelts. He examined the texture, his hands discerning the quality immediately. Subsequently, he retrieved a measuring tape, meticulously measuring each pelt, confirming that they indeed matched Ye Jingchuan's claim, each exceeding 40 centimeters in length. Catching such large weasels requires not only venturing deep into the mountains, but also a certain skill, as they are notoriously elusive. "How do you wish to sell them?" "This is my first transaction with Brother Feng. I am unsure how to quote a price." "You may offer what you deem fair," Ye Jingchuan replied. A seasoned player in the underworld of commerce, in his past life, his dealings with Feng Shichang would not occur until 5 years hence. At the age of 23 in 1977, he possessed little societal experience, initially selling the pelts to rural vendors for 3 yuan each. As his confidence grew, he ventured into the black market in the city, where he managed to sell each pelt for 5 yuan. However, navigating the city's black market was fraught with peril, often leading to encounters with unscrupulous individuals, and sometimes, even after receiving payment for his pelts, he would find himself being followed. At that time, there was a young man at the Hongxing commune who was adept at trapping weasels. Unfortunately, he caught the attention of individuals who targeted him in the black market for his pelts. On his way home, he fell victim to robbery and lost his life. It can be said that every penny earned by Ye Jingchuan was hard-won, and each trip to the black market to sell pelts was a gamble with his life, all for the sake of earning an extra 2 yuan per pelt. "How many pelts do you have?" 38 pelts and 35 strips of jerky. "Though the quantity is somewhat limited, since they are all referred by friends, I will purchase them at 15 yuan each, and the jerky will be 3 yuan per piece." "All right, from now on, I will send any good pelts directly to Brother Feng." "That would be splendid. November is approaching, and it is during this month that the pelts are at their finest. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Good pelts fetch good prices. I, Feng Lao, am not short on money, merely in need of quality pelts." Indeed, who does not know of Brother Feng's capabilities? Ye Jingchuan's words were not mere flattery. Feng Shichong indeed possessed a notable degree of skill. He did not sell the pelts to small workshops, but contributed them to the country's foreign exchange. Yet, this was merely a polite exchange. He had numerous avenues for profit and would not resort to hunting weasels in the mountains again. Though pelts were profitable, the pursuit was akin to chasing after shadows. Success depended heavily on luck. Relying on luck for profit is not sustainable. It is better to pursue a different trade. Feng Shichong carefully inspected the pelts again to ensure there were no issues, then handed Ye Jingchuan cash directly. At 15 yuan per pelt, 38 pelts amounted to 570 yuan, plus the jerky money, totaling 675 yuan. Count it. Feng Shichong produced a stack of cash and handed Ye Jingchuan a 5 yuan note. Ye Jingchuan counted the substantial sum before tucking it into his pocket, not in a hurry to depart. Chapter 10. Purchasing fabric. Ye Jingchuan was well aware of Feng Shichong's capabilities. After many years, the two had become friends, and he had often listened to Feng recount his rise to success over drinks. Brother Feng, I have a favor to ask. I have just gotten married, but our family is quite poor and unable to acquire fabric tickets. Could you possibly procure some fabric tickets for me? I would like to buy some fabric to make a couple of outfits for my wife. How much do you need? I have quite a few, but the price is not cheap. I can offer you 30 cents per foot. Given that Ye Jingchuan's family of 5 could scarcely piece together a single set of clothing without patches, his need for fabric was substantial. I need 90 feet. Very well. Feng Shichong replied calmly, immediately heading to the eastern wing to retrieve the fabric tickets. Despite the dilapidated exterior of the eastern wing, the interior was meticulously organized, housing several large bamboo baskets filled with scraps of fabric. These scraps represented another objective for Ye Jingchuan today. Feng Shichong had extensive connections. His brother-in-law worked at a clothing factory and could obtain a significant amount of fabric scraps. The assortment included various colors and qualities, solid cotton, printed cotton, and an array of colored khaki fabric, all haphazardly piled together, creating a somewhat chaotic appearance. Here are the 90 feet of fabric tickets. Feng Shichong handed Ye Jingchuan a small stack of tickets, mostly 1-foot tickets, with only a few 5-foot ones. As Ye Jingchuan accepted the tickets and prepared to pay Feng Shichong, he casually inquired, Brother Feng, are you selling these fabric scraps? Sell it for 20 cents per pound without being picky about the fabric. You must take at least 5 baskets at a time. I do not sell individually. May I take a look? Certainly. Feng Shichong swiftly brought a basket of scraps to the courtyard for Ye Jingchuan to inspect. He presented a basket filled primarily with floral cotton fabric, a soft and delightful pure cotton material that young girls adore, perfect for making bras and vests. The scraps available for sale generally consist of wide-width pieces that are flawed or measure less than a foot. They are not small remnants. In garment factories, these scraps are deemed useless remnants. Yet, in times of scarcity, they are highly sought after. Adults cannot make clothes for themselves, but can create garments for children. Those with skill can even patch together clothing for adults or craft bags, bed linens, and quilts. Where there is demand, there are always individuals willing to take risks to resell these items. Although they cannot openly circulate in the market, making a little profit is quite feasible. At 20 cents per pound, one can acquire several pieces of cotton fabric. Ye Jingchuan, upon reselling a piece for 30 cents, finds the profit quite substantial. If he encounters a piece measuring a foot, he can sell it for even more, depending on his luck. Brother Feng, may I come tomorrow morning to collect some scraps? Please prepare 5 baskets for me. I would like to try selling them, he inquired. Of course, I see you are a straightforward person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Do not sell these scraps in the city. Instead, find a large market at the commune. I assure you, you will sell out 5 baskets in an hour, responded Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. I will remember that, and I shall arrive early tomorrow. No problem. In the city, officials frequently apprehend small vendors, while the commune market is significantly more lenient. Scraps do not require fabric coupons, and since he does not operate as an individual business entity, there is no need to prove the source of the scraps, and no one will scrutinize him. After all, scraps priced at mere cents are of little concern for inspection. As Ye Jingchuan exited Feng Shichong's yard, he felt the warm embrace of the autumn afternoon sun. Even the cool autumn breeze against his face was remarkably pleasant. The minibuses returning to the commune were infrequent, so Ye Jingchuan hurried to pick up Nanzhi. On his way, he purchased 2 covered, pale yellow enamel basins adorned with a lovely pair of mandarin ducks, and a pair of enamel mugs imprinted with red double happiness characters. Today marked their wedding. and they needed to acquire something presentable. Having spent several years navigating Jiangpu City, Ye Jingchuan was well acquainted with the area, knowing precisely where to find goods that did not require coupons and were reasonably priced. After procuring the enamel mugs, he further sought a large blue canvas tote, ample enough to comfortably hold both basins. He was certain that upon returning to the old Ye family home, there would be no meal prepared for them. So he stopped by a bun shop, purchasing 30 large meat buns at 10 cents each. He also bought a bottle of rice wine, purportedly homemade. The vendor, an elderly man, had no bottle to offer, using a gourd instead, which he had grown and cleaned meticulously. Ye Jingchuan took a whiff of the rice wine, finding its aroma quite agreeable, and at 20 cents per pound, he bought 2 pounds, perfectly filling the large gourd. Today, as he celebrates his wedding, Ye Jingchuan not only purchased dumplings but also acquired a substantial piece of braised beef and a whole serving of sauce-marinated pig's face, both of which are considered hearty dishes. This evening, the family is poised to indulge in a splendid feast. Remarkably, he spent less than 10 yuan in total, prompting Ye Jingchuan to reflect on the current state of unity, which is indeed a delightful occurrence. As he carried the heavy handbag toward the cinema, the crowd was just dispersing. The entrance buzzed with activity, and the small vendors who had previously scattered in the alley were now congregated once more, lively with patrons purchasing snacks and trinkets. Jingchuan, I'm here. Nanzhi spotted the tall and sturdy figure of Ye Jingchuan from a distance. Have you been waiting long? Let us grab something to eat before heading home. All right. Ye Jingchuan, apprehensive that the throngs might separate them, firmly grasped Nanzhi's hand. This time, she did not pull away, though her ears flushed slightly with warmth. Having met up with Nanzhi, Ye Jingchuan was eager not to waste a moment and swiftly made his way to the marketplace. Conventionally, the fabric at the Red Star Supply and Marketing Cooperative tends to be more affordable than in the city, albeit with fewer styles. Given Nanzhi's youth, she desired to wear something vibrant. The fabric at Jingchuan's mall is rather expensive. Let's go to the supply cooperative instead. It won't differ by much. Perhaps just a few mao. Today, we shall purchase here, he insisted, not allowing Nanzhi to counter his suggestion as he led her directly to the fabric counter. By mid-afternoon, there were not many people around the counter, and Ye Jingchuan quickly maneuvered to the front with Nanzhi in tow. As the weather has cooled, you should select a piece of corduroy. It's quite substantial, he advised. All right. The counter displayed a dazzling array of fabrics and patterns, overwhelming to the eye. Considering her frequent work needs, Nanzhi hesitated to choose overly bright colors, ultimately settling on a deep red fabric. Naturally, with a top, pants were also necessary, though options were limited to blue or black. At 4.5 for a foot of corduroy, the sales clerk measured Nanzhi's dimensions, estimating she would require no less than 9 feet of fabric for a complete outfit. Concerned that the measurement might fall short, Ye Jingchuan purchased 10 feet. This is too expensive. I only need a top. I want to buy pants, Nanzhi exclaimed, startled by the price. As a newlywed, she worried that spending so much would not sit well with the Ye family, and she would rather forego the outfit for the sake of a smoother life. It's merely an outfit. I can afford it. Nanzhi, you should accept it with ease, he reassured her. The sales clerk, smiling, chimed in, My dear, you must be newlyweds. Your husband is quite considerate. This is truly a wonderful thing. Another woman buying fabric nearby echoed, You are indeed fortunate. Feeling bashful under the admiration of others, Nanzhi was acutely aware of Ye Jingchuan's kindness. Chapter 11. The warm family home. There were few small buses returning to the Red Star commune from the city. But after hastily selecting the fabric, the couple managed to catch the final bus back. After a day spent outdoors, Ye Jingchuan could easily walk back to the Xiaohe Brigade. But Nanzhi, being a young woman, would likely tire easily. Thus, he wandered nearby to find an elder with a horse cart, offering him a mao to take them a short distance. On the carriage, Ye Jingchuan rubbed his legs and could not help but exclaim that it would be wise to purchase a bicycle for the family in the future, as relying solely on one's own legs was undeniably inconvenient. Bicycles did not come cheap. Aside from the cost of the bicycle ticket, each one was priced at 150 yuan. In the entire Xiaohe Brigade, only 4 households could afford such a luxury, a true extravagance not accessible to everyone. Well, in time, they would have it all. If they worked diligently, not only would they be able to buy a bicycle, but also a sewing machine. With a smile, Ye Jingchuan gazed at Nanzhi, envisioning the good days that lay ahead, awaiting her enjoyment of life's blessings. Upon their return to the Xiaohe Brigade, The sun had already set. Instead of heading back to the old Ye's home, they made their way to the ancestral residence. The yard, which had appeared desolate in the morning, had now been cleared of overgrown weeds, revealing the original stone path. The windows of the 4 main rooms had been covered with newspapers, while somewhat unsightly. They would suffice for a few days. Observing the ancestral home, Ye Jingchuan felt little stir of emotion. In the past, people had taken great care in constructing houses. Despite the current dilapidated appearance of the stone structure, its walls were half a meter thick, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Even after 20 years, the house would remain standing. Zhao Xiaoyu was tending to the fire in the main room. Upon seeing the two return, she quickly set down her fire poker and rushed out to greet them. "You two are finally back. I was beginning to wonder if something had happened while you were out for the marriage certificate." "Nothing happened," Ye Jingchuan reassured her, understanding her concerns about potential troubles in dealing with leather sales. "Come inside quickly. I will prepare dinner shortly." "Oh, the ancestral house is in quite a disarray. Why don't you take Nanzhi to your grandmother's house for a bit?" "Mom, there's no need for such trouble. I can help you tidy up the house," Nanzhi shyly called out to Zhao Xiaoyu. She was not naive. She had observed the commotion surrounding their marriage at the old Ye's house today. Rather than endure their idle gossip, she preferred to assist Zhao Xiaoyu with some chores here. No, you and Jingchuan go to the east room. The Kong is laid with straw mats for you to sit on." Zhao Xiaoyu could not bear to let the new bride work so soon after entering the family. While speaking, she lit the candles in the main room. The ancestral house had not been inhabited for some years, and the electricity had not yet been reinstalled, leaving them with no choice but to use candles. "Please sit in the room for a while. I will take some lard and properly clean the iron pot, and then I will prepare dinner." Ye Jingchuan glanced at the iron pot on the stove, which had likely just been washed. It contained a pot of water, boiling vigorously. Yet traces of rust still lingered within. "Mom, where did you get this iron pot? Don't tell me it was given by Grandma. Are you dreaming?" "I borrowed it from the Tingdong family. Once we have our own, I will return it to them." In the brigade, no one was affluent, and borrowing a pot was no small feat at this point. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions. Today was the joyous occasion of Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi's wedding. Yet they had not enjoyed a proper ceremony, let alone a decent meal. Living in such circumstances filled Zhao Xiaoyu with resentment. She had previously been too timid, allowing her children to suffer alongside her. "Mom, you need not cook dinner. I've brought back some steamed buns." "Where are Dad and Qianqian?" "Your father went to borrow mud bricks from your great-uncle because the fire pit in the west room collapsed, and it requires repairs before we can move back in." As Zhao Xiaoyu's words fell, Ye Yuanshan and Ye Qianqian wheeled in a cart laden with mud bricks into the courtyard. The moment Ye Jingchuan shrugged off his Zhongshan suit, he hurried to assist in unloading the cart. Seeing him busy with the bricks, Nanzhi felt it inappropriate to remain idle and also removed her coat to lend a hand. "Jingchuan, take Nanzhi inside to rest for a bit. It's just a few bricks, and I will finish unloading shortly," Ye Yuanshan said, a man of reason who would not burden his new daughter-in-law on her first day. "Qianqian, please take your sister-in-law inside. I have some snacks in my bag for your mother to bring out. We can have dinner once we finish unloading." "All right," Ye Qianqian exclaimed, setting down the bricks with delight as she took Nanzhi's hand and led her into the house. Earlier that morning, she had been sent out by Ding Chunhua to tend to the cattle, only to return in the afternoon to learn of Ye Jingchuan's marriage and the division of the family. With a new sister-in-law suddenly in the household, her curiosity was piqued. "Sister-in-law, my mother said you went to the city to take wedding photos today. What was it like?" "It wasn't much. I was just quite nervous," Nanzhi replied. The two chatted as they entered the main room, where Ye Jingchuan was deftly unloading the cart. "Jingchuan, I see that Nanzhi is a good girl. You must treat her well," his father urged. "I understand," he replied, recalling a similar admonition from a past life, where he had felt rebellious and uneasy, even snapping at his father, nearly incurring a beating. Halfway through unloading the mud bricks, a sudden exclamation from Zhao Xiaoyu pierced the air. "Jingchuan, how could you buy 30 large buns?" And she quickly covered her mouth, refraining from finishing her thought. In their household, being able to have steamed buns at every meal was already a sign of good fortune. Dumplings or buns were treats reserved for festive occasions. The sheer quantity of buns and meat Ye Jingchuan brought home astounded her. The old Ye family had never been so extravagant during the new year. "Mother, just enjoy the meal. Today, I sold the skins, and now that we've divided the family, this money will be for our own household. We can have meat every day without any issue," Ye Jingchuan reassured her, causing Ye Yuanshan to feel a flush of embarrassment. He considered himself an inadequate father, having allowed his wife and children to endure considerable hardship. My child, you've just gotten married, and once you have children, there will be even more expenses. You cannot spend so recklessly, his father cautioned. I will earn more money in the future. I promise not to neglect my children, Ye Jingchuan affirmed. Deliberately glancing toward the main room, though Nanzhi, with her head slightly bowed, did not catch his fervent gaze. Once the mud bricks were tidied away, the family gathered around the table on the fire pit in the east room for dinner. The house had been uninhabited for a long time, its walls weathered and pockmarked, the floor somewhat damp. Even after a thorough cleaning, moss still clung to the corners. To be honest, if the windows had not been covered with fresh newspapers, it would be hard to imagine that anyone could reside here. The only new addition in the entire room was likely the golden layer of wheat straw beneath the old mat. Yet, in such an environment, the family shared a hearty meal, their spirits high. On the table, the marinated beef and braised pork were sliced into delicate pieces, while the plump buns were arranged in a beige enamel basin, creating a stunning display of 30 stacked buns. Qianqian poured a bowl of rice wine for each person. Observing the lavish spread before them, Ye Yuanshan felt a surge of joy. Dad, can I drink too? Ye Qianqian inquired uncertainly, glancing at Ye Yuanshan. Of course. The rice wine is not very strong. A little won't harm you. With his approval, Ye Qianqian excitedly poured herself a bowl of rice wine. Previously, at the old Ye household, she had never been allowed even a sip of rice wine, let alone a bowl of sweetened water, on the first day of separation. She had deeply appreciated the benefits that came with it. As the rice wine was poured, Ye Yuanshan raised his bowl. Looking at Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi with a cheerful smile, Jingchuan, Nanzhi, today marks your wedding. Our family wishes you happiness and fulfillment. Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi raised their rice wine in unison. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Chapter 12. Greed leads to ruin inside the humble ancestral home. The family gathered around the heated Kong, illuminated by candles, enjoying white flour meat buns and rice wine, their laughter and chatter filling the air with warmth. Meanwhile, at the old Ye residence, Ding Chunhua began preparing dinner before dusk. Mother, why are you cooking so early? Father and elder brother haven't returned yet, Shun Huifang remarked, puzzled, as she stoked the fire and watched Ding Chunhua sticking corn cakes. I've sent Guanyin to fetch your father back. Tonight, we'll have potatoes stewed with meat. We can't let the second family come over for a free meal, so we should eat early. She felt disgruntled at the thought of them arriving just in time for dinner. If they sat down to eat, it would be uncomfortable for her. If she denied them, it might hurt their pride, so she preferred to finish dinner early, reasoning that they wouldn't have the audacity to ask her for food. Potatoes stewed with meat smell so good. I haven't had the scent of meat in months. Shun Huifang swallowed hard, recalling how summer made it difficult to store meat. Generally, they wouldn't buy any unless there was a significant occasion. With the arrival of autumn and cooler weather, only the wealthier families could afford meat, while those living together like them would be lucky to taste a bit of lard. The prospect of having potatoes stewed with meat was a luxury, especially since it was due to her son's wedding. However, a frown creased her brow. Today should have been her son's wedding, but it had turned into Ye Jingchuan's celebration instead. Mother, didn't you say we could find another wife for Guanyin? Where will we get the bride price? I've heard from the villagers that young girls now all demand 3 turns and 1 ring. They've each gone mad. Some can't even afford a meal. Yet they want all that. In Shun Huifang's eyes, the ideal girls would be those who asked for nothing, and it would be even better if they could bring a dowry. After finishing the corn cakes and covering the pot, Ding Chunhua looked at Shun Huifang with a proud expression. Relying on you? My eldest grandson might not even find a wife. This afternoon, I'll visit Matchmaker L to see if she can find a beautiful wife for Guanyin. I should have news in a few days. As for the bride price, there is Ye Jingchuan. I recall he caught several yellow weasels before winter last year and made quite a bit of money from them. This year should be similar. I have long decided that we cannot afford the 3 rounds and 1 sound, but purchasing a sewing machine and a bicycle should not pose much of a problem. That amounts to a considerable sum. The sewing machine costs 130, and the cheapest bicycle is at least 120, not to mention they both require receipts. Along with the bride price and various other expenses, it totals at least 500 yuan. Shen Huifang widened her eyes in disbelief. 500 yuan is indeed a substantial amount, one she has never even encountered. While it is a significant sum, the Guanyin family can tighten their belts to gather it. Alas, It is a pity that Qianqian is still too young. If she were a bit older, she could marry, and with the bride price, we could help Guanyin find a wife without having to scrimp and save. Shen Huifang could not help but sigh. Ding Chunhua remarked that living frugally was no exaggeration. They probably only had dumplings to eat during the new year, and throughout the year, they could hardly catch a whiff of meat. But there is still Baoyan. When Qianqian turns 19, I will start introducing her to potential suitors, and by then, we can secure a hefty bride price to help Baoyan with his marriage. Indeed, mother has thought this through. Shen Huifang has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Her second son, Yi Baoyan, is 18, just 2 years older than Yi Qianqian. She also has a daughter, Yi Lingling, who is the same age as Qianqian, just turned 16. While she is unwilling to marry off her own daughter early, she is plotting for her niece Qianqian, revealing her rather dark intentions. In her previous life, Shen Huifang had similar plans, but ultimately, Zhao Xiaoyu fought fiercely to protect Yi Qianqian. However, to prevent her from being harmed by the old Yi family, she hastily arranged for her marriage, resulting in a chaotic and unhappy union for Qianqian. After dinner, Ye Jingchuan lit candles and joined Ye Yuanshan to repair the collapsed Kong in the west room. He is quite skilled and managed to fix it without any assistance, carefully applying mud to every corner to prevent smoke leakage. Once the Kong was repaired, Ye Jingchuan remained industrious. The main house consists of 4 rooms. He and Mu Nanzhi occupy one, his parents use 2. And the remaining room serves as a common area unfit for habitation. Consequently, his sister Yi Qianqian had no place to stay, prompting them to discuss tidying up the east wing. The east wing contains 2 rooms that were previously used for storage and lacks a Kong. Thus, the best solution for accommodating someone would be to set up a Kong. Qianqian, I will bring a bed for you to stay on in the next few days. I will work with Dad to make mud bricks to set up your Kong and also repair the roofs, he said. Brother, I'm not in a hurry. Even if we can't build the Kong right away, 2 thick quilts will suffice for winter, Qianqian replied, though her words lacked conviction, as their family did not possess many thick quilts. Without a Kong, she feared she would suffer during the winter. Rest assured, brother will not let you freeze. He reassured her. The ancestral home still had numerous drafts making it uninhabitable. According to Ye Yuanshan, they should temporarily squeeze into the west wing of the old Yi family for a few nights, but Ye Jingchuan disagreed. He did not want to pull a curtain around the Kong with 6 family members crammed together. The very thought embarrassed him. Mu Nanzhi and I can stay in the ancestral home. Mother has prepared plenty of firewood, and the Kong is quite warm. Besides, it has just entered autumn, and the nights aren't too cold yet. Ye Yuanshan wished to counsel Ye Jingchuan, noting that the walls of the ancestral home had crumbled, and the wooden door of the main hall had a gap wide enough for 2 fingers, allowing the night breeze to rush inside. The windows, too, were long overdue for repairs, whistling with the wind. While you're here, bring along a couple of blankets. Your grandmother made those 2 wedding quilts for you. It was only upon Zhao Xiaoyu's reminder that Ye Yuanshan realized his son was married now, and sharing a bed with them would be quite inconvenient. Ye Jingchuan instructed Mu Nanzhi to remain at the ancestral home while he accompanied Zhao Xiaoyu back to the old Yi residence to fetch the blankets. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Ye Jingchuan was greeted by the sight of muddy water strewn across the ground and the remnants of a small building that had burned down. A slight smile graced his lips, for his mood was rather buoyant. Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu had heard whispers about the fire at the old Yi residence, but since they had already separated, they hadn't come to check on it. Now, upon seeing the charred remains of the small building, they exchanged glances, surprised at the extent of the damage, but it was no longer their concern. Hearing the commotion, Yi Guanyin emerged from the main house. Uncle, you're back. Grandfather and grandmother would like you and Jingchuan to come inside. They wish to discuss something with you. Ye Jingchuan glanced into the east room, where Yi Haod and Ding Chunhua sat at the head of the Kong, while Shen Huifang and Yi Fushan occupied the foot. His elder uncle's family was notably absent. Likely upon noticing their return, Shen Huifang busied herself with tidying up the sunflower seeds and peanuts on the Kong, as if afraid they might consume what little food remained. Truly a laughable sight. Jingchuan, you should go. Remember that you are married now and have a family of your own. Even if not for yourself, you must consider your little family. I understand, mother. Please help me with the blankets. I'll be quick about it. Ye Jingchuan was well aware of why his grandparents sought him. He had not concealed his foray into selling skins earlier that day, and they were likely still deluding themselves into thinking he would hand over the earnings. The father and son entered the east room, one after the other. "Father, did you call for me?" Ye Jingchuan took a seat, eyeing the stowed teapot. This was indeed his biological father, who wouldn't even spare him a cup of tea. Today, since Jingchuan has just married, I hesitated to bring it up, but after all, Jingchuan has taken Gui Nian's betrothal, which has made things rather awkward for him in the community. As his elder brother, I must compensate for Gui Nian in some way. Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but laugh in disbelief at his grandfather's twisted reasoning. Was this truly how he perceived things? Ye Gui Nian's misfortune was being deftly manipulated. Chapter 13. The beads of calculation have fallen from the face. In the past, had Ye Hao made such remarks, Ye Jingchuan would have unhesitatingly offered the money from selling skins for the sake of the old Ye family's reputation. However, Ye Jingchuan had undergone a transformation. He stood silently beside Ye Yuanshan, observing Ye Hao's performance. Ye Yuanshan, also unresponsive, feigned ignorance, protesting through his silence. Noticing the lack of response from both father and son, Ye Hao furrowed his brow, pondering what had come over them today, as they were behaving quite differently than usual. An air of awkwardness enveloped the room. After a deep puff from his pipe, Ye Hao could no longer restrain himself. "I was thinking that this situation could be resolved without much fuss. If Gui Nian marries quickly, in time everyone will forget this matter. Your mother sought the assistance of the matchmaker to find a suitable bride for you. The young woman in question possesses exceptional beauty and a diligent nature. However, her family demands a bride price along with a significant dowry. After consulting with your mother, we concluded that with Jingchuan's recent success in selling furs, we could collectively gather 500 yuan to settle this matter, thus preserving the brotherly bond between Jingchuan and Gui Nian. Jingchuan, what are your thoughts regarding your grandfather's demands?" Ye Yuanshan gazed at Ye Jingchuan with a stoic expression. As his son, Jingchuan had become thoroughly disillusioned with the old Ye family after enduring numerous tribulations. Previously, he had always considered his father's reputation and the family's honor, sacrificing his own wife and children in the process. Yet, this time, Ye Jingchuan's defiance served as a revelation, awakening him to the folly of his years. His father's favoritism was not a recent development, and it was likely to persist. Did he intend to be filial to the point of folly for a lifetime, thereby subjecting his wife and children to hardship for the sake of the old Ye family? Ye Jingchuan lifted his gaze to Ye Hao. His grandfather had just delivered a lengthy and hollow speech, filled with too many flaws for him to address. Nanzhi remained alone in the ancestral home, and he had no desire to engage in a futile debate amidst such nonsense. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "I have 2 points to make. First, it is Ye Gui Nian who is adamantly refusing to marry Nanzhi, and no one is compelling him to do so. Hence, I owe him nothing. The entire team can attest to this, and I am under no obligation to compensate him. Second, I am a person of misfortune, and dealing with weasels brings nothing but bad luck. Therefore, the money I earn carries that same misfortune. I advise against borrowing from me, for I fear transmitting this ill fate to you. Should anything happen to you, I would find it hard to account for." The expressions of those present varied widely upon hearing Ye Jingchuan's words, particularly Ye Hao and Ding Chunhua, whose faces flushed with indignation. With Ye Jingchuan having articulated his position so clearly, what more could they say? Would they assert that they cared not for the misfortune surrounding him, but only for the money? Even with their thick skin, such words would not cross their lips. Seated in his chair, Ye Yuanshan was momentarily stunned before quickly turning his head away, fearing he might laugh aloud in front of everyone. He was unaware of when his son had become so eloquent. After a prolonged silence, Ye Hao glared fiercely at Ye Jingchuan. "Jingchuan, how can you speak so harshly? As the eldest grandson of the Ye family, it is your duty to look after your younger siblings. Times are tough for everyone. You have a means to earn money, and you should extend a helping hand to your siblings rather than feasting alone while they languish in hardship." "Wait, grandfather, are you suggesting that I take Gui Nian with me to the mountains to catch weasels? While it is not an impossible task, it is rather exhausting, requiring one to traverse the hills extensively. You rascal, cease pretending to be naive." Ye Hao was infuriated. Ye Jingchuan had previously been easily manipulated. Whenever he lamented the difficulties of life, Jingchuan would unhesitatingly venture into the mountains to catch weasels, even spending nights there to increase his catch. Why had he suddenly become so obstinate today? "Grandfather, I am 23 now, not a naive child easily deceived. Even children my age have learned to fend for themselves." Having reached an impasse, Ye Jingchuan no longer wished to squander time. After all, his wife awaited him for their wedding night. Beside him, Ding Chunhua seethed with resentment. For today, she demanded every last penny from the money Ye Jingchuan earned from selling hides. No less would suffice. I surely have no money to lend. We have just separated our households, and our ancestral home is still riddled with leaks. There are numerous expenses for its repair. Which is more crucial? The restoration of our ancestral home or your brother's marriage? Jingchuan, as the eldest grandson of the Ye family, you must not disappoint your grandfather. Is that even a question, Grandma? Clearly, the restoration of our ancestral home takes precedence. You wouldn't want our family of 5 to continue dining at the old Ye residence after the separation, would you? At that moment, Ye Jingchuan was resolute. No one from the old Ye family would be able to manipulate him any longer. He had seen through the attempts to leverage familial bonds and friendships, and he had fortified himself against such tactics. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. From the moment he entered, Ye Jingchuan had remained standing, with no one offering him a seat, or even remembering to invite him to sit. Ye Yuanshan observed the son he had raised so diligently. Now, with newfound confidence, he treated his grandfather with indifference. For every word Ye Yuanshan spoke, 10 retorts awaited him from his grandson. Unable to sway his grandson, Ye Hao turned his attention to his more docile son. Now tell me, since Guan Yin is about to marry, will you lend him this money? I believe what Jingchuan said makes sense. For years, you've deemed him to bring misfortune, fearing he would affect the family's luck. If that is the case, let him keep the money he earned from selling hides. As for Guan Yin, he is merely a year younger than Jingchuan. If Jingchuan can find a way to marry, I trust Guan Yin can as well. Besides, during our separation, I still bore the burden of 200 yuan in debts. So I have no funds to lend Guan Yin. Seeing that Ye Yuanshan and his son were resolute in their refusal to lend money, Ye Hao exchanged a glance with Ding Chunhua and continued, Fine, you've separated and feel emboldened, disregarding the welfare of your siblings. Very well. Let me ask you this. Do you also neglect the well-being of your parents? Certainly not. If my parents require assistance, I shall offer it without a word of complaint. All right. Since we are discussing our separation, let us address the matter of elder care. Your elder brother and younger brother are not well off. I do not expect much from them. Whether your mother and I can enjoy a decent meal in our old age relies on your filial piety. Father, just tell me what you wish me to do. From now on, provide me with 10 yuan each month. I do not require your rice or flour. 10 yuan a month for elder care is no trifling sum, even in the production brigade. After all, the monthly wage for workers hovers around 30 yuan. For instance, in the Xiaohe brigade, a male laborer received only 80 yuan at year-end settlement, while women received between 60 and as little as 30 or 40. Ye Hao's demand for 10 yuan monthly was a clear attempt to seize the little money Ye Jingchuan had from selling hides. Father, you cannot simply dictate an amount. Tomorrow, I will inquire about elder care in the brigade and see what the officials say. Ah, Ye Yuanshan, you seek to infuriate me, always opposing my words. Now, it seems you disregard everything I say. I certainly have not quarreled. A meager 10 yuan a month for old age support is something that, if mentioned, would likely elicit disbelief across the entire village. It is perhaps more prudent to discuss this matter with the village leaders. Ye Hao truly did not foresee that today would unfold so unfavorably, regardless of what he said. The second son and his father seemed to be perpetually at odds with him. Chapter 14. No money, just a life. The elder Ye, who had always been resolute and unwavering, found himself overwhelmed by indignation. You may leave at once. Since we have divided our household, do not linger in this courtyard any longer. Father, those are your words, Ye Yuanshan protested, rising abruptly. It was already past 7 in the evening. Many were already asleep at this hour, yet his father demanded that he vacate and relocate at such an inconvenient time. Yes, I said it. Now, I command you to leave the Ye household immediately. Very well. I shall move out now. With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, Ye Yuanshan refrained from further argument. Leading Ye Jingchuan out from the east room. Xiaoyu, gather our belongings. I shall procure a cart. We are moving tonight. The commotion from the house had not escaped Zhao Xiaoyu's ears. Go borrow Lu Wanqin's cart. Understood. Lu Wanqin was known as the village's gossip, and by the following morning, news of Ye Yuanshan's family moving would undoubtedly circulate throughout the entire Xia village. Moving was indeed a cumbersome task. The West Wing was filled with items accumulated over 20 years, presenting an overwhelming challenge. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu was undeterred by the inconvenience, even if it meant foregoing sleep tonight. She was resolute in removing every belonging that belonged to their family, vowing never to step foot in the elder Ye's home again. When Ye Jingchuan returned with the cart, his cousin Ye Xiaoyan and his friend Ye Tingdong had come to assist. Ye Xiaoyan, though not the sharpest, stood tall at nearly 6 feet 3, robust as a young calf, and he effortlessly handled the cart that Ye Jingchuan found cumbersome. With their help, the pace of the move quickened significantly. Ding Chunhua observed as Ye Jingchuan loaded basket after basket onto the cart, unable to suppress her murmuring, "Old man, have you not pressed the second son too harshly? What if he bears a grudge against you? If I do not show him the consequences, he may forget that I am his father. Just wait. Tomorrow he intends to inquire about the old age support at the village, and I shall inquire too. Where is it written that a son forsakes his duty to his father? Yet, is not 10 yuan a month rather excessive? Excessive? Have you forgotten that Ye Jingchuan, that little wildling, has been catching weasels? Last autumn, he caught over 100, and sold them for a considerable sum." Upon hearing this, Ding Chunhua ceased her objections. Over the years, the little savings she had managed to accumulate were thanks to Ye Jingchuan's weasel-catching endeavors. Contributing 10 yuan a month was hardly unreasonable. Fortunately, Ye Jingchuan is not a child of the Yi family. Otherwise, with him having slain so many weasels, I would genuinely fear retaliation. Such a lack of courage. Just wait and see tomorrow. The second son will surely relent before me. Yi Haoda remained quite confident about this matter. Today, the second branch of the family was busy tidying up the ancestral home, and they did not return for dinner, leaving them hungry for an entire day and night, which would surely make them more compliant. Tomorrow, they would go to the commune to discuss matters regarding their pension. Their resolve diminished significantly. At that time, they would be presented with two options: either receive a monthly pension of 10 yuan or remain in the family home, where they would have to return to live with the Yi family. However, moving out and then back in again was not an easy feat. All the money Ye Jingchuan had earned from selling the skins would have to be put forth. Ye Haoda's calculations were precise, yet ultimately, they proved to be in vain. As for the ancestral home, Nanzhi had been waiting for Ye Jingchuan, but to her surprise, instead of his arrival, she found herself facing a move. What had happened to Jingchuan? Had my grandfather lost his mind? Ye Jingchuan recounted the events that transpired at the Yi family home, leaving Nanzhi speechless. How could the old man be so biased against his own descendants? It felt as if the entire family was leeching off the second branch, draining them dry. How could he live with himself? Frustrated, Ye Jingchuan glanced at the only available sleeping area, the eastern room with its heated calm. He was filled with indignation. His beautiful wedding night had been ruined. No matter how he calculated, he had never anticipated that his grandfather could be so shameless as to expel them from their home overnight, showing no regard for familial bonds whatsoever. With no time for idle chatter, the two hurriedly packed the belongings they had just moved in. It was late at night, and the ancestral home had no electricity, making it exceedingly inconvenient to navigate in the dark. On several occasions, Nanzhi inadvertently bumped into things while carrying items. At around 11 o'clock at night, the last cartload of belongings finally arrived at the ancestral residence. The assorted items were overwhelming, and Zhao Xiaoyu had no time to organize them, so they were temporarily piled in the yard. After a long day of packing, only the two rooms in the eastern section were fit for habitation. These two rooms shared a Kong, but a brick wall had been hastily erected in the middle to create a semblance of separation. Yet they were still interconnected without a door. Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan were assigned to the innermost room, while the others crowded into the outer room. Zhao Xiaoyu brought in two newly made wedding quilts for them. The Kong in the western room had just been repaired, and it was not suitable for sleeping that night. Everyone would have to squeeze into the eastern room for the time being. Once the western room was ready, they could move over. "All right, Dad, Mom. I have something to discuss," Ye Jingchuan said. "What is it?" Ye Jingchuan dusted off his clothes and turned to Ye Jingchuan, who was filled with pent-up frustration from the move and yearned for a moment of solitude with a pouch of tobacco. "Tomorrow morning, I need to go to the city to fetch some scrap cloth to sell." Upon hearing about the fabric sale, Ye Jingchuan's expression instantly darkened. "Jingchuan, how can you be so reckless? I worry even when you sell a few pieces of yellow fur. Now you want to sell scrap cloth? What if you get caught by the authorities? I've heard from people at the supply and marketing cooperative that those who trade in fabric tickets and agricultural products have faced life sentences. The crime of speculation can lead to sentences ranging from 3 to 5 years at best, and many face 10 to 20 years at worst. It is precisely this severe punishment that deters many from engaging in small trades. Even those with money hesitate to buy materials of dubious origin, fearing the label of a speculator. Father, what I am selling are scraps of fabric, remnants from clothing factories that cannot be made into garments. These fabrics do not require fabric tickets, nor are they a means of speculation. However, that is not permissible either. Ye Jingchuan is an honest man. There are those in the village who are bold enough to secretly procure fabric tickets from outside and inquire if he wants any. He has always gazed longingly, but never dared to accept. Others with fabric tickets could adorn themselves with new clothing for the year, while he and his family are left to wear tattered old clothes, patched multiple times. It is not that he does not wish to provide his wife and children with fine garments, but he does not dare to take such risks. He merely desires to live a stable and peaceful life. Upon seeing Ye Jingchuan's firm opposition, Ye Jingchuan refrained from further discussion and silently extracted a substantial stack of fabric tickets from his pocket, placing them on the table. He intended to make a significant move. Otherwise, Ye Jingchuan would not permit him to sell scraps of fabric. Everyone present was taken aback at the sight of the stack of fabric tickets, having never encountered such a quantity before. Jingchuan, where did you acquire these fabric tickets? Ye Jingchuan's voice trembled slightly. He had just mentioned a case of ticket speculation in the nearby commune, and now Ye Jingchuan producing such a large number of tickets nearly terrified him. I purchased them, he replied. Jingchuan, you are being foolish. We must resolutely avoid engaging in ticket speculation. If we were caught, it could lead to dire consequences. You must return these tickets immediately. We cannot involve ourselves in this matter. Father understands that you have many expenses now that you are newly married, and I will find a way to assist you with money. Though his words lacked conviction, Ye Jingchuan was desperate to keep Ye Jingchuan from being imprisoned. Chapter 15. Scraps of fabric. Seeing his father's profound concern, Ye Jingchuan hurriedly clarified, Father, where are your thoughts wandering? I have no intention of engaging in ticket speculation. These tickets are for fabric I bought to make clothes for our family, not for resale. Mother, please count. There are a total of 80 feet of fabric tickets here, amounting to 100 yuan. Tomorrow, during the market day, you can purchase some clothing for everyone at the supply and marketing cooperative. If the tickets are insufficient, let me know, and I have ways to acquire more. You have ways? Jingchuan, have you forgotten your father's earlier admonitions already? Ye Jingchuan was exasperated. How could his son be so audacious? If I buy it for personal use, no one will apprehend me. Besides, these tickets are from the city. Nobody here knows me. Trust me, I never engage in reckless actions that could endanger myself. At this point, Ye Jingchuan fell silent, lifting his gaze to meet Ye Jingchuan's. The warm glow of the candlelight illuminated his handsome features. Ye Jingchuan's eyes were resolute and earnest, a gaze unfamiliar, yet revealing that the little boy he had always protected had unknowingly matured into a man. Today, he was married and had established his own family, bearing burdens and responsibilities far different from before. With a soft sigh, he remarked, Jingchuan, you have grown and developed your own ideas. Your father will not hinder you. However, you must understand that every action you take does not solely concern you. It could potentially affect our entire family and involve Nanzhi. I understand. Tomorrow, I will gather some scraps of fabric to sell at the market. You and mother can come and see that no one is monitoring us. Very well. As long as you are mindful, that is sufficient. One cannot help but acknowledge the cunning nature of Ye Jingchuan. In a bid to persuade Ye Jingchuan to acquiesce to his plan of selling scraps of cloth, he boldly presented the cloth coupons as a formidable bargaining chip. The impact of this revelation rendered the notion of selling scraps, previously deemed unacceptable, trivial, and thus more palatable to Ye Jingchuan. After discussing the matter of the cloth, the family shifted their conversation to their ancestral home. The dilapidated walls of the house, long uninhabited, suffered from severe drafts. Today, Ye Jingchuan had meticulously replastered the walls of the west room, both inside and out, and with a little touch-up tomorrow, it would be nearly complete. For the time being, the family would reside in the east room until the west room's walls dried thoroughly and the Kong was fully repaired. Once that was accomplished, he intended to adorn the walls with beautiful New Year paintings before they moved back. Father, should we not also repaint the east room? During dinner, I could feel the chilly breeze even while sitting on the Kong, one of them remarked. No hurry. Once you move to the west room, I will tackle each room one by one, came the reply. It's not just the east room. The east wing also requires tidying up, otherwise, it will be uninhabitable. Today, the family was in high spirits, conversing until the midnight hour before finally retiring to bed. In the cool, deep of early autumn night, the faint chirping of insects could be heard outside. Lying on the Kong, Ye Jingchuan found himself restless, unable to succumb to slumber despite the fatigue that enveloped everyone else. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and as he lay there, his mind was a tangled web of thoughts, flitting between the future and the past. He would occasionally glance at Nanzhi, who lay beside him, her slightly upturned lips betraying a hint of charm. Quietly lifting the corner of her blanket, Ye Jingchuan, like a cautious caterpillar, inched his way into her warm cocoon. While tonight seemed destined for inactivity, he found solace in merely sharing the bed with his wife. As he drew closer to her fragrant presence, he gently took her hand, and upon their fingers meeting, he could feel her body tense with nervousness. Amused, Ye Jingchuan reflected on how Nanzhi had appeared so fierce earlier that day while riding in the carriage, yet now she seemed utterly speechless. Rest assured, my dear wife, I will respect your wishes. If you are unwilling, I shall not lay a finger on you, he assured her. Surprised by his words, Nanzhi, feigning sleep, found herself at a loss for words, her emotions a tempest within her. Before marriage, she had steeled herself to accept a life with someone she did not favor, resigned to a mundane existence in this impoverished valley. Yet, Ye Jingchuan's unexpected arrival had subtly shifted the gears of fate, illuminating a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Feeling a touch more at ease, Nanzhi remained silent, her body relaxing in response. Ye Jingchuan edged closer, and just then, she turned over, serendipitously bringing their faces together in an unforeseen encounter. With the beauty nestled against him, Ye Jingchuan felt an uncontainable fire ignite within him, and he inwardly cursed the entire Ye family. What should have been a romantic wedding night had devolved into a mere act of sleeping under the same blanket. He feared that this restraint might lead to complications of a different kind. Nanzhi's face was nearly buried in Ye Jingchuan's chest, and she dared not move, choosing instead to feign sleep. Ye Jingchuan was not in a much better situation. The unique scent that belonged solely to Nanzhi enveloped him, rendering him unable to slumber. Both were inexplicably tense, yet neither made a move, unsure of who had succumbed to sleep first. As dawn broke and the rooster crowed its first call, Ye Jingchuan awoke. When he opened his eyes, Nanzhi still lay obediently in his embrace, his hand resting gently on her waist. In the soft glow of the morning light, her serene sleeping visage captured Ye Jingchuan's attention. He leaned down to gently kiss her forehead and murmured, "My wife is truly beautiful." Today, Ye Jingchuan planned to venture into the city to gather scraps of cloth, and it was imperative that he did not take the small public bus. After dressing and bidding farewell to his family, he set out to find his friend Ye Tingdong. On this early autumn morning, before dawn had fully arrived, many households were already awake, preparing breakfast. By the time Ye Jingchuan reached Ye Tingdong's home, his father, Ye Hansheng, had already left to allocate work for the day. "Tingdong, may I borrow your bicycle for the morning?" he inquired. "Of course, it's no trouble at all. My father and the others are heading up the mountain today and likely won't return until noon. You may use it for the entire day," Ye Tingdong replied readily, pushing the bicycle out from the yard and handing it over without question. "Is there really that much work left in the village, even with autumn upon us?" Ye Jingchuan pondered aloud. "Who knows? I heard from my father that the neighboring commune has a brigade that planted numerous apple trees, and they are beginning to see profits this year." My father, enviously intrigued, even inquired at the commune about it. He mentioned that our village's barren hills could also be suitable for fruit trees. If this succeeds, perhaps each person in our village could earn a few hundred extra yuan annually, Ye Tingdong explained. Hearing this, Ye Jingchuan recalled that many families in the Shaha brigade had prospered from apple cultivation, with some industrious households even purchasing televisions around 1987. It was undeniable that Shaha brigade had a resourceful secretary. Without him, Shaha village might have remained impoverished for much longer. At that moment, Lu Guixiang, Ye Tingdong's mother, noticed the two men whispering at the door and emerged from the kitchen, placing 2 boiled sweet potatoes into Ye Jingchuan's hands. "You haven't had breakfast, have you? Take these sweet potatoes to tide you over," she said. "Thank you, Auntie," Ye Jingchuan replied, foregoing pleasantries as he took the sweet potatoes and began to eat heartily. "Tingdong, around 9 this morning, when you come to the market, look for me," Ye Jingchuan said, lowering his voice. "I remember your aunt can sew, and you should bring along a measuring tape. I have a significant use for it." "Sure," Ye Tingdong readily agreed. As Ye Jingchuan consumed the sweet potatoes, Ye Jingchuan began to share the gossip he had overheard that morning at the brigade. Almost daily, early risers seeking work points would gather at the brigade office, making it the prime time for gossip to spread rapidly. Lu Wanxuan had recounted, with embellishments, the story of the Ye Jingchuan family moving overnight. You should have seen it. The Ye Jingchuan family was busy moving until after 11 p.m., almost midnight. The Ye family is truly ruthless. I've been part of Shaha Brigade for several years, and I've never heard of a family splitting up in such a dramatic fashion. Lu Wanxuan initiated the conversation, and immediately others chimed in, especially the female comrades who maintained amicable relations with Zhao Xiaoyu. Who could deny it? The Yi family ancestral home had been uninhabited for years, with weeds towering over the dilapidated structure, which was both small and damp, hardly a livable place. Only Ye Jingchuan's family remained honest. Had it been me, I would have long since torn the roof off the old Yi residence. Indeed, just yesterday, that child Jingchuan suffered a great injustice when Ye Guanyin forced an unwanted bride upon him, truly an act of bullying. Ye Jingdong, mimicking Lu Wanxuan, curled his lips and spoke in a high-pitched voice, remarking that whenever the old Yi family shed tears in the future, it had always been Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu waiting to divide the labor. Now that the family had separated, they had not shown up. And as for the old Yi family, not a single person had come. Had they forgotten that work points were recorded personally, not collectively for their entire clan? At this point, Ye Jingdong chuckled softly, anticipating that when December arrived for the distribution of work points and wages, his grandfather would likely pull some tricks. Let the soldiers come and the water flow. I fear them not. Ye Jingchuan also smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped, reflecting that this year his parents had accumulated the most work points, likely surpassing the total of all other members of the old Yi family combined. With more than half their income diminished, who could say if the old Yi family would enjoy a prosperous new year? After exchanging words, Ye Jingchuan, eager to head to the city, departed first. Following this incident, he felt entirely relieved that the old Yi family had become a source of ridicule within the brigade. They could no longer tarnish his family's reputation, nor would anyone dare gossip about him and Nanzhi. How delightful it was. This division had alleviated numerous troubles. Chapter 16. Market day. The journey to the city by minibus was quite long, and riding a bicycle was even more arduous by the time Ye Jingchuan arrived. He was breathless from the uphill and downhill trek. Ye brother, you truly are an early riser, yawned Feng Shichang as he opened the gate to let Ye Jingchuan in. I'm just trying to make it to the market. I had to come early. You're carrying 5 baskets of scrap cloth on a bicycle? Feng Shichang glanced at Ye Jingchuan's large gold deer, realizing that those 5 baskets must weigh between 200 to 240 pounds. No light burden indeed. It's manageable. I've brought fertilizer bags to pack the scrap cloth, so I can secure it on the bike. All right, as long as you can carry it. Feng Shichang casually fetched 5 baskets of scrap cloth from the east wing, while Ye Jingchuan filled the fertilizer bags and weighed them afterward. In total, the 5 baskets amounted to 220 pounds, quite substantial. While packing the scraps, Ye Jingchuan made a point to set aside a bag filled with pieces that were nearly of uniform size, for today's earnings would hinge on that particular bag. Once the scraps were packed, Ye Jingchuan did not rush to leave. Brother Feng, do you have access to bicycle or sewing machine tickets? Those are rather scarce. Are you in a hurry? Yes, I just got married, and we have nothing at home. I'll keep an eye out for you. Great. Brother Feng, I'll be back early tomorrow to collect more scraps. I hope I won't disturb your sleep again. You lad, just focus on selling this load of scraps first. It is not that Feng Shichang underestimates Ye Jingchuan. Rather, there are indeed very few small vendors currently in the entire Jiangpu city. The only bustling business area is the narrow alley behind the cinema, while other places are exceedingly rare. The volume of sales is meager, and the number of buyers is equally scant, as everyone is timid and fearful of causing trouble. Just wait and see, Brother Feng. I might manage to clear out all these scraps of cloth from your east wing by tomorrow. That would be splendid. Feng Shichang is somewhat troubled by these remnants. He can manage leather like a master, yet selling scraps of cloth, even for profit, feels beneath him. What kind of man sells small pieces of floral fabric? If Ye Jingchuan can truly help him clear out the scraps, it would indeed be a significant favor. Ye Jingchuan, eager to attend the market, did not linger in conversation with Feng Shichang and hurried back. Burdened with over 200 pounds of fabric scraps, he dared not ride too quickly, particularly cautious on the steep descents, as a sudden increase in speed could lead to losing control of his bicycle. After navigating a substantial downhill stretch, He was drenched in sweat, having not ridden with such a load for many years, and he felt somewhat out of practice. Following that descent, he faced a formidable uphill climb, straining to push his bicycle upwards. He muttered to himself about the urgency of making money to purchase a small truck, as relying solely on his bicycle would surely exhaust him. As Ye Jingchuan rode his sturdy bicycle back to the Hongxing commune, it was just past 9 in the morning. Most early risers had already completed their shopping and were preparing to leave. He found a bustling intersection and stopped his bicycle, laying down a sack of fertilizer and calling out, "Scraps of cloth for sale. 2 dimes each, 2 dimes each." While shouting, he quickly opened the sack, taking out a cut fertilizer bag and dumping out the cheapest fabric scraps. These pieces were relatively small or too narrow to be of much use, but at 2 dimes each, they would attract considerable attention. The 2-dime scraps were placed on the ground, while the 3-dime pieces were kept in one fertilizer bag and the 4-dime pieces in another. The largest pieces, measuring about a foot, were sold for 50 cents each, stored separately to prevent confusion. Ye Jingchuan's enthusiastic calls not only drew numerous curious glances, but also caught the attention of Ye Tingdong, who had been waiting at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance, rushing over with a ruler in hand. "Jingchuan, you've done well to gather so many scraps," Ye Tingdong exclaimed upon spotting a piece of military green khaki fabric. He held it up for inspection, declaring it suitable for making a crossbody bag. Military green crossbody bags were all the rage, with canvas versions selling for 5 to 6 yuan at the cooperative, while better quality ones could even reach 10 yuan or more, prices far beyond the reach of rural children. Consequently, families devised their own methods, sewing various styles of crossbody bags, with military green adorned with a red star being particularly fashionable. One piece is not enough. Take several. Make one for your brother and sister as well. Ye Jingchuan generously handed over 4 pieces of khaki fabric to Ye Tingdong. The bond between the two individuals has always been profound. In his previous life, he ventured south for many years, and it was Ye Tingdong who took care of his family during that time. He still vividly recalls the agony his mother, Zhao Xiaoyu, endured from appendicitis, while his grandparents stubbornly refused to provide the funds for her treatment. Ultimately, it was Ye Tingdong who, at considerable personal sacrifice, used his own money and drove the village tractor to rush her to the hospital. Later, Zhao Xiaoyu recounted that the doctor had warned that had she been delayed even half a day longer, her appendix could have ruptured, leading to a potentially life-threatening abdominal infection. Countless acts of assistance like this went uncounted, yet tragically, Ye Tingdong met an untimely end. He dedicated himself to liberating Xiaohe village from poverty, laboring tirelessly in the fields alongside the villagers, ultimately sacrificing his life in the process. He fell from a cliff while patrolling the mountains at the tender age of 32, leaving behind a pair of children and elderly parents. Ye Jingchuan gazed at Ye Tingdong, who was meticulously inspecting a piece of military green khaki fabric. In this renewed existence, he resolved to be a bit selfish, unwilling to allow him to continue as the thankless village secretary. "Brother, how much do you sell this khaki fabric for?" 40 cents per piece. "Very well, I'll take 4 pieces and settle the payment later." "Don't be ridiculous. We're brothers, no need for such formality." As Ye Tingdong approached, several ants soon gathered around the stall. "Young man, do you require fabric coupons for these cloth scraps?" A woman in a red headscarf inquired, picking up a small piece of fabric. "This isn't a full piece. Why would I need coupons?" "Auntie, this small floral fabric is only 20 cents a piece, and it's the latest trend from the city. I doubt even finished garments have made it to the racks yet." "Is that so? It looks quite lovely, though it is a bit small." The ant held it up for comparison. The fabric was too small to make a shirt, but could certainly be fashioned into a faux collar. Upon hearing that each fabric piece was merely 20 cents and required no coupons, the other ants quickly surrounded the stall, eager to select their materials. "Young man, I'd like 10 pieces of fabric. Can you give me a better deal?" One ant chose 10 pieces, each adorned with exquisite floral patterns. "I'm already selling them for 20 cents each. There's hardly any profit to be made, so please don't haggle further." "Oh, how about you throw in an extra piece? I won't bargain with you anymore." "All right, then I'll include a piece of solid blue fabric. Just help me spread the word. I've been selling fabric scraps at a few large markets in our commune lately." Naturally, the ant was delighted to receive a free solid blue piece and readily agreed. The so-called solid colors were merely various shades of blue and gray, the least conspicuous among a vibrant array of fabrics. Priced similarly, they would likely remain unsold in the end, rather than selling them cheaply. it was wiser to offer them as a sweetener. The ants who purchased fabric scraps would help promote his goods, enhancing his sales prospects in the future. Another ant, noticing Ye Jingchuan giving away fabric, also requested one. Auntie, you've only bought 2 pieces. I truly can't afford to give you another. How about this? If everyone buys 10 pieces, I'll give away 1 solid color of your choice. 10 pieces? That is a bit much. At that moment, everyone's finances were tight, and they wished they could split a penny in half. For most ants, buying 10 pieces of fabric at once was indeed a considerable sum. Chapter 17. Bestsellers. Ant, 10 pieces of fabric are hardly excessive. Just look at this delightful floral pattern. It would be perfect for crafting a cotton coat for a child or a charming summer dress. Earlier, that big sister mentioned she would return home to create a few faux collars. With such a lovely collar paired with a sweater, Ant, you undoubtedly are the most exquisite ant in the brigade. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan's words brought a radiant smile to his aunt's face. Oh dear, you truly know how to flatter, she exclaimed. I have no children at home, nor do I fancy wearing faux collars. The soft little floral pieces have a significant utility. They can be stitched together to make a duvet cover or a bedsheet. If I were to purchase fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative, not only would I need a fabric coupon, but a yard would cost around 45 to 50 cents, and even then, it might not feature such delightful patterns. However, by piecing together this scrap fabric, I can save 2/3 of the cost, enough to make a lovely top. Encouraged by Ye Jingchuan's enthusiastic words, the previously hesitant ant began eagerly selecting small floral fabric remnants. Duvet covers and bedsheets are of no concern when pieced together. The money saved could be just enough to buy fabric for a new top for the upcoming new year. Engaging in small trade can be quite fascinating. If there are no patrons at the stall, it will remain empty, but if a few individuals stop by, soon a crowd gathers. Ye Jingchuan continued to bargain with the aunts and sisters, while nearby, Ye Tingdong had already collected for payments. The gathering crowd at their stall was increasing, and with 4 hands collecting money, they struggled to keep up. A few ants attempted to take advantage, hoping to purchase fabric worth 40 cents for just 20. But Ye Jingchuan saw through their ploy with a discerning eye. Having spent many years selling at stalls in his previous life, he had developed an acute perception. None could hope to deceive him. Amidst the bustling activity, Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu arrived with Nanzhi. They could hear Ye Jingchuan's calls from afar. 20 cents for a piece of fabric, limited quantity, first come, first served. Although Ye Yuanshan had initially insisted that Ye Jingchuan should not sell scraps, he could not resist stepping forward to help upon witnessing the commotion. Within just an hour, all 5 fertilizer bag scraps had been sold out, leaving even the blue and gray fabric intended as extras completely gone. Father, didn't you say you were going to the brigade this morning to discuss the pension issue with Grandpa? Why are you here at the market? This morning, Gui Nian suddenly fell ill, unable to rise from bed. Your grandfather was quite alarmed and took him to the commune health clinic. A little discomfort shouldn't warrant such a fuss. Just endure it, and it will pass. Ye Jingchuan's words struck Ye Yuanshan profoundly. In the past, when his own children were sick, his father's most frequent advice was to simply endure it. Yet for Ye Guanyin, even the slightest ailment necessitated a trip to the clinic. They were all children of the Ye family. How could there be such a disparity? Jingchuan, when will you procure more scraps? Those fabrics are truly lovely. We should keep some for ourselves. I could make a few bags for you. Earlier, Zhao Xiaoyu had conversed with several ants while selling scraps, and using military green khaki fabric for bags would be ideal, sturdy, and durable. I will indeed purchase more tomorrow, and this time I shall acquire a greater quantity. Tomorrow isn't a market day. How will you sell them? Ye Yuanshan queried, perplexed, as he looked at Ye Jingchuan. The day after tomorrow is the market day, but I fear that I might be pressed for time if I head out early to procure goods. Oh, do take care when you go out to gather supplies. I understand. And tomorrow I will have Tingdong accompany me to collect the scraps of fabric. We can sort them out and sell them directly at the market. With a playful wink at Ye Yuanshan, Ye Jingchuan cheerfully inquired, Father, are you not worried about me being apprehended by the authorities? Why the sudden support for my fabric sales? Earlier, while you were busy selling scraps, the officers with red armbands came by twice. They observed your sale of fabric and did not raise any objections. Even those who enforced the law seemed unconcerned. So I shall not oppose you further. Father, the windows of our ancestral homes still have their wooden frames, allowing the night breeze to seep through as we sleep. We should replace them with glass windows. I would like to change the windows, but I simply do not have sufficient funds. Ye Jingchuan sighed softly. When they divided the household, they received only 10 jin of wheat, 10 jin of corn, and a debt of 200 yuan, with a family to feed. The little money he possessed was hardly enough to consider replacing windows. He dared not even hire help for repairs, opting instead to manage everything himself. I have money, Ye Jingchuan declared. The profits from selling fabric today will suffice to cover the windows and door. Father, Liang the carpenter should be at the market today. Let us seek him out and have him craft a new set of windows for us. In truth, given Ye Jingchuan's rate of earning, he could afford to construct a new tiled house, but with winter approaching, it would be impractical. Moreover, the old Ye family's situation had yet to stabilize completely, and he did not wish to flaunt his wealth excessively lest he attract unwanted envy or trouble. At present, the most crucial task is to accumulate wealth swiftly. He aims to ride the crest of the economic wave to amass fortune. Jingchuan, I fear the money you earn from selling scraps may not be sufficient. I sold leather yesterday as well. It will be enough. Ye Jingchuan gathered his stall and, taking Ye Jingchuan by the hand, went to find Liang the carpenter to make the doors and windows. Upon mentioning the construction date of the ancestral home and the approximate dimensions of the windows and doors, Liang the carpenter quoted a price without needing to inspect. I use only quality pine here. A window costs 15, while a door is 25. For your 4 rooms, you'll need 5 windows for 1 room and 4 doors, which totals approximately 175 yuan. If you decide to order the windows, I will come to your home later to measure the dimensions accurately. All right, Uncle Liang, please come by our Xiaohe brigade in the afternoon. My home is at the very end, with a slightly collapsed courtyard wall, surrounded by a yard full of items. That's south my place. Agreed, I will come after lunch. Throughout the entire negotiation, it was Ye Jingchuan who conversed with Liang, while Ye Jingchuan remained silent, observing his son with a smile and reflecting in his heart how much he had grown, capable of standing on his own. Once the windows and doors were settled, Ye Jingchuan inquired if Zhao Xiaoyu had purchased rice or flour, for their share from the division was insufficient to last a day. I bought 20 jin of sweet potato flour and sorghum flour. If that isn't enough, we can buy more at the market. Upon hearing about those 2 types of flour, Ye Jingchuan felt overwhelmed. While sweet potato flour was bearable, sorghum flour had a rather gritty taste and was unpleasant to eat. The only reason Zhao Xiaoyu had chosen those 2 was their affordability. Mother, I have money here. While the market is still open, let us hurry and buy some flour. From now on, we can enjoy steamed buns made from white flour and no longer have to eat those coarse grain buns. Upon hearing the words mixed grain steamed bun, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a slight sting in her eyes. The Ye family, with its numerous members, often found their food supply insufficient, leading them to subsist primarily on mixed grain buns. Occasionally, when the family managed to steam a pot of white flour buns, it seldom reached their table, and the 2 children could only savor a few white flour dumplings during the new year. A deep resentment welled within her, a hatred for her own weakness, for her inability to protect her children, having allowed them to endure such hardships for so many years. She resented that only upon witnessing Ye Jingchuan's defiance did she awaken to her own resolve. Had she been firmer earlier, her children would not have suffered so much. Very well, I shall purchase some white flour. 50 pounds would suffice. Today, with Tingdong's large golden deer available, she could buy more to carry home. Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated at the thought of buying 50 pounds of white flour all at once, but before she could voice her concerns, Ye Jingchuan pressed 100 yuan into her hand. Mom, also buy some meat and vegetables. At this time, we have no fresh produce, so we must make do for now. All right, I will heed your advice. The Ye family did possess a patch of vegetable land, but they would undoubtedly not share a single vegetable with them. Chapter 18. Tidying the ancestral home. Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Jingchuan set out to purchase flour and vegetables, while Ye Jingchuan took Nanzhi to stroll through the market. She wore an old beret, albeit one with a brim too small to conceal her birthmark entirely. Sigh. His wife remained quite self-conscious about that mark. However, due to the limitations of contemporary medical technology, he vowed to take her to have it removed in a few years. For now, he hoped she could stand confidently in public rather than shrink away. The market bustled with numerous vendors selling snacks, puffed rice candy, and jiangmi strips at just 30 cents per pound. Knowing Nanzhi's fondness for them, he purchased 2 pounds. As he gazed at the snacks wrapped in oil paper, an indescribable feeling swelled within him. It was surreal to realize he had truly returned to his youth. Honey-sweetened candied strips and peach crisps were 50 cents per pound, another favorite of his parents, so he bought 2 pounds of those too. Fruit leather was 10 cents for a large roll, and he bought 6, knowing they were Mu Qianqian's favorite. Jingchuan, you bought so many snacks. What about you? Me? Ye Jingchuan paused, pondering what he enjoyed eating. In his childhood, when his hunger was never sated, he loved everything. As he grew wealthier, diabetes forced him to monitor his sugar intake, rendering many treats off limits, a rather tragic realization upon reflection. I adore honey-sweetened candied strips and jiaomi strips. So you have a sweet tooth. Indeed, that is my little secret. Do not share it with others. Mu Nanzhi's eyes sparkled with laughter. An unexpected sight from the tall Ye Jingchuan, who had a penchant for sweets. Did you and Mom go to the supply cooperative for fabric? We did. It's all right here. Mu Nanzhi opened her canvas bag to show Ye Jingchuan, revealing several pieces of fabric, though their colors were rather plain. I told you. The city cooperative offers a wider variety of patterns. Our commune only provides shades of blue and gray. This is already quite good. Your clothes have become worn. When we return, I will take your measurements and make you a new outfit. Mu Nanzhi excelled in needlework and sewing, and in his past life, nearly all his garments had been stitched by her skilled hands. Though the ancestral home has access to electricity, power outages plague them 9 nights out of 10. Most of the time, she toils with a kerosene lamp to complete her needlework. The dim light often strains her eyes. Ye Jingchuan, however, cannot bear to see his wife endure such hardship. Nanzhi, do not fret. I have been working on acquiring a sewing machine ticket these past few days, and I should be able to purchase one soon. With the sewing machine, you will be able to stitch garments swiftly and neatly. That sounds splendid. Just earlier, while purchasing scraps of fabric, I expressed my desire to piece together a quilt cover. Hand stitching would take an eternity, but with a sewing machine, it will be a breeze. Our family is not lacking in funds. If you wish to make a quilt cover, let us go to the city together tomorrow to buy some beautiful floral fabric. Every little bit saved counts, yet we have many expenses to consider. The current state of the Ye family is one of financial struggle. Mu Nanzhi is reluctant to spend unnecessarily. The young couple walked side by side, occasionally leaning in to whisper to one another. Behind them, Ye Tingdong carried a variety of items in bags, casting envious glances at the pair as he pondered whether he might find a suitable partner. However, none of the matchmakers had presented him with a pleasing prospect, and he was unwilling to settle for someone merely to fill the role. Tingdong, take this portion of honey-filled pastries back. I recall that Annie enjoys them. As Ye Tingdong was lost in thought, Ye Jingchuan had unknowingly purchased another serving of honey-filled pastries. There are many ways to prepare them, but Lu Guixiang particularly relishes those with a sugary center and sprinkled with sesame seeds. A delicacy found at only one stall in the entire market. Jingchuan, I have the distinct impression you resemble my mother's son more than I do. I had no idea she adored the pastries from this vendor. Ye Tingdong gazed at Ye Jingchuan in disbelief, genuinely unaware of this detail. I am privy to many things. When Ye Yuanshan arrived, carrying a bag of flour to join Ye Jingchuan, the three of them had already accumulated a considerable amount of food, their hands unable to carry it all, resorting to using fertilizer bags for transport. Father, please place the flour in the fertilizer bag as well. Certainly. Purchasing 50 pounds of flour at the market certainly draws attention. Ye Jingchuan preferred not to be the center of scrutiny. Once everything was packed, secured on the large bicycle, Ye Jingchuan realized they had indeed acquired quite a haul. The rear seat was filled, and a fertilizer bag hung from the crossbar. This is quite heavy, he remarked. Allow me, Ye Tingdong offered, stepping forward to assist with the bicycle handle. Truly, you are my brother. You know everything. With each journey up and down hills, Ye Jingchuan's legs felt far from his own. The group returned to the Shaha Brigade, pushing a bicycle laden with goods. Tingdong, let us venture into the mountains together this afternoon. That sounds good. My firewood supply is insufficient. I wish to gather more from the mountains. Ye Tingdong, pushing the large bicycle and clutching a pound of honey-filled pastries, returned home in high spirits, inexplicably buoyant, as if some fortuitous event was on the horizon. Meanwhile, Ye Qianqian, who had not attended the market that morning, spent the day organizing the home. The clutter in the yard was neatly arranged under her diligent care. The once dilapidated ancestral house now emanated a vibrant energy. Father, please hire someone to build a higher wall for our courtyard. The current wall is rather low. It would be wise to enlist 2 individuals to assist in raising it, as you alone may find it quite overwhelming. The wall of our ancestral home is only half a person's height, providing no real deterrent against ill-intentioned individuals. Ye Jingchuan has contemplated that as their family's fortunes improve, they may attract unwelcome attention. A taller wall would afford us greater security. Very well, though I am uncertain if we can procure enough stones. This should not pose a significant issue. After the autumn harvest, the workload for everyone diminishes considerably, and several members of the community have already ventured into the mountains to gather stones. I shall inquire about this later this afternoon. Zhao Xiaoyu, accompanied by Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi, busied herself with preparing lunch after returning from the market. Ye Yuanshan and Ye Jingchuan were engaged in painting the walls. They had previously coated the west room, which had dried adequately after a day and night of rest. The two of them attended to the cracked areas, intending to leave it for another 2 days before they could apply the New Year paintings. Once they had mended the walls of both the west room and the east wing, Ye Jingchuan called his father into the inner room, holding over 500 yuan, of which he gave 200 to him. Father, keep this money for now. There are many expenses for the ancestral home. Use it for the time being. And I will fetch a load of scrap cloth tomorrow. Once we sell that, we shall have more flexibility financially. A load? What vehicle will you use for that? A cart. A bicycle can carry at most 200 jin, which is quite insufficient. I plan to enlist Tingdong and Xiaoyan to help with the cart. Will taking such a large quantity of scrap cloth to the market attract too much attention? Today, since you brought only a small amount, no one has paid you any mind. However, bringing a larger load may raise suspicion. Rest assured, Father, selling 5 bags of fertilizer is no different than selling 10. While that may be true, I still harbor some concerns. The penalties for speculation are severe, and Ye Yuanshan is genuinely apprehensive. Also regarding Xiaoyan, if you intend to take him along, you must first speak with your third grandfather. I understand. After lunch, I shall visit my third grandfather. Chapter 19. Scheming Ye Xiaoyan is also Ye Jingchuan's cousin, as their grandfathers are brothers. When Ye Jingchuan thinks of Ye Xiaoyan, a complex mix of emotions arises. He is a rather unfortunate soul. Shortly after his birth, his parents succumbed to illness, leaving him behind. Due to his congenital deficiencies, he is slightly slower in his mental faculties compared to other children, presenting a somewhat simple-minded demeanor. In his youth, Ye Sanyi had no issue raising Ye Xiaoyan. However, as the years passed, Ye Xiaoyan grew while Ye Sanyi aged, gradually losing his capacity to care for him. The winters were particularly harsh, often forcing them to subsist on a single meal each day. In a previous life, when Ye Jingchuan ventured to Jiangpu City, Ye Sanyi initially considered taking Ye Xiaoyan along, but he declined, as he was immersed in a perilous lifestyle within the black market, where one could easily lose their life. Tragically, in the 3rd year of his journey, Ye Xiaoyan drowned in a river, and Ye Sanyi, unable to bear the grief, followed suit shortly thereafter. At that time, Ye Jingchuan found the circumstances rather suspicious, though Ye Xiaoyan was somewhat slower than his peers. He was obedient and had always adhered to Ye Sanye's warnings about staying away from the riverbank. In their childhood, a group of young boys would bathe in the river every summer, while only Ye Xiaoyan remained on the bank, watching over their clothes. After more than 20 years of never stepping into the water, how could Ye Xiaoyan suddenly fall in? Moreover, the river was shallow, only reaching his waist. Shortly after Ye Xiaoyan's tragic demise, Ye Guanyin came into a considerable fortune, even boasting of moving to the city. Unfortunately, he later succumbed to gambling and lost it all. Though he had once suspected a connection between Ye Xiaoyan's death and Ye Guanyin, he possessed no evidence. Soon after, Ye Sanyi passed away, and the matter was left uninvestigated, fading into obscurity. Reflecting on this, Ye Jingchuan wiped his face, determined to help Ye Xiaoyan this time, vowing to keep him close and shield him from harm. He vividly recalled the days of being unwelcome at the old Ye household, often going hungry. In desperation, he resorted to catching weasels, as the villagers regarded him with disdain, believing he brought misfortune. Only the grandfather and grandson duo showed him kindness. When others spoke ill of him, they would defend him. At times, Ye Xiaoyan even accompanied him into the mountains to catch weasels, where danger lurked in the form of wolves and wild boars, any encounter with which could cost him his life. Ye Jingchuan was a man who remembered both favors and grievances with clarity. A small act of kindness would be etched in his memory for a lifetime, just as he would never forget those who wronged him. He believed in retribution, and even years later, he would seize the opportunity to settle scores, living life freely without allowing anyone to obstruct his path. After a simple lunch, Ye Jingchuan sought out Ye Xiaoyan, intending not only to discuss their plan to gather rags the following day, but also to invite him to accompany him into the mountains that afternoon. He had set 6 traps for weasels and planned to retrieve them all, intending never to catch weasels again. While the Ye family was bustling with activity, the old Ye household was shrouded in gloom. Guanyin, are you feeling any better? Shun Huifeng gazed at Ye Guanyin, who lay in bed, her heart aching for him. This morning, he had woken in severe pain, barely able to walk, which had frightened her tremendously. The doctor at the clinic had prescribed some medication for his injuries, but it had proven ineffective, leaving Ye Guanyin still writhing in agony on the bed. Mom, please give me 2 more inaking tablets. The pain is unbearable, Ye Guanyin said. His complexion grim as he cursed Ye Jingchuan fiercely in his heart. How could he have been so ruthless? Just last night he had been fine, and now it felt as though every bone in his body had been dismantled. Alas, Guanyin, you are suffering. Grandma will prepare you 2 boiled eggs. Eat them while they're hot. Afterward, take your painkillers. It's unwise to take them on an empty stomach. Ding Chunhua, witnessing Ye Guanyin's intense suffering, wished she could bear the pain for him. Grandma, I can't eat. Just give me the painkillers first. All right, take the painkillers first. Ding Chunhua brought over some sweetened water, anxious that Ye Guanyin might struggle to swallow his medication, oblivious to the fact that he was already 20, no longer a child needing such care. After taking the painkillers, Ye Guanyin finally felt some relief from the pain and began to regain his composure. As Ye Haod entered the room, puffing on his dry tobacco, he was irked to find Ye Guanyin still confined to the bed. How could that scoundrel Ye Jingchuan have inflicted such harm upon you? After all, you are cousins. This injury I bear must not go unavenged. You must assist me in seeking justice. Naturally, I shall visit your second uncle shortly and compel him to provide you with funds for nourishing supplements. You desire the malt extract sold by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, do you not? I will ensure your second uncle acquires it for you. As for me, I do not wish for him to buy supplements for me. Simply providing money will suffice. I wish to embark on a small business venture. For to toil endlessly in the fields yields no promise of a prosperous future. Ye Hao was taken aback. Have you truly been rendered foolish by Ye Jingchuan's blows? Considering engaging in the selling of weasels for profit? Although such endeavors can be lucrative, they tarnish one's moral integrity, and we must refrain from such paths. Grandfather, that is not my intention. There are countless legitimate avenues for earning money, and I have no desire to capture weasels. Then, what sort of small enterprise do you wish to pursue? The enforcers are not to be trifled with. Recently, someone was apprehended at the market for selling wheat without proper documentation and was sentenced to 2 years for less than 100 pounds of wheat. We must not engage in any speculative dealings. Ye Haod was resolute in preventing his beloved grandson from facing imprisonment. There are numerous ways to avoid the enforcers, grandfather. Look at Ye Jingchuan. He has been selling weasels for an extended period without encountering any trouble. I am no less capable than he, and I am certain I can amass considerable wealth. You need not worry. I not only wish to earn money to build our family a grand tiled house, but I also aspire to attend school and become the first college student from our Shah brigade. Very well, Guanyin, you have matured. Once you have recovered from your injuries, I shall approach the secretary and request a letter of recommendation for you to attend high school at the commune. Upon hearing of Ye Guanyin's desire for education, Ye Haod's face broke into a broad smile. There were few educated individuals in Shah brigade, and if Ye Guanyin were to attend high school, he might one day secure a position as an accountant or similar role within the brigade. Do not be too quick to rejoice, grandfather. I currently lack the funds to pursue any endeavors. I understand, rest assured, as long as you can attend high school. I will certainly find a way to procure the necessary funds for you. My ambitions extend beyond merely attending high school. I also wish to engage in small business ventures to honor you, grandfather. Ah, how commendable, Guanyin. Whether I can reside in a grand tiled house in the future depends on your efforts. At that moment, Shen Huifeng, who had been listening to Ye Guanyin's aspirations for a small business, could not restrain herself from recounting what she had heard that morning about Ye Jingchuan selling scraps of cloth. Many in the brigade had witnessed it. It was unclear where Ye Jingchuan had acquired several bags of fertilizer filled with scraps, which he sold for 2 to 3 dimes each at the market. And they sold remarkably well, disappearing in no time. Are you certain you did not mishear, third sister-in-law? Did the enforcers not apprehend Ye Jingchuan for selling scraps? Absolutely not. Numerous people in the brigade saw it, and some even inquired whether Ye Jingchuan had more scraps available, expressing their interest. Furthermore, the enforcers were aware of Ye Jingchuan's activity and did not bother him. This, Yi Haod and Ye Guanyin simultaneously pondered in silence. Chapter 20. The Unmasking Mother. Do you know where Ye Jingchuan procured the scraps of cloth? It was unlikely he would divulge such information to anyone. Lying on the Kong, Ye Guanyin's eyes darted about. He found himself at a loss regarding which trade to pursue. If he could seize Ye Jingchuan's opportunity to trade in rags, a profitable venture would be at his fingertips. He wondered where Ye Jingchuan had acquired the cloth. If only they could purchase it. I have heard that small-scale trading is quite lucrative these days, with some earning dozens of yuan in a single day. Upon hearing this, Yi Haod's eyes widened in disbelief. Earning in a day what we make in a year? Surely, that cannot be true. It is indeed remarkable. In the past, we were not permitted to engage in petty trade. Not even could we raise an additional chicken at home. Yet now many in the brigade secretly keep chickens and ducks without any oversight. Yi Haod fell silent. Previously, regulations were strict. The mere act of consuming meat could lead to public reprimand, with only the poor farmers basking in glory. As the tobacco in the pipe gradually burned away with each puff, Yi Haod tapped the pipe against the edge of the Kong and remarked, Guanyin, focus on your recovery. Leave the matter of the cloth to me. I assure you, I will persuade Ye Jingchuan to take you along for the procurement of rags. So you can earn a fortune. Very well, as long as grandfather is involved, nothing is beyond reach. Ye Guanyin smiled at Yi Haod, feeling that those who are favored often enjoy greater happiness. Once he secures the business of rags, he would be able to find a bride, and he already had a suitable candidate in mind. After their midday meal, Yi Haod strolled leisurely to the brigade. Before long, Brigade Secretary Yi Hanxing announced over the loudspeaker that Ye Yuanshan was to report to the brigade office. As Ye Yuanshan was tidying up at home, his expression darkened instantly. It was clear to him what the brigade secretary sought him for. Father, I will accompany you. Very well. Ye Jingchuan had an inkling of his grandfather's intentions, which primarily revolved around financial matters, yet he had no intention of yielding to such pressure regarding elder care. Upon their arrival at the brigade office, several prominent villagers were already seated within. Ye Jingchuan greeted each of them before taking a seat near the door. Ye Yuanshan approached, stating, I shall be straightforward. Uncle Haod mentioned that you have divided your household, but he has objections regarding elder care and wishes to renegotiate. Yi Hanxing looked helplessly at Ye Yuanshan. He was well aware of the situation from Haod's earlier visit. His exasperation was palpable, as he had never encountered a case where a family demanded 10 yuan monthly for elder care. There is nothing to discuss. You were present on the day of the division. My family received 10 jin of wheat, 10 jin of cornmeal, a few pairs of chopsticks, and bowls, along with a debt of 200 yuan owed to the brigade. You assert that my father desires 10 yuan a month for elder care? This is not elder care. It is an attempt to have the entire Yi family supported by me. No, father, it's not about supporting the entire Yi family. My grandfather intends for me to provide for him. Does he not know how much I earn from selling hides throughout the year? He is fixated on that meager income. This afternoon, Ye Jingchuan had planned to go to the mountains to retrieve his traps, and he had no time to engage in futile arguments with the old man. He decided to lay the matter bare. He stood up and rolled up his pant leg, revealing a ghastly scar on his calf, reminiscent of a centipede. He addressed everyone present, stating that this scar was a result of a fall while he was attempting to trap a weasel in the mountains 2 years prior. The wound had been particularly deep, as Uncle Kuan would surely recall. Sitting across from Ye Jingchuan was the barefoot Dr. Ye Jingchuan, who nodded slightly, remembering that the flesh had been torn open and that he had stitched over 30 stitches at the time. Despite my grievous injury, no matter how my father pleaded with my grandfather, he offered not a penny. It was the kindness of Uncle Kuan that allowed me to incur debt for medicine and injections, thus preserving my life. Given that my grandfather treated me so callously, I wish to inquire of the esteemed gentleman present whether the money I earned from selling my skin should be given to him. The attendees fell silent. The younger generation was unaware of the underlying reasons, yet the older generation had some knowledge of Ye Jingchuan's background. They exchanged glances, but no one dared to respond. Yi Haod, unable to endure Ye Jingchuan's accusations any longer, interjected. Our family is so impoverished that we struggle to keep food on the table. Where do you expect me to procure money for your medical expenses? Jingchuan, you should not harbor resentment towards your grandfather. If you must direct your anger, let it be towards your ill fate. Is that so? Ye Jingchuan retorted. If memory serves me right, just days after my injury, Ye Guanyin caught a cold, and with just a few coughs, you rushed him to the medical room and even bought him canned goods. With the facade stripped away, Ye Jingchuan no longer felt the need to show Ye Hao any courtesy. The notion that family disgrace should remain concealed was mere nonsense. Today, before all present, he aimed to expose how Ye Hao and Ding Chunhua had mistreated their family. Grandfather, you proclaim to the world that all your grandchildren are treated equally and that you cherish them, but can you truly reflect on that with sincerity? From childhood, you and grandmother have shown me disdain, frequently labeling me as a harbinger of misfortune. I was always the first to rise for chores while my younger brothers played outside. And when I was out gathering firewood in the mountains, my 5-year-old sister, who knew nothing of the world, was made to wash Ye Guanyan's clothes. In summer, it was manageable, but in winter, her small hands were covered in frostbite. Simply because she was a girl, grandmother favored boys over girls, neglecting her. Consider this, Chanqian, at 16, has only shared a meal at the table once, and even during the New Year's Eve dumpling feast. Grandmother insisted that my mother take my sister and me to the kitchen to eat, claiming there was no room. I shall refrain from recounting the numerous grievances of the past, as they are far too many to articulate in just a day and night. Let us focus on recent events. During Ye Guanyan's wedding, I inexplicably fainted in the house after drinking a bowl of water, unable to rise. Had it not been for my being used as a substitute for Ye Guanyan to marry, I might have remained unconscious for a full day. My sister's situation was no better. She was driven out by my grandmother to tend to the cattle and was given a meager cornmeal bun, told that the household was too busy to accommodate her, and that she should make do with it for lunch before returning home in the evening. She is only 16. How could my grandmother be so heartless as to make a young girl lead a bull in the wilderness all day, without a care for her safety against potential dangers? As Ye Jingchuan spoke, a smile broke upon his face. Uncles, I am the eldest grandson of the family, yet I lack even the qualification to attend my cousin's wedding. The Ye family is so apprehensive about my siblings and me consuming even a morsel of food from the household, fearing that my encounter with a weasel might bring misfortune upon the auspicious spirits. My family wishes to inquire of you, esteemed uncles, if my grandparents hold such disdain for me, what compels me to eagerly part with my hard-earned fortune for them? Ye Hao could scarcely believe that his usually taciturn grandson had suddenly transformed into a different person, his words sharp as knives, piercing his heart with every utterance. Look, old second, this is the fine son you have raised. The family is in dire straits, yet when his brothers require his assistance, he hesitates and resists. He is nothing but a heartless wolf, utterly ignorant of what filial piety entails. In a fit of rage, Ye Hao pounded the table with his smoking pipe. An expression of profound sorrow etched upon his face. Grandfather, do not adorn me with lofty praises nor invoke the concept of filial duty to pressure me. It is said that a kind father begets a filial son. You have subjected our family to such torment, and there is no room for me to express my filiality. Ye Jingchuan's stance was resolute, his reasoning sound, leaving Ye Hao at a loss for words, gasping for breath. Chapter 21. Ye the Elder reluctantly refuses to split the family, realizing he could not best Ye Jingchuan in argument. Ye Hao refrained from further confrontation. Knowing that Ye Yuanshan was of a gentle disposition, he turned to him and bellowed, Old second, I ask you, will you provide for my old age? Father, I will certainly support you in your old age, but the sum of 10 yuan a month is simply exorbitant. I cannot afford it. Now that the villagers are gathered here, let me make my stance clear. There are families in the village who have separated, and I shall take as much in pension as they do, nothing more. Having listened to Ye Jingchuan recount the past, Ye Hao felt a profound ache within him, more painful than that expressed by Ye Jingchuan. As a man of stature, he had allowed his wife and children to endure so much suffering. What kind of man was he? He had always believed that familial harmony was paramount. Yet it now appeared that if the harmony of the Ye family was built upon the suffering of his own, then such harmony was not worth preserving. Ye Hansheng, who had remained silent until now, could no longer bear to listen. His family's connection to Ye Jingchuan was close, and he was aware of certain matters concerning him. Privately, he had often lamented the plight of Ye Jingchuan, but as a village secretary, he felt ill-equipped to meddle in domestic affairs. However, given the tumult that had erupted in the village today, he felt compelled to intervene. Uncle Hao, demanding 10 yuan a month for retirement is indeed excessive. Yuanshan labors all year long for a meager sum of 60 to 70 yuan. How could he possibly afford to pay you 120 yuan annually? I cannot concern myself with such matters. Initially, he was the one who sought to divide the family. Now he claims he cannot provide for my old age. If that is the case, He should return to live here and abandon the notion of separation. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd was left in stunned silence. What was this sudden turn from Ye the Elder? Just moments ago, he had been seeking pension support. How could he now express a desire not to split the family? The separation documents had already been prepared. How could they possibly remain united? Father, I understand your thoughts. I know that Jingchuan earns that meager sum to build a house, and no one shall covet it. Ye Jingchuan has come to see through Ye Haod. His insistence on not splitting the family seems to stem from his awareness of Ye Jingchuan selling scraps in the market today. If they remain united, Ye Jingchuan's earnings from selling scraps would inevitably fall under Ye Haod's control. The thought clenched Ye Jingchuan's fists. He has been drained by the old Ye family for half a lifetime and cannot allow his son to tread the same path. Ah, Ye Jingchuan, you unfilial son. Are you resolutely determined to defy me? I could strike you down, you ungrateful wretch. Why didn't you die on the battlefield back then? At least I would have received a compensation of 500 yuan, rather than being driven to the brink of death by your actions. While he spoke, Ye Haod unceremoniously swung his smoking pipe at Ye Jingchuan, who did not evade it, receiving a solid blow to the head. The iron pipe left a cut on Ye Jingchuan's forehead. Father, from now on, consider me as your son no more. Ye Jingchuan rose to his feet. Those years in the military were an indelible memory, filled with suffering, laughter, despair, and hope, carefully buried in his heart, and today, Ye Haod's unrelenting words unearthed those memories he wished to forget, pushing him to the edge of despair. As Ye Jingchuan stormed out, Ye Haod, in a fit of rage, began to curse vehemently. Lu Wanchuan, the head of the women's department in the adjacent office, overheard everything clearly and couldn't help but murmur. Brother Yuanshan has such a good temperament. Being driven to this point is truly tragic. Dad, wait for me. Seeing Ye Jingchuan leave, Ye Jingchuan, naturally unwilling to waste words with Ye Haod, quickened his pace to catch up. Cautiously, he spoke. Dad, you have always been my hero. Just disregard what Grandpa said. Treat it as nonsense and don't take it to heart. A heavy sigh escaped Ye Jingchuan as he slowed his pace. I seldom mention my years in the military to my family, for half of my comrades remained on the battlefield. Some I could bury and erect a tombstone for, while others met a fate unknown, their bodies lost to the void. At that time, my sole thought was to return home, to honor your grandparents properly. It was this determination that sustained me through countless brushes with death. After struggling to survive, to hear your grandfather utter that I should have died on the battlefield chills me to the bone. Dad, you still have me, my mother, Qianqian, and Nanzhi. We all wish for your long life. In the past, he was foolish, thinking that by working harder and contributing more to the family, his grandparents would treat them kindly. Now, reflecting on it, he realizes he was naive. Perhaps they sent me to the military not because the country needed me, but to spare me from consuming the family's resources. This thought had lingered in Ye Jingchuan's mind for many years. He had always been reluctant to accept it as the truth. Yet now, the facts lay before him, and disbelief was no longer an option. He felt like an extraneous part of this family, unloved by his parents, and consequently, his wife and children were also marginalized. Our brighter days lie ahead. Let these unhappy memories fade into the river of time. Ye Jingchuan consoled Ye Jingchuan, yet harbored thoughts of disdain for the Ye family, perceiving them as inept and reliant on his own contributions to thrive in their previous life. He was eager to observe how they would fare without him as their benefactor. Upon returning from the brigade, Ye Jingchuan enlisted Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan to accompany him in pushing the cart belonging to Ye San into the mountains. As they traversed the path, he shared his plans with them. Let us venture into the city to procure some scrap cloth. Would you be willing to invest a portion of your funds? Ye Xiaoyan scratched his head awkwardly, admitting, I have no money. Grandfather only gave me 2 dimes for candy. Then contribute your labor instead. Once Tingdong and I sell the fabric, I can give you 5 yuan each. Ye Jingchuan glanced at Ye Tingdong, seeking his agreement. I have no objections, but I can only muster 140 yuan, which my mother insisted I save for marrying a wife. I wonder how much fabric that will procure. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Tingdong was ready to support Ye Jingchuan. Their brotherhood assured him of Ye Jingchuan's integrity, whether it be more or less. The wholesale price of scrap cloth is 2 dimes per jean. You can purchase 140 yuan's worth, and we shall sell it together at the market. Is it truly that inexpensive? Indeed, I, Ye Jingchuan, have extensive connections. He chuckled with a hint of audacity, drawing on his years of experience in the marketplace. knowing that a mere gesture could elevate his two novice companions. Jingchuan, I shall follow your lead. Brother Jingchuan, I shall heed your counsel as well. Ye Xiaoyan smiled foolishly, joining in their agreement. In this era, solitary endeavors were fraught with challenges. No matter how formidable Ye Jingchuan was, he lacked the supernatural prowess of Nanzhi. With the assistance of Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan, he could more swiftly carve out a niche for himself. The rationale behind his choice of companions was straightforward. The three had grown up together, their characters and virtues well known to one another, making them his most trusted allies. Chapter 22. Into the mountains. As autumn approached, the mountains near the Zayaki Brigade appeared stark and barren, strewn with rocks and devoid of foliage. The low shrubs had long been harvested for firewood. The industrious villagers were already in the mountains, clearing weeds, cutting branches, and gathering brambles. The baskets woven from these brambles were sturdy, and any surplus could be sold at the market for a modest profit. With so many people about, Ye Jingchuan had no intention of setting traps there. The trio pressed further into the mountains. Brother Jingchuan, I heard from the brigade that the neighboring commune is plagued by weasels, with several chickens and ducks from various brigades falling victim. Did they not seek your assistance in capturing the weasels? Not at all. When did this happen? Just the other day, in the Luaha Brigade. 6 chickens were killed in one night, driving the brigade's secretary to the brink of despair. Ye Jingchuan vaguely recalled a similar incident from a past life, when he had aided the Luaha Brigade in capturing weasels and had nearly been pursued by a young woman named Liang Qing, who was inexplicably enamored with him. The commotion surrounding it had caused much distress to Nanzhi, who had just entered his life at that time. Later, when Liang Qing found herself unable to entangle him, she married a young man from the Luaha Brigade. Upon returning to the city, she unhesitatingly divorced that young man. At that time, Ye Jingchuan thought to himself how ruthless Liang Qing was. She would return to the city with or without a child, yet she didn't want either of her 2 children. The 3 of them strolled for over an hour, gradually encountering more trees on the mountain. Ye Jingchuan, who frequently ventured into the mountains, was well acquainted with the paths. Following the narrow trail, he quickly located the traps he had set. He had placed a total of 6 traps for weasels, and, relying on his memory, he searched for each one, uncertain whether they contained any weasels. Catching weasels was a matter of luck. Previously, when Ye Jingchuan set 6 traps, he had caught none. However, today fortune smiled upon him, as the first trap yielded a catch. Goodness, how is it a white weasel? Ye Jingchuan exclaimed, having never encountered one before. Leading the way, Ye Tingdong gazed at the entirely snow-white weasel in the trap, both astonished and frightened, daring not to approach even when only a couple of steps away. White? Ye Jingchuan queried curiously, bending down to examine the trap. Nestled deep within was a pitiful snow-white weasel, approximately half a meter long, its round, black eyes filled with terror, likely aware of the peril it faced. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had seen white weasel pelts in the black market, though those were much smaller, measuring only 30 centimeters, yet they fetched a handsome price, 200 for both the pelt and the meat. In a time when the average monthly salary for many was only 200 to 300, 200 was indeed a significant sum. Brother Jingchuan, this white weasel is quite large. It barely fits in the trap, remarked Ye Xiaoyan, pulling Ye Jingchuan from his thoughts. I just told my mother that I wouldn't catch weasels anymore. Let us spare this one and give it a chance. You all step back a bit. If we get too close, it won't dare come out. Though Ye Xiaoyan and Ye Tingdong did not understand why Ye Jingchuan would forego the monetary gain, they sensed he had his reasons, and they instinctively took a few steps back. The weasel trap was a wooden box about 1.5 meters long, its ends secured with iron mesh, one side featuring a movable partition. Ye Jingchuan tugged on the partition and quickly retreated a few steps. In an instant, a flash of white darted by as the white weasel swiftly vanished into the surrounding underbrush. Ye Jingchuan did not dwell on the matter, continuing his search for the other traps. Among the remaining 5 traps, one contained a small weasel, which he also released, while another, unfortunately injured, had perished inside. Rather than discarding it, he decided to take it home, as his wife had never tasted weasel meat, and he thought it would be a delightful surprise for her. Having located all 6 traps, the trio began their descent, gathering firewood along the way. The mountains were abundant with various types of wood, and Ye Jingchuan particularly favored small stumps that, after years of exposure to the elements, could be easily broken with a single kick. These dry stumps ignited readily and produced minimal smoke when burned. Before they had even reached the base of the mountain, Ye Jingchuan's fertilizer bag was already filled with small stumps. The tall young man carried the bag with ease, and they even found time to engage in light-hearted conversation. As the three individuals discussed the appropriate time to head to the city the following day, a sizable wild boar suddenly emerged from the thicket behind them. Startled, the wild boar charged toward them, prompting a frantic scramble to escape. Ye Jingchuan, equally frightened, abandoned the fertilizer bag slung over his shoulder and dashed to the side. In his past life, he had often ventured into the mountains and had encountered wild boars on several occasions, each time finding himself in a precarious situation. The ferocity of the wild boars was formidable. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a perilous encounter with their razor-sharp tusks, which were more lethal than knives. The three of them scattered, but the boar chose to pursue Ye Jingchuan. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the winding paths of the mountains, and he sprinted towards a valley where the dense trees impeded the boar's pursuit. After an indeterminate period of desperate running, Ye Jingchuan glanced up to see a cliff face before him, realizing he had reached a dead end. A wave of panic washed over him, and his heart raced. He distinctly remembered this trail leading upwards toward the cliff, so how could it suddenly be obstructed? The grunts of the boar echoed behind him, leaving Ye Jingchuan no time for contemplation. Grasping the vines on the cliff, he began to climb, determined to preserve his life. However, he underestimated the speed of the boar. Just as he had ascended a few steps, the boar barreled towards him. With both hands gripping the vines, he distinctly felt the cliff tremble beneath him. Resolutely, he decided that today, either he or the boar would not survive. The cliff was strewn with rocks, and in a moment of desperation, Ye Jingchuan kicked several large stones downwards, hoping to buy himself some time to climb higher. By sheer chance, one of the stones struck the boar squarely on the head, and with a pained grunt, the once rampaging creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Astounded, Ye Jingchuan leaped down from the cliff. He had heard tales of waiting for rabbits, but never did he imagine he would await a wild boar in such a manner. Circling the fallen beast to confirm its demise, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Having exhausted himself from the earlier chase, he sought a large rock to rest upon, contemplating how to drag the boar down the mountain. The valley was overgrown with weeds, and a crystal-clear spring peeked through the foliage. Ye Jingchuan approached, parting the grasses to scoop up the refreshing water in his hands. Perhaps due to his overwhelming thirst, the cool spring water glided over his tongue, leaving a faint, sweet aftertaste. He recalled his past excursions into the mountains, where he would drink from the springs without ever experiencing such delightful sweetness. Unable to resist, he indulged in several more sips, even filling the gourd hanging from his waist with the precious spring water. Chapter 23. Longing for pork belly. After quenching his thirst, Ye Jingchuan felt invigorated, as though he had been rejuvenated. He glanced at the wild boar lying a short distance away, estimating its weight to be at least 200 pounds. Carrying it out of the valley alone would be quite the challenge, but with 2 sticks to bind it, he could attempt to drag it out. A man of action, Ye Jingchuan promptly secured the boar to the sticks with vines and tested the weight. Although it was a strenuous effort to lift, he found it just manageable enough to pull, dragging the wild boar from the mountain hollow for quite a distance. Ye Jingchuan finally spotted Yi Tingdong and Yi Xiaoyan, who had come looking for him. "Jingchuan, are you all right?" Yi Tingdong called out as he ran towards him from afar. "Not only am I unscathed, but I've also acquired a wild boar. We must hasten down the mountain and bleed it while the blood is still warm." Yi Tingdong and Yi Xiaoyan gazed in astonishment at the wild boar behind Ye Jingchuan, their eyes wide in disbelief, rendered speechless for a moment. The area surrounding Hongxing Commune was characterized by undulating hills and deep mountains, and the nearby villages were frequently harassed by wild boars descending from the slopes. There were instances where entire fields of corn and sweet potatoes, particularly those close to the mountains, were ravaged overnight, leaving the crops overturned and destroyed. Occasionally, in their desperation, wild boars would even venture into the villages, posing a threat to humans. Consequently, the commune had organized hunting expeditions for various brigades. Those who successfully hunted a wild boar were allowed to keep their prize without needing to hand it over to the brigade. However, the number of individuals capable of hunting wild boars was limited, and after a few incidents of wild boars injuring people, the number of hunters gradually dwindled. It had been 3 or 4 years since the Shaha Brigade had successfully hunted a wild boar. "Why are you two still dawdling? Come over and help. We must drag the wild boar to the cart halfway up the mountain and cover it with branches to disguise it," Ye Jingchuan urged. "Understood," Ye Tingdong nodded, hastening to assist. The Xiaohe Brigade was known for its simplicity and honesty, yet it did not mean that everyone was virtuous. Should jealousy arise, it could lead to trouble. Naturally, it was preferable for fewer people to know about their triumph over the wild boar. Brother Jingchuan, I possess great strength. I will drag the wild boar, while you two carry the firewood and the traps for catching weasels. Ye Xiaoyan's suggestion left Ye Jingchuan both amused and exasperated. We will only carry the firewood down. Let us conceal the traps in a thicket and return for them another day. Aren't you worried about losing them? If they are lost, so be it. They will not be needed in the future. The rugged mountain path proved treacherous, and after much effort, the three managed to haul the wild boar back to the ancestral home by dusk. Oh dear, Jingchuan, how did you manage to bring back so much firewood? Ye Yuanshan, busy with the newly constructed courtyard wall and measuring windows, was momentarily taken aback amidst his flurry of activity. Father, close the door. I have a delightful surprise for you. Ye Jingchuan wiped the sweat from his brow, his smile radiant. You rascal, why so mysterious? As the courtyard door closed, Ye Jingchuan loosened the vines on the cart, causing the firewood to tumble down, revealing the massive wild boar lying atop the cart. Is this the wild boar you caught? To be precise, it is one I found. After Ye Jingchuan recounted the events, Ye Yuanshan was left speechless in astonishment. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Xiaoyu emerged from the house, equally taken aback by the sight of such a large wild boar. Following closely behind her were Ye Qianqian and Mu Nanzhi, who, feeling a bit frightened, kept their distance and merely observed. Let us bleed the boar quickly while the blood is still warm. Once it coagulates, the meat will not be palatable. Realizing the situation, Ye Yuanshan promptly went to fetch a knife, while Zhao Xiaoyu prepared hot water for scalding the pig's hair. Everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan, having successfully retrieved the wild boar, intended to leave, but were called back by Ye Jingchuan. You two come help. Today you'll assist me in hauling the boar back, and later each of you shall receive a hind leg. We're merely helping to carry it back. There's no need for you to share the meat with us, Jingchuan. Ye Tingdong quickly gestured dismissively, feeling it inappropriate to accept meat for such minimal effort. I don't want any either, Ye Xiaoyan declared, though his desire for meat was palpable. He felt he could not claim any since he had not been the one to fell the beast. Are we not brothers? Had it been you who brought down the wild boar today, would you not share the meat with me? Both shook their heads in unison. Then that's settled. Let us hasten our work, and we shall feast on a grand meal tonight. Agreed. With that, they ceased their reluctance and joined in the labor. In the midst of it all, Mu Nanzhi came over to assist. The two men, encountering her for the first time, were unfazed by the birthmark on her face and readily addressed her as sister-in-law. The wild boar, weighing over 200 pounds, was indeed substantial, and it took the combined efforts of 4 adults nearly an hour to begin butchering it. Ye Jingchuan first severed the 2 hind legs to give to Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan, allowing them to take home a dish for dinner. Subsequently, he cut the spine in one piece for Zhao Xiaoyu to cook, as the family would enjoy braised ribs that day. Nanzhi and Qianqian peeled a basin of potatoes to add to the stew for enhanced flavor. In the yard, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Yuanshan were fervently engaged in butchering the boar. The news swiftly reached the old Ye family, who learned that Ye Jingchuan had brought down a sizable wild boar in the mountains. Should we not go take a look? That pig leg in Xiaoyan's hand is quite hefty, suggested someone. In the main room, Ding Chunhua had just finished frying a chicken and set aside 2 chicken legs and wings in a large bowl, preparing them for Ye Guanyin. What are you looking at? Given Yuanshan's temperament, he will undoubtedly bring over the best cuts of pork, answered Ye Hao confidently, sitting on a stool and smoking his pipe, unperturbed by the thought of Ye Yuanshan withholding meat from him. You just had a quarrel with him earlier, and you even struck him. What if he holds a grudge? Even if I had struck him with a pipe, or even slapped him, he would still humbly accept it. I am his father. It is only natural for a father to discipline his son. Besides, when he first got married and stirred trouble with me, did he not end up bowing to my authority? Just wait and see. I have a fondness for fatty pork. And the second son will surely bring me all the best cuts. Ding Chunhua chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the second son must be feeling remorse for upsetting you today. He will likely bring some fatty meat to appease you. At that moment, you should casually mention the fabric scraps, encouraging him to take Guanyin along to source them. Once Guanyin becomes familiar with the route, he can handle it on his own. I share your thoughts. Lately, that rascal Ye Jingchuan has been obstinately opposing me at every turn. It would be best to approach matters through the second son. Yi Hao felt a throbbing resentment whenever he thought of Ye Jingchuan. If it weren't for the sake of appearances, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound beating, making it abundantly clear who held dominion over the Yi family. Chapter 24. The madness of jealousy. Yi Hao remained preoccupied with the 5-spiced pork gifted by Ye Jingchuan. Over at the ancestral residence, Ye Jingchuan and his son were deliberating the sale of pork. Father, although the current temperature isn't particularly high, we cannot consume all this meat in a short span. It would be prudent to sell a portion. Really? Ye Jingchuan hesitated, pondering that even if Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan took some of the meat, they would still have over 130 jin remaining, far too much to eat in just a few days. Moreover, curing the meat would waste salt. It was better to consume it fresh. Very well, I shall inquire among acquaintances if they are interested in purchasing some meat. We can keep 30 jin for ourselves and sell the rest. The proceeds will conveniently cover today's expenses for repairing the courtyard wall and selling the door. At this moment, Ye Jingchuan noticed that the dilapidated courtyard wall he had seen at noon was not only repaired, but also raised slightly higher. Father, did you manage to acquire some stones? Today was fortuitous. I inquired at the Loha Brigade, and they informed me that stones were available. I retrieved several cartloads and enlisted a few skilled hands from our brigade to help rebuild the courtyard wall. We started a bit late this afternoon, so we only raised it a little. They will return tomorrow to elevate it by another meter. Having cut the meat into manageable portions, Ye Jingchuan took the 30 jin he intended to keep for his family inside. Ye Yuanshan washed his hands and stepped outside. Not long after, several familiar uncles from the brigade came to buy meat, and regardless of the fat content, it was all priced at 0.7 yuan per jin, no tickets required. With everyone having little fat in their diets, they preferred the fattier cuts of pork, while the lean meat was in lesser demand. By the end, a substantial chunk of tenderloin remained, which Ye Jingchuan decided to keep for himself, as fried tenderloin was his utmost favorite. During the meat selling, Zhao Xiaoyu had already prepared a pot of steamed buns to accompany the braised ribs, the enticing aroma wafting out into the street. A whole rib cage, along with a basin of potatoes, was placed on the table and quickly devoured. I can't eat another bite. I'm so full. With your appetite, our family will never lack for meat in the future. Just wait and see how you sleep tonight after gorging yourself. Ye Jingchuan cast a reproachful glance at the bloated Ye Qianqian, hoping fervently that she wouldn't overindulge. At my age, this is my first time eating ribs. I inadvertently overate. Feel free to laugh. Ye Qianqian's words tugged at Ye Jingchuan's heartstrings. The Yi family had not been devoid of ribs over the years. It was merely that Ye Qianqian had never had the chance to taste them. Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Yuanshan were not faring much better. Their stomachs were devoid of any richness, and after such a long time, indulging in meat and white steamed buns inevitably led to overeating. Even Mu Nanzhi, who had just married into the family, found herself stuffed as Ye Jingchuan continually served her meat. Today, there was no power outage. We shall tidy up the house shortly. The family sat together on the Kong, discussing the impending chores, while outside, Yi Hao was pacing back and forth in the alley with his hands clasped behind his back. After waiting for half a day at home without receiving the promised pork belly from Ye Yuanshan, Yi Hao heard from others in the village that his family had hunted a wild boar and had excess meat to sell. This news intensified his anxiety. What if that foolish second son of his truly had the audacity to neglect honoring him with the pork and instead sold it all? After much contemplation, he could not resist the urge to visit the ancestral home. However, feeling a sense of pride, he hesitated at the entrance of the alley, contemplating whether to proceed. Ultimately, the enticing aroma of ribs compelled him to abandon his pride. The courtyard door creaked open, and Ye Jingchuan initially thought it was a customer coming to buy meat and hurried out to greet them, only to discover it was Yi Hao. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Ye Jingchuan's voice was loud enough for everyone inside to hear. "Why can I not come?" Yi Hao retorted with a stern expression as he entered the house, his murky eyes scanning the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the remaining meat. Unfortunately, as he ventured further inside, he found not a morsel of meat, but only cleanly gnawed bones on the table and a few leftover potatoes in an enamel basin. "Yuanshan, I heard you brought back a wild boar today." "It was not I who hunted it. It was Jingchuan who ventured into the mountains." The moment Ye Yuanshan saw Yi Hao enter, he understood the reason for his visit. To be honest, he held on to a sliver of hope that Yi Hao would not immediately inquire about the meat, but would instead show concern for Ye Jingchuan, who had returned with the boar unarmed. Had luck not favored him, those formidable tusks could have left him with grievous wounds. Alas, his hopes were destined to be dashed. Is that so? Regardless of who hunted the boar, why have I not seen you send any pork to the house? Yuanshan, I have always taught you to honor your elders and care for your younger siblings. How have you acted? Your parents are at home eating coarse grains. Your brother has not tasted meat in a year, and your nephew, wounded by Jingchuan, still lies on the bed. Meanwhile, you are at home feasting on meat without a thought. Yuanshan, how could you have changed so much? Among all virtues, filial piety comes first. I may seem strict with you at times, but it is for your own good. Ye Hao appeared heartbroken, and one might think Ye Yuanshan had committed some heinous crime deserving of public ire. With such heavy accusations laid upon him, Ye Yuanshan felt a surge of frustration rising in his chest. Just as he was about to defend himself, Ye Jingchuan interjected calmly, "Grandfather, all this talk of yours seems to stem from your disdain for my father not sending meat to you. We have our own struggles. We just separated and inherited a debt of 200 yuan. The wild boar I brought back was sold to cover that debt, leaving no meat to spare for you." This time, Ye Hao found himself at a loss for words. The notion of the Yi family selling pork to pay off debts was indeed understandable. Yet, even while striving to repay their obligations, some portion ought to be retained to show filial respect to one's parents. Even a few bones to make soup for nourishing the elders would suffice. How could he think of offering nothing at all to the family? The second son must not believe that after the division of the family, he was no longer his son, severing all ties with him. Ye Yuanshan's countenance darkened as he faced the reprimand from Ye Hao. Now his father spoke of paternal affection. Yet he seemed to forget the time when their family, with so many mouths to feed, was allocated a mere 10 pounds of wheat, 10 pounds of corn, and a debt of 200 yuan upon their separation. With such scant provisions, how could they possibly endure the winter? At that time, where was the talk of father-son bonds? Father, do not trouble me further. The wild boar meat has been sold, yet it scarcely covers the debts. Look at this house of mine. It is drafty on all sides, devoid of even a single decent piece of furniture. Inside, there is but a square table and 2 stools, remnants from my wedding, and nothing else. The floor is riddled with holes. If not for a few quilts on the Kong, who would believe this dilapidated shack could still house anyone? Ye Yuanshan, usually taciturn, had rendered Ye Hao speechless, for he was acutely aware of each grievance. Yet, his father's relentless harassment stemmed from a misguided belief that Ye Yuanshan was easily intimidated. Little did he remember that even the most docile of creatures can retaliate when cornered. Ye Yuanshan could dutifully honor his parents. Yet he could not allow his own children to toil for the Yi family as he had. Ah, Ye Yuanshan, you have resolved to be unfilial towards your parents. Very well, Ye Hao seethed, his eyes wide with fury, wishing he could strike Ye Yuanshan down. With the meat sold, he gained nothing, ultimately departing in a huff, slamming the wooden door with a resounding bang. Father, by tomorrow, the entire village will likely be abuzz with tales of our family's ingratitude. Let them talk. The villagers are not fools. Chapter 25, Seeking Alternative Solutions Upon Returning Home. Ye Hao was met by Ding Chunhua, who rushed towards him upon noticing his empty hands. Where's the meat? Surely, the heir family did not sell it all? Nearly fainting with anger, Ye Hao grumbled, not just the meat. There isn't even a bone left. How could this be? While Ding Chunhua fretted over the lack of meat, lying on the Kong was Ye Guanyin, preoccupied with his rag trade. Grandfather, did you speak to Ye Jingchuan about the rags? Can he take me along? I mentioned it, and I brought it up twice. But Ye Jingchuan has become quite contrary and refuses to heed me. Little did he know. Ye Hao had been so flustered by Ye Jingchuan's retorts that he hadn't even had the chance to mention the rags. However, even if he had, it would have been futile. With Ye Jingchuan's foul temper, he would never consider bringing Ye Guanyin along to prosper. This is troubling. Ye Guanyin furrowed his brow, contemplating that if the overt approach was unfeasible, then perhaps a covert one would suffice. Grandfather, we cannot remain idle. Since Ye Jingchuan will not inform us, we shall seek the truth ourselves. How shall we do that? I have heard whispers that he procures his rags from the city, but the exact source eludes me. That can be arranged. We could enlist someone to follow him and discover where he acquires his goods. I refuse to believe that a family of means like ours cannot procure rags. Prompted by Ye Guanyin's suggestion, Ye Hao suddenly realized his oversight. You are indeed astute, Guanyin. I nearly overlooked that. You should rest and recuperate from your injuries at home for the next few days. I will have your father keep an eye on Ye Jingchuan. Grandfather, Have you spoken to the village secretary about my schooling? Indeed, I have. Tomorrow, just have a seal stamped on the introduction letter. And you may attend high school at the commune. Thank you, grandfather. You are truly remarkable. With just a word, the secretary agreed. Of course, our family has endured 3 generations of poverty. Attending high school is certainly feasible. Meanwhile, the Ye family, having indulged in a hearty meal, were not in a hurry to retire for the night, but continued tidying their home. As Ye Jingchuan was about to organize the firewood he had chopped that day, the courtyard door creaked open again, revealing Ye Xiaoyan, who was carrying a large bag of fertilizer. Brother Jingchuan, my grandfather said your family is out of firewood. He asked me to bring you this as a token of gratitude. You have toiled hard to carry this down from the mountains. I cannot accept it. Besides, third grandfather is elderly and fears the cold. In winter, you must burn plenty of firewood. Even before autumn, I have gathered a considerable amount of firewood from the mountains. The stack at my home is taller than the eaves, sufficient to last us through the winter. Fearing that Ye Jingchuan might refuse, Ye Xiaoyan promptly dumped all the firewood in the courtyard. Very well, I graciously accept your kind gesture. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve something for you. From the market, Ye Jingchuan had purchased some small treats, and he wrapped a little of each in oiled paper. He regarded Ye Xiaoyan as still a child, with a fondness for such snacks. In the main room, Zhao Xiaoyu, who was steaming a second batch of buns, immediately called Ye Jingchuan over upon seeing Ye Xiaoyan deliver the firewood. Jingchuan then placed 2 freshly steamed buns onto Ye Xiaoyan's offering. She was not one to be stingy. During her most challenging times, when her children were unable to eat, it was Ye San who shared from his own rations, occasionally providing morsels for the children. Without such kindness, her 2 little ones might not have survived to adulthood. Now that her circumstances had improved slightly, she naturally felt compelled to care for the 2 of them. Go fetch a basket and a headscarf to cover it. All right. As the pot lid was lifted, steam obscured Ye Jingchuan's view but did not diminish the enticing aroma of the fluffy buns. Zhao Xiaoyu brought over a plate, barely able to hold the hefty bun weighing at least a pound. Xiaoyan, take these home and remember to return the plate tomorrow. Having never seen a bun of such size in his life, Ye Xiaoyan beamed as he accepted the basket, nodding vigorously and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jingchuan. Thank you, Aunt. Thank you, Uncle. Now hurry back. Observing Ye Xiaoyan's innocent delight, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but smile. The boy was easily satisfied. A mere token of kindness and 2 buns were enough to bring him joy. Ye Jingchuan then opened the fertilizer bag and emptied it to reveal a weasel concealed within. He fetched a hook to hang the weasel, preparing to skin it shortly. Jingchuan, have you been hunting weasels again? I shall no longer venture into the mountains for weasels. Today, I merely retrieved it while collecting traps. There was one left inside, so I brought it back. Later, I will dry the meat. Perfect for stewing a bowl for Nanzhi. That is agreeable. Hearing this, Ye Yuanshan felt a slight relief. He certainly did not wish for Ye Jingchuan to continue hunting weasels for profit. While it is said that feudal beliefs should be dismissed, some wisdom passed down through generations ought to be heeded. The firewood was neatly stacked against the west wall. Ye Jingchuan, wielding a skinning knife, was meticulously removing the pelt of a weasel in the courtyard. Although there was no power outage today, the wattage of the light bulb in their home was rather insufficient. Under such dim illumination, most would find it nearly impossible to even do laundry, let alone skin a weasel. Yet, as he worked, Ye Jingchuan was undeterred. The knife seemed to possess a life of its own, deftly peeling away the skin. Be careful with your hands. The light is quite dim, reminded Nanzhi, as she brought a lantern to illuminate his task. The lantern, fueled by kerosene, cast a much brighter glow, and its glass cover protected the flame from the wind. Though a bit large for indoor use and reeking of kerosene, it was perfectly suited for the outdoors. It's nothing to worry about. I hardly keep track of how many weasel pelts I've skinned. Even without a light, I could do it with my eyes closed and still produce a flawless pelt. You're quite remarkable, Nanzhi replied. Aren't you afraid of weasels? Ye Jingchuan turned to her, revealing the half-skinned weasel, its tender flesh exposed, evoking a somewhat macabre sight. In the past, he had always skinned weasels in the wild, as doing so at home would instill fear in the entire family, including Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Qianqian, who were both timid and dared not even glance at the process. What is there to fear? Back when we were educated youth, there were only a few female comrades. During the new year, food was scarce, and the brigade would give us a rabbit, claiming we ought to have some meat to celebrate. None of us knew how to handle the lively rabbit, so in the end, I was the one who had to kill and prepare it. As she spoke, Nanzhi chuckled softly, recalling how terrified they had all been while killing the rabbit, finding it too adorable to eat. Yet when the braised rabbit was served, they relished it with great enthusiasm. With empty stomachs, a piece of braised rabbit was a delightful treat. Perhaps I should ask my mother to make braised weasel meat another day. Though the portion is small, it is exceptionally fragrant and far tastier than rabbit meat. I've heard that weasel meat can be sold for a good price. We should consider selling it instead of consuming it. There's no need. We've all already eaten. And you're the only one who hasn't had a taste. We must let you try it. There's a saying here that children who eat weasel meat are easier to raise and less prone to illness. Oh, Nanzhi replied, puzzled. At 20 years old, she was hardly a child in need of weasel meat, though she kept that thought to herself, recognizing that Ye Jingchuan likely meant well. As Ye Jingchuan continued his work, Nanzhi kept herself occupied, diligently assisting Zhao Xiaoyu. Once the weasel pelts were prepared, it was already past 10 in the evening. Ye Jingchuan placed the weasel pelts and meat, stuffed with wheat straw, under the eaves to dry in the shade. Upon seeing him finish, Nanzhi hurriedly fetched a pot of hot water to the west room. Chapter 26. The Comfort of Covers. A casual conversation. Nanzhi called Ye Jingchuan to the west room and poured a basin of hot water for him to wash. Jingchuan, you should clean up. She handed him a warm towel. After returning with a wild boar and engaging in both butchering and skinning weasels, he was drenched in sweat. In the past, he would have only washed his face upon returning. There was no time for a proper cleansing. Indeed, marrying a wife proves to be a delightful choice, as one returns home to a person who is attuned to one's feelings, and that sensation is simply exquisite. With a cheerful demeanor, he took the warm towel from Nanzhi's hands and vigorously wiped his face, lowering his voice to assure her, rest assured. I will clean up thoroughly and one tea sully the bedding. Who cares about being clean or not? With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Nanzhi pointed towards the chair with the clean clothes before turning and fleeing. Although Ye Jingchuan appeared to be quite a respectable individual, his words were anything but serious. After wiping the sweat from his body and changing into fresh attire, he finally retreated to his own room. On the Kong lay two quilts. Nanzhi, facing the window, had already nestled under the covers. Ye Jingchuan glanced at the slightly bulging quilt, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He extinguished the light and effortlessly slipped into her bedding. Naturally, he draped his arm over her waist, sensing her initially rigid form gradually relax. I am well aware that I will not act improperly as long as we remain in the West Room. Hearing Ye Jingchuan's words, Nanzhi exhaled softly. The wall separating them from Zhao Xiaoyu and her companions was thin, and any actions taken would be readily audible next door. The autumn air was quite dry. After 2 days of airing out in the West Room, her mother added some firewood to the stove, claiming it produced no smoke. Nanzhi estimated that they would be able to move there without issue the following day. So soon, her heart, which had just settled, began to race again. She was all too aware of the implications of moving to the West Room. Not soon at all. It has been several days already. Nanzhi had overestimated Ye Jingchuan's self-control. He might not take the final step, but he could still engage in other activities. While they conversed, his large hands could not resist wandering. Initially, they merely rested lightly on her waist. But that restraint lasted only a few moments before his cool fingers skated across her smooth skin. The tension in Nanzhi, who had just begun to relax, instantly returned. Be good. There's no need to be nervous. I promise I won't act recklessly. Ye Jingchuan, snug against Nanzhi's back, gently embraced her. And with a swift motion, they were enveloped in darkness beneath the covers. A fervent kiss descended upon her, and Nanzhi grasped his arm tightly, her heart racing as she endeavored to suppress any sound. The exquisite restraint left both of them in a state of considerable discomfort. When Ye Jingchuan's kiss landed on the birthmark on Nanzhi's forehead, she could not help but shudder. Did he truly not mind the unsightly mark on her face? Yet before she could ponder further, his passionate kiss roamed elsewhere. Ye Jingchuan was no fool. Aside from the final act, he engaged in all that was appropriate and inappropriate. His fervor overwhelmed Nanzhi, who had never encountered such experiences and blushed at merely gazing at him. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the darkness of the covers concealed everything. To hold such beauty, yet be unable to indulge, was indeed a torment for Ye Jingchuan. As dawn broke the following day, when he arose, he did not forget to plant a kiss on Nanzhi's cheek. You may continue sleeping. There's no need to rise. I should return before noon. In a state of drowsiness, Nanzhi gazed at Ye Jingchuan as he departed with an air of nonchalance. Her mind was awash with memories of the previous night, pondering the myriad ways he had captivated her, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Ultimately, she rubbed her face and resolved to rise. As a newlywed, she felt it was inappropriate to linger in bed while her mother-in-law was already awake. By the time Ye Jingchuan rose, Zhao Xiaoyu was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Mother, I'm heading to the city. Please remember to stoke the fire in the west room. Once it's warm enough, Nanzhi and I can move in, he instructed. Understood. Aren't you having breakfast at home? She inquired. No, we're taking the cart to the city today. It's better to leave early and return early, he replied. As Ye Jingchuan stepped outside, he spotted Ye Xiaoyan squatting by the door. Xiaoyan, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call for me? He asked. I just got here, came the reply. You silly boy, next time just knock on the door, Ye Jingchuan admonished, observing the goofy grin on Ye Xiaoyan's face, leaving him at a loss for words. The boy was so earnest, always considering others first. When they sought out Ye Tingdong, he too had risen and was splashing his face with cold water in the courtyard. Jingchuan, wait a moment. I'll be ready shortly, he called. Ye Jingchuan, pulling the cart, beckoned Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan to join him on their journey to the city. The trio set off at an unusually early hour, with the horizon still shrouded in darkness. They took turns hauling the cart, maintaining a brisk pace. Upon reaching Feng Shichang's place, they found the streets remarkably deserted, with not a soul in sight in the alleys. Feng Shichang yawned as he opened the door. Jingchuan, you're here awfully early. It's not even 5:30, he exclaimed. I'm just trying to avoid the crowds. Today, I brought my brothers along to gather some scrap fabric. Do you still have about 50 baskets? Feng Shichang glanced at Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan before responding. I don't have 50, but around 40 should suffice. However, that is quite heavy. How do you three plan to carry it back? He brought a cart. 40 baskets won't be a problem, Ye Jingchuan assured him. All right then, come help me. The baskets are too heavy for me alone. Having grown up doing farm work, the three boys were robust, and lifting baskets weighing around 40 pounds was a trivial task for them. Before long, the fabric was packed, totaling over 600 pounds. Ye Jingchuan settled the payment with Feng Shichang and inquired further, Feng, do you have more of this fabric? Yes, and in abundance. But you won't be able to haul much with your cart. If only you had a tractor, that would be ideal for hauling, Feng Shichang remarked. But this alley is too narrow for a tractor to enter, Ye Jingchuan countered. If you bring a tractor, I can take you to my large warehouse, Feng Shichang offered. All right, Feng, please give me the address. We'll gather at the warehouse entrance at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Feng Shichang grabbed a pencil and scribbled the address on a cigarette box. Almost forgot. You asked me to help with bicycle and sewing machine tickets. I've managed to get those for you, he added. I knew I could count on you, Feng. While others struggle to obtain tickets, you make it seem effortless. Ye Jingchuan replied, a seasoned figure in the world, possessing the gift of gab. Remarkably, after only a second meeting, Feng Shichang felt an unusual familiarity with him, as if they had known each other for years. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ye Jingchuan did not dare to linger, promptly loading the scraps into a fertilizer bag and departing with the cart. Chapter 27. The sewing machine. Among the trio, the strongest was undoubtedly Ye Xiaoyan, who took the lead in pulling the cart, swiftly making his way out of the city. Xiaoyan, take a break and let me take over. No need. I'm not tired yet. Wait until we reach that steep incline ahead. The area surrounding Jiangpu City was characterized by its hilly terrain, with numerous ascents and descents, particularly a series of 3 steep hills shortly after leaving the city. All right, when we get to the bottom of the hill, you can switch with me. After walking this far, and then climbing a hill, your shoulders will surely be sore. Ye Xiaoyan chuckled, but did not acquiesce, charging ahead with the cart. He truly possessed immense strength, reaching the midpoint of the slope. Had it not been for Ye Jingchuan urging him to rest, he likely would have dragged the cart all the way to the top. Xiaoyan, you're as strong as a young calf. The cart halted midway up the hill, and the three were left panting, drenched in sweat. My grandfather used to say that while I may lack other talents, I possess great strength. He advised me to exert myself when working, as others will surely not overlook my efforts. Ye Xiaoyan scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't grasp the deeper wisdom, but felt certain that following his grandfather's advice was wise. What Grandpa said holds true. After a brief respite, they switched roles, with Ye Jingchuan leading the cart, while Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan pushed from behind. The more than 1,000 pounds of fabric was no light burden. And as Ye Jingchuan pulled the cart up the hill, he felt the rope painfully digging into his shoulders. After the ascent came a steep decline. And while ascending was difficult, descending proved even more challenging. By the time they returned to the main group with the fabric, their legs felt utterly spent. On their way home, they encountered several acquaintances. When questioned, Ye Jingchuan merely stated that they had been out working, refraining from divulging the specifics of their labor. The trio maneuvered the cart into the courtyard of their ancestral home. Outside the courtyard, Ye Jingchuan was engaged in conversation with several uncles. Earlier that morning, they had reinforced the courtyard wall with stones, which now stood at least 2 meters high, and the exterior had been freshly smoothed with mud, appearing quite tidy and attractive. Ye Jingchuan greeted them and pushed the cart into the yard. Zhao Xiaoyu and Mu Nanzhi, who were tidying up the courtyard, were taken aback. Is this all scrap fabric? Jingchuan. Yes, Tingdong and I each contributed half the cost. My goodness, have you brought back this much? Won't setting up a stall at the market draw too much attention? It won't be an issue. Tomorrow, when we head to the market, Tingdong and I will set up separate stalls and sell our shares independently. So we won't attract too much notice. As they conversed, Ye Jingchuan had already unloaded his portion of the scraps, leaving the remainder for Ye Tingdong to take. You'll still need to handle the tractor situation. Understood. I won't borrow the tractor from our team. I'll find a way to borrow one from another team. All right, I trust you to handle it. After they settled their plans, Ye Tingdong hurried back, eager to inform his mother about dividing the scraps. Having previously assisted Ye Jingchuan with setting up a stall. Jingchuan, what are you and Tingdong murmuring about? Mom seems a bit confused. In 2 days, we plan to sell some scraps of cloth. The cart is too small, so we intend to borrow a tractor for transport. A tractor? We'll need to haul about 2,000 pounds of fabric, right? Almost. Zhao Xiaoyu has never attended school and cannot calculate the cost of 2,000 pounds of scraps. But it is certainly a considerable sum. Jingchuan, do you have enough money? The scraps are not very valuable. I have sufficient funds on hand. After a grueling trip, Ye Jingchuan sat down on a stool and took deep gulps from a gourd of water. The spring water he collected from the mountain yesterday was all gone, and now he was drinking well water, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. He thought he would go back to the mountain another day to collect more spring water. While Ye Jingchuan was drinking, Zhao Xiaoyu had already brought Mu Nanzhi and Ye Qianqian to lift a bundle of scraps and sort them onto a large fertilizer bag. Brother, I want to keep a few pieces of military green khaki fabric to make a crossbody bag. Keep as much as you like. 1 piece is enough for 1 bag. I'll save 3, and I can make a few more to carry around slowly. The materials sold at our commune's supply and marketing cooperative are not as good and cost 5 yuan each. When I carry one around in front of my friends, they will surely envy me. Few rural girls can afford a crossbody bag worth 5 yuan. The speaker may not have intended it, but Ye Jingchuan's mind was suddenly flooded with numerous ideas. With so much khaki fabric costing only 30 cents per piece, if he could turn it into crossbody bags, they could sell for 5 yuan each, resulting in a substantial profit increase. Nanzhi, can you make crossbody bags? Yes, I have one. It's not difficult to make. Then let's save all the military green khaki fabric to turn into crossbody bags for sale. Will that work? Will the authorities interfere? Plus, hand sewing the bags will take a long time, especially sewing on the 2 shoulder straps, which is quite troublesome. Noticing Mu Nanzhi's concern, Ye Jingchuan calmly took out a sewing machine ticket and a bicycle ticket from his pocket. I almost forgot. I managed to get a sewing machine ticket today. I'll head to the cooperative now to see if they have any sewing machines for sale. Nanzhi, please cut all this military green khaki fabric. Once I buy the sewing machine, we can start making crossbody bags, and they will surely sell well at the market tomorrow. If the military green crossbody bags weren't so costly, every young person would likely have one by now. The bags sold at the cooperative require fabric tickets, which I don't need. Just based on that, I'm not worried about the bags not selling. Xiaoyan, help me unload the cart here while I go to the cooperative. All right, Xiaoyan replied promptly. Ye Jingchuan hurriedly borrowed a bicycle from Ye Tingdong's family and dashed toward the cooperative. You're lucky, young man. Our cooperative just received a shipment of 10 sewing machines. These machines had been pre-ordered, but one customer suddenly fell short on funds and returned one. If you had come a bit later, that sewing machine would have been gone. What a stroke of luck. Ye Jingchuan wanted to buy another bicycle, but unfortunately, bicycles were even scarcer than sewing machines, and there would be no stock for at least another half-month. To acquire a bicycle, one would have to wait patiently in line. Having purchased a sewing machine, an assortment of needles and threads was naturally indispensable. While one might find more economical options at the market, Ye Jingchuan, pressed for time, paid little heed to the cost and instead acquired a large box of sewing supplies, eager to embark on his creative venture. Not only did he plan to craft military green crossbody bags, but he also aimed to produce delightful floral-patterned bags, which were particularly favored by young women. He intended to create a few prototypes to gauge their market appeal. Additionally, before departing, he purchased over 20 red 5-pointed stars, envisioning their attachment to the military green bags to enhance their aesthetic appeal and subsequently boost sales. With the sewing machine in hand, Ye Jingchuan hired an ox cart to transport it home. Upon his return, he found all the scraps of fabric meticulously sorted and stored in fertilizer bags, while Nanzhi was in the east room, diligently cutting straps for the crossbody bags. "Mother, I've returned with the sewing machine," Ye Jingchuan exclaimed joyfully, carefully placing his bicycle down and assisting the cart driver in unloading the machine. His exuberant voice not only summoned Nanzhi from the room, but also piqued the curiosity of neighboring onlookers, drawn in by the mention of the sewing machine. Wang Sao, a neighbor, looked on with envy as Ye Jingchuan brought the machine home, unable to resist sharing her thoughts with her mother-in-law. "I never imagined Jingchuan possessed such talents. Just days ago, many anticipated the downfall of the Ye family after the division, yet here he is, already with a sewing machine. I can only imagine how envious old Ye must be feeling." Indeed, it had been said that Jingchuan brought misfortune, but it appeared that living with old Ye was the real source of bad luck. Now that he had separated, fortune had come knocking. Wang Sa's family had long been neighbors with Ye Hao'd, and despite past grievances, she seized the opportunity to relish the irony of Ye Hao'd's situation, making her way toward the village's ancient locust tree to boast about Ye Jingchuan to her friends. Chapter 28. Fabric transformed into treasure. Before her stood a brand new sewing machine, and Nanzhi could hardly believe her eyes as she gingerly touched the machine's surface. "This is an Eagle brand. It must cost over 100, right? 125. And it's often out of stock. I was fortunate to get it today," Ye Jingchuan replied. Together, they transported the sewing machine to the west room, where she promptly sat down to set up the threads and needles. Grabbing a strap, she placed it on the machine's needle plate and gently pressed the foot pedal. The rhythmic sound of the machine filled the air as the strap swiftly transformed under her hands, completing a meter-long strap in no time. Nearby, Zhao Xiaoyu picked up the strap, examining the neat stitching with admiration. "The sewing machine is truly remarkable. If we were to sew this by hand, it would take ages, and the stitches wouldn't be as even. Mother, you should learn to use the sewing machine as well. If we sell the crossbody bags and make a profit, we can produce more to sell later, especially since winter leaves us with little to do," Nanzhi suggested. "All right, I shall learn from Nanzhi how to operate the sewing machine," Ye Jingchuan's sister, Ye Qianqian, chimed in enthusiastically. Just as Ye Yuanshan returned home after sending off the wall-building master, he overheard the family's eagerness to learn sewing. "Will selling crossbody bags attract trouble?" he pondered aloud. "Selling scraps and finished bags is entirely different. The bags are products meant for sale at the supply and marketing cooperative. If someone were to report us, we might very well face serious consequences. Father, this crossbody bag is crafted from scraps of fabric, much like how the villagers weave baskets from willow branches for the market. If anyone were to cause me trouble, I have my own means of handling it. Currently, the situation is rather unclear, with varying regulations across different regions. Jiangpu City, being a coastal area, has looser restrictions. Those with audacity seize opportunities to conduct small businesses, as long as they do not scale their personal ventures excessively. Small vendors are unlikely to face significant issues. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan navigated the underbelly of Jiangpu, living a perilous existence. In this life, for the sake of Nanzhi, their child, and for Ye Xiaoyan, he vows not to plunge himself into danger. Being prudent does not equate to foregoing profit. Although a single bag yields only 2 or 3 yuan, the quantity compensates. If he can establish a foothold in the Hongxing commune, he can distribute to other communes as well. Inside the house, Nanzhi deftly operated the sewing machine, while in the courtyard, Liang the carpenter was dismantling and reinstalling the window frames with his apprentice. The window frames of the ancestral home were exceedingly dilapidated, crumbling to dust during the process and subsequently taken by Zhao Xiaoyu for firewood. Approaching noon, all the windows and doors had been replaced, and the ancestral home finally resembled a livable dwelling. "Father, let us also renovate the roof. It has been uninhabited for so long that it leaks." I have already found someone for that, and regarding the East Wing Eskong bed, we must take advantage of this pleasant weather to dry the mud bricks. When it turns cold, we cannot afford delays. Father, I have been preoccupied with the fabric project these past few days, and I doubt I can assist you much with the roof and Kong bed renovations. Do not hesitate to spend money. Enlist the help of the villagers. Do you think your father has been idling in the village? Renovating the roof and Kong bed won't cost much. Just treat your uncles to a meal. Indeed, you have a good rapport. After lunch, Ye Jingchuan informed Zhao Xiaoyu and proceeded to work on the mud bricks, planning to prepare a pot of cabbage and meat for dinner guests that evening. As for Ye Jingchuan, he was already exhausted from hauling fabric in the morning and, after lunch, retreated to the west room for a nap. Jingchuan, why not sleep in the east room? The sewing machine here is quite noisy and may disturb your rest. No worries, you carry on with your work. I shall sleep regardless. The Kong in the west room was adorned with a new straw mat, resting atop freshly dried wheat straw. Ye Jingchuan pulled over a quilt, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. The familiar scent of wheat straw wafted gently past his nostrils, while the afternoon sun streamed through the newly installed glass window, warming his face. Soon, the sound of the sewing machine filled his ears, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. He slept soundly until mid-afternoon, at which point the sewing machine had fallen silent, and Nanzhi was no longer in the room. On the sewing machine lay 6 finished army green crossbody bags, each adorned with a red 5-pointed star. Ye Jingchuan picked up one of the bags and donned it. Indeed, his wife had crafted a bag more aesthetically pleasing than those from the supply and marketing cooperative. He set the bag down and ventured to the east room, where Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan were busily cutting small pieces of floral fabric. Earlier that day, when Ye Jingchuan had collected scraps, Feng Shichang had given him a bag of unusable fabric remnants, typically discarded as waste or repurposed into mops. As Nanzhi was tidying up scraps of fabric, she stumbled upon a bag filled with unusable remnants. She skillfully cut the small pieces and crafted a crossbody bag's exterior, sewing a border of solid blue fabric around it. Surprisingly, the unique style of this crossbody bag turned out to be quite appealing. The remaining strips of fabric were trimmed into finer pieces, twisted into sturdy cords that were robust enough for everyday use at home. You possess such deft hands, Nanzhi. A bag of discarded fabric in your grasp has transformed into treasure. In times of scarcity, even the smallest scraps were too precious to discard. The tiniest pieces could be fashioned into rope, while slightly larger ones were reserved for future clothing repairs. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan finally grasped the vast disparity between urban and rural life. In the countryside, even a scrap of fabric the size of a fingernail was cherished by women, not to mention larger pieces. If he could acquire more remnants and enlist the help of a few skilled aunts and sisters in the village to transform these discarded fabrics into crossbody bags and cotton cords for sale at the market, they could earn a tidy profit. The thought brought a smile to his face. Opportunities were abundant, reliant solely on ingenuity and audacity. Throughout the day, numerous visitors frequented the ancestral home, and news of Ye Jingchuan's newfound batch of fabric quickly circulated within the community. As dusk approached, acquaintances from the village arrived to select materials. Upon seeing Nanzhi's crafted crossbody bag, they were captivated, though the price of 4 yuan each gave them pause. One sister, whose daughter was of school age, couldn't resist asking Nanzhi for guidance on making a crossbody bag, eager to create one at home from her own scraps. Nanzhi willingly shared the crafting method, eager to assist. The visitors did not inquire about the birthmark on Nanzhi's face. Instead, they engaged in casual conversation about how to enhance the bag's appearance. Gradually, Nanzhi relaxed and became more talkative, observing her cheerful demeanor. Ye Jingchuan felt a sense of joy. He had worried that she might be overly introverted due to her looks. However, it appeared he had overthought it. Nanzhi was not one to internalize such struggles. As long as she felt secure and sensed the goodwill of those around her, her personality shone brightly. Once the guests departed, Ye Jingchuan curiously asked, "Nanzhi, aren't you worried that sharing the method of making the crossbody bag might lead others to take our business? Why be concerned? Look around. Only a handful of families in our village possess sewing machines. Hand-stitching a crossbody bag takes at least 3 to 5 days, by which time we would have sold a considerable number." Ye Jingchuan was taken aback by Nanzhi's cleverness. She perceived matters deeper than their surface. "Would you like to accompany me to the market tomorrow?" "You go ahead. I intend to turn the remaining material into crossbody bags." With a substantial quantity of military green khaki fabric totaling over 50 pieces, transforming them all into bags was indeed a significant undertaking. Even with Ye Jingchuan's assistance, Nanzhi would require a couple of days to complete the task. Very well, I shall bring you some treats upon my return from the market. Chapter 29, A Small Profit on a Rare Evening Without a Power Outage. Nanzhi was diligently cutting small floral fabric. Ye Jingchuan, who had just finished soaking his feet, observed her engrossed in her work and mused that these tasks were not urgent. She could easily postpone them for several days. Why was Nanzhi working so hard, sacrificing her sleep for such endeavors? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his wife was too shy to join him in bed? After several days of finally moving into the West Room together, Ye Jingchuan was determined not to miss this opportunity. He quickly disposed of the foot-soaking water and prepared a fresh basin. Nanzhi, it's late. You should wash your feet and get some rest. With the warm water now in front of her, Nanzhi found it hard to come up with an excuse to delay, as she could not simply watch the water grow cold. Fine. She placed the fabric she had been working on into the sewing box and sat on the edge of the kong to soak her feet. Ye Jingchuan, already ready for bed, leaned against the head of the kong, glancing at Nanzhi's delicate little feet and thinking how adorable she was. She blushed easily, her cheeks often aflame, and he felt a pang of curiosity to witness her shy demeanor. However, that night, he decided to behave himself, turning off the lights to sleep, lest he make her uncomfortable. As Nanzhi hesitated, the water in the basin gradually cooled. Unable to delay any longer, she poured it out. By the time she finished washing up and returned to the West Room, Ye Jingchuan had already spread the blankets and lay down. Nanzhi, turn off the lights and go to sleep. Okay. Upon seeing Ye Jingchuan nestled in her blanket, Nanzhi exhaled softly, though a sense of inexplicable disappointment lingered in her heart. After turning off the light and slipping beneath the covers, she was immediately enveloped in Ye Jingchuan's embrace. Nanzhi, are you nervous? Not at all. Really? Then why do I feel your heart racing? Ye Jingchuan's large hand rested over her heart, and indeed, her heartbeat quickened, her body radiating warmth from shyness. Nanzhi, it's all right. He pulled the blanket closer, taking his time to engage with her throughout the night. Don't bite your lip. There's still a room between us and the East Room. In the moonlight, he gazed at her restrained expression and, with a mischievous glint, gently nibbled her earlobe, whispering, I adore your sweet voice. You scoundrel. Though Nanzhi was genuinely upset, her voice was sweet enough to captivate Ye Jingchuan. Would you like to experience something even more scandalous? Helpless against Ye Jingchuan's seasoned charm, Nanzhi found herself at a loss, her resistance crumbling. If not for the early market trip the next morning, he would not have let her off so easily, especially given her alluring figure, once in his arms. He was reluctant to let her go, wishing to savor her completely. Contentedly, Ye Jingchuan held the already sleeping Nanzhi and reflected on the youthfulness of their days, full of vigor and strength. As dawn broke, Ye Jingchuan prepared to head to the market with scraps of fabric and 6 sewn military green and 2 small floral crossbody bags, accompanied by Ye Tingdong. As they arrived beneath the large locust tree in the village, they spotted Ye Xiaoyan waiting for them. Why haven't you come to find me at home, instead of waiting here? I am unaware of what time you arose. Ye Xiaoyan chuckled innocently, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. In truth, he was uncertain whether Ye Jingchuan wanted him to accompany him today, as he had not mentioned it the day before. You fool. Ye Jingchuan, belatedly grasping the situation, resolved to communicate any matters clearly to Ye Xiaoyan in the future, lest he continue to wait foolishly. The Hongxing commune hosts several markets, and today's is even larger than yesterday's. Ye Jingchuan and Ye Tingdong negotiated the prices, each claiming a corner of the market. Previously, no one had sold scraps of cloth at the market, but as Ye Jingchuan displayed his remnants, several women quickly gathered around. One of the women, upon spotting a military green crossbody bag, could not resist picking it up for inspection. Young man, is this crossbody bag the same as those sold by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? She inquired. The bags sold by the cooperative are military issue, requiring fabric coupons and priced accordingly. Mine is crafted from household scraps, using khaki fabric, thus naturally more affordable than those from the cooperative. The woman nodded slightly and asked, how much for this? 4 yuan each, no fabric coupons needed. Oh dear, that is not exactly cheap. Madam, this military green khaki fabric is indeed of high quality. And look at the craftsmanship, the stitching is first-rate. Ye Jingchuan was quite eloquent, and before the inquiring woman could decide whether to purchase, another woman nearby bought one without hesitation. Once the first bag sold, Ye Jingchuan swiftly sold out the rest with minimal effort. The similar bags, made of softer khaki fabric and requiring no coupons, appealed particularly to those who had money but lacked fabric tickets. After a while, 2 small patchwork crossbody bags were sold at 2 yuan each. Ye Jingchuan was pleasantly surprised by the popularity of the crossbody bags, further confirming his belief that this small venture was viable. According to Ye Jingchuan's plan, he expected to sell hundreds of pounds of scraps throughout the morning. Yet by 9 a.m., he had sold out completely. He and Ye Xiaoyan received money until their hands felt sore, with some latecomers inquiring when he would return. "Madam, I will be at the large market in Luoha the day after tomorrow." "All right, I will arrive early then. I came too late today and bought nothing." After packing up, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan sought out Ye Tingdong. As they passed by the market office, they spotted a woman carrying the military green crossbody bag he had sold, conversing with someone. Seeing a group of individuals wearing red armbands in the office, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It appeared that the market administration had been aware of him for some time. Had he sold a canvas version of the military green bag today, he would have struggled to explain himself. This hurdle had been successfully navigated. Meanwhile, Ye Tingdong, who was somewhat slow of speech, still had 2 bags of scraps unsold when Ye Jingchuan approached. "Jingchuan, don't wait for me. I estimate I can sell these 2 bags before noon." Ye Jingchuan looked at Ye Tingdong, who stood like a statue at his stall, unsure of how to respond. In the marketplace, one must vocally announce their wares. Otherwise, no one would be aware of what is being sold or at what price. With this in mind, Ye Jingchuan seized a piece of floral fabric and began to call out loudly, 2 dimes for a piece of cloth. We have blue fabric, floral prints, and khaki material. There is an array of patterns at affordable prices, and if you buy 10 pieces, you will receive an additional one for free." Standing tall, Ye Jingchuan, with the fabric in hand, became quite a sight at the bustling market. His clear and resonant voice quickly attracted a number of women eager to examine the scraps. Once a purchase was made, 3 individuals behind him busily began collecting payments. Ye Tingdong initially believed that the fabric would last until midday, yet, within half an hour, it was all sold out. Staring at the pile of small bills in the canvas bag, Ye Tingdong was rendered speechless, astonished by how much more successful Ye Jingchuan was at selling fabric than he was. Turning to the grinning Ye Jingchuan, he mused that it must be due to his good looks, as both young maidens and married women seemed drawn to him. After the 3 of them finished their sales, they did not rush to leave, but instead took the opportunity to buy some food and necessities at the market. Ye Jingchuan, having just moved into a new home, had much to acquire. Chapter 30. Concern for his wife Jingchuan. "Why have you bought another basin? I recall that on your wedding day, Auntie gifted you one adorned with auspicious characters." "This one is for my wife," he replied. You each have a basin now? Mind your own business, you little brat." Ye Jingchuan retorted, unwilling to elaborate. He knew that once Ye Tingdong married, he would understand that acquiring a delicate wife meant needing several basins, not just one. Changing the subject, he spoke of the tractor. "I've arranged to pick up the tractor this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, we shall transport the fabric scraps. With the tractor, the 3 of us 1T have to pull a cart like old oxen. Yesterday, after returning home, I bore the marks of my labor on my shoulders. The pain was nearly unbearable. Though you appear tall and robust, it seems you are more delicate than I imagined, getting injured while pulling a cart. I, on the other hand, suffered no such fate." Recalling his energetic self from the previous night, Ye Jingchuan smiled even more broadly. "Even with the tractor, we must not leave too late. We will depart at 6 and arrive around 7:30 to 8. "I understand." Today, Ye Jingchuan had arrived at the market with a cart, deciding to purchase more items to avoid making multiple trips later. Consequently, he ended up with a half-full cart of assorted goods. Ye Tingdong could not resist teasing him. Indeed, marriage changes everything. Now that you are wed, all your purchases are for the household, while in the past, we would merely buy snacks. Having spent the morning at the market, Ye Jingchuan returned home just before noon, only to find several uncles replacing the tiles on the roof. "Father, you are remarkably swift. The roof has been completely refurbished in just one morning. People from the brigade have mentioned that rain is expected in a few days. If we do not repair it promptly, when the rain comes, we will have a deluge inside, and the sound of bowls clanging will keep us awake all night." Perched on the rooftop, Uncle Yi was assisting with the tile replacement when he noticed Ye Jingchuan returning with a half-cart of goods. With a cheerful smile, he inquired, "Jingchuan, have you brought back scraps of cloth?" "Indeed," replied Ye Jingchuan. "I just earned a bit of pocket money, but before it could even warm in my hands, I've spent it all. We have just divided the household, and there's nothing left at home. I must start anew." As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan retrieved 2 stools from the cart. Their family of 5 wished to sit in the main room, yet they could not even gather 5 stools. Uncle Yi sighed softly within, aware that the affairs of the Yi family had spread throughout the entire village. He used to believe that the ability of the large Yi family to live harmoniously under one roof was a true blessing. Yet now, it seemed that all this happiness had come at the expense of Ye Yuanshan's family. He glanced at his cousin, Ye Yuanshan, with a sense of helplessness. Recognizing that his overly kind-hearted demeanor, always considering the old Yi family, had led them to a life riddled with difficulties. However, now that Ye Jingchuan had grown, he could support this family, and brighter days were on the horizon. Once the roof of the main house, consisting of 4 rooms, had been refurbished, the helpers departed, promising to return in the afternoon to assist with the repairs of the east wing roof. Ye Jingchuan meticulously carried the items into the house and noticed Nanzhi in the west room crafting a messenger bag. He approached her with a beaming smile. "Wife, look what treasures I have brought for you." "Oh," Nanzhi responded, her brow furrowed in curiosity as she watched him perform what seemed like a magic trick. With a clap of his hands, he produced a vibrant red scarf. "You've squandered money again," she teased. "Buying a red scarf for my wife cannot be deemed wasteful. Let me adorn you with it and see how it looks," he replied. His cool fingers grazed her delicate neck, making her feel a rush of nervousness. Once the scarf was tied, Ye Jingchuan fetched a mirror for her to admire. The young woman gazing back was bashful yet beautiful, though she wished dearly that the large birthmark on her forehead were absent. She hesitantly tugged at her bangs, attempting to conceal the mark, and turned to Ye Jingchuan. "Do you still find me beautiful with this unsightly birthmark?" "Of course. A person's worth is not solely determined by their appearance. In my eyes, Nanzhi, you are the most beautiful woman," he assured her. "You just know how to flatter me," she replied. Rising to properly store the scarf, she hurriedly stood and inadvertently bumped against the sewing machine. The sudden pain brought tears to her eyes. "Let me see. How can you be so careless?" Without further ado, Ye Jingchuan lifted her shirt. Upon inspection, he noted not only a red mark on her waist, but also several bruises, with faint impressions of fingers visible on either side. "Did I leave these marks last night?" Nanzhi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, quickly pulling her shirt down. "Mealtime is approaching. Hurry and tidy yourself up and wash your face," she thought, her heart racing. The marks on her waist were but minor. The bruises on her chest were even more pronounced. She couldn't fathom why Ye Jingchuan seemed so fond of leaving traces of his affection upon her. As she recalled the marks on those sensitive areas, Nanzhi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She sought a topic to divert attention from the matter, but Ye Jingchuan pulled her into his embrace. "Did I hurt you last night? Why didn't you mention it?" I'm fine," she stammered. "This afternoon, don't make any more crossbody bags. Just lie down and rest for a while." "I'm not that delicate. My waist doesn't hurt anymore." "Not delicate? Just a gentle touch, and you bruise so easily. I'll apply some ointment for blood circulation and bruising tonight." "No, there's no need." Nanzhi felt on the verge of madness. Why were they discussing such an embarrassing topic in broad daylight? She forcefully broke free from Ye Jingchuan's embrace and turned to the main room to assist Zhao Xiaoyu in preparing lunch. Observing her hasty retreat, Ye Jingchuan thought that no matter how weary or burdened he felt, it was all worthwhile. In a good mood, Ye Jingchuan tossed the money pouch to Ye Qianqian, asking her to help count the total amount. It was her first time seeing such a sum. She counted each bill carefully, totaling 785 yuan and 24 cents. "Brother, you sold over 700 yuan worth of scrap fabric. How is there so much? Don't underestimate those bags of fabric, even at 3 or 4 cents apiece. It adds up significantly. Plus, the prices are low and no fabric coupons are needed. Some buy 10 or 20 pieces at once to make quilt covers, while others purchase 8 or 10 pieces for children's clothing. Also, there are 28 yuan from selling crossbody bags. Nanzhi can continue this venture. I'll collect more military green khaki cloth for bags, and we can make more small floral patterns. Families with young girls adore such prints. All right, I made over a dozen today. When are you heading to the market?" "The day after tomorrow. Make a few more. I suspect a dozen 1 tea suffice." As Ye Yuanshan entered the house, He incredulously asked, Jingchuan, I recall you mentioned only 180 yuan worth of scrap fabric. Did you really earn 600 yuan? Not just 600. We have several dozen military green khaki pieces left. If we make those into crossbody bags, the profit will be even greater. Ye Jingchuan never imagined that selling a few pieces of scrap fabric could yield such substantial profit. If he weren't aware of Ye Jingchuan's procurement prices, he would find it hard to believe. Has anyone from the market approached you? No, but I noticed someone from the market bought my crossbody bags. I should be able to continue selling without issue. That's good to hear. Ye Jingchuan's small business ventures were a bit ambiguous, and Ye Jingchuan remained concerned, fearing potential mishaps. Later, Ye Jingchuan mentioned that he would procure more scrap fabric, and they might all need to go to the market together. Ye Jingchuan was not apprehensive. As long as the authorities did not intervene, they would be fine. Selling scrap fabric was indeed labor-intensive, with many buyers asking about prices and inspecting the fabric, working tirelessly for 4 to 5 hours until their voices grew hoarse. Yet for the Ye family, every effort was deemed worthwhile. To repair the roof and sun-dry the mud bricks for the Kong, the Ye family, led by Ye Jingchuan, was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Ye Hao instructed his younger son, Ye Fushan, to keep an eye on Ye Jingchuan, curious about where he procured the scrap cloth. However, after a long wait, he received the news that Ye Jingchuan had already sold all the scrap cloth and returned home. Fushan, what can I say to your father? You couldn't even handle such a trivial matter. In the main room, Ye Hao, feeling frustrated, smoked his pipe incessantly, filling the space with an unpleasant odor. Who could have imagined that crafty Ye Jingchuan, fearing others would discover his source for the scrap cloth, had left before dawn? At that hour, I was still asleep at home, unaware of where he was acquiring the scraps. Ye Fushan was equally vexed. The busy farming season had just ended, and he longed for a bit of rest. Who would wake up before dawn to toil? Tomorrow morning, you must go to the ancestral home and watch Ye Jingchuan closely to see where he gets his scrap cloth. I've heard he made quite a bit of money selling it, and even bought a sewing machine. At this, Ye Hao felt a pang of envy. A sewing machine costs over 120, yet they had the money to buy one instead of honoring him. Truly unfilial. Chapter 31. Studying upon hearing that he was being sent to watch Ye Jingchuan early, Ye Fushan was somewhat reluctant. Father, what if Ye Jingchuan doesn't go for the scrap cloth tomorrow? Even if he doesn't, you will merely wait a bit longer. For the sake of our family's future, endure a little hardship. With his father's insistence, Ye Fushan found it hard to argue further. Grandfather, my injuries are nearly healed. I will report to high school in a few days. The moment Ye Guanyin mentioned high school, Ye Hao's expression brightened. Good, focus on your studies. I will ensure everything at home is managed, and I will clarify the scrap cloth situation in the coming days. Yes, grandfather, you must act swiftly. Ye Jingchuan frequently attends the market to sell scrap cloth. It's likely someone is envious and may already be in contact with buyers. If the demand for scrap cloth increases, it will become challenging for us to profit later. The Hongxing commune was relatively small, and most citizens had little money. An influx of scrap cloth sellers would inevitably lead to a decline in sales. Earning 3 to 5 yuan per market visit would lose its appeal. While the Ye family plotted against Ye Jingchuan, they remained unaware that no amount of cunning could rival the advantage of Ye Jingchuan, who possessed memories of a past life. In the ancestral home, Ye Jingchuan's family had just finished lunch. Mu Nanzhi and Ye Qianqian were in the west room, cutting fabric pieces in preparation to make crossbody bags. Elder brother, I heard from the people at the brigade that Ye Guanyin is planning to attend high school at the commune. Do you know about this? Oh, when did this happen? How come I haven't heard of it? With his dismal grades, who would accept him into high school? Ye Jingchuan was well aware of Ye Guanyin's academic performance. It was far from satisfactory. Even in times when high school education was not highly regarded, it was unlikely they would accept anyone with such poor results. The recent marriage has left me pondering the peculiar behavior of Ye Guanyin. At the age of 20, he still wishes to enroll in high school, which seems to me a mere excuse to evade the laborious life of toil and earning a living. Our grandfather, in his indulgence, has gone to great lengths to utilize his connections to secure an introduction letter for him. Ye Qianqian, with a disdainful curl of her lip, remarked that those in the village who attend high school come from families that are well off and thriving, unlike the Ye family, who barely manage to put food on the table, let alone afford high school tuition. Only upon hearing the term high school did Ye Jingchuan recollect the news that circulated in late October 1977 regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations. Countless students who had laid down their books were now picking them up once more in preparation for the exams. In his memories, Ye Jingchuan was merely a good-for-nothing ruffian who not only failed to complete high school, but had hardly attended middle school. The idea that he now wishes to study in high school with an introduction letter strikes Ye Jingchuan as implausible, leading him to believe there must be some ulterior motive. In his past life, Ye Jingchuan did not pursue high school or take the college entrance examinations. Instead, he married a young and beautiful girl from the neighboring brigade and fathered a son. However, due to his lack of ambition and constant idleness, his wife ultimately could not endure the oppression from the Ye family and returned to her own home, never to return. In the ensuing years, he lived a dismal existence, squandering money when he had it and resorting to unscrupulous means when he did not, extorting from siblings, parents, and relatives alike, particularly with Ye Jingchuan. Whenever he found himself short of funds, he would shamelessly turn to him for support, abandoning all dignity in the pursuit of money. How could such a wretched individual suddenly experience an epiphany and desire to pursue high school and study diligently? Ye Jingchuan found this utterly perplexing. Someone like Ye Jingchuan, even if granted a second chance at life, would unlikely choose the path of education. Perhaps he had been possessed by a weasel, rendering him mentally unfit. Chanqian, keep a close watch on Ye Jingchuan and discern his true intentions, he requested. Understood, replied Ye Chanqian. Thinking that Ye Jingchuan was merely concerned that Ye Jingchuan might jeopardize their small business of selling scraps. Chanqian, Nanzhi, would you like to attend high school and pursue a university education? He inquired. Huh, can I really go to school? Ye Chanqian exclaimed, astonished at the prospect. Her education had been sporadic due to her obligations at home. She had attended only a few days of middle school, and according to her grandmother Ding Chunhua, girls were ultimately destined for marriage, making high school attendance a waste of money better spent on helping the family before marriage. Of course, Chanqian, you are still young and should prioritize your studies. I will speak with the brigade secretary to see if we can arrange for you to attend high school at the commune, he assured her. Thank you, brother. Ye Chanqian felt a warmth in her eyes. She had heard from the educated youths in the brigade that knowledge could change one's destiny. Though life was currently challenging, she believed there would come a day when perseverance would pay off. Those with knowledge could secure positions in factories as workers or technicians, while those without would remain impoverished farmers, toiling endlessly in the fields. Although Ye Chanqian had limited exposure to the world, she kept these words close to her heart. She once believed that the words school and learning would never again be part of her life. Who could have anticipated that after traversing through dark valleys, there would be a sudden glimmer of hope, and she could once again pursue education? Nanzhi, you must have been studying before you went to the countryside, right? If the Gaokao college entrance examination is reinstated, would you wish to attend university? Ye Jingchuan's words weighed heavily on Mu Nanzhi's heart. Of course, she yearned for a university education. However, she was now married and felt she had no right to pursue such aspirations. We are both married. I fear I may never have the opportunity to attend university again in this lifetime. Who says that? I've received news that the Gaokao has just been reinstated this year, with more lenient admission requirements. For those of you who have gone to the countryside, as long as you are under 35 years old, your marital status does not affect your eligibility to take the Gaokao. Moreover, if you manage to gain admission to a university, you can return to the city and will not have to go back to the countryside. Nanzhi, as long as you wish to attend university, I will support you wholeheartedly. Mu Nanzhi looked up at Ye Jingchuan in surprise. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, Aren't you afraid that I might become a university student and no longer want to live a good life with you? As long as I am exceptional enough, my wife would never want to part ways with me. I possess this much confidence. It must be said that Ye Jingchuan had a remarkably high opinion of himself. Regardless of his physique or appearance, he was undeniably handsome. It would be difficult to find a man more striking than him in the entire Hongxing commune. He was also exceptionally talented in earning money. It wouldn't be long before he became a person of both beauty and wealth, possessing power and influence. Such a man would undoubtedly leave Mu Nanzhi mesmerized, rendering the unrefined men at the university utterly inconsequential in her eyes. Faced with Ye Jingchuan's audacious confidence, Mu Nanzhi couldn't help but chuckle softly. She continued, I wonder when the examination will take place. If I start studying now, I fear I may not catch up. Besides, I only completed the first year of high school. I haven't learned the material for the second and third years. Attending the Gaokao in this state would likely result in failure. The Gaokao is scheduled for the end of November, and with only a month left, it indeed feels urgent. How about I buy you some study materials? And you can learn at your own pace. Preparing to take the Gaokao next July? Learn on my own? Yes, the Gaokao has just been reinstated. The teachers in high schools will likely not be able to teach much useful knowledge. You can certainly prepare for the Gaokao through self-study. Hearing Ye Jingchuan's words, Mu Nanzhi felt a flicker of hope. If she could participate in the Gaokao and attend university, she could escape from this impoverished valley. Jingchuan, I will follow your lead, she said earnestly, looking intently at Ye Jingchuan. What about you? Would you consider taking the university entrance exam with us? I've heard that this time, the admissions are not limited to current students. Young people from the society can also apply. Ye Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback by Mu Nanzhi's question. Should he take the Gaokao? It seemed that attending university held little significance for him. In his previous life, he hadn't attended university but had completed a self-study program. Later, due to business needs, he enrolled in several high-level courses, earning credentials that were quite impressive. Given the chance to relive his life, he would prefer to forego university. He had no expectations for the current university experience. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to earn more money? However, upon seeing the hopeful look in Mu Nanzhi's eyes, Ye Jingchuan found himself wavering. I hadn't truly considered this matter. Let me think it over carefully. In his heart, the straightforward Ye Jingchuan contemplated that once Mu Nanzhi was accepted into university, he would accompany her, embarking on a journey where she would pursue her studies while he ventured into entrepreneurship. However, this notion remained unspoken, confined to his thoughts alone. At that moment, Mu Nanzhi believed that their paths would diverge once she entered university, leaving her engulfed in a sense of insecurity. The mere thought of being separated from Ye Jingchuan was unbearable. All right, you must confirm your decision soon. If you truly intend to take the college entrance examination, it's time for you to commence your preparations, she said, her sparkling eyes gleaming with a smile directed at Ye Jingchuan. Deep down, she harbored a wish for him to accompany her to university, yet his apparent disinterest led her to reconsider her assumptions. Having spent over a month together, Mu Nanzhi remained blissfully unaware of the subtle yet profound affection she had developed for Ye Jingchuan through the minutiae of daily life. She found herself increasingly reliant on him, even subconsciously desiring his presence as she approached university. Her longing to remain by his side had reached a point where separation felt intolerable. Once they reached an understanding regarding their future, Ye Jingchuan began to recalibrate his ambitions. His beloved was set to attend university, and he resolved to amass a substantial fortune before accompanying her on this new chapter. As for the university she chose, Ye Jingchuan was indifferent. He held steadfast confidence that he could thrive in his career regardless of her location. Chapter 32. The tractor's delivery. Ye Jingchuan remained preoccupied with Mu Nanzhi's injuries. After their evening routine, he retrieved a balm for bruises. My dear, lie down. Allow me to apply the ointment. No, it's all right. I can manage myself, she replied. You cannot reach your lower back. Let me assist you, he insisted. With no alternative, Mu Nanzhi acquiesced, though she soon reconsidered. Initially compliant, her hands soon grew restless. And when she sought to halt the process, it was too late. With a thick skin and a way with words, Ye Jingchuan swiftly soothed his flustered wife. After years of vegetarianism, the rare indulgence of meat was too tempting to abandon after just one encounter. However, upon seeing the marks left from the previous night, he couldn't help but scold himself silently. How could he have been so reckless with someone so delicate and radiant? He resolved to be gentler that evening, lest she struggle to endure. After tearing away a plastic cover, though his desires lingered, he chose to prioritize Mu Nanzhi's well-being, reminding himself that time was on their side. Once she acclimated, perhaps she would willingly comply with his wishes. The following morning, as Ye Jingchuan rose early, Mu Nanzhi remained in a drowsy slumber. Let Nanzhi sleep a bit longer. She has been quite exhausted lately, he instructed Zhao Xiaoyu before leaving. You rascal! Can't you be gentler? I noticed a noticeable bite mark on Nanzhi's neck yesterday, Zhao Xiaoyu chided, casting a disapproving glance at Ye Jingchuan. She understood the fiery passion of young newlyweds, but injuries were unacceptable. Mom, I understand. I will certainly exercise restraint next time, Ye Jingchuan replied, in a good mood as he darted out the door, only to find Ye Xiaoyan squatting at his doorstep. He knew that the simpleton would undoubtedly forget to knock. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Here are 2 eggs for you. Thank you, Brother Jingchuan. Come on, we have quite a bit of work to do today. Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan came together to find Ye Tingdong, and the three of them set off in a tractor towards the city. Jingchuan, are you familiar with the roads in the city? I can only drive a tractor. I'm not good with directions. Of course, once we enter the city, just follow my lead. The address provided by Feng Shichang was not difficult to find. It was merely a street not far from the garment factory, albeit slightly off the main path. When the three of them arrived, the streets were relatively quiet. Let us wait a moment. Brother Feng should be here soon. As soon as Ye Jingchuan finished speaking, he spotted the still sleepy Feng Shichang approaching. Jingchuan, you're impressive, arriving half an hour earlier than our agreed time. I was just about to have breakfast. Brother Feng, please go ahead. We're in no rush. Feng Shichang glanced at the tractor they had brought and remarked, you guys are quite capable. You said you'd drive a tractor over, and here you are. This truck can probably carry 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of scrap fabric, right? About that. All right, come with me to load the goods. I'll probably finish my breakfast before you're done loading. Thank you, Brother Feng. Feng Shichang led the three to a large courtyard and called over 2 workers to open the warehouse for Ye Jingchuan to load the scraps. You all start loading. Sure thing. As soon as Feng Shichang left, the 2 workers promptly opened the warehouse doors and began transporting the scraps. The warehouse was filled with an abundance of scraps, some in bamboo baskets and others in fertilizer bags. The workers would directly hand over the fertilizer bag scraps to Ye Jingchuan, while the bamboo basket scraps required him to use his own fertilizer bags. Transferring from the bamboo baskets to the fertilizer bags was labor-intensive, and it didn't take long for the 2 workers to break a sweat. Ye Jingchuan, understanding the nuances of social interactions, discreetly handed 2 dimes to Ye Tingdong. Tingdong, go buy a pack of Hardeman cigarettes for the 2 warehouse workers. All right. Ye Tingdong was quick to catch on and understood his meaning immediately. Before long, Ye Tingdong returned, panting, with a pack of Hardeman in hand. City prices are steep. A pack of Hardeman costs 16 cents here, while at our supply and marketing cooperative, it's only 10. You don't have a ticket. It's a miracle they sold it to you. Ye Jingchuan took the cigarettes, smiling as he approached the 2 workers for a chat. Gentlemen, take a break. We can handle the loading. While he spoke, he slipped a cigarette into one of the workers' hands. Thank you, boss Ye. A worker surnamed Ding readily accepted the cigarette, and before Ye Jingchuan, he opened it, offering one to the worker beside him and lighting one for himself. When he attempted to offer one to Ye Jingchuan, he waved his hand. I don't smoke. After giving the cigarettes, Ye Jingchuan engaged in light conversation with the 2 workers. Though it seemed casual, he gleaned a wealth of useful information. This warehouse did not belong to Feng Shichang, but rather to the garment processing factory. Every day, a substantial amount of scrap fabric was delivered, and there were already 6 such warehouses piled high. Yet sales had consistently been poor, with hardly anyone coming to collect goods. This was the first time someone had come to load an entire tractor's worth of scraps at once. Last time, Feng Shichang provided him with a surplus of discarded fabric, which generally accumulates over time and is typically sent to the boiler factory for incineration. It seems that this time, a small opportunity has arisen. Master Ding and his companion accepted the cigarettes offered by Ye Jingchuan, feeling somewhat hesitant to remain idle. After enjoying a smoke, they resumed their work, aware of Ye Jingchuan's fondness for military green khaki fabric, and deliberately loaded the bags containing this particular shade onto the truck first. Recently, the clothing factory received a batch of orders for military green suits, resulting in a surplus of scraps in this color. Military green suits are exceedingly popular, and it is quite impressive that the factory could secure such orders. Indeed, our sales department boasts remarkable talent. The 5 men worked swiftly, and by the time Feng Shichang arrived after breakfast, they had nearly completed the loading, leaving only 7 or 8 bags behind. Jingchuan, your speed is commendable, remarked Feng. We owe it to the assistance of the 2 masters. Without their help, we could not have finished so promptly. Ye Jingchuan wiped the sweat from his brow and continued casually. Brother Feng, I heard from Master Ding that there are some leftover scraps here. Could you sell me some as well? The last bag you gave me was quite useful when I turned it into cotton rope. They're merely scraps. There's no need for selling. If you want them, just load them onto your tractor, Feng replied. That won't do. Without payment, I cannot dare to take even a single additional bag, even if it's just waste. Ye Jingchuan's insistence only served to reinforce Feng Shichang's impression of him as a decent person, as those who do not covet trivial gains are unlikely to harbor ill intentions. All right, I will give you 2 pounds for a penny. Take your pick. While entire bags of fabric scraps cannot be selected piece by piece, the waste material can be chosen, making business dealings smoother between the two once they grew more familiar. Then I shall not be polite. Ye Tingdong and his companions loaded the last few bags of heavy scraps, while Ye Jingchuan and Ye Dainiu quickly opened the waste material bags. He had no time to examine them closely. He intended to take all that contained fabric scraps. At a price of 2 pounds for a penny, it felt almost like picking it up for free. Ultimately, Ye Jingchuan loaded 400 pounds of fabric scraps and 400 pounds of waste material onto his tractor. He and Ye Tingdong each contributed half the payment, planning to split the haul upon returning home. Due to the substantial load that day, they each gave Ye Xiaoyan 10 yuan as a labor fee. Once all the materials were loaded, Ye Jingchuan exchanged a few more words with Feng Shichong, confirming plans to return in 2 days for more fabric scraps. "Brother, you are truly impressive," Feng remarked. "You flatter me," Ye Jingchuan replied, waving goodbye to Feng Shichong as he climbed onto the tractor and set off. The tractor, laden with nearly 3,000 pounds of fabric scraps, moved swiftly, effortlessly ascending steep inclines. Before lunchtime, they returned to the Shaha Brigade. Chapter 33. Inquiring about addresses. The tractor was a rare sight. Its arrival in the village immediately drew the attention of many curious onlookers. The collaboration between Ye Jingchuan and Ye Tingdong in trading fabric scraps was hardly a secret in the brigade, and upon seeing the bags on the tractor, everyone quickly understood the situation. Under the large locust tree in the village, Ye Fushan, who had been engrossed in a game of chess, could hardly believe his eyes as he watched the beaming Ye Jingchuan seated on the tractor. As dawn broke, he made his way to the ancestral home, only to succumb to fatigue and fall asleep without realizing it. Upon awakening, the sun had already risen, leaving him unaware of when Ye Jingchuan had departed or from where he had procured the scraps of cloth. As tractors passed by, villagers began to engage in lively discussions. They were surprised to discover that Jingchuan possessed such skills, managing to acquire scraps to sell. I had previously remarked on his capabilities when he dealt in weasel pelts. An elderly woman clicked her tongue and turned to Ye Fushan, inquiring, "I heard from Tingdong's mother that during these 2 ventures into scraps, Jingchuan also allowed Tingdong to join and earn a considerable sum. Why hasn't he or family participated? Although selling scraps may not yield much profit, earning a few extra coins for meat during the new year is certainly beneficial. Has Tingdong indeed joined?" Ye Fushan asked, his expression one of astonishment. Ye Hao had sought out Ye Jingchuan, insisting he include Ye Guanyin in the scrap business, but Jingchuan had outright refused. Now, he had turned around and invited Ye Tingdong instead. Was he intentionally shaming the Ye family? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, inwardly cursing. Well, you, Ye Jingchuan, are indeed a white-eyed wolf, collaborating with outsiders on such a venture while neglecting your own kin. Ye Fushan ceased his game of chess and hurried home to share the news with Ye Hao. Upon hearing it, Ye Hao slammed the table in anger. "I'm going to confront that scoundrel Ye Jingchuan right now." Just as Ye Jingchuan unloaded the scraps from the tractor, he had not yet begun to tally them when his grandfather, Ye Hao, stormed into the courtyard with an air of fury. Without beating around the bush, he confronted Jingchuan directly. "You truly are something, Jingchuan. Guanyin is your cousin. Instead of bringing him along to sell scraps, you chose to partner with Ye Tingdong. Did I not teach you to care for your younger siblings?" "Ah, Grandpa, please don't flatter me. I just want to ask this. Can Guanyin fetch me the tractor?" Ye Jingchuan retorted, leaving Ye Hao momentarily speechless. The tractor was a rare commodity. There was only one in their brigade, and it was closely monitored to prevent damage. The idea of Guanyin borrowing it was absurd. Even the brigade secretary could not use it for personal matters. "Grandpa, you keep insisting I take Guanyin along. But have you thought of my situation? Last time, I transported the scraps using a cart, and my shoulders nearly gave out. I want to know if Guanyin can endure such hardship. If your purpose today is solely for this matter, no amount of persuasion will convince me to bring him." Ye Jingchuan's stance was resolute. Ye Hao seethed with frustration, yet found himself at a loss for alternative solutions. After a prolonged silence, he finally muttered, "If you refuse to take Guanyin, then just tell me where you source your scraps so he can procure them himself." Ye Jingchuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. His grandfather was truly losing his dignity. "That's a trade secret I cannot disclose. I rely on this business to support my family. You've already informed Ye Tingdong. Why can't you share this with your own brother?" "Ye Jingchuan, are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Ye Hao glared, wishing he could dismember Ye Jingchuan for his perceived betrayal. It seemed that not all of them could be nurtured within the Ye family. Some were born with a rebellious spirit, always opposing him. This matter is entirely different. Ting Dong is my partner, while Ye Guanyin merely seeks to usurp my sources of goods. It is evident what intentions old Ye harbors. Even a moment's reflection would reveal them. Although he initially agreed to collaborate with Ye Guanyin in the rag trade, it won't be long before he familiarizes himself with the business and promptly expels him to operate independently. Ye Hao pointed at Ye Jingchuan for an extended period, yet could not articulate a single coherent thought, for Ye Jingchuan merely spoke the truth. This was indeed their arrangement. You are truly impervious to reason. We have wasted our efforts on you, Jingchuan. He wished to continue his tirade, but was abruptly interrupted by Ye Yuanshan's stern voice. Father, please do not press Jingchuan. He is now married and must provide for his family. After much effort, he has secured a modest trade in rags. Do not attempt to seize it from him. Realizing he had nearly divulged too much, Ye Hao furrowed his brow, casting a dark glance at Ye Yuanshan. It is your good son who has been raised to neglect filial piety and care for his siblings. Truly, his conscience has been devoured by dogs. Hearing his father label him unfilial, Ye Yuanshan felt numb all over. In the past, he would certainly have spoken kindly to Ye Hao to prevent any rumors that might tarnish Ye Jingchuan's reputation. However, at this moment, he found himself unwilling to utter a single word of explanation. Who in the village does not know of the old Ye family's favoritism? Who is unaware that the unwanted marriage proposal for Ye Guanyin was forcibly bestowed upon Ye Jingchuan? Who does not know that Ye Yuanshan received a mere 10 pounds of wheat, 10 pounds of cornmeal, and 200 yuan in debt upon the division of the family? Based on these few points, no one in the village would dare claim that he and Ye Jingchuan were unfilial. Speak as you wish, father. Ye Yuanshan felt that even casting another glance at Ye Hao was a waste of time. He maneuvered the cart to the entrance of the east wing, arranging the sun-dried bricks neatly. In 2 days, once all the bricks had dried, he could begin to construct the Kong. Others disregarded Ye Hao, immersing themselves in their tasks. The neglected old Ye, despite his thick skin, felt embarrassed to linger any longer. How did grandfather fare? What did Ye Jingchuan say? As soon as he entered, Ye Guanyin approached him. Today, witnessing Ye Jingchuan haul a tractor full of rags stirred immense jealousy within him. This business undoubtedly promised great profits. Else Ye Jingchuan would not be so fervently engaged. Not much. Your second uncle's family is tight-lipped, no matter how I pressed. They refused to divulge the source of the rags. Seated on the stool in the hall, Ye Hao took a deep drag from his pipe, genuinely puzzled as to how his usually docile second son had suddenly become so assertive. Just as I suspected, since they refuse to speak, I shall inquire of another. Inquire of whom? Ye Hao abruptly lifted his head to look at Ye Guanyin. Today, I noticed Ye Xiaoyan was also with Ye Jingchuan. While Ye Jingchuan is too cunning to question, Ye Xiaoyan is a simpleton, and I can easily coax information from him with a little food. Oh, how could I have forgotten this? Wife, please fetch some rice noodles for Guanyin. Ye Xiaoyan returned from his outing with Ye Jingchuan with 20 yuan, elated beyond measure. And upon arriving home, he promptly handed the money to Grandpa. Grandpa, you can rest assured. I can take care of myself from now on. Ye Xiaoyan chuckled innocently, undeterred by the steaming hot buns freshly rolled in the pot, and reached for a large, white bun. This was a gift from Zhao Xiaoyu during her last visit, which Ye San had reserved for him. Instead of accompanying the bun with vegetables, Ye Xiaoyan boldly inserted a tender green onion directly into the center and devoured it with gusto. Ah, Xiaoyan is becoming increasingly remarkable. It's time for him to go out and play, but he must remember to avoid the riverbank. Getting his shoes wet in this cold weather could lead to illness. Ye San generously praised Ye Xiaoyan, harboring a singular wish throughout his life, for Xiaoyan to live a safe and sound existence. When his time comes to close his eyes, he wishes to leave a sense of peace with Xiaoyan's parents. I won't go to the riverbank. I just saw Daniu and the others playing marbles. I'll join them. Ye Xiaoyan declared. All right, just finish your bun and return. I've prepared braised cabbage and tofu for lunch, replied Ye San. Okay, Ye Xiaoyan exclaimed, joyfully heading out to play. The chores he completed that morning were trivial to him. He still felt invigorated. Just as Ye Xiaoyan stepped outside, Ye Guanyin approached him. Xiaoyan, I have a question for you. As he spoke, Ye Guanyin produced a handful of rice sticks. If you tell me, these rice sticks will be yours. Ye Xiaoyan gazed hungrily at the rice sticks, but he was not entirely foolish. Having been deceived before, he had learned a vital lesson for survival. Ignore grandiose promises, and ensure the items were secured in his own possession first. He pulled at his jacket pocket and said, "You'll give them to me first? You're not as foolish as you seem. If I give them to you, they're yours," Ye Jingchuan replied, untroubled by the possibility of Ye Xiaoyan running off, and promptly placed the rice sticks into his pocket. "What is your question? I heard you went into the city this morning with Jingchuan to gather scraps." "That is true. Do you know exactly where he collected them?" "In the city." "Be more specific. Jiangpu City is vast." "The city is just the city." Ye Xiaoyan looked at Ye Jingchuan as if he were a fool, having already stated the city. He found it absurd that further specificity was sought. Under the gaze of Ye Xiaoyan's clear eyes, Ye Jingchuan felt utterly foolish, realizing he had been misguided in thinking he could extract information from him. "All right, take your time eating. I'll be on my way. Next time, if you have something to ask, just bring me a handful of rice sticks." Ye Xiaoyan innocently took a bite of the bun in his hand. "If I come back to ask you something, I must be a fool," Ye Jingchuan thought resolutely. Since Jingchuan was intent on keeping secrets, he would surely find a way to uncover the truth. "Xiaoyan, did Jingchuan mention when he would take you back to the city?" As he was leaving, Ye Jingchuan had a sudden flash of inspiration. "In 2 days. What time did you agree to leave?" "I don't know. What time did you come to find Jingchuan?" 5 o'clock. "All right, I understand." Ye Fushan, who had been waiting to spot Jingchuan, had failed to do so today. He resolved to return in 2 days, convinced he would discover the precise location of the scrap collection. Chapter 34. The whole family takes action. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan, busily sorting through scraps at home, sneezed twice forcefully, pondering who might be thinking of him. Over 1,000 pounds of scrap fabric were piled in the yard, a truly considerable quantity. Ye Jingchuan meticulously selected all the military green khaki cloth, leaving no piece unexamined. Even the narrower ones that could not be used for crossbody bag fronts, but could serve as straps. Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan organized the more than 400 pounds of discarded fabric, carefully extracting small square floral patches, while the unusable remnants were bundled for future repurposing into coarse cotton ropes when time permitted. The family worked fervently, only finishing their task well past lunchtime. Concerned that his parents might misprice items at the market, Ye Jingchuan thoughtfully marked each bag with different fabric strips. "Why don't you join us at the market?" Nanzhi suggested. "You hardly go out, spending all your time cooped up at home. You all go ahead. I will stay home to make crossbody bags. Whether I make one more or one less is inconsequential. Tomorrow, we are taking over 1,000 pounds of scrap fabric. We must sell at least at 3 different spots. And you can lend me a hand." With Ye Jingchuan's insistence, Nanzhi felt it would be impolite to decline again and reluctantly agreed. In truth, Ye Jingchuan did not insist on her accompanying him to the market. He merely wished for her to step outside and experience the world, rather than remain confined within the house. They had been married for several days, yet she had not ventured beyond the yard gate. He could surmise her reservations stemmed from the birthmark on her forehead, which made her feel unattractive. She feared the scrutiny of others, which made her uncomfortable. He hoped she could face those inquisitive gazes with confidence, for as long as she possessed self-assurance, others could not harm her, especially since she would soon be attending university, encountering more people and situations. If she allowed her birthmark to instill feelings of inferiority, her life would be fraught with obstacles. In recent days, Nanzhi had been diligently crafting military green crossbody bags. To maximize her output, she sketched designs, and Ye Jingchuan along with Zhao Xiaoyu cut the fabric according to her patterns, while Nanzhi focused on the sewing machine. Once completed, Ye Jingchuan trimmed the thread ends and inspected the bag's quality. The trio collaborated seamlessly, and when Ye Jingchuan set off to the market with the scrap fabric, he carried over 60 bags. The family divided into 3 groups. Ye Jingchuan and Ye Yuanshan formed one, Zhao Xiaoyu and Nanzhi another, while Ye Jingchuan operated independently. Ye Jingchuan's group had the most scrap fabric and crossbody bags, with him alone accounting for 40 of the 65 bags. The previous 2 market outings had garnered Ye Jingchuan much acclaim, and this time, as he set up his stall, he was quickly surrounded by a throng of aunts and sisters-in-law. Fortunately, Ye Xiaoyan arrived to assist, otherwise he would have been overwhelmed. While Ye Xiaoyan was not adept at calculations, Ye Jingchuan assigned him to oversee the crossbody bags and the smaller purchases of scrap fabric, which he still managed to tally. Ye Jingchuan dealt with the ants purchasing larger quantities of fabric, their rapid-fire chatter akin to a machine gun, a challenge only he could navigate with his keen observational skills. After a flurry of customers, nearly an hour passed before he could finally take a breath and sip some water. Oh my heavens! Brother Jingchuan, you are truly remarkable. Just now, the incessant chatter was quite overwhelming. Ye Xiaoyan, burdened with a crossbody bag, appeared utterly dazed. In a bustling crowd, as long as one remains composed, chaos can be avoided. A few scraps of cloth, costing merely 2 or 3 dimes, are insignificant. Losing a few is of little consequence. However, that crossbody bag, priced at 4 coins, must be kept under vigilant watch to prevent any opportunistic theft. Ye Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. Though his intellect may be modest, his vision is sharp, and no one shall pilfer from him. Ye Jingchuan offered a few more reminders to Ye Xiaoyan, then turned to smile at Ye Sanyi, who was not far behind. Continuing to enthusiastically hawk scraps of cloth, Ye Sanyi, having brought Ye Xiaoyan to assist, was concerned about him causing trouble for Ye Jingchuan. Hence he kept a watchful eye, which was quite a burden for him. Ye Jingchuan, a seasoned vendor, possessed a silver tongue and easily charmed the aunts and sisters, leaving them delighted. In no time, 40 crossbody bags and a heap of fabric scraps were sold out. After packing up, he immediately went to check on Nanzhi, who had always been self-conscious about the birthmark on her face. He wondered if she felt pressured while selling her wares. Auntie, these floral pieces are splendid. They can be fashioned into faux collars or made into little vests for the young ladies at home. You should try this fabric. It's exceptionally soft. Indeed, my daughter, now in her teens, lacks a proper little vest. I shall take these pieces. Excellent. The back of the vest can be fitted with snaps, making it easy to adjust the size. Oh, how did I not think of that? I used to only make pullovers. Prompted by Nanzhi, several hesitant young women nearby began to select their own fabrics. Purchasing a little vest can be quite costly, but making one oneself could save a considerable sum. Observing Nanzhi converse confidently, Ye Jingchuan felt a profound sense of relief. Nanzhi was selling at a commendable pace, and instead of assisting her, he wandered over to where his parents were. Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu were straightforward, hard-working farmers. Today's venture into selling scraps was a test for them, and truthfully, Ye Jingchuan felt somewhat apprehensive. Ye Yuanshan was a simple man who spoke only when questioned, while Zhao Xiaoyu was much more vivacious. 2 dimes for a piece of cotton cloth, a variety of patterns to choose from. Zhao Xiaoyu beamed, calling out to passers-by, striving to capture their attention. Anyone who glanced her way was immediately met with a display of the fabric scraps in her hand. Her method of attracting business was remarkably effective. Those who caught sight of her vibrant offerings often paused to admire them, for the colors were indeed striking, thanks to the local garment factory. Seeing his parents so earnestly selling their goods brought a smile to Ye Jingchuan's face. As long as their families stood united, it mattered not how much they earned. Their lives would undoubtedly improve. With everything going smoothly, Ye Jingchuan cheerfully sought out Nanzhi again. Upon his return, he discovered that Nanzhi was also beginning to pack up. Nanzhi, you've sold quite swiftly. I hadn't anticipated the scraps would sell so well. Among the buyers were even repeat customers from other markets just days prior. When it comes to selling scraps of fabric, Nanzhi feels a surge of excitement. Initially apprehensive about setting up her stall, she soon found herself surrounded by curious customers inquiring about prices, quickly dispelling her nervousness with the bustling activity. Furthermore, the buyers did not regard her with any disdain over the birthmark on her forehead, which eased her anxiety considerably. The beginning is always the hardest. Once she took that first step, the subsequent challenges were not as daunting as she had imagined. Let us tidy up and find Mom and Dad. I wonder how Tingdong is faring with his sales. Ye Jingchuan approached with a cheerful smile, offering his assistance. His wife is truly remarkable, beautiful, kind-hearted, and skillful. Chapter 35. Finally found today, they brought over 2,000 pounds of fabric scraps. Ye Jingchuan had 3 stalls, whereas Ye Tingdong's family was smaller with only 2. By the time Ye Tingdong finished packing up, he still had quite a bit left unsold. Jingchuan, you all go on ahead to the market. I'll stay a little longer at my stall. Ye Tingdong scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that he was significantly less adept at business compared to Ye Jingchuan. Despite having similar merchandise, he still had several hundred pounds left to sell, while Ye Jingchuan had nearly sold out. All right, you should change your spot. It's already past 9, and many people are beginning to leave. Your location is too far in. Why not move to my previous spot? It's more accessible and sees more foot traffic. Okay, I'll follow your advice. Sales of fabric scraps were promising. Yet the allure of fine wine is often lost in a deep alley. Ye Tingdong's chosen location adversely affected his sales. After attending 2 large markets in succession, Ye Jingchuan's household had nearly acquired everything they needed. This time, they didn't purchase too much. But Ye Yuanshan mentioned he needed to call in a favor from several friends who had come to assist with repairing the roof. Intending to buy some calcium milk biscuits from the supply and marketing cooperative, I initially wanted to invite them over for a meal, but they all declined, saying they were too busy settling into their new home and didn't want to trouble us. I understand they're wary of the effort it takes to prepare food and drinks. On the day of Ye Yuanshan's division of property, everyone in the brigade was aware of what he had received, and his friends likely avoided coming to dinner to spare him any awkwardness. Dad, let us buy a few more packets of calcium milk biscuits. We should keep some for ourselves. Calcium milk biscuits are a local specialty, essential for gifting during festivals and celebrations. A packet costs 20 cents, weighing approximately a pound, wrapped in simple light yellow oil paper. Despite the modest packaging, they are a favorite treat among many children. Ye Jingchuan still vividly remembers how delicious the oily calcium milk biscuits tasted. Let us head to the cooperative and see if they have plenty of calcium milk biscuits today. The market was crowded to the brim, nearly overwhelming the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Ye Jingchuan, leveraging his tall stature, pushed his way inside, and after some time, emerged with a whole box of calcium milk biscuits atop his head. The cooperative was surrounded by throngs of people, and upon seeing Ye Jingchuan holding a full box of biscuits, envy swept through the crowd. At 20 cents per packet, those biscuits were considered a luxury, especially when cash was tight. How did you manage to buy so many calcium milk biscuits? Ye Yuanshan was taken aback, observing that the entire box weighed at least 24 pounds and appeared to be freshly opened, likely containing even more packets piled on top. Today, a new batch has arrived, and it is quite affordable at 30 cents per pound. I decided to purchase a bit more, and you can take some to build goodwill while the rest will be for our consumption. 30 cents per pound. How can you afford to buy so much? Father, earning money is simply a means to spend it. Ye Yuanshan found himself at a loss for words, having come today to assist in selling scraps. He was acutely aware of the toil involved. After a full day at the market, he felt parched and weary, having stood for several hours, which was quite taxing. If it was challenging for a seasoned worker like him, one could only imagine how it would be for a young man like Ye Jingchuan. One must still be frugal. After your recent marriage and the impending arrival of children, expenses will only multiply. Father, rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing. Around the supply and marketing cooperative, individuals from the Xiaohe Brigade were abuzz with the news of Ye Jingchuan's recent windfall from purchasing a box of calcium biscuits. Upon hearing this, Ye Guanyin felt a surge of jealousy, grinding his teeth in frustration, waiting for the moment when fortune would also smile upon him. Soon, it was time for Ye Jingchuan and his companions to procure supplies again. Ye Guanyin borrowed a bicycle and arrived early at the ancestral home, following the trio to the city for their purchases. With the weather growing colder, who wouldn't relish a leisurely morning? Moreover, having become familiar with Ye Jingchuan, Feng Shichang chose not to show himself when Ye Jingchuan came to load goods, entrusting everything to Master Ding. Ye Jingchuan, being quite resourceful, purchased a box of Haidman from Master Ding and his companion, requesting a bit more scrap fabric. At the last market, he had brought 2 bundles of cotton rope, which sold remarkably well at 10 cents per meter. The scrap fabric had minimal costs, and transforming it into cotton rope was pure profit. This time, he acquired over 2,000 pounds, with Ye Tingdong only taking 140 yuan, leaving the remainder for Ye Jingchuan. It wasn't that Ye Tingdong didn't wish to sell more, but his family was short-staffed and genuinely overwhelmed. The previous batch of over 1,000 pounds of scrap fabric lingered until the next market, with several pounds still unsold. Once the scraps were loaded onto the tractor, Ye Jingchuan exchanged a quick greeting with Master Ding before departing energetically. Watching this unfold, Ye Guanyin rubbed his hands in excitement. Ye Jingchuan, you have underestimated me. There is no way to keep that source of goods hidden from me. Before long, Ye Jingchuan's tractor disappeared down the street, and Ye Guanyin straightened his clothing, striding purposefully toward Master Ding. Just as Master Ding and his companion finished loading their goods and were preparing to close the warehouse door, Ye Guanyin approached them boldly. Master, I have heard that you have scraps for sale here. Master Ding, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Ye Guanyin, immediately became wary, scrutinizing him closely. In these times, with workers and farmers struggling financially, it was uncommon to see someone in pristine navy blue khaki, suggesting that he was not short on funds. What business could someone like him have inquiring about scrap fabric? Master Ding began to sweat at the thought. This matter was inherently ambiguous. While no one questioned their garment factory's discreet sales, if someone were to inquire, it could lead to complications. Comrade, where did you hear that? There must be some misunderstanding. We do not sell goods to outsiders. That cannot be. Just a moment ago, I clearly saw someone loading a tractor full of scrap fabric. His words sent a chill down Master Ding's spine, revealing that he had been observing here for quite some time. Momentarily at a loss, Master Ding hastily sent someone to fetch Feng Shichong. Feng Shichong was not merely engaged in the trade of scrap fabric. Upon hearing that someone was lurking around inquiring about the warehouse, he rushed over with his men. Ye Jingchuan, who had been conversing with Master Ding, initially thought the day's affairs would come to fruition, only to be unexpectedly dragged into a narrow alley by several burly men. Without uttering a word, they proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Who are you? How did you know there was fabric for sale here? With bruises adorning his face, Ye Jingchuan could barely open his eyes. As he grimaced in pain, he was compelled to spill the whole story like a torrent, disregarding his injuries. When Feng Shichong learned that Ye Jingchuan was the cousin of Ye Jingchuan, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't deliberately seeking trouble, it was a relief. The earlier news of someone lurking had frightened him into a cold sweat. His dealings were far from clean, and should someone actually investigate, it would lead to a world of trouble. Chapter 36. Beaten half to death after steadying his nerves, Feng Shichong delivered a kick to Ye Jingchuan's chest, cursing. With your cowardice, you think you can follow in your brother's footsteps in business? I suggest you just give it up. And if you dare to breathe a word of today's incident outside, I will break every bone in your body. With his menacing demeanor, Feng Shichong glared fiercely at Ye Jingchuan, causing him to shiver in fear. It was clear that this man was not to be trifled with. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get lost, unless you wish for another beating. I'm going. Ye Jingchuan, still in a state of shock, scrambled to his feet and stumbled away, terrified of being pursued by Feng Shichong. After running a considerable distance, he finally found a curb to sit on, his body aching all over. Had he approached things incorrectly? In just a few days, he had been beaten twice. The last injuries inflicted by Ye Jingchuan had only just healed, and now he bore new wounds. What on earth had happened today? Why was Ye Jingchuan able to procure scrap fabric while he was met with violence? Was it not enough to have money? Did he also need connections to access goods? Surely not. Did those individuals truly refuse to earn money out of sheer folly? Ye Jingchuan was still too young, lacking an understanding of the current societal dynamics. Despite racking his brain, he could not unravel the mystery and ultimately returned home, battered and bruised. His grievous injuries nearly broke the hearts of Ye Haod and Ding Chunhua. Jingchuan, why didn't you call the police? They should be arrested for beating you to this extent. Ding Chunhua lamented, applying ointment to his wounds, distressed that her precious grandson had been so disfigured. Those men were clearly not to be trifled with. Grandma, please be gentle. It hurts. Ye Haod, equally pained, murmured to himself. Jingchuan's severe injuries are all because of that jinx, Ye Jingchuan. Why can't he engage in proper business instead of dabbling in such nefarious dealings? It's absurd. Decent business people do not resort to violence. Indeed, I refuse to bear the brunt of this misfortune. Ye Jingchuan's dealings with these dubious scraps should land him in jail. Ye Haod's words instantly illuminated Ye Jingchuan's mind. If he could not earn money, then Ye Jingchuan would not be able to either. Jingchuan, are you considering reporting Ye Jingchuan? He thought to himself, as a good comrade. He could not allow his cousin to sink into a quagmire. At present, he was merely trading scraps of cloth, if left unchecked. Who knows what illegal activities he might engage in? Grandfather, we cannot stand idly by and watch him stray from the right path. Ye Jingchuan spoke with righteous fervor, leaving others unaware of the jealousy that had already consumed him. Why should Ye Jingchuan be able to make money from small businesses while he was met with a beating? If that were the case, then no one would make a profit. Such is the reasoning. Indeed, our Jingchuan has a high level of awareness. Unlike that jinx who only knows how to harm others. After a moment of silence, Ye Haod finally nodded. While Jingchuan had not yet been apprehended, they decided to teach him a lesson, urging him to work diligently and earn his share instead of risking imprisonment. Recently, Jingchuan was to marry and take a good wife. If trouble arose, and people in the commune learned of such a cousin, they would surely look down upon their family. Grandfather was right. They could not let Ye Jingchuan tarnish the reputation of the Ye family. After much discussion, They ultimately decided to report Ye Jingchuan for purchasing suspicious scraps of cloth at the market office the next time he went to the market. By the way, Guanyin, I understand you wish to attend high school. I've already made arrangements. You can go whenever you like. Yi howed, with a sense of pride, puffed on his pipe, stating that an introduction to high school was a trivial matter easily resolved with a few bottles of wine. Thank you, grandfather. Once I report Ye Jingchuan, I will head to the high school. Good. As long as you focus on your studies and gain admission to university, your grandfather will walk proudly in the commune. Rest assured, grandfather. Yi Guanyin beamed with confidence. He was determined to attend university. However, he needed to devise a way to secure some funds, as university expenses could be quite substantial. While he planned to stab Ye Jingchuan in the back, he was unaware that such an act would bear no fruit and might even inadvertently promote him. Whatever ideas he could conjure, Ye Jingchuan, a seasoned individual, would undoubtedly anticipate them, sealing Guanyin's fate of futile efforts. The new batch of scraps was brought home, and the entire family joined in to sort them. Apart from the army green sling bag, Nanzhi selected 2 additional colors, one deep blue and one light blue, and designed 2 small floral patchworks. Nanzhi, look, there are some lace trimmings here. While sorting through the waste fabric, Ye Jingchuan unearthed a large bundle of tangled lace trimmings from the bottom of the bag. This was indeed a rarity, scarcely seen even at the supply and marketing cooperative. Let me see if it can still be used. Nanzhi's eyes brightened at the sight of the white lace trimmings. No young girl or wife could resist the allure of lace. Upon unbundling, she discovered numerous lengths of lace in various patterns, clearly having been discarded together for quite some time. It was remarkable that such a rare item had not been secretly taken home by the garment factory workers. While organizing, Nanzhi pondered what delightful creations could be made from such beautiful lace. Qianqian, do you think it would look exquisite if we adorned the floral faux collar with this lace trim? Nanzhi picked up 2 lengths of lace, contemplating that merely embellishing the collar's edge with a single row of lace would not consume much material, thus allowing the leftover scraps to be put to good use. It will undoubtedly be beautiful. Sister-in-law, please reserve a lace-trimmed faux collar for me. It will perfectly complement the sweater that my mother knitted for me. Certainly. A faux collar paired with a sweater is indeed a delightful combination. My dear wife, you are truly remarkable, even skilled in crafting faux collars. Ye Jingchuan, standing nearby, could not help but praise his wife. He had previously only known her to sew garments, unaware that she also crafted crossbody bags and faux collars. Creating a faux collar is far simpler than sewing clothes. I shall also make you a few faux collars from blue khaki fabric. The speaker may have spoken without intent, but the listener was keenly interested. Ye Jingchuan quickly recalled that a faux collar currently costs 1 yuan, and with the lace edge, it would be at least 1 yuan and 50 cents. Ordinary cotton fabric priced at 1 yuan and 20 cents could yield 4 or 5 faux collars, making it more profitable than selling scrap fabric. He promptly urged Nanzhi to select all the suitable fabric for making faux collars. Jingchuan, are we truly able to sell faux collars? The supply and marketing cooperative has always sold them. What if someone reports us? Yi Yuanshan had been quite concerned about their previous sales of crossbody bags, and now with the addition of faux collars, it would draw even more attention at the market. Father, you need not worry. I will start by selling 2 or 3 faux collars at the market. If they do not sell well, I will take them all to the city, along with the crossbody bags. I do not intend to bring them to our commune market again. Yi Yuanshan looked at Ye Jingchuan in confusion. The crossbody bags had sold quite well at the market. Why the sudden change? Our commune is quite small, and the quantity we can sell is indeed limited. Tomorrow, I will take the crossbody bags and scraps to the neighboring commune to see. Oh, in that case, shall I accompany you? No need, I can manage alone. Chapter 37. Grandmother's illness is a bit peculiar. The entire family rallied together, swiftly organizing the newly acquired scraps. The fabric suitable for faux collars exceeded Nanzhi's expectations. She estimated that they could produce over 700 plain faux collars and more than 60 embellished with lace. Additionally, with a requirement to craft over 300 crossbody bags, the workload was somewhat substantial. However, if the 3 of them worked diligently and stayed up a bit later, they should be able to keep pace with Ye Jingchuan's sales. The 2 rooms in the east wing were considerably spacious, and the Kong was larger than that in the west wing. After a couple of days of drying, once the scraps were tidied up, Zhao Xiaoyu brought in firewood to light the oven, checking for any smoke leaks. After confirming there were none, she laid down wheat straw and reed mats. Subsequently, Ye Jingchuan moved the sewing machine over. This space would serve not only as Ye Qianqian's room, but also as their little workshop, especially with the cold weather. The Kong would burn more vigorously, allowing them to comfortably engage in needlework. All the organized scraps were placed in bamboo baskets, filling the outer room of the east wing to the brim, creating a cozy yet crowded atmosphere. Yet, each heart brimmed with joy, for these scraps would soon transform into money. After lunch, Nanzhi initially intended to make a crossbody bag, but she was called out by Ye Jingchuan. Earlier, he had made arrangements with the supply and marketing cooperative for a bicycle, and today they sent word that it was ready for pickup, prompting Ye Jingchuan to go collect it. Not wanting to go alone, he insisted on bringing Nanzhi along. "You're not a child who doesn't know the way, so why drag me with you?" Nanzhi questioned, her face a picture of confusion as they walked along the dirt road to the commune. "I've noticed that you've been preoccupied with making crossbody bags without any time to rest. I thought it would be nice to take you out for a leisurely stroll to relax your mind," Ye Jingchuan proclaimed grandly. However, beneath this facade lay his realization that despite their long marriage, Nanzhi's feelings for him had not deepened significantly. They had settled into a routine of mutual respect, cohabiting without true affection, which was far from his desire. To inspire a woman to fall for a man, the first step is to make her enamored with his physical presence. Ye Jingchuan felt he had succeeded in this regard, as he could sense that, during their time as a married couple, she had become increasingly captivated. The second step was to win her heart. He aimed to create more opportunities for them to be alone together, hoping she would eventually entrust her heart to him. "I'm not tired," Nanzhi replied, her gaze fixed ahead, avoiding eye contact with Ye Jingchuan. For reasons unknown, her ears always burned with warmth whenever she saw him. Money is an endless pursuit. We can take our time. As long as we, as husband and wife, are united in purpose, we can attain any wealth we desire, Ye Jingchuan asserted. Nanzhi could not help but glance at him. In her recollection, he was not one to boast. Attainable? That feels quite difficult. My grandmother was gravely ill, nearly waiting at home to die due to a lack of 200 yuan for treatment, she murmured, lowering her head, her heart heavy with sorrow. When she received the telegram from her cousin, she had been utterly bewildered. As a young, educated worker in the countryside, she had no money to save her grandmother. She had contemplated marriage and the dowry as a solution. "Once we reach the commune, would you like to send a telegram to your grandmother to inquire about her health?" "Is that possible? Telegrams are charged by the word, 7 cents each. That feels quite expensive for me," Nanzhi responded. "Of course, we can do that. First, we'll pick up the bicycle, and then I'll take you to the post office to send the telegram. You must inform your grandmother about your marriage," he replied. "All right," Nanzhi said, taking a few steps before turning to Ye Jingchuan. "Thank you, Jingchuan. We are husband and wife. There's no need for such formalities," he replied, feeling that his wife was still too courteous with him. Ye Jingchuan was quite the conversationalist. As they made their way to the commune, he gleaned numerous details about Nanzhi's life from her. She revealed that her skills in sewing were entirely taught by her grandmother, who was once a renowned tailor, particularly skilled in making kipeos. Her mother, a highly proficient traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, had gone missing while volunteering with a medical team in the countryside before Nanzhi's departure to work in the fields, and there had been no news of her since. According to Nanzhi, over the years, most believed her mother had perished, as it was impossible for her to remain silent if she were alive. "I firmly believe my mother is still alive. If she were gone, she would have surely visited me in a dream," she asserted. Nanzhi's voice was muffled, her head slightly lowered, and her mood was quite somber. "Nanzhi, I believe in you. After all, a mother and daughter share a deep bond. If you feel she is alive, then there is a good chance she is. Do you know where your mother's medical team provides free consultations? Once we gather enough money, we can go look for her. I know it's in a small, somewhat remote village in Yunnan, and it might be difficult to locate. Jiangpu City is over 2,000 kilometers away from Yunnan, making the journey quite arduous. Currently, one must have official introductions to venture out, and every purpose of travel must be clearly stated. Otherwise, even purchasing a ticket would be impossible. It is indeed far, but there will always be a way. I understand that my mother has been missing for many years, so there is no rush to find her." After exchanging a few more casual words, Ye Jingchuan casually inquired, "Nanzhi, you often mention your grandmother and mother, but why have you never spoken of your grandfather and father?" In their previous life, they had communicated little, and it seemed Ye Jingchuan had never heard Nanzhi mention her father. "I have no memories of my grandfather or father. My mother told me they passed away long ago. Ah, I see. Ye Jingchuan did not press further, and the conversation shifted to the topic of crossbody bags and faux collars. The two soon arrived at the commune. Today, the supply and marketing cooperative was bustling with activity, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers and those there to collect bicycles. Ye Jingchuan retrieved his bicycle ticket and paid 153 yuan, finally pushing out his prized large golden deer bicycle with a broad smile. With a long stride, he tilted the bicycle towards Nanzhi. Hop on. I'll take you to the post office. Or I could just walk over, she suggested. Come on, get on, I'll give you a ride. Despite biting her lip, Nanzhi climbed onto the rear seat of the bicycle. Initially, she grasped the back seat with her hands, hesitant to wrap her arms around Ye Jingchuan's waist. However, the road was uneven and suddenly jolted, causing her to nearly fall off. In a panic, she quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. Ye Jingchuan felt the pressure on his waist and could not help but smile. He was well aware of her little thoughts. The Red Star commune was not large, and they soon arrived at the post office. Holding a pencil, Nanzhi scribbled on a small slip of paper, careful not to write too much to avoid wasting money. Ye Jingchuan, observing her distress, directly took the pen from her. Grandma, have you recovered from your illness? I have married Ye Jingchuan from the Shaha Brigade of the Red Star commune. I have been thinking of you and hope to receive your reply. Is that too many words? It's fine, just send it as is. The postal worker took the slip and inquired about the address. Nanzhi, which address did you use when sending telegrams to your grandmother before? I usually wrote to my cousin, and she would forward it to her workplace. My grandmother is elderly and finds it inconvenient to collect the letters. In their past life, Nanzhi had sent numerous letters after her marriage, but until her grandmother's passing, she had never received a reply. Later, he had also sent a letter to her cousin informing her of Nanzhi's death, but there was no response. At the time, he assumed her cousin might have changed jobs and did not think much of it. Now, reflecting on it, the situation seemed rather suspicious. When Nanzhi's grandmother fell ill, she should have at least sent a letter upon recovery, so the abrupt end of communication was indeed strange. Chapter 38. The desire for a child. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Jingchuan proposed, Nanzhi, let us send a telegram to Grandma this time. The post office will deliver it directly to her home. It would be prudent to use her address. This way, she will receive the telegram promptly and be informed of your marriage. But what if Grandma is still unwell or hospitalized? Nanzhi expressed her concern. Surely the neighbors will know. If your grandmother is in the hospital, they will inform her once they learn of the telegram, he reassured her. Nanzhi pondered this and agreed, as their neighbors had lived in the same alley for decades and would undoubtedly spread the news. All right, let us use Grandma's address. Having sent the telegram, the two of them rode their bicycles home. Oh, Jingchuan, you've become quite prosperous, purchasing a bicycle. A familiar villager greeted Ye Jingchuan as they entered the village. It is indeed convenient to have a bicycle for market days. Yes. The big market in Luoha is in 2 days. Are you going? Indeed, the Luoha market is far larger than our Hongxing commune. After a brief chat, Ye Jingchuan returned home, preparing for the upcoming market. He needed sufficient scraps of cloth, a crossbody bag, and several collar pieces, ensuring he had more than enough. Are you riding your bicycle to the Luoha market? Someone inquired. The bicycle can carry only so much. I've arranged with Tingdong for us to borrow a cart. We shall take the cart instead. It will take us over an hour to walk to the Luoha market, won't it? About that, the cart is inherently slow. News of Ye Jingchuan's bicycle purchase soon reached Ye Guanyin, who seethed with jealousy but could only grumble at home. Just wait and see, Jingchuan. You may be laughing today, but I shall ensure your tears flow abundantly the day after tomorrow. Ye Guanyin was resolute in his intention to report Ye Jingchuan, hoping to see him imprisoned. Without him, perhaps the opportunity for the Ye family to prosper would fall to him. In the afternoon, Ye Jingchuan did not engage in any other activities but assisted Nanzhi in cutting fabric for the crossbody bags and collar pieces. The three of them worked together, with Nanzhi sewing on the machine alone. It must be said, her hands possessed remarkable dexterity. The sewing machine obeyed her every command. With the rhythmic sound of the machine, the crossbody bags were swiftly assembled, and the lace edges of the collar pieces were sewn onto the garments as if by magic. Ye Jingchuan took out one of her sweaters to match with a collar piece and, to her delight, found the combination particularly appealing. Remember to wear this thin sweater when we go to buy collar pieces the day after tomorrow. The effect will be quite different when you wear it yourself, she advised. All right, since it's just a collar piece, if I sell it for a while, I can always switch it out for another, she replied. I think it's a splendid idea. Henceforth, Qianqian shall be our family model. After a bustling afternoon, the next day was equally busy, and by mid-afternoon, Ye Jingchuan rode his bicycle, transporting 30 crossbody bags to Jiangpu City. At 5 p.m., the gates of Jiangpu City's first steel mill slowly opened, releasing thousands of steelworkers who either walked or cycled out. Meanwhile, various small stalls had been set up outside the factory, selling everything from vegetables and buns to sewing supplies and newspapers. Among them was Ye Jingchuan's stall featuring crossbody bags. He did not shout. Instead, he simply swung the crossbody bag over his shoulder, standing there like a living advertisement. Comrade, how much for that crossbody bag? A young man, pushing a bicycle, stopped in front of Ye Jingchuan's stall. 4 yuan each, no receipt. This is made of khaki fabric, crafted by my wife herself. As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan picked up the bag to show him. Oh, your wife's handiwork is truly exquisite. The stitches are remarkably tight. Can you lower the price a bit? How about 3 yuan each? My good sir, this kind of crossbody bag is worth 5 yuan each, and I do require a receipt. I'm selling them at a lower price because they are homemade. My wife specifically told me that 4 yuan is the minimum, no less. With that, Ye Jingchuan smiled foolishly, feigning an innocent demeanor. In truth, he did not wish to haggle over mere 4 yuan, feeling it not worth the trouble. He offered a firm price, leaving it up to the buyer's discretion, confident that he was the sole seller without any competition. Seeing that Ye Jingchuan remained steadfast, the man accepted the 4 yuan price, feeling it reasonable, and made a prompt purchase. After just half an hour of business, Ye Jingchuan sold all 30 bags he had brought, even the one he wore to carry money. With a workforce of tens of thousands at the steel factory, if just a third of them bought his bags, he could make a tidy profit. He immediately resolved to find a sewing machine and teach Zhao Xiaoyu how to sew. With 2 machines, production would surely accelerate. However, he needed to keep this plan under wraps. Once it scaled up, if anyone became envious and reported him, it would lead to unnecessary troubles. Testing the waters at the steel factory yielded unexpectedly positive results, boosting Ye Jingchuan's confidence in the profitability of the crossbody bag business. As he returned home from the city, night had fallen. After an exhausting afternoon, he felt quite drained, yet he dutifully submitted the required grain at the appointed time. Nanzhi, do you like children? I haven't thought about it. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Mu Nanzhi's forehead. Despite her not exerting herself physically, she felt achy all over. Then let us leave it to fate. Nevertheless, I will diligently cultivate our love until it bears fruit. Mu Nanzhi replied, secretly contemplating how nice it would be to have a handsome little boy like Ye Jingchuan. With her agreement, Ye Jingchuan was finally relieved from the task of unwrapping plastic. In a buoyant mood, he pulled Mu Nanzhi into his embrace, gently nibbling her ear and whispering, I wish to do it again. But we have to rise early tomorrow for the market. I'll be quicker this time. If we desire children, we must strive to cultivate. Mu Nanzhi, akin to a pure white rabbit, believed that Ye Jingchuan would indeed finish swiftly. The outcome, however, was predictable. The man was far from truthful regarding the grain submission. And ultimately, she was so exhausted she lost track of time. The next morning, she awoke yawning, appearing quite drowsy. Upon seeing her in such a state, Zhao Xiaoyu could not help but say, Nanzhi, why don't you sleep a bit longer at home? I'll go with Jingchuan first, and you can ride over later. Mom, I'm fine. While having breakfast, Mu Nanzhi shot a fierce glare at Ye Jingchuan, blaming him for her predicament. As I gather more funds, I too shall acquire a tractor, making our journeys considerably more convenient. While speaking, Ye Jingchuan placed the calcium milk biscuits into Mu Nanzhi's bowl and continued, soaking the calcium milk biscuits in millet porridge makes for a delightful treat. Do give it a try. Mu Nanzhi gazed at the softened biscuits in her bowl, and an unfamiliar sensation flickered within her, too elusive to grasp. After breakfast, as dawn barely broke, the Yi family set out, fully prepared. Upon reaching the bustling market in Luha, they divided into 3 groups, with Ye Jingchuan selecting a prime location for their stall. Chapter 39. Reported Ye Guanyin was resolutely intent on thwarting Ye Jingchuan. Aware of his plan to visit the Luha market today, he followed him discreetly. The market was quite expansive, and after wandering for a while, Ye Guanyin finally spotted Ye Jingchuan's stall. He was responsible for managing the business, while Ye Xiaoyan assisted with collecting payments. Ye Jingchuan must have been struck on the head by a donkey to have entrusted the simple-minded Ye Xiaoyan with the task of handling money, for with his intellect, He likely couldn't count the cash accurately. Little did he know, despite Ye Xiaoyan's seemingly simple demeanor, his keen eyes allowed him to discern the total amount of fabric pieces better than anyone else. No one could swindle him. However, for purchases exceeding 10 pieces, customers would directly negotiate with Ye Jingchuan. This was Ye Jingchuan's first experience at the Luoha market, and shortly after setting up the stall, it was enveloped by a crowd. He had brought over 50 crossbody bags and 20 faux collars, which were selling swiftly. Hidden nearby, Ye Guanyin watched the thriving business with envy. Wishing he could rush forward and silence Ye Jingchuan once and for all. Just wait and see. I'll soon find out if you can still smile. After a busy spell at the stall, only 4 or 5 customers remained, sifting through scraps of fabric. Ye Jingchuan took a pack of calcium milk biscuits from the crossbody bags and handed them to Ye Xiaoyan. You must be hungry. Take these and eat. I've got everything covered here. All right. Thanks, Brother Jingchuan. Ye Xiaoyan, unceremoniously, accepted the biscuits and began to devour them. Having only consumed a bowl of thin porridge that morning, his stomach was already growling with hunger. How much food has grandfather stored for the winter? 2 bags of white flour, 2 bags of cornmeal, and plenty of sweet potatoes and cabbage. Grandfather says it's enough to last. Ye Xiaoyan munched on his biscuits, not pondering further, simply answering Ye Jingchuan's queries. Yes, that is quite a bit. Though Ye Jingchuan voiced agreement, a pang of envy stirred within him. Ye Xiaoyan, a robust young man, required at least 3 pounds of food daily. Such a meager amount of flour would hardly suffice for his appetite. With 2 months still until the village accountant would distribute wages and rations, he worried that this paltry supply might not last. As he contemplated how to assist both the elder and the youth, a group of individuals approached. Noticing the red armbands on their arms, Ye Jingchuan immediately understood their purpose. Comrades, we have received reports stating that you are involved in the illegal sale of military crossbody bags. We have come to investigate the situation. The officials stationed themselves nearby, instantly drawing the curious eyes of onlookers, causing the nearby villagers to halt their activities and turn their attention toward Ye Jingchuan's stall. His face instantly blossomed with a smile, while internally he mused, "Goodness, the organizers have truly arrived at the right moment. With their assistance in attracting customers, my sales are bound to soar. Comrades, I assure you, this is not a military crossbody bag. It merely resembles one. Observe, this is crafted from khaki fabric, and the red pentagram was purchased from a street vendor," Ye Jingchuan stated, handing the crossbody bag to the leading middle-aged woman. He continued, "This bag is made from discarded fabric provided by a clothing factory, which I sewed together myself. This is a case of transforming waste into treasure. How could it be deemed speculative? Even if I had 100 times the audacity, I would not dare to engage in such activities. Look, this cotton rope is made from scrap fabric, painstakingly twisted by my family members." The organizers were not fools. Upon feeling the fabric, they realized Ye Jingchuan spoke the truth. They had never encountered such a situation before, and a hushed discussion ensued among them. A somewhat older female comrade glanced at Ye Jingchuan and harshly declared, "Regardless of whether it is made from waste fabric, selling it as a finished product constitutes speculation. We should confiscate all his goods and hand them over to the public security officials. Only through stringent measures can we ensure that those who seek to profit unscrupulously will learn to behave." Ye Jingchuan, overhearing her words, thought to himself, "What must this person have endured in life to harbor such bitterness?" According to her, it seems everyone should suffer hunger. How could anyone aspire to wealth without being deemed wicked? He pondered whether her parents had nurtured her with malice, for how else could one produce such folly? However, Ye Jingchuan refrained from hastily rebutting her. He awaited the organizers to reach a conclusion. Currently, many policies were ambiguous, and not all the organizers would share the venomous sentiments of that woman. "Comrade Shua, your statement is misguided. How can a villager engaging in a small business be labeled as engaging in black-hearted money-making? If we were to follow your logic, we might as well abolish the marketplace entirely. The very purpose of allowing markets to flourish is to facilitate the circulation of surplus goods from various communes, which ultimately benefits social development." The woman holding the crossbody bag handed it over to several others for inspection. Just the other day, while attending a meeting in the city, they spoke of encouraging teams to engage in agricultural processing and to increase the cultivation of economic crops for profit. This comrade's creation of crossbody bags through his own labor is perfectly acceptable. The crowd began to voice their opinions. with the majority feeling that Ye Jingchuan's endeavor of transforming scrap fabric into useful products did not constitute speculation. At most, it was a small business or craft, akin to farmers selling their hand-woven mats or baskets at the market. Hidden among the crowd, Ye Jingchuan felt a swell of joy upon seeing Ye Jingchuan surrounded by the organizers. His heart soared, especially upon hearing the woman mention sending Ye Jingchuan to the police station. He felt elated, thinking, if only Ye Jingchuan could be imprisoned for a few years, perhaps the good fortune of the Ye family would finally fall upon me. Alas, Ye Jingchuan's sweet dreams would ultimately remain unfulfilled. After a brief discussion, the organizers unanimously concluded that Ye Jingchuan's transformation of waste into treasure, generating income for himself, while also embodying the frugality of the common people, deserved commendation as it lightened the burden on the nation. Thank you, comrades. Your recognition assures me that I can continue my market stall with greater peace of mind. Ye Jingchuan smiled brightly at the person in charge, who had just moments ago seemed to require an elaborate explanation. It appeared that such discourse was entirely unnecessary. As long as the handmade crossbody bags were crafted by oneself, they could indeed be exchanged for a modest sum, thereby enhancing one's quality of life. The person in charge imparted a few words of advice to Ye Jingchuan before hastily departing. The onlookers, no longer merely spectators, began to inquire about the prices of the crossbody bags. Those who had gathered to witness the commotion swiftly transformed into potential customers, and Ye Jingchuan's stall became inundated with eager patrons. Observing that the crossbody bags and scraps of fabric were selling remarkably well, he sent Ye Xiaoyan to fetch their stock from Nanzhi's place. Ye Xiaoyan, who had been concealed within the crowd, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, there had been intentions to apprehend Ye Jingchuan, yet now it seemed those plans had vanished. Moreover, the stall that had previously been deserted was once again bustling with activity. It was truly confounding. After toiling for hours without any gain, he had inadvertently contributed to the popularity of Ye Jingchuan's stall. Filled with frustration, Ye Jingchuan nearly fainted from exasperation. On this day at the market in Loha, Ye Jingchuan had brought a total of 80 crossbody bags, 20 faux collars, and over 1,000 pounds of fabric scraps. The crossbody bags were the first to sell out almost immediately after the person in charge departed, while the faux collars, being limited in number, also sold swiftly. The fabric scraps, in contrast, were plentiful and only sold out completely after 10 o'clock. After several market days selling fabric scraps, Ye Jingchuan had roughly concluded that for future markets, he need not bring excessive amounts. 200 to 300 pounds would suffice. Any more would require prolonging his time there. Chapter 40. Assisting with the trap. As Ye Jingchuan was packing up his stall, two individuals from the La Brigade approached him, one of whom he recognized as Duan Weigua. They had come specifically to enlist Ye Jingchuan's assistance in setting a trap, as several poultry raised by the La Brigade had fallen victim to weasels, including the gatekeeping white goose that had been killed earlier that morning. Very well, I shall return home this afternoon to fetch the trap. I do not wish to harm the weasel. Should it survive capture, I ask that you grant it a reprieve. Rest assured, however, weasels are cunning creatures and will likely refrain from returning once caught, Ye Jingchuan stipulated. Duan Weigua nodded eagerly, agreeing to the terms. That is certainly acceptable. As long as the weasel ceases its attacks on our poultry, we have no desire for its demise. Comrade Ye, there is no need to wait until this afternoon to retrieve the trap. The time is still early. It would be better to return immediately, Duan Weigua suggested. The Luaha Brigade was significantly larger and financially better off than the Hongxing Brigade. Duan Weigua drove a tractor to transport Ye Jingchuan and his family back home. Upon retrieving the trap, they headed straight to the poultry farming compound of the La Brigade. The compound was designated for raising poultry and was typically managed by the educated youth. Upon entering, Ye Jingchuan spotted Liang Qing, her eyes red and swollen from weeping over the lifeless white goose. Do not cry, Comrade Liang. We have brought Comrade Ye from the Shaha Brigade to help us catch the weasel. With his assistance, our poultry will no longer be at risk, Duan Weigua consoled her. This scene felt eerily familiar to Ye Jingchuan, and suddenly he recalled that in his previous life, Liang Qing, with whom he had been entangled, ultimately married Duan Weigua. Duan Weigua was a man of integrity, often overshadowed by her, and when the educated youth returned to the city, Liang Qing divorced him, leaving behind both of their children. Later, Duan Weigua fell ill and sent his two children to the capital to seek out Liang Qing, only to have her dismiss them without so much as a glance. Years passed, And upon Duan Weigua's demise, the children, lacking guidance, strayed onto a perilous path, ultimately leaving no one behind. In retrospect, perhaps Liang Qing faced challenges in the beginning, but as life improved for everyone, she possessed the means to care for the two children. Yet she ultimately chose to turn a blind eye, revealing her exceedingly cold-hearted nature. If Ye Jingchuan recalled correctly, both Liang Qing and Mu Nanzhi hailed from the capital. Previously, Mu Nanzhi had also been a youth sent to the countryside from the Loha Brigade, and the two were acquainted. It remained unclear whether Mu Nanzhi had ever suffered at Liang Qing's hands during their past interactions. To this day, Ye Jingchuan could not fathom why Liang Qing had harbored such an infatuation for him in his previous life, even desiring to marry him despite knowing he was wed to Mu Nanzhi. After all, at that time, he had not separated from the old Ye family and possessed little wealth. Wait a moment. Ye Jingchuan's gaze suddenly fell upon Duan Weigua. In his previous life, Duan Weigua and Liang Qing had scarcely been married before separating, which had caused quite a scandal within the Duan family. However, Liang Qing was formidable. She not only managed to sway Duan Weigua to her side, but also turned the Duan family upside down, ultimately securing the agreement for their separation. Had he married Liang Qing back then, her character would have undoubtedly enabled her to manage the old Ye family as well, allowing for an independent household. With the profits from selling weasel pelts, he could have ensured Liang Qing lived quite comfortably. Having reached this conclusion, Ye Jingchuan finally understood why Liang Qing had persistently clung to him. Ultimately, her motives were driven by her own self-interest. Simultaneously, he admired her resourcefulness. She employed every means at her disposal to secure a better life for herself. To prevent Liang Qing from pursuing him further, Ye Jingchuan refrained from engaging her in conversation and instead proceeded to inspect the poultry enclosures. The structure designated for raising chickens and ducks was quite substantial. After a leisurely stroll, he discovered 4 holes made by weasels. He blocked 3 of them with mud, leaving one open to set a trap for the weasels. Additionally, he placed cages near the corners of the yard. Once the traps were set, he intended to leave but was unexpectedly halted by Liang Qing. With her eyes slightly reddened, she approached him and introduced herself. "Comrade Ye." "Hello, I am Liang Qing, responsible for the livestock." "Hello," he replied curtly. "Comrade Ye, will the weasel be killed instantly in the trap like a rat?" "No, I have removed the trap's mechanism." "That's good. I believe a weasel is also a life, and it is best not to harm it." Observing Liang Qing's seemingly pitiful demeanor, Ye Jingchuan recalled his previous life and how he had perceived her. He had likely thought her kind-hearted, considering her a good girl. He wished to utter no more superfluous words to Liang Qing and turned to leave. His icy response left her momentarily stunned, her brows furrowed and a hint of displeasure crossing her face. "Xiao Qing, what are you looking at? Who was that just now?" When Su Xin inquired, curiously stepping alongside Liang Qing and following her gaze, only to catch sight of Ye Jingchuan's upright silhouette. Mu Nanzhi's partner. It must be said that she is indeed fortunate. Originally, she was to marry Ye Guanyin, but he found her appearance unappealing and instead wed her uncle Ye Jingchuan. I have heard that Ye Jingchuan is quite adept at making money. The 200 yuan bride price that Ye Guanyin offered was borrowed from him. Moreover, on the very day of their marriage, Ye Jingchuan's family separated. He is a capable man, not only skilled at catching weasels for their pelts, but also adept at hunting wild boars. It is said that he once captured a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, yielding a substantial amount of meat. The more Liang Qing spoke, the more her jealousy surged. Despite Mu Nanzhi's lack of beauty, how could her luck be so splendid? They had come together to the rural team in Loa, where she enjoyed the bounty of meat, while Liang Qing subsisted on mere cabbage and tofu, leading a life of stark poverty. It turns out it was Ye Jingchuan. I heard from the educated youths at the point that he has been thriving with his scrap fabric business at the Hongxing commune market, with several skilled girls purchasing fabric to make faux collars. Is that so? Liang Qing did not expect Ye Jingchuan to be so renowned. Everyone at the educated youth point knew him. Additionally, I heard he bought Mu Nanzhi a sewing machine. I am nearly envious. Mu Nanzhi, who remains unassuming at our educated youth point, married for a mere 200 yuan bride price. Many were eager to witness her humiliation, yet unexpectedly, she has such fortune to wed a man of Ye Jingchuan's caliber. When Su Xin genuinely envied Mu Nanzhi, among their cohort of educated youths, some had married local young men, but they were all from impoverished families, whereas Mu Nanzhi was truly one of a kind. One's fate cannot be judged by the present, but must be viewed through the lens of the future. Liang Qing, consumed by jealousy, clenched her teeth in silence. If Ye Jingchuan could find Mu Nanzhi appealing despite her looks, then surely with her beauty, she could effortlessly capture his heart with the slightest gesture. As she was indeed striking among the educated youths. On his way home, Ye Jingchuan, who was already the subject of admiration, could not help but sneeze. He mused to himself, could it be that his wife missed him, having only been apart for a mere half a day? Chapter 41. Friend Liang Qing. After a long day filled with labor, the Ye family returned home early to rest after dinner. While soaking his feet, Ye Jingchuan engaged in light conversation with Mu Nanzhi. Today, I met an educated youth named Liang Qing in law. She mentioned that you were quite familiar with each other. Ye Jingchuan asked this out of concern that Liang Qing might take advantage of Mu Nanzhi, as her character was questionable. While working on her sewing, Mu Nanzhi inadvertently pricked her finger, her expression souring as she replied, Liang Qing and I are both educated youths from the capital, and we used to be quite close. Recently, my cousin wrote to inform me that my grandmother is ill and urgently in need of funds. It was she who suggested I marry, using the bride price to help my grandmother's treatment. Ye Jingchuan, having navigated the complexities of the black market and encountered countless individuals, immediately detected the discord in her words. If they truly had a strong bond, Mu Nanzhi would be speaking of Liang Qing with joy rather than the current glum disposition. Ye Jingchuan poured out the foot-soaking water and climbed onto the bed, drawing closer to Mu Nanzhi. Nanzhi, has Liang Qing ever bullied you? No, never. You still say never? Nanzhi, I am your husband, and you can share anything with me. I will protect you. A pair of large hands enveloped Mu Nanzhi's, blocking her view and preventing her from sewing. Mu Nanzhi looked up at him, her eyes unwittingly clouded with tears. To be honest, I once felt quite close to Liang Qing. We were good friends. However, regarding my marriage, I sensed that she deliberately tried to embarrass me. How so? Ye Jingchuan recalled that on their wedding day, Liang Qing was conspicuously absent among the guests who came to escort them. The matchmaker who arranged the marriage was someone Liang Qing had helped find. I had previously instructed Liang Qing and the matchmaker to clarify the matter of my birthmark on my face, yet they failed to mention it at all. Mu Nanzhi was not naive. She was quite perceptive. On the day of her wedding, both the matchmaker and Liang Qing were supposed to attend. But just before the ceremony, they both had last-minute issues and could not come, with the chaos caused by Yi Guanyin afterward. Even if she were as dense as a block of wood, she could guess that Liang Qing had played a trick on her. However, since she was now happily married to Ye Jingchuan, she chose not to confront Liang Qing, yet their bond was no longer that of close sisters. Mu Nanzhi recounted the entire situation to Ye Jingchuan, who grew increasingly agitated as he listened. Liang Qing was truly malicious. One of her actions in a previous life had ruined Mu Nanzhi's entire existence. Nanzhi, do you have any grievances with Liang Qing? Why would she suddenly act against you? Mu Nanzhi shook her head. We have always had a good relationship. I don't understand why she would suddenly target me. Nothing good or bad happens without reason. Liang Qing's sudden machinations against Mu Nanzhi must have some underlying motive. He resolved to inquire further when he returned to the Luoha Brigade to collect the weasel traps. Seeing that Mu Nanzhi was in low spirits, Ye Jingchuan patiently comforted her. They whispered to each other for a while until Mu Nanzhi finally calmed down. It's getting late. We should rest early. All right. Ye Jingchuan intended to turn off the light, but was stopped by Mu Nanzhi. Wait a moment. Mu Nanzhi retrieved a pair of blue checkered underwear from the bedside wardrobe and handed it to Ye Jingchuan. I made this. It's already been washed. Please wear it for now, and when I have time, I'll make you another pair. Thank you, my dear wife. Ye Jingchuan grinned as he took the blue checkered underwear, leaning closer to Mu Nanzhi's ear. I'll try it on for you to see if it fits. If it's too small, you'll need to help me adjust the size. It won't be small. I have a rough idea in my mind. As she spoke, Mu Nanzhi's face flushed a deep crimson. Having shared a bed with Ye Jingchuan every day, she was quite familiar with his dimensions. Why are you blushing if I'm just trying it on? With that, Ye Jingchuan changed into the blue checkered underwear right before her eyes, and it fit him perfectly. My dear wife, you could actually make me some briefs as well. Wearing boxers makes me feel a bit bulky. Could you describe what kind you mean? When I find suitable fabric, I'll draw it for you. All right. Blushing deeply, Mu Nanzhi hastily turned off the lights and sought solace in sleep. However, Ye Jingchuan had no intentions of letting her off that easily. Determined to uplift her spirits after a rather gloomy day, he proposed, Nanzhi, I plan to head to the city the day after tomorrow to sell crossbody bags. Would you accompany me? I noticed your lingerie is a tad small. We ought to purchase something more fitting. Nestled beneath the covers, Ye Jingchuan measured Mu Nanzhi's dimensions in his mind, unable to suppress a silent admiration for her petite frame, which, despite its slenderness, had curves in all the right places. With all this fabric at home, I could easily craft one myself, he mused. That's not quite the same. The one sold in stores would look splendid on you. While simple cotton vests wouldn't do you justice, he countered. Although Mu Nanzhi initially intended to refuse, the words were swiftly silenced by Ye Jingchuan's kiss. Nanzhi, I yearn for us to have a child of our own. We must strive together towards that goal. Still dazed, Mu Nanzhi had yet to respond when Ye Jingchuan's restless hand found its way to her abdomen. Isn't it a bit too early for that? She wondered. Not at all. If you conceive soon, by the time you start university next year, you could give birth. You'd be able to focus on your studies while I take care of our daughter. By the time you graduate, she'll be 4, allowing you the freedom to pursue your own passions. How do you know it will be a daughter? She questioned. I share a psychic bond with our child, he replied, his desire for the return of their 2 daughters from a past life fueling his determination. Mu Nanzhi wished to say more, but with a gasp, Ye Jingchuan seized all her rationality. The following day, after breakfast, Ye Jingchuan first escorted Ye Qianqian to her high school for registration, with Ye Guanyin securing a recommendation letter. It was only natural that Ye Qianqian would as well. Brother, do I look all right? Standing at the school gate, Ye Qianqian grasped the shoulder strap of her crossbody bag with slightly anxious hands, glancing up at Ye Jingchuan. My sister is undoubtedly the most beautiful, he replied with a warm smile. Now hurry off to school, and remember to collect your books afterward. Ye Jingchuan admired her in a lovely light yellow checkered coat, her hair styled in 2 dark braided pigtails adorned with red ribbons at the ends. Carrying the trendiest olive green bag, her bright, sparkling eyes drew attention from all around. He couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate it was to leave the old Ye household behind. In a previous life, Ye Qianqian had been a pitiful figure, always dressed in gray and living in fear within the confines of that home. Such an upbringing had rendered her timid, even after marriage. She suffered domestic abuse and mistreatment from her in-laws, never daring to voice her struggles to her family. Had it not been for his financial support, her life could have taken a far darker turn. As he watched Ye Qianqian's radiant figure gradually disappear into the school, Ye Jingchuan wore a smile, hoping that in this lifetime, she would carve out a brilliant path uniquely her own, free from the bullying she endured in her past. After seeing Ye Qianqian off to school, Ye Jingchuan rode his bicycle to the Loha Brigade to inspect the harvest from the traps set the previous day. Upon entering the breeding yard, he spotted Duan Weiman and several others transporting cabbage leaves and chicken feed into the compound. Weiman, how did it go last night? Did any weasels show up? No. It seems that the cages have frightened the weasels away. This morning, I found several cages to be empty. I shall take a look. Weasels are remarkably clever, and preventing them from stealing chickens requires considerable effort. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ye Jingchuan proceeded to inspect the cages, and indeed, they were all vacant. However, traces of weasels' presence surrounded the cage locations, indicating that they were aware of the dangers lurking within. While he examined the cages, several young female educated youths observed him from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. Isn't that Ye Jingchuan? He is exceptionally handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he is also quite astute. I heard he sells crossbody bags at the market, managing to sell dozens each day and earn a significant profit. Indeed, a classmate of mine works as an educated youth at the Hongxing commune. She mentioned that Ye Jingchuan purchases calcium biscuits by the box, quite extravagant. Oh, how fortunate for Mu Nanzhi to marry him. She is the envy of our cohort of educated women. Many among us have married, yet Mu Nanzhi's situation stands out. Perhaps it is fate. Mu Nanzhi bears an unsightly birthmark on her face. In the city, she might struggle to find a respectable partner. Yet she ends up marrying a man as capable and wealthy as Ye Jingchuan. While some expressed admiration, others felt a tinge of jealousy. The fortune of marrying Ye Jingchuan remains uncertain. I have heard that he once made a living by trapping weasels for their pelts. The weasel spirit is not to be trifled with. Should he incur their wrath, it could cost him his life. Such superstitions are outdated. How can one believe in this modern age? Spreading such notions may invite criticism. Startled, the young girl quickly closed her mouth, refraining from mentioning the weasel spirit further. Chapter 42, 100 yuan from a distance. Ye Jingchuan overheard the idle chatter of the educated youths. Pondering that his wife is not unattractive, It seems they are simply oblivious to her merits. After inspecting the cages, he intended to greet Duan Weigua, but had barely taken 2 steps when Liang Qing unexpectedly appeared, blocking his path. Comrade Yi, hello. We met yesterday. I am Liang Qing. Ah, Comrade Liang, what brings you here? Ye Jingchuan inquired, his expression one of confusion. When they met the previous day, Liang Qing had merely greeted him without any further interaction. However, today, it was evident that she had come prepared. The weather had turned chilly, and everyone had donned thick cotton clothing. Yet Liang Qing wore a fitted plum-colored coat, deliberately leaving the top 2 buttons undone to expose her fair neck. She even applied a touch of lipstick, her vibrant lips appearing quite enticing. While any other man might be captivated by Liang Qing's appearance, Ye Jingchuan had encountered women of all sorts and found her modest allure unimpressive. Her sudden change in demeanor today could not be attributed to mere rumors. Ye Jingchuan's heart harbored a cold derision. Indeed, Liang Qing was as he remembered, willing to employ any underhanded means to achieve her desires, seemingly intent on rekindling their past entanglement. I wish to visit the commune. Would you be able to give me a ride? Very well, I am headed there as well. Ye Jingchuan was quite curious to see what tricks Liang Qing was up to. At this moment, Liang Qing was exceedingly pleased. Any man she fancied would easily fall for her with just a subtle gesture, especially someone as inexperienced as Ye Jingchuan. She believed that if she merely displayed a hint of affection, he would likely comply with her every whim. With this thought in mind, her smile grew even sweeter. The 2 exited the breeding courtyard, and Liang Qing effortlessly hopped onto the back seat of his bicycle, her hands lightly resting on Ye Jingchuan's waist. As the bicycle began to move, she took advantage of the bumps in the road, tightening her grip around his waist and pressing her body against his back. Feeling the warmth emanating from her, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but chuckle. Liang Qing's tactics had remained unchanged, reminiscent of how she had pursued him in their previous life. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes. What's wrong? Liang Qing exclaimed, jumping off the bicycle, her face a picture of confusion. It seems the bike chain is faulty. If you have something urgent, you can go ahead, he replied. I have no pressing matters, she thought to herself, glancing at his bicycle, realizing it appeared newly bought. How could the chain be problematic? Nevertheless, she had other matters to attend to and brushed it aside. They strolled side by side along the path through the fields. Comrade Yi, I heard that Moon Nanzhi was originally supposed to marry your cousin, but she ended up being forced into a marriage with you? Those are mere rumors. From the very beginning, it was my desire to wed Nanzhi. Comrade Yi, you really don't need to be so hard on yourself. I've spoken to the matchmaker, and she mentioned that Ye Guanyin is a good match. In this new era, we should resist arranged marriages and boldly pursue our own love. If you don't fancy Moon Nanzhi, you can directly propose a divorce. Ye Jingchuan looked at her in astonishment. The word divorce was exceptionally rare in their community. One could count the number of divorces on one hand. People would rather remain widowed than choose that path. Yet, Liang Qing spoke of it so casually, revealing her strong mindset. Comrade Liang, your thoughts are quite avant-garde. I cherish my wife Moon Nanzhi, so there is no need for your concern. As they exchanged a few words, Ye Jingchuan began to suspect Liang Qing's ulterior motives. Comrade Yi, is there something wrong with your eyes? How could you possibly love someone as unattractive as Moon Nanzhi? Liang Qing was taken aback, unable to comprehend how he could overlook the birthmark on her face. My eyesight is perfectly fine. Liang Qing, I am fully aware of your intentions. I didn't come out here to engage in mind games with you. Ye Jingchuan was disinterested in her games and decided to address the matter directly. I have already inquired with Nanzhi and learned about the despicable schemes you orchestrated with the matchmaker. I am merely curious as to why you would go to such lengths to harm Nanzhi. His words were as sharp as ice, leaving Liang Qing momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Ye Jingchuan would confront her so boldly regarding Moon Nanzhi's marriage. Struggling to maintain her composure, she replied, "This is merely a misunderstanding. At that time, Moon Nanzhi was eager to marry, and we were only trying to assist her. If we had mentioned that she was unattractive, she certainly wouldn't have found a husband in the short term." Liang Qing, do you think I am easily deceived? Ye Jingchuan looked at her with a smile that was neither here nor there, glancing around before he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. There is no one in the fields right now. If I were to strip you of your clothes and leave you there, what kind of adventure do you think you would have? There are plenty of idle men around here who are desperate for a wife. If they were to find you, what fate would await you? His words, cold as a dagger, pierced Liang Qing's heart, causing her to shiver involuntarily. her face pale with fear as she gazed at the towering figure of Ye Jingchuan. If he truly intended to do something, she knew she would be powerless to resist. This is illegal. If the police catch you, you'll end up in prison. Liang Qing's voice trembled slightly, her fear palpable as the situation unfolded in a manner she had not anticipated. In this desolate wilderness, should anything happen, even if she reported Ye Jingchuan, it would be futile, for there would be no evidence to prove he harmed her. Why don't we test it? Let us see if I go to jail, Ye Jingchuan said, and before she could react, he seized her arm. She let out a piercing scream, trembling as she pleaded, I'll tell you everything. Please don't hurt me. Terrified, Liang Qing quickly recounted the entire story. It turned out that it was her cousin-in-law who was eager to marry Nanzhi off. Although Liang Qing was unaware of the reasons behind it, she had accepted a bribe of 100 yuan from her cousin-in-law, who had only one stipulation, to marry off Nanzhi as soon as possible. Fearing that delays might cause her to lose the money, Liang Qing had colluded with the matchmaker to deceive Nanzhi. You are truly despicable. Nanzhi has always considered you a sister, yet you stab her in the back. And that 100 yuan? Ye Jingchuan inquired. It's right here, Liang Qing replied, immediately retrieving a stack of money from her clothing. I haven't spent a single cent. Ye Jingchuan swiftly took the money, counting exactly 100 yuan before pocketing it and releasing Liang Qing. Stay away from my wife. If I find out you're plotting against her again, I have many ways to deal with you, he warned. After clarifying the matter, Ye Jingchuan rode away on his bicycle, leaving Liang Qing standing in a daze on the road. On his way home, Ye Jingchuan did not immediately inform Nanzhi about her cousin-in-law, but waited until evening when they were sitting together on the Kong, casually chatting. Nanzhi, you've been a sent-down youth for 4 years now. Haven't you ever wondered why you haven't received a single letter from your grandmother? Nanzhi looked at Ye Jingchuan in confusion. She indeed had not received any letters from her grandmother, as her cousin-in-law always wrote to her, mentioning her grandmother's situation. Observing the bewilderment in Nanzhi's eyes, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but kiss her gently. His wife was so kind-hearted. She was unaware that her own family had betrayed her. Chapter 43. Together to the city today, I went to find Liang Qing. She said she took 100 yuan from your cousin-in-law to help you with the idea of getting married. As for why she didn't let the matchmaker mention the birthmark on your face, it was because time was tight, and she feared that delays would prevent her from receiving the money, which is why she acted this way. My cousin-in-law? Nanzhi was taken aback. In her recollection, her cousin had always treated her with kindness. When she first came to the countryside, her cousin had gifted her wedding attire and a few essential tickets. Fearing that she might suffer in rural life, after her arrival, her cousin frequently wrote to her, assuring her that she would take care of their grandmother. However, it was perplexing how such a benevolent cousin could suddenly change. Ye Jingchuan, witnessing Nanzhi's sorrow, embraced her tenderly, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. He consoled her, saying, Nanzhi, do not grieve. The human heart is the most inscrutable of things. Your cousin's sudden shift in demeanor surely harbors deeper mysteries. Does your grandmother possess any properties or valuable assets in the capital? My grandmother has nothing. The house she resides in still belongs to my mother, Nanzhi replied. Aside from that, the only thing that might attract someone's attention is my mother's job. She has always worked in a hospital, and now that she is missing, had I not come to the countryside, I would have been able to fill in for her at the hospital. Precisely, Ye Jingchuan affirmed. If his memory served him correctly, there were quotas for urban returnees, albeit with stringent requirements. It was only in 1977 and 1978 that policies began to relax. One stipulation being that those sent to the countryside could not marry local residents. Those who wed would be barred from returning. According to his past recollections, Liang Qing obtained her quota in 1979. Could it be that the allocation of quotas had already begun in the capital, and that Nanzhi was indeed eligible? Her cousin might be attempting to thwart her return to the city in order to secure a position in the hospital for herself. It was evident that Nanzhi's cousin was cunning, intricately weaving a scheme that effectively trapped her in rural life. It was no wonder that in her previous life, Nanzhi had perished during childbirth. When she tried to contact her cousin, she could never reach her. By that time, her cousin had likely secured employment and would naturally disregard Nanzhi's plight. If this were the case, it would elucidate everything. The misfortunes that befell Nanzhi could be traced back to a covetous cousin. Had she not married Ye Jingchuan in her previous life, but instead returned to the city, her life would undoubtedly have flourished. With this thought, Ye Jingchuan felt an even deeper sympathy for Nanzhi. devoid of her mother's protection. She was left vulnerable to the whims of others. He shared his thoughts with her, only to hear her murmur, "How could my cousin treat me this way? She once toiled in the fields, and it was my mother who helped her secure a job at the hospital. Though it was merely a temporary position, it paid 20 yuan a month, sufficient to sustain a family. Because the human heart is inherently greedy," Ye Jingchuan remarked, noticing her despondent demeanor. He gently tousled her hair, reassuring her, "We have just sent a telegram to your grandmother. I suspect she will receive it shortly and reply to us. Nanzhi, please be patient. Clarity will soon emerge. Should your cousin indeed be plotting against you, I will ensure justice is served." Ye Jingchuan's gaze was resolute. Those who dared to wrong his beloved would face the consequences. "Nanzhi, my greatest concern is for my grandmother's health. I hope fervently that your cousin is merely deceiving me and that she is not unwell." As Nanzhi spoke, her voice was tinged with tears. The betrayal of family and friends left her heart cold as ice. Fortunately, she had married Ye Jingchuan, who would protect her. Had she wed someone else, she shuddered to think of the dire consequences she might have faced. Ye Jingchuan gently kissed her cheek, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, soothing her with tender words. "Nanzhi, I am here for you." As her husband, it was only natural for him to strive to lift her spirits. After blowing out the candles, Ye Jingchuan swiftly gathered Nanzhi into his embrace. The couple was preparing to sell crossbody bags and faux collars in the city the following day. Nanzhi had hoped he would let her be. Instead, she felt as if she were a delicate fish, tossed and turned in his playful grasp. "My dear wife, I wish to have another round." Full of vigor, Ye Jingchuan caressed Nanzhi's skin, smoother than silk, unable to resist biting her nape. How could his wife be so alluring? "No, we must rise early for the city tomorrow, but I want to." With shameless persistence, Ye Jingchuan held on to Nanzhi, relishing their time as a couple before children arrived. Once twins were born, his privileges would diminish. "Just this once. If you misbehave again, I shall seek out Qianqian for the night." Nanzhi found herself at a loss, as Ye Jingchuan, as robust as an ox, wore her out with his antics. Rest assured, just this once. Although Ye Jingchuan verbally agreed, his actions spoke otherwise. Nanzhi realized once again that she could never trust a man's words, especially when sharing a bed. The next day, there was no need to rush to the city. After breakfast, they did not set out until after 9. They planned to set up stalls at 2 locations, bringing along 90 crossbody bags and 40 faux collars. Though it sounded like a lot, it hardly filled their bags. Ye Jingchuan secured the items on one side of the back seat, driving Nanzhi towards the city. Venturing out with his wife was a different experience. They chatted and laughed all the way, quickly arriving in the city. Ye Jingchuan returned to the steel factory where he had previously set up a stall, while Nanzhi headed to the chemical plant. "Nanzhi, once the factory gates open, start selling as soon as you unpack the bags. I will come find you after the crowd disperses. If anyone comes to chase you away, just pack up and wait for me here. Do not wander off. I will take you for beef noodles afterward. Do not worry, I am not a 3-year-old. Having accompanied Ye Jingchuan to the market for a while, Nanzhi's demeanor had brightened considerably, and she had grown more talkative. A person's appearance may not be exceptional, but a cheerful disposition leaves a favorable impression. Nanzhi was confident in her ability to sell the goods. "All right, I believe you can do well." While he verbally expressed his faith in her, Ye Jingchuan could not help but remind her to be cautious. They would prefer not to sell anything rather than be caught by the enforcers. Even if approached for questioning, they should not engage. One could never know what kind of trouble lurked among them. If they encountered someone deranged who might apprehend them, it would be a loss indeed. Having settled Nanzhi, Ye Jingchuan then rode his bicycle to the steel factory. He had set up his stall here twice and gradually became familiar with the locals. As he laid out the bags of fertilizer, a nearby vendor selling buns leaned in and whispered, "I've heard that the enforcement officers are roaming the streets these days. Not only are they prohibiting street vendors, but if they catch you, they'll confiscate your stall on the spot." Why the sudden crackdown? Ye Jingchuan, perplexed, wondered if things were not becoming more lenient. Isn't it supposed to be getting easier? Why the sudden intensification? Who knows? It's always a cycle of relaxation and strictness. Just be cautious for the next few days. With the current policies still unclear, not only were the common folk bewildered, but the authorities also seemed to change their stance daily. Ye Jingchuan pondered that he could only manage his fabric business until the end of December. After entering January, he would not venture out. He was not in urgent need of money and could afford to wait until after the new year to earn again. As for the entire month of the new year, He planned to stay at home every day, nurturing his relationship with Nanzhi. Chapter 44. Terrifying encounter. As the steel mill's workday concluded, the large iron gate swung open, and a throng of workers poured out. Ye Jingchuan immediately began to attract customers. Initially, everything seemed quite normal, but after selling 10 crossbody bags, he suddenly spotted a few individuals approaching through the crowd. Although they were not wearing red armbands, Ye Jingchuan instantly recognized them as enforcement officers. Having dealt with such individuals for many years in his past life, he was exceedingly familiar with them. The enforcement officers are here, Ye Jingchuan whispered urgently, swiftly gathering the remaining bags and fake collars into his bag. Hey, comrade, I still want to buy a crossbody bag. Maybe tomorrow? He quickly hopped on his bike and merged into the throng of workers leaving the steel mill. His movements were seamless, without a hint of hesitation. Once he had distanced himself, a commotion erupted behind him, where the group that had previously lacked armbands began to apprehend street vendors while donning their red insignia. The nearby bun vendor, alerted by Ye Jingchuan, hastily pushed his cart into a nearby alley. However, most vendors were not as fortunate. Nearly all were captured by the enforcement officers. A crowd soon gathered at the steel mill entrance, filled with shouts of anger and pleas for mercy. Ye Jingchuan dared not linger to witness the chaos and promptly headed towards the chemical plant. With the steel mill being raided, it was likely that the chemical plant would face scrutiny as well. As this thought raced through his mind, he nearly pedaled his bicycle to the point of igniting sparks. He wondered how quickly his wife would react. He hoped she would not be caught by the officers. Ye Jingchuan sped to the entrance of the chemical plant. The rush hour had passed, and only a few stragglers remained outside, with not a single vendor in sight. His heart raced as he anxiously scanned the area for Nanzhi, but after searching for a while, he still could not find her. Just as he was about to look around more thoroughly, he suddenly heard her voice from a distance. Jingchuan, I'm over here. He turned towards the sound and saw Nanzhi dragging a bag of fertilizer, standing on the curb by the road. Seeing that she was safe, Ye Jingchuan let out a huge sigh of relief and rushed over to her. Have the enforcement officers come your way too? Several individuals arrived, and fortunately, I was swift enough to escape. Otherwise, I would likely have been apprehended by now. With a lingering sense of dread, Nanzhi tightly grasped the edge of the fertilizer bag. Just moments ago, the entrance of the chemical factory had been chaotic, and she was quite frightened. Sitting on the curb for a while, her racing heart finally began to calm. So, will you dare to come with me to set up a stall next time? Without a moment's hesitation, Nanzhi vigorously nodded her head. Setting up a stall at the entrance of the chemical factory felt relatively safe. I had inquired with several elderly women who had been selling sewing supplies there for an extended period. They mentioned that only in recent days had the authorities been frequently present, which was quite rare before. More importantly, there were many female workers at the factory, and my crossbody bags and faux collars sold exceptionally well. As she spoke, Nanzhi's words were infused with excitement. She was not deterred by the presence of the authorities and even felt a sense of eagerness. In the coming days, we can make more crossbody bags and faux collars and then bring them to sell together later. That is precisely what I was thinking. We can produce a larger quantity and then take them to the city to sell. We don't necessarily have to set up at the factory entrance. There are also markets and residential areas in the city where we can explore. All right. Ye Jingchuan did not expect Nanzhi to be so resourceful. Typically, the authorities would not frequent residential areas. After a brief conversation, the two did not linger at the factory entrance for long. As Ye Jingchuan took her to enjoy some beef noodles, the cinema during a weekday lunchtime was quite desolate, with no one watching movies. And only a handful of stalls were set up in the alley, yet the beef noodle stall was still operating. Each of them savored a steaming bowl of beef noodles, significantly uplifting their spirits. As they emerged from the alley, Nanzhi couldn't help but inquire. Why are there still several stalls set up in the back alley when no one is watching movies? It's merely a means to earn a living. If they do not set up stalls, they would have no income at all. So, despite knowing the business is challenging, they are willing to wait it out. Upon reflection, Nanzhi understood. Currently, not many had jobs at the factory, and in families with numerous members, there were always a few who struggled to find work. Without employment or farmland, if one did not set up a stall, starvation would be inevitable. After finishing their lunch, the two did not rush home immediately. Ye Jingchuan took Nanzhi to a mall to purchase suitable lingerie for her. The city's mall offered a far greater variety of goods compared to the supply store in their commune, and there were numerous styles of lingerie. Upon catching a glimpse of the counter from afar, Nanzhi couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. Jingchuan, wait for me here. I can manage on my own. All right. But my dear, do not hesitate to spend a little. I know. Ye Jingchuan understood that his wife was shy and did not insist. He handed her some fabric coupons, while she had money in her crossbody bag to spend as she pleased. After receiving the coupons, Nanzhi went off to purchase her lingerie, while Ye Jingchuan lingered nearby, browsing through ready-made clothing. Before he could examine many items, Nanzhi returned. Why are you back so soon? I bought everything. How many did you buy? Is it too expensive to buy just one? How much was it? 8 yuan. Ye Jingchuan looked up to the heavens in disbelief. 8 yuan? How is that expensive? My dear, we are not short on money. Buy a couple more, after all. One should have a replacement. Don't linger, hurry and buy it. I'll browse through some clothes here. All right, then I'll get another piece. This time, Nanzhi took a while, and it was only after Ye Jingchuan had strolled for nearly half an hour that she returned. I bought 4 pieces and got 2 for Qianqian. Ye Jingchuan was pleasantly surprised that Nanzhi was still thinking of the little girl. With a smile, he nodded and changed the subject to the ready-to-wear garments in the mall. Nanzhi, what do you think of these clothes? Can you make them? Of course. Anyone who knows how to sew can replicate these designs. Once we save up a bit more money, we can buy an industrial sewing machine. Not only can we make crossbody bags, but we can also sell clothes. Sell clothes? Is that feasible? At that moment, it was hard enough to even purchase basic sewing supplies without being reprimanded by others, let alone selling clothes. No rush. I'm merely sharing my aspirations with you. As Ye Jingchuan accompanied Nanzhi through the mall, he contemplated enduring a little longer. The winds of reform would soon sweep across the land. An individual entrepreneurship was merely a matter of time. Which style do you fancy? We can buy some fabric to make you a garment. All right, I won't be modest then. Currently, men's fashion lacked variety, and after much consideration, Ye Jingchuan settled on a piece of blue fabric for a cotton jacket and a dark blue fabric for a Zhongshan suit. He chose pure wool for the suit, not minding the expense. Nanzhi, do you think our sewing machine can handle such thick material? Ye Jingchuan inquired, caressing the luxurious woolen fabric with a hint of concern. No problem, we'll just take our time sewing it. By the time they finished purchasing the fabric, it was already past noon. They still had a few crossbody bags and faux collars in hand, and it seemed illogical to return home with them unsold. They intended to sell them before heading back. Ye Jingchuan pondered that the inspectors had already visited the steel factory during the day, so they likely wouldn't return in the evening. Thus, he took Nanzhi directly to set up a stall at the factory. Chapter 45. A golden opportunity falls from the sky, just as Ye Jingchuan had anticipated. After setting up their stall at the steel factory for about an hour, the inspectors did not show up. Perhaps it was due to their earlier visit, as there were very few vendors at that hour. In no time, they managed to sell all of their remaining bags and collars. As darkness descended, they hastily packed their belongings and rode their bicycles home. By around 5 o'clock, night had begun to fall. The sun had set as they journeyed halfway. With only a few cyclists and tractors passing by, "This must be the last steep hill," Nanzhi exclaimed as she jumped down from the back of the bicycle. Given the mountainous terrain they traversed to reach the city, the journey was always exhausting. Just this one left. After this, we won't have to push the bike anymore. As the darkness deepened, Ye Jingchuan quickened his pace, acutely aware that the world was not entirely safe. The road lacked surveillance, and should anything happen, no one would know how it ended. Stay close to me, Nanzhi. The path is treacherous. Be careful not to stray into the fields. Understood. As the two individuals pushed their cart up the slope, engaging in casual conversation, Ye Jingchuan remained ever vigilant, particularly attentive to the corn stalks flanking the road. Today, he had brought Nanzhi along, hoping for a smooth journey devoid of any unwelcome encounters. Just as he silently wished to avoid trouble, 4 men suddenly emerged from a nearby gully. "Brother, we see you're struggling with that cart. Why not let us help you?" Cursing under his breath, Ye Jingchuan swiftly scanned their hands. They bore no knives, only wooden clubs, easily manageable. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively shielded Nanzhi behind him. "Nanzhi, when I engage them, keep your distance." "What about you?" she asked. "I can handle these 4 ruffians with ease." Ye Jingchuan's confidence was unwavering. In his previous life, he had dealt in leather, navigating the black market and enduring countless robberies. Particularly during his later years driving trucks, being ambushed became a routine affair. Having witnessed much, he was no stranger to danger. The 4 men before him appeared only slightly more respectable than beggars, their gaunt faces betraying their ill intentions. Ye Jingchuan mused that he could easily take on 10 of them. "Listen, kid, drop the bicycle and scram, or I'll make you regret it," declared the tallest of the group, a brutish man with a hardened visage. Beside him stood a shorter man, leering at Nanzhi, who smirked and said, "Big brother, remember, this little wife is mine." "You really are pathetic," the tall man scoffed, turning his gaze back to Ye Jingchuan. "Today, we're just in the mood for a bit of fun and profit. If you wish to live, you'd best leave. If not, I can assist you with that." As the four men slowly advanced toward Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi, Ye Jingchuan stood his ground. He handed the bicycle to Nanzhi, removed his jacket, and with a smile, replied, "Who has to say who will meet their end today?" "Oh, so you're quite bold, daring to speak to my brother like that? Just wait and see how I deal with you," the shorter man taunted, taking a few steps forward. Upon catching sight of Nanzhi behind Ye Jingchuan, he suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, this little wife looks like a fierce she-devil. I fear I might not be able to perform." "What's the worry? Just cover her face with a cloth, and she'll be no different." The four robbers erupted into laughter, convinced that Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi were doomed, as four men could easily subdue a single man. However, they grossly underestimated Ye Jingchuan's strength. Before their laughter could fade, he sprang into action. Accustomed to rigorous labor in the fields, he charged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the nearest short man. The blow was so swift that the man barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain and collapsed heavily to the ground. Ye Jingchuan exerted every ounce of strength in his kick, delivering a blow that sent the short man crumpling to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Resembling a shrimp in distress, emitting an agonizing wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Before you attempt to rob someone, perhaps you ought to assess your own capabilities. With such a frail physique, do you dare to obstruct my path? Is that not courting death?" he declared. "It seems you are indeed seeking your demise. My comrades, let us join forces and strike him down mercilessly." The tall robber, fueled by malice, charged towards Ye Jingchuan. This was not his first encounter with thievery. He had targeted Ye because he appeared to be alone with a woman, making him seem an easy target. Little did he know that his adversary possessed a fierce temperament and would retaliate with ferocity at the first confrontation. Outnumbered 3-1, Ye Jingchuan felt no trepidation. The tall man and his two lackeys, armed with clubs, soon found themselves at a disadvantage as Ye's iron fist struck with far greater pain than their weapons could inflict. The melee erupted, and Ye Jingchuan soon realized that his agility and strength surpassed that of his previous life by a remarkable margin. With a resounding thud, he landed a punch to the tall man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, this man was no coward. He grimaced in pain, but managed to stagger to his feet once more. "You think I will not finish you today?" he spat through gritted teeth, pulling a butterfly knife from his pocket and lunging at Ye Jingchuan. In a nearby, terrified Nanzhi cried out, "Help! We are being robbed. Someone please." Upon hearing her pleas, the tall robber unleashed a torrent of profanities, vowing to silence her. He turned to strike her into submission, but Ye Jingchuan was quicker. "With such foul language, let me cleanse your mouth," he retorted. Before the tall man could advance, he executed a swift side kick that landed squarely on his wrist, causing the butterfly knife to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Jingchuan grasped the robber's wrist, pulling and kicking, causing the man to buckle and fall helplessly to the ground. With the tall man face down in the dirt, Ye crouched over him, twisting his arm behind his back, pressing his face into the earth. "Next time you think of robbing someone, keep your eyes wide open. Consider who is worth provoking and who is not. Should I be angered, I will render you crippled, leaving you to suffer in your futile existence." The two remaining robbers, witnessing their leader being subdued, charged in to assist. "Stop! How dare you rob in broad daylight?" cried a man descending a nearby hill on a bicycle, who then unhesitatingly collided with the two remaining robbers. The impact from the downhill bike was formidable, sending the two assailants flying before they could even reach Ye Jingchuan. Everything transpired in a blur. By the time Ye Jingchuan registered the scene, the newcomer, along with his bicycle, had tumbled into the fray with the robbers. "What on earth? Are you out of your mind?" Ye exclaimed after delivering another punishing blow to the tall man, rushing to check on the cyclist. Chapter 46. Someone your wife knows more. Nanzhi had not anticipated the sudden arrival of a cyclist, and she approached anxiously to assess the situation. "I am fine," she reassured him. The man, supported by Ye Jingchuan, cast a wary glance at the two robbers he had collided with. The impact from the bicycle had been quite severe. They lay on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. "Brother, you truly are brave. Do check if your arms and legs are injured." "I am fine," the man replied with an embarrassed smile, surprised by the bicycle's formidable force. Wang Zhuoran. Upon approaching, Nanzhi immediately recognized the man before her. "Ah, Nanzhi, you." Wang Zhuoran glanced between Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan, his expression filled with confusion. "This is my partner, Ye Jingchuan." "Oh, I see." Ye Jingchuan regarded Wang Zhuoran, sensing a faint familiarity with the name, though he could not recall where he had heard it. The tall man who had just been subdued by Ye Jingchuan struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He bellowed, "Get up, brothers. Today we are going for broke. If we win, we get 2 bicycles and a woman. If we lose, we suffer no great loss." The 2 men, who had been nearly incapacitated by the collision, also managed to rise. At some point, they had picked up a stick from the ground. One of them, wielding the stick, glared menacingly at Ye Jingchuan and declared, "Let's go at them together. I refuse to believe we cannot take them down." The shorter man, who had initially fallen, joined the tall one, brandishing the butterfly knife that had fallen earlier. "It would be too easy to kill him outright. Let's tie him up and show him how we play with his woman." As soon as the words left the shorter man's mouth, Ye Jingchuan, several meters away, erupted with fury. They could insult him, but they could not disrespect his wife. Who dies today is still uncertain. Ye Jingchuan resembled an enraged lion, ready to tear apart the 4 robbers. Wang Zhuoran, seeing Ye Jingchuan charge forward without hesitation, followed closely behind. Having previously faced 4 opponents alone, he now felt emboldened with assistance at hand. The shorter man, boasting with his butterfly knife, was the first to fall victim to Ye Jingchuan's onslaught. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, and in mere minutes, the man was rendered powerless, curled up on the ground like a shrimp. "Stop hitting me, stop!" the shorter man cried out. "Just a moment ago, you were quite the loudmouth, weren't you? Keep cursing," with a punch landing squarely in his chest. The shorter man let out a howl, and whether it was a mere illusion or reality, he thought he heard the sound of his ribs cracking. In a whirlwind of chaos, the group engaged in a fierce struggle. Nanzhi, frightened for Ye Jingchuan's safety, picked up a stick from the ground, though her hands trembled. She struck the robbers at opportune moments. Her strength may have been slight, but each blow to their heads was undeniably painful. After no more than 10 minutes, as Ye Jingchuan knocked out the 4th tooth from the tall man, the latter finally relented, realizing his misfortune in encountering such formidable foes. "Let's go," he muttered, having been sent flying by Ye Jingchuan's kick, no longer daring to advance. His 3 accomplices, bruised and battered, were barely able to stand. "You wait. I will make you pay for this." The tall man, with his windswept mouth, was uttering threats, just as Ye Jingchuan was about to advance and continue his assault. The man, frightened, dashed to the side. In the soft, loamy soil of the farmland, the 4 of them were practically rolling and crawling away. As he watched the cowardly robbers flee, Ye Jingchuan rubbed his sore wrist and asked, "Are you all right, my wife? Did you sustain any injuries?" "I am fine," she replied. Ye Jingchuan stepped forward, took the wooden stick from her hand, and tossed it aside, a broad smile illuminating his face. He had not anticipated that Nanzhi possessed such courage, daring to wield a stick in the face of robbery. "Goodness, those robbers were ruthless. They nearly broke my bones," Wang Zhuoran exclaimed as he plopped down onto the ground, having little experience in brawling and having taken quite a few punches. "How are you holding up, Wang Zhuoran? Can you still move?" "It's not too serious," he replied. "Are you planning to ride into the city?" "Yes, I have some business there." Wang Zhuoran wiped the corner of his mouth and sighed helplessly. "Never mind, I won't go. I doubt the girl would find me appealing anyway. Am I delaying your plans?" "It's nothing significant. I was merely going to the city for a blind date. She probably wasn't interested in me to begin with, and I suspect she only came out for my relative's sake. It seems we are fated to be apart." Wang Zhuoran was a person of great magnanimity and bore no ill will for missing his blind date to assist Ye Jingchuan. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, "We should hurry. It's nearly dark." "Let us go," Ye Jingchuan urged, guiding his large golden deer alongside Wang Zhuoran as Nanzhi followed closely behind. As they walked, they engaged in casual conversation. When Ye Jingchuan learned that Wang Zhuoran was also a youth sent down from the capital, he finally recalled why the name seemed familiar. Among the sent-down youths, many were scions of prominent families who, for various reasons, had been dispatched to the countryside. Those fortunate enough could return to the capital and leverage their family connections to achieve great success, while the less fortunate might never return. Wang Zhuoran belonged to the former category. He was fortunate. His grandfather regained his official position, and he chose a path in politics. Logically, scions of influential families should navigate the political landscape with ease, yet he struggled due to the lack of any prestigious qualifications and a tumultuous relationship with his wife, which often led to scandals. His political ascent was not particularly smooth. Nevertheless, even in his current circumstances, his stature was one that Ye Jingchuan from his past life would have looked up to. Even the wealthiest merchants would bow before those in power. Ye Jingchuan remembered Wang Zhuoran from a political and business banquet where, amidst a crowd, someone mentioned his past in Jiangpu City. Capitalizing on his own Jiangpu heritage, he struck up a conversation with Wang Zhuoran, and they hit it off well enough to exchange phone numbers. At that moment, he felt his future was bright, ready to take flight, but unfortunately, fate had other plans. Not long after, news broke of Wang Zhuoran's altercation with his wife, which tragically resulted in his untimely death. Ye Jingchuan glanced at the animated Wang Zhuoran, who still appeared quite youthful. If memory served him right, he was around 19 now. One wondered if his blind date would turn out to be the very wife who would later cause his demise. If so, the wings of the butterfly he had become in this rebirth were already fluttering, altering the trajectories of certain lives. And what of Wang Zhuoran? Would his life trajectory be influenced by him? If he possessed a commendable education, and if he returned to the capital earlier, would he not achieve greater heights in this life than in his past? Contemplating this, Ye Jingchuan felt a surge of excitement. Aligning himself with Wang Zhuoran's formidable enterprise would undoubtedly elevate his accomplishments in this lifetime. Chapter 47. The resumption of college entrance examinations. As Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi returned to Shaohe Brigade, night had already enveloped the surroundings. Upon entering the village, they spotted Ye Yuanshan waiting at the entrance with a lantern in hand. "Father, why are you out here? I was worried sick about you two returning so late." He replied. The evening had dragged on without a word from them, and anxiety gnawed at him, fearing they might have fallen victim to unscrupulous individuals. The sight of their safe return finally eased his troubled heart. Upon their return, they had agreed not to disclose the robbery incident to their family, merely stating that they had stumbled on the treacherous night road. Mu Nanzhi appeared relatively unscathed, with only a bit of dust on her, whereas Ye Jingchuan's clothes were soiled beyond recognition. Zhao Xiaoyu might believe the story of a fall, but Ye Yuanshan did not buy it for a moment. However, he refrained from pressing further and went to the brigade's medical room to procure 2 bottles of ointment for Mu Nanzhi to apply to his injuries that evening. After a long and exhausting day, Ye Jingchuan, unusually subdued, found himself in a predicament when Mu Nanzhi applied the ointment, inadvertently igniting sparks of discomfort within him. "Wife, what should I do? I'm feeling unwell." "If you're injured, then calm down and stop entertaining fanciful thoughts," she retorted. At that moment, her face flushed crimson. The power was out, and only a half-burned candle flickered in the dim room, casting a gentle glow that accentuated her enchanting features. How could a normal man like Ye Jingchuan possibly resist? "Wife, today I shall teach you something intriguing." "What sort of intriguing thing?" Mu Nanzhi looked into Ye Jingchuan's bright, dark eyes, sensing an ominous premonition. He was concocting another scheme. The woman on top. In a heartbeat, Mu Nanzhi grasped the meaning behind those 3 words. It was destined to be an exhilarating day. The following morning, she unusually did not rise early, and by the time she awoke, Ye Jingchuan had already departed for Luhe Brigade. The situation with the weasel had yet to resolve, and he intended to investigate further, as well as check on Wang Zhuoran's condition. Upon arriving at the breeding facility, Ye Jingchuan observed several knowledgeable youths gathered in the yard, their faces illuminated with excitement. "What joyous news do we have?" One of the familiar youths greeted him with enthusiasm. "Jingchuan, we just received notification. College entrance examinations will resume in a month. If we can pass, we won't have to go to the countryside." This was indeed splendid news. Who would argue against that? "We need to borrow textbooks immediately. With only a month until the exams, time is of the essence." The youths in Luhe Brigade had been away from academia for 4 to 5 years. Rekindling their studies would be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, they were not permitted to attend school and could only study independently, making the prospect of gaining university admission increasingly daunting. Liang Qing cast a fleeting glance at Ye Jingchuan from a distance, but that was the extent of her interest. She harbored a mixture of resentment and fear towards him, intertwined with an inexplicable yearning. No woman is impervious to the allure of a strong man. Despite the harsh treatment she received from Ye Jingchuan the previous day, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. The thought of such a man belonging solely to her filled her with an indescribable happiness. Yet, he had chosen to marry the plain Mu Nanzhi. The mere thought of it drove Liang Qing into a frenzy of jealousy. In terms of beauty, she far surpassed Mu Nanzhi, and when it came to family background, her parents held prominent positions in the capital. If not for the numerous children in her family, she would not have been dispatched to the countryside. But that was merely a temporary situation. Her return to the city was only a matter of time. In contrast, Mu Nanzhi was an orphan, with a missing mother and a deceased father. Her lineage was so inferior that it could not even compare to Liang Qing's little finger. Why should Mu Nanzhi lead such a fortunate life while she languished in poverty? With a slight bite of her lip, Liang Qing deliberately joined other youths in discussing the college entrance examination, all the while keeping a close watch on Ye Jingchuan's every move. Upon inspecting the traps, Ye Jingchuan noticed Liang Qing's intention to participate in the examination. He raised an eyebrow, thinking that she was likely still dreaming of college. Once the exams arrived in November, she would realize that the path was not so easily traversed. Not everyone could succeed. He reminded the youths at the breeding farm that if they caught a weasel, they could come find him in Xiaohe village. If they hadn't caught anything, they could leave the traps there for a few days, as weasels would not return if they couldn't find chickens to eat. After leaving the breeding compound, Ye Jingchuan took his time and sought out Wang Zhuoran. Yesterday, Wang Zhuoran had assisted him in fending off robbers and had sustained injuries. As a concerned friend, he felt it necessary to check on him. The youth center was located within the village committee courtyard of the Loha Brigade, and by 10 in the morning, most of the youths had gone to the mountains to earn work points, leaving only a few behind, including Wang Zhuoran. He had returned the previous day without feeling much. But upon waking, he was overwhelmed by severe aches and numerous bruises on his back and legs, clear remnants of the struggle with the robbers. Unable to participate in the farming, he lay in the dormitory, only to hear about the resumption of the college entrance examination. When Ye Jingchuan arrived, Wang Zhuoran was deeply engrossed in discussion with others. I only completed 1 year of high school before coming to the countryside, and I have no idea if I can pass the exam. Besides, we lack textbooks, so reviewing is a challenge. This afternoon, we should go to the Xinhua bookstore in the city. If we can buy the textbooks, that would be ideal. If not, we'll have to borrow from high school students. Don't wait until the afternoon. You should ride my bicycle now. The later we go, the higher the chance we won't get anything. I can't go myself due to my injuries, so please bring me a complete set of books. Upon hearing Wang Zhuoran's words, the other youths immediately realized the influx of candidates eager to participate in the examination would likely make the bookstore overcrowded. I'll go right now. A few of the youths dashed out of the room, finally noticing Ye Jingchuan at the doorway. Ah, Jingchuan, what brings you here? Come in. I've come to bring you some medicinal ointment. Your gallant assistance yesterday warrants my gratitude. As Ye Jingchuan placed the gifts he had brought upon the table, a bottle of medicinal oil for treating injuries, 2 jars of canned yellow peaches, and 2 packets of calcium biscuits. His offerings were indeed commendable. Jingchuan, you are far too considerate. Such lavish gifts are beyond what I can accept. Do not be so polite. He replied, I heard earlier that you are also preparing for the college entrance examination. Yes, my studies were decent in the past, and I wish to give it a try. Wang Zhuoran spoke with subtlety. With only a month remaining until the examination, he felt uncertain, yet his desire to return to Beijing compelled him to take the risk. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan pondered deeply. In his previous life, Wang Zhuoran had indeed gained admission to a university, albeit not a prestigious one. His degree was inadequate, and his hasty decision to enter the workforce without pursuing further studies hindered his political career in the initial years. Had he possessed a distinguished diploma, the outcome would have undoubtedly been different. Chapter 48. The college entrance examination next year. With just a month until the college entrance examination, how confident are you about gaining admission to a university? I estimate my chances to be around 50%. However, if I do not succeed, it is not a tragedy. I can always try again next year. My wife also wishes to take the examination, but not this year. She aims for the summer entrance exam next year. Though the 2 admissions are only half a year apart, the difference in the universities could be significant. As the examination approached, time was too scarce for thorough revision. Even with good fortune, he might only secure a spot in a university akin to Jiangpu University. Yet, with 6 months of diligent preparation, achieving admission to a prestigious institution like Jing'an University would not be out of reach. Wang Zhuoran fell silent. acutely aware of what a good university represented. For ordinary individuals, gaining admission to any university may suffice, but for him, the distinction between universities was profound. Securing a place at Jing'an University would alter his standing within his family upon his return to Beijing. Ye Jingchuan remained patient, allowing Wang Zhuoran to contemplate. The reasoning is sound, yet I cannot shake the feeling of regret if I do not attempt the examination. That is simple enough. Spend this month studying diligently for the exam, and see what university you can attain. If it's favorable, you shall pursue it. If not, you may choose to refrain, while also gaining some experience. All right, I shall give it a try. Wang Zhuoran found himself swayed by Ye Jingchuan's words. He had previously yearned to swiftly escape his current predicament without contemplating the future. Reflecting now, he realized he had been too hasty. If he were to enroll in a university comparable to Jiangpu University, he would still be unable to return to Beijing for the next 4 years. And what awaited him after that was uncertain. Take good care of your injury. This medicinal oil is quite effective, so remember to apply it. Ye Jingchuan had conveyed his thoughts, and he was not overly concerned about whether events would unfold as he envisioned. He preferred to let fate take its course. Just as the Luohe team received news of the college entrance examinations resumption, the Xiaohe team had naturally been informed as well. Upon receiving the news that he had successfully registered for high school and obtained his textbooks, Ye Guanyin was overwhelmed with joy. How could he have forgotten this moment? What did it matter that Ye Jingchuan could earn a little money? In comparison to the prospect of attending university, his minor achievements were trivial. Similarly elated, Ye Hou strolled around the Xiaohe brigade, and soon the entire community was aware that Ye Guanyin would be participating in the upcoming college entrance examination in a month, making him the first university student from Xiaohe brigade. Ye Jingchuan merely listened, offering no commentary. What could someone like Ye Guanyin, who had scarcely attended middle school, possibly bring to the university entrance exam? His face? Upon returning home, he was surprised to find his family discussing the examination as well. The school teachers had inquired whether they wished to participate in the examination, claiming that the first year would undoubtedly be easier, but it would only become more challenging thereafter. Although this was the inaugural batch, it was by no means simple. Those without a solid foundation, like Ye Jingchuan, were advised not to complicate matters and to focus on achieving a respectable score of 80. Ye Jingchuan smiled at Ye Jingchuan, noting that even her teachers seemed half-hearted, attempting to persuade first-year high school students to take the entrance exam. Ye Jingchuan, however, exhibited self-awareness and earnestly stated, "I think so too. My middle school foundation is weak, and I would surely score poorly on the exam. What about you, sister-in-law? Since you've attended high school, wouldn't you consider making an effort to take the exam? Who knows, you might succeed. I'll wait for the summer examination instead. I don't mind waiting another 6 months." Ye Jingchuan was quite supportive of Mu Nanzhi's decision to take the exam next year. Not only was the acceptance rate expected to be higher, but having an additional 6 months for revision would also significantly enhance her chances. The discussion of the entrance examination quickly faded in the Yi household, as they soon shifted their focus to crossbody bags and faux collars. Ye Jingchuan contemplated bringing another 50 crossbody bags and faux collars to the city for sale the following day. As long as he sold them quickly, no one would be able to hinder him. With fabric scraps, he busily crafted crossbody bags and faux collars. The Yi household was exceptionally busy, and once Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Jingchuan became proficient with the sewing machine, Mu Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan ventured to the city to sell their creations. One worked at a steel factory, while the other toiled in a chemical plant. Yet they managed to sell dozens of crossbody bags and faux collars during their limited free time. Particularly as the weather turned cold, people donned their hand-knitted sweaters, which, albeit not aesthetically pleasing, could be transformed with a beautiful faux collar, instantly enhancing their elegance. Mu Nanzhi offered a variety of colors and designs in her faux collars, which sold out in an instant at every market. Over the course of a week, her initial stock of dozens grew to a necessity of bringing 100 at a time, as anything less was simply insufficient. Moreover, the quality of her products surpassed that found in stores, leading to a loyal customer base. One customer, a woman, purchased 4 on the first day and returned the next day to buy 8, declaring that the designs were lovely and she wished to bring some for her colleagues. In the midst of this bustling activity, time flew by. One day, as Ye Jingchuan returned from the city and passed the brigade office, he was called over by Yi Hansheng, who informed him that Mu Nanzhi had received a letter from the capital. Upon hearing letter from the capital, Ye Jingchuan's heart raced with apprehension. Could it be a letter from Mu Nanzhi's grandmother? Taking the thick envelope from Ye Jingchuan, he glanced at the return address and was nearly overcome with excitement. It was indeed a letter sent by Mu Nanzhi's grandmother. Since the telegram was sent, Mu Nanzhi has been preoccupied with thoughts of it, even though she did not voice her concerns. Upon examining the postmark on the letter, she realized that her grandmother had mailed it the very day she received the telegram. However, the distance from the capital to the small river brigade was considerable, which caused a delay in its arrival. "Nanzhi, your grandmother's letter has arrived," Ye Jingchuan exclaimed as he rushed home, heading straight for the eastern wing. "Really?" Mu Nanzhi, who was in the midst of cutting fabric, immediately turned and dashed outside. Oh, perhaps due to her haste, she collided with Ye Jingchuan at the doorway. "Don't worry. The letter won't fly away," he laughed, looking at her with warmth. He handed her the letter, adding, "It's quite thick. Your grandmother must have much to convey." With the hefty envelope in hand, Mu Nanzhi's heart raced with anticipation. She eagerly tore open the envelope and began to read, her primary concern being her grandmother's health. Standing at the doorway, tears began to stream down her face as she read, causing Ye Jingchuan to worry immensely. "Nanzhi, I'm fine," she wiped her tears, though her appearance betrayed her claim. "What does the letter say?" She relayed her grandmother's words. She had recovered from her cold and was in good health, visiting the market daily to procure the freshest vegetables at the lowest prices. She urged Mu Nanzhi not to worry about her and mentioned that a few months prior, the hospital had inquired about her. If there was still no news from Mu Nanzhi's mother, recent policy changes might allow her to return to the capital and take over her mother's position. Her grandmother had long entrusted her cousin to deliver the message, but because Mu Nanzhi had not responded, her grandmother had been quite anxious. Now, upon receiving the telegram, she could finally rest easy. At this point, Ye Jingchuan, though he hadn't seen the letter, deduced that Mu Nanzhi's grandmother must have suspected something concerning her cousin, as the letter was quite explicit. "Did your grandmother mention anything about our marriage?" Ye Jingchuan asked, his heart heavy with uncertainty, pondering whether she was aware of the recent changes in the policy regarding returning to the city. Chapter 49. To return or not read it for yourself, Mu Nanzhi said, placing the letter directly into Ye Jingchuan's hands. At that moment, her mind was a whirlwind, unsure of where to begin. Noticing her complex expression, Ye Jingchuan felt a wave of anxiety. He quickly read through the letter, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Mu Nanzhi's grandmother, Ye Jingchuan, hailed from a scholarly family and possessed an exquisite command of the written word, as evidenced by her beautifully penned letter. Even in her advanced years, her thoughts remained sharp, and her narrative was coherent and clear. In her letter, she inquired about Mu Nanzhi's feelings regarding marriage, asking if she loved Ye Jingchuan and if she wished to live with him in the small river brigade. She also informed her that, being the only child, and with her mother missing due to her rural medical mission, the authorities had granted her a special quota, as long as she remained unmarried. She could return to the capital after the new year and directly enter the hospital workforce. In her letter, Grandmother Yu analyzed the pros and cons for Mu Nanzhi, suggesting that if she wished to return to the capital immediately, she would need to divorce first, and then they could remarry once back in the city, bringing Ye Jingchuan with her. In the capital, individuals like him can only secure temporary employment, leading the young couple to undoubtedly face financial strain. One alternative for her is to divorce and return to the capital to remarry, as a dual-income household would presumably yield a better quality of life. However, should Ye Jingchuan prefer to remain in the capital, Mu Nanzhi is also inclined to stay, respecting their choices. She is in good health and fully capable of caring for herself, assuring Mu Nanzhi not to worry about her. Ye Jingchuan gazed at Mu Nanzhi, whose face bore the traces of tears. Perhaps due to the tension, his heart raced, and the words he wished to speak caught in his throat, refusing to emerge. His grandmother had advised Mu Nanzhi on the pros and cons, suggesting that, given the current circumstances, divorcing and remarrying in the capital was the wisest choice. They had only recently wed and had no children. Finding someone else in the capital would certainly be preferable to remaining with Ye Jingchuan, a peasant. At this moment, he was genuinely fearful that Mu Nanzhi might choose this path. After all, their marriage was still new, and the foundation of their affection was fragile. He felt uncertain in the face of such a trial. "Did you finish reading the letter?" Mu Nanzhi asked, looking up at Ye Jingchuan, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I have," Ye Jingchuan replied, taking a deep breath before posing a crucial question. "Nanzhi, do you wish to return to the capital?" "Of course I do, but not after divorcing you." I want to return on my own accord. Nanzhi replied without a second thought, rereading the letter before neatly folding it back into the envelope. Are you not afraid that you might not succeed in returning to the capital? The universities there are not easy to gain admission to. Compared to the uncertain outcome of examinations, securing a place directly would be the best option. Jingchuan, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that I divorce you so I can return to the capital? Nanzhi's eyes suddenly filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Oh, Nanzhi, please don't cry. That is not what I meant. I was simply suggesting that if there is an easier, better path available to you, why choose the most difficult one? The more Ye Jingchuan inquired, the more fervently Nanzhi wept. What do you think? With that, Nanzhi shot him a fierce glare before turning away, decisively shutting the door to the west room, not even wanting to cast him another glance. Typically, Nanzhi was the epitome of gentleness, and her sudden outburst left Ye Jingchuan somewhat taken aback. Indeed, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. As he murmured to himself, Ye Jingchuan was about to comfort Nanzhi when he suddenly realized that her tears might stem from feeling that he did not care for her, which prompted her to bring up the notion of divorce. If that were the case, it would imply that she indeed held feelings for him, unwilling to part ways, even if reconciliation were a possibility in the future. With this thought, a smile slowly crept across Ye Jingchuan's lips. Could it be that his wife had developed affection for him? Nanzhi, open the door. Let me explain. I merely asked out of curiosity. I cherish you dearly and certainly do not wish for us to part. If you do not believe me, I can swear by the heavens that I, Ye Jingchuan, will only take Nanzhi as my wife in this lifetime. Should I ever betray this oath, may the heavens strike me down. As Ye Jingchuan was still speaking at the door, Nanzhi, with reddened eyes, had already opened it. She swiftly covered his mouth and said, Are you foolish? How dare you make such oaths so casually? I am guiltless, hence I can certainly make such a vow. My dear, please write back to Grandma and inform her of your desire to return to Beijing for university. Also, recount my circumstances to her in detail, assuring her that I will take good care of you. And what about my cousin? Oh, how do you intend to explain the matter of your cousin to Grandma? After reading Grandma Yu's letter, Nanzhi had surmised that over the years, numerous letters had been sent to her from her cousin, but she had not received a single one. The whereabouts of those letters were all too evident. From now on, she would write to Grandma Yu every month, sending her letters to the small shop at the alley's entrance, where the shopkeeper was well acquainted with Grandma Yu, ensuring that the letters would not go astray. Furthermore, her cousin was concerned about her mother's job, and she intended to clarify that matter to Grandma Yu as well. She would readily offer the position to her cousin, but it should not be acquired through underhanded means. If her cousin attempted to seize it, then it would be regrettable. Even if she did not fill in at the hospital, she would not relinquish it without a fight. I will ask Grandma to communicate with the hospital to arrange for my mother to be on leave without pay. No one shall take away what rightfully belongs to her. Additionally, she would inform Grandma Yu about her cousin conspiring with Liang Qing to undermine her, revealing the true nature of her cousin. By the way, regarding the 200 yuan I sent back, I suspect my cousin did not give it to Grandma either. I will have Grandma request it back, regardless of the circumstances. She resolved that henceforth, there would be no further dealings with her cousin's family. Nanzhi had resolutely made up her mind without a trace of softness. Her cousin nearly ruined her life for the sake of a job at the hospital. Continuing any association with her would be utterly foolish. You did the right thing, my dear. We must be resolute. Excessive softness invites bullying. Seeing that Nanzhi was no naive fool, Ye Jingchuan felt a wave of relief. He had often worried that she might be taken advantage of in his absence, but it seemed he had underestimated her strength. After sharing tender moments, Nanzhi finally took out some stationery to write to Grandma Yu. Once she finished, Ye Jingchuan accompanied her on his bicycle to the post office to send the letter. The act of sending a letter greatly deepened their affection for each other. On their way back from the post office, Ye Jingchuan made a special detour to buy a pound of hard candy for Nanzhi as a celebratory treat. You should have some. Nanzhi unwrapped a red candy wrapper and offered a piece to Ye Jingchuan. I want the one in your mouth. Suddenly, Ye Jingchuan leaned down, unabashedly snatching the hard candy that Nanzhi had just placed in her mouth. Be careful, someone might see us. And if they do? Is it wrong to kiss my own wife? Nanzhi's cheeks flushed with warmth, noticing that no one around them paid attention to their somewhat excessive display. She hurriedly sat on the back seat of the bicycle. Hurry home. I still have to get busy with my crossbody bag. Ye Jingchuan was not teasing her. He felt a surge of happiness, thinking how easily his dear wife turned crimson. Chapter 50. Dazed yet profitable, Ye Jingchuan and Moon Nanzhi shared a close bond, which naturally fueled their motivation to work. After Ye Qianqian began attending school, Ye Jingchuan called upon Ye Xiaoyan to assist with fabric cutting, offering him a daily wage of 1 yuan. Initially, Ye Xiaoyan's large hands fumbled awkwardly, yet practice soon honed his skills. Within a mere few days, he could complete a day's worth of work in just half a morning. Indeed, a strong young man was different. While I struggled to handle so much fabric that I could hardly lift the scissors, Xiaoyan appeared unfazed. Zhao Xiaoyu watched in astonishment as Ye Xiaoyan deftly cut through a stack of several pieces of fabric with remarkable speed. Previously, she had been apprehensive about making mistakes and typically cut one piece at a time. However, Ye Xiaoyan was different. With one hand pressing the fabric and the other wielding the scissors, he began by cutting 2 or 3 pieces at a time and gradually increased to 4 or 5. Today, he even managed to cut 8 pieces in one go. Once he finished, Zhao Xiaoyu inspected the 8 fabric pieces for shoulder bags, finding them perfectly aligned and unblemished. "Xiaoyan, your hands are truly skillful," she remarked. "Aunt, please spare me the flattery. It's just cutting fabric. I can't be that adept," Ye Xiaoyan replied with a chuckle, glancing down at his large hands. His hands, larger than those of his peers, bore the marks of years of labor, with calluses and rough patches aplenty. Luckily, he was working with khaki fabric that was resistant to snags. Had it been silk, he might have damaged the material. "Xiaoyan, I see great potential in you as a tailor. You should consider learning to operate a sewing machine. Once you master it, I will buy you one and increase your pay to 2 yuan a day." 2 yuan? Ye Xiaoyan had never envisioned a day when he could earn 2 yuan. Currently, grueling labor such as stone quarrying or brick moving barely yielded a single yuan. The prospect of earning 2 yuan simply by sewing was, to him, akin to an unexpected windfall. Moreover, this windfall came from Ye Jingchuan, assuring him of its reliability. Meanwhile, Moon Nanzhi eyed Ye Jingchuan with a hint of skepticism. She discreetly called him outside and inquired, "Jingchuan, you aren't trying to deceive Xiaoyan, are you?" "Not at all. I genuinely intend to purchase a sewing machine. The cost of making a shoulder bag is quite low, and the profit per bag can reach 3 yuan. With such a high profit margin, it makes sense for us to produce more." Ye Jingchuan then shared his plans with Moon Nanzhi. Ever since they had ventured to the city to sell shoulder bags, he had conceived the idea of setting up a stall while their family members produced the bags at home. On a modest day, they could sell around 50 to 60 bags, and with a stroke of luck, they might even sell over 100. However, if they were to sell bags daily, there would be no one left at home to continue the sewing. They couldn't afford to rest every other day. The most practical solution would be to ensure that neither side was neglected. In recent days, Ye Xiaoyan and Ye Yuanshan had also been learning to cut fabric. Once Ye Yuanshan's cutting speed improved, Ye Jingchuan planned to buy 2 sewing machines, allowing Ye Xiaoyan and Zhao Xiaoyu to sew the bags together. He didn't set his expectations too high. Producing 200 bags daily would suffice, as home sewing machines couldn't match the speed of industrial ones. He would be content with 200. "But we can't possibly sell 200 bags in a day, can we? Wouldn't that just lead to accumulation? Therefore, after selling for a while, I intend to seek assistance from others," Ye Jingchuan remarked, leaving Moon Nanzhi perplexed. "Are you suggesting that you wish to hire someone to sell bags?" "Not exactly. There's a sales method known as wholesale. I sell each bag for 4 yuan, but I offer them to others at 3 yuan apiece. This way, they can earn a profit of 1 yuan for each bag they sell from me. It may seem like our profits have diminished from 3 yuan to 2, but as the quantity sold increases, our total earnings will rise correspondingly. Furthermore, we would no longer need to risk our safety by setting up stalls daily. Is this feasible? Won't we get caught?" Moon Nanzhi exclaimed, startled by Ye Jingchuan's audacity. Given that their family produced 200 crossbody bags a day, it was already akin to a small workshop. In the current planned economy, private entrepreneurs were scarce, and a misstep could lead to accusations of speculation, resulting in their entire family being apprehended. With a smile, Ye Jingchuan playfully pinched Moon Nanzhi's cheek, contemplating that producing 200 bags daily was not an overwhelming quantity and could be easily concealed. As long as he kept quiet about it, no one would suspect. He was confident that he could amass wealth through the sale of a few crossbody bags. "For now, I certainly won't promote our venture loudly or seek out help in selling the bags, but I can enlist a few acquaintances to sell them in other communes." "Who? How about Ting Dong? He currently has a limited supply of fabric, and Aunt Lu is selling at the market alone. He would be perfectly positioned to sell crossbody bags in other communes." I could also find 2 more familiar faces to sell at slightly more distant markets, which would significantly boost our daily sales. Nanzhi stared at Ye Jingchuan in astonishment, unable to fathom how much they could earn if they sold 200 bags a day over the course of a month. Nanzhi, worry not. I have everything under control. Regardless of how I navigate this, there will always be a baseline. I will never place you or my family in jeopardy. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had ventured into the underworld, living a precarious existence filled with uncertainty, a recollection that now sent shivers down his spine. He would never allow Nanzhi to experience such peril. Currently, he aimed to conduct his crossbody bag business steadily and cautiously, trusting in his astute intellect to yield profits. Earning a few dimes from scraps of fabric, 3 yuan from each bag, and over 1 yuan from faux collars, he diligently amassed nearly 10,000 yuan by early November. Ye Jingchuan was astonished by this figure, feeling as though he hadn't sold much, yet the accumulating cash in his hands confirmed that his month of hard work was worthwhile, proving that his decision was indeed sound. Selling crossbody bags was far more profitable than his former dealings in the underworld, with significantly lower risks. My goodness, how is there so much money? Ye Jingchuan stood in shock. Prior to this, he understood that dealing in scraps could be lucrative, but he never anticipated earning such a sum. 10,000 yuan was an unimaginable amount for him. He had never dreamt of holding that much money. Before the division of family assets, he would have been ecstatic with just 100 yuan. Father, have you ever considered that during this period, we have been tirelessly engaged from dawn till dusk? The sewing machine has been in constant operation, both day and night, leaving us scarcely any moments of respite. We must have produced over 2,000 crossbody bags by now, and I can scarcely recall the number of faux collars we have made. As Ye Jingchuan spoke, Ye Jingchuan realized that indeed, they had been quite busy lately. Sometimes, they would be so occupied in the evenings that dinner would not be finished until 7 or 8 o'clock. Particularly during market days, the whole family would be involved. As the weather grows colder, you and Nanzhi should purchase a couple of thicker cotton jackets. Otherwise, it will be quite chilly when stepping out in the early morning. Very well, tomorrow when we head to the city, we shall buy 2 cotton jackets. Ye Jingchuan readily agreed, acknowledging that with the cold weather, the family should begin preparing winter clothing and stockpiling provisions. Chapter 51. All come to borrow books while the family was engaged in light conversation. A voice called out for Ye Jingchuan from outside the courtyard. The visitor was none other than Wang Zhuoran, accompanied by another individual named Kong Xinghui, whom Ye Jingchuan had briefly met in his dormitory. Upon entering, Ye Jingchuan welcomed them into the main room and poured them tea. It was then that Wang Zhuoran, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained his purpose for visiting. We have been attempting to procure high school textbooks recently, but we have not managed to acquire all of them. Upon learning that your sister is in her first year of high school, we were wondering if we might borrow her physics and chemistry textbooks to make copies. Are high school textbooks really in such high demand? Ye Jingchuan was taken aback. In his previous life, he had not participated in the college entrance examination, nor had he attended high school, and was unaware that even textbooks were so difficult to obtain. He had assumed they could simply queue up to purchase them. We have been scrambling at the Xinhua bookstore for several days, yet we have only managed to obtain a few textbooks for the 3rd and 2nd years. At this point, we are left with no choice but to borrow what we can. If we cannot find them, we will copy them out. The act of copying will also allow us to study simultaneously. Wang Zhuoran expressed his frustration, explaining that he could not find textbooks locally, prompting his parents to attempt to purchase them from Beijing, only to encounter the same issue. The high school textbooks at Xinhua bookstore were completely sold out. Moreover, given the current circumstances, even if he were to obtain them, it would likely take at least half a month for them to arrive, leaving him insufficient time to study with only 2 weeks remaining. That can be arranged. Qianqian, please take out your high school textbooks and lend them to Wang Zhuoran so he can make copies. But tomorrow is Monday, and I have classes. Will he be able to return them to me by early morning? Ye Qianqian had to be at school by 7:20 a.m. the following day, and it would be quite inconvenient for Wang Zhuoran to return the textbooks. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhuoran boldly suggested, "What if I copy them here? I just worry about disturbing your family." "Not at all. As long as you don't mind the noise from our sewing machine, it's perfectly fine." Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xinghao took the textbooks to the east wing to copy, as there was a large wooden table suitable for cutting fabric there, providing ample space for their task. Today, Ye Jingchuan continued to work on the crossbody bags and faux collars, aiming to earn as much as possible before the weather became too cold. Once mid-December arrived, he planned to stay home for the winter, avoiding unnecessary outings. The sewing machine clattered away as Ye Jingchuan, Ye Yuanshan, Ye Qianqian, and Ye Xiaonian cut fabric according to the patterns drawn by Mu Nanzhi. Once the cutting was completed, they would hand the pieces to Mu Nanzhi. After she finished sewing, they would trim the threads before proceeding to the next step. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu was not idle either, as she took charge of tidying up the house and preparing lunch. In the morning, the brigade held a village meeting, and she took the opportunity to attend another gathering. While Wang Zhuoran was transcribing, he noticed the bustling figures of the Yi family, and he could not help but admire their remarkable teamwork. That seemingly intricate crossbody bag was swiftly taking shape in their hands. Jingchuan, how many crossbody bags can your family produce in a day? During a brief respite from his writing, Wang Zhuoran could not resist engaging in casual conversation with Ye Jingchuan. Not many, really. There's quite a bit of household work to attend to, Ye Jingchuan replied, adeptly maintaining a low profile, as he was well aware of the need to conceal their true capabilities. That sounds rather arduous. It's merely a means to make a living. At noon, Ye Jingchuan invited Wang Zhuoran to dine at their home. Despite their initial reluctance to stay, they were insistently retained by Ye Yuanshan. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could help my Qianqian with her studies in the future. She struggles with many concepts that the teacher has covered. Instantly, the mention of her name caused Ye Qianqian to flush crimson, as she had previously complained about her inability to grasp the lessons. Of course, Qianqian. Feel free to ask me any questions you have. I shall share everything I know without reservation. The Yi family's living conditions were quite commendable, and at lunch, they enjoyed steamed buns, cabbage and tofu stew with pork belly. Even Wang Zhuoran, who hailed from the capital, found it difficult to resist indulging in an extra bun. During the meal, Ye Jingchuan casually spoke of hunting wild boars in the mountains. There are wild boars near the Lihe Brigade. This year, a vast expanse of corn and sweet potato fields has been ravaged by them. The brigade even sent people into the mountains to hunt, but they returned empty-handed. He mused that as the weather grew colder, they might venture into the mountains for a stroke of luck, perhaps encountering a large wild boar, ensuring a plentiful supply of pork for the new year. Really? Could you take me along? I've never hunted in the mountains before. Do you possess a hunting rifle? I can borrow one from the brigade. If we can secure a rifle, we might as well give it a try, even if we don't catch a wild boar. A rabbit or a pheasant would suffice. All right, let us make this pact. After the college entrance examination, we shall embark on a hunting expedition together. The group of youthful exuberance was animatedly discussing their plans, eagerly anticipating the prospect of venturing into the mountains with rifles at the break of dawn. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuoran sought to borrow textbooks from Ye Qianqian, while several educated youth approached Ye Guanyin to request books. I am immensely grateful, Guanyin. We have borrowed several books from classmates, yet none have been available. Who would have thought you had procured all the textbooks from first to third year of high school? Liang Qing smiled brightly at Ye Guanyin, her clear gaze igniting a flutter in his heart. Before him, Liang Qing was adorned in a fashionable pink checked coat, complemented by a form-fitting turtleneck sweater, showcasing her figure exquisitely. Sitting there, every time Ye Guanyin cast a glance, he was met with the sight of her alluring silhouette. Having grown weary of the rustic charm of the brigade's girls, the arrival of such a stylish, educated youth left him momentarily speechless. Inwardly, he mused that she was the very woman he wished to marry, and he would employ any means necessary to win her heart. You are too gracious, Liang. But with so many of you borrowing a single book, how will you manage to read it? No worries, we can borrow each other's notes. I just hope it won't hinder your classes. I've already reviewed both mathematics and physics, and the problems therein are not particularly difficult. Recently, I have been studying at home and have been skipping classes, so feel free to take them back for your use. Liang Qing was taken aback by Ye Guanyin's remarkable abilities. When she inquired, the members of the brigade did not speak so highly of him. They all mentioned that Ye Guanyin had barely attended middle school and had only recently transitioned to high school. How could he possibly grasp high school mathematics in such a short span? With a hint of doubt in her heart, Liang Qing cheerfully took out her physics textbook. In that case, I shall not hold back. I have only completed a year of first-year high school, so my foundation is rather weak. Recently, I have encountered numerous challenging problems while studying, and I wonder if you could assist me. Ye Guanyin did not anticipate Liang Qing would inquire of him so promptly. For a moment, he felt a bit flustered. His earlier remarks were merely boastful, and he was far from proficient in high school problems. I have other matters to attend to today at home, and I fear I may not have enough time to address more complex questions. How about we schedule a time for tomorrow to meet at a convenient location where I can teach you? Liang Qing found it difficult to ascertain whether Ye Jingchuan truly possessed the skills he claimed. After a brief silence, she arranged to meet him at the youth station of the Luanhe Brigade the following day. Chapter 52. The Secret of Ye Jingchuan. The youth were elated to have borrowed the books, and a group of them sat at old Ye's house for a while before chattering excitedly as they departed. Yi Hoda and Ding Chunhua smiled broadly at Ye Jingchuan's newfound popularity, regardless of how much money Ye Jingchuan could earn. Their Ye Jingchuan was a promising university aspirant, far beyond Ye Jingchuan's reach. Elevated by the admiration of his peers, Ye Jingchuan felt elated. Grandfather, weren't you supposed to get the bicycle ticket? When will you manage to acquire it? I am eagerly anticipating buying a bicycle. I am already inquiring. Bicycles are in high demand, and acquiring one depends on luck. Alas, if I do not buy it soon, I will miss the chance to ride once I get into university. Then, grandfather, please think of a way to expedite the purchase for me. As Ye Jingchuan contemplated his meeting with Liang Qing at the Luanhe Brigade the next day, he realized he needed a bicycle. Thus, he hurried to his uncle's house to borrow one. On his way home, he encountered an acquaintance. Jingchuan, where are you off to? Ah, Dongfeng. What are you doing here? Zhou Dongfeng jumped down from a tractor and offered Ye Jingchuan a cigarette. I am here helping the brigade transport coal. What about you? Why are you carrying so many books? Shouldn't you be busy packing instead of wandering about? Ye Jingchuan chuckled and took the cigarette to light it. I am merely borrowing a bicycle. Tomorrow I will be going to the Luanhe Brigade to explain some problems to the youth. You? Explaining problems? Zhou Dongfeng burst into laughter, nearly tearing up from amusement. The two had known each other for years and used to play cards together daily. While others might not recognize his limited abilities, Zhou Dongfeng was well aware. He was the one who suggested Ye Jingchuan attend high school. You are just a clueless simpleton. How could you possibly tackle high school problems? You're mistaken. I am genuinely interested in that youth from the capital. Who is it that has captivated you so thoroughly? Ye Jingchuan wore a smug expression as he remarked. You haven't seen Liang Qing from the Luanhe Brigade. Her figure, her demeanor, surpasses that of 10 village girls. To which I replied, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Personally, I prefer the simplicity of a girl like Qianqian. I cannot withstand the allure of a social butterfly like Liang Qing. Be cautious, my friend. She may be stunning, but her mind is cunning. As an educated youth, she has toiled in various brigades, yet somehow, she possesses the knack for making others do her work. After several years in the Luanhe Brigade, do her hands appear to have labored? Zhou Dongfeng's words were veiled, and had it not been for Ye Jingchuan's pride, he would have bluntly referred to Liang Qing as a seductive vixen. Regrettably, Ye Jingchuan, blinded by her beauty, failed to grasp the implications of Zhou Dongfeng's statement. He dismissed Zhou Dongfeng's warnings, believing that a mere educated youth could not stir any significant waves in the countryside. With just a flick of my finger, I could put her in her place. I, a grown man, cannot be bested by a young girl. Don't get too carried away with your romantic pursuits. Have you mentioned my affair with Qianqian to your family? Zhou Dongfeng had little interest in Ye Jingchuan's matters. His mind was preoccupied with Ye Qianqian. Since their brief encounter at the Ye family home last year, he had been unable to forget her. However, given her youth, her family would not hasten to arrange a marriage. He dared not entertain any thoughts, opting to wait a few years instead. Later, on the day of Ye Jingchuan's wedding, he found himself in the hospital after a confrontation with Ye Jingchuan. While visiting Ye Jingchuan, he casually spoke of the Ye family, igniting a fierce animosity within Ye Jingchuan, which rekindled Zhou Dongfeng's aspirations. He had overheard his elders discussing the reinstatement of college entrance examinations, prompting him to propose a deal. He would help Ye Jingchuan gain admission to university on the condition that he facilitate a union between himself and Ye Qianqian. Even if they could not obtain a marriage certificate right away, they could become engaged, and once Ye Qianqian turned 18, she could move in with him, bearing children. And they could formalize their marriage later. After all, in their community, an engagement was regarded as akin to marriage. I mentioned it to my grandparents, and they were somewhat agreeable, though they demanded a hefty bride price. I've been persuading them for the past few days to reconsider. How much bride price are your grandparents asking for? 1,000 yuan, Ye Jingchuan exclaimed, having casually thrown out an exorbitant figure, despite not having discussed the matter seriously. As there was still no definitive news regarding the college entrance examinations, he feared that if Ye Jingchuan caught wind of this, they would inevitably clash again, last time. Their encounter nearly resulted in disaster, and he had no wish to repeat the experience. Zhou Dongfeng raised an eyebrow and promptly replied, "It's merely 1,000 yuan, hardly excessive. Guanyin, you should return and tell your grandparents that as long as Qianqian agrees to the engagement, I will not only provide the bride price, but also ensure that all the customary gifts are plentiful and do not need to be taken back by her to her in-laws. They will remain with her family." Dongfeng, are you out of your mind? That is 1,000 yuan. You agreed without a second thought. Have you been bewitched by that girl, Ye Qianqian? Ye Guanyin found it utterly incomprehensible that a young girl like Ye Qianqian could be valued so highly. In his view, if anyone offered 100 yuan, it would be a blessing for their family. What do you understand? This is called love. I fell for Qianqian at first sight. Moreover, Qianqian possesses an exquisite beauty, captivating even at such a tender age, and she will undoubtedly be stunning as she matures. With a sigh, Zhou Dongfeng lamented, if it weren't for my fear of Qianqian being pursued by others, I wouldn't be so hastily engaged. Such is the nature of love, driven by physical attraction." Ye Guanyin chuckled with a sly grin. They spent their days together, and who didn't know each other's secrets? However, exchanging Ye Qianqian for an opportunity to attend university was indeed a worthwhile trade, not to mention the 1,000 yuan betrothal gift and the promise of a 3-piece dowry. A veritable windfall. Yet, with Ye Yuanshan's family having separated from the old Ye clan, his grandparents' desire to have a say in Ye Qianqian's future posed a bit of a complication. He needed to ponder carefully on how to persuade Ye Yuanshan. At that moment, Ye Guanyin felt fortunate that Zhou Dongfeng was not from their commune. He remained unaware of the division within the Ye family. The two stood by the roadside, smoking a couple of cigarettes, before Zhou Dongfeng departed to gather coal, reminding Ye Guanyin to expedite matters, as the college entrance exam was fast approaching. Upon returning from the commune, Ye Guanyin temporarily set aside the issue, noting Zhou Dongfeng's excessive eagerness. He contemplated whether he could prolong the negotiations, perhaps even increase the betrothal gift. The mere thought of that 1,000 yuan filled him with excitement. It would undoubtedly ease his life during university. In Ye Guanyin's eyes, securing Ye Qianqian's marriage to Zhou Dongfeng was not a daunting task. As long as he desired it, no amount of disruption from Ye Jingchuan could thwart him. He had a myriad of strategies to ensure Ye Qianqian would have no choice but to marry Zhou Dongfeng. The most pressing matter at hand was how to win over Liang Qing. After lunch, Ye Guanyin rode his bicycle to the youth station to inquire about Liang Qing from acquaintances. Knowing both oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. He needed to gather intelligence on Liang Qing before determining his approach. Ye Guanyin, with his knack for navigating dubious paths, could perhaps channel this cleverness into profitable endeavors. And in no time, the old Ye family might find themselves in a grand house. Sadly, he had strayed from the right path since childhood, and not even a deity could redirect him. Chapter 53. From uncooked rice to cooked rice. Liang Qing was quite the celebrity in the Loha Brigade. Everyone knew of her delicate constitution, easily fainting under the sun's intensity. Additionally, Liang Qing hailed from a respectable background, regarded as one of the finest among the youth. Both her parents held positions as officials, and had it not been for the abundance of siblings, it would have been improbable for such a family to send their children to the countryside. A fellow youth named Song Liang, also from the capital, knew Liang Qing well as he had once pursued her, but she dismissed him for being too slender. With various youths returning to the city this year, Ye Guanyin wondered why Liang Qing, with such a formidable background, had yet to do so. He looked curiously at Song Liang. Surely, with her parents being officials, they wouldn't allocate a quota for their own daughter at the outset. It would be too embarrassing. For the sake of appearances, Liang Qing would need to remain in the countryside longer than her peers, but it was merely a matter of time before she inevitably returned to the capital. Unlike us, ordinary workers' children who truly endure to secure a place, I have heard from my parents that if I wish to return to the city, I must wait a couple more years to join the queue. They specifically cautioned me to never marry a local girl, as doing so would prevent my return to the city. Upon hearing Song Liang's words, a thought surged in Ye Guanyin's mind. He devised a plan to win over Liang Qing. If the two of them could intertwine their lives, she would be unable to return to the city and would have no choice but to stay with him. Once they returned to the city together, he could leverage Liang Qing's family connections to thrive in the capital. With this thought, Ye Guanyin's heart brimmed with joy. What did it matter that Ye Jingchuan made a meager profit from small businesses? He would be condemned to the lowest rungs of society for life, while he, as a university student, would ascend to a different echelon. However, to truly grasp Liang Qing, he needed to obtain a significant leverage over her, if none existed. He would concoct one himself. It wasn't long before news of Liang Qing reached Ye Jingchuan's ears, leaving him quite astonished, as the two had never crossed paths in his previous life. Remembering Liang Qing's cold and heartless demeanor from the past, he thought it best to assist Ye Jingchuan, ensuring their bond would be sealed. Once Liang Qing married into the Ye family, it would be a spectacle to behold. With plans forming in his mind, Ye Jingchuan began to subtly observe their every move, preparing to seize the opportune moment to lend them a hand. Having uncovered Liang Qing's background, Ye Jingchuan joyfully made his way to the Luha Brigade to seek her out. Inside the young intellectuals gathering, several young women were engrossed in discussions about their studies. Ye Jingchuan wished to join their chatter, but found them to be quite aloof, their words dripping with disdain for someone of his humble origins. Liang Qing, don't you have some questions for me? There are too many people here. Perhaps we should step outside for a walk. Oh, Ye Jingchuan, are you here to discuss questions? Surely, you're not trying to ask Liang Qing out on a date, when Suxing teased, having witnessed countless suitors attempt to charm Liang Qing over the past 2 years. Stop mocking Jingchuan. The textbooks in your hands all belong to him. Liang Qing remarked as she stood up and headed outside, eager to ascertain Ye Jingchuan's potential value in aiding her university ambitions. It must be said that the genetics of the Ye family are quite remarkable. Ye Jingchuan possesses the charm of a handsome young man, exuding an air of harmlessness, yet with a hint of mischief lurking beneath. In contrast, Ye Jingchuan embodies a rugged charm, his short hair giving him a spirited appearance. But he radiates an aura that suggests he is not entirely innocent. Women are inherently visual beings, and faced with Ye Jingchuan's appealing looks, Liang Qing's wariness diminished significantly. They strolled not far from the intellectuals' gathering, meandering along the nearby farmlands. Though Ye Jingchuan had a rough exterior, he was no fool. He possessed a keen intellect, adept at reading the room and engaging in conversation. Before long, he discerned that aside from her striking beauty and commendable figure, Liang Qing's intellect was somewhat lacking. It took only a few exchanges for him to sense her selfishness. She clearly looked down upon him, a mere peasant. Yet she still ventured out with him to gauge his potential usefulness. Her selfishness could work to his advantage, as long as he identified her weaknesses. He could manipulate her at will. Little Qing, to be honest, I have merely purchased the textbooks for 3 years of high school. My academic prowess is not particularly remarkable. However, I possess extensive connections, allowing me to gain admission to university with my eyes closed. Do not deceive me. Gaining entry to university is not as effortless as you claim. If I indeed have such connections, I need not study. I can simply choose whichever institution I desire and attend without hesitation. Seeing Liang Qing's incredulous expression, Ye Jingchuan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, I have a way to directly replace someone else to enter university. How can that be possible? Surely, they would discover it. This year marks the restoration of the college entrance examination, and many are uncertain about their capabilities and the admission cutoff scores. As long as one has the right connections, gaining admission to a university is quite feasible. But wouldn't that mean living under someone else's name for a lifetime? One could simply find someone with the same name. Our names are not particularly unique. Liang Qing was utterly astonished by Ye Jingchuan's suggestion. She had never imagined such a possibility existed. Recently, she had been worried about her performance and whether she would be able to return to the capital. If she could follow Ye Jingchuan's path, her worries would dissipate. Jingchuan, could you assist me? I wish to apply to a university in the capital, but I fear my scores may not suffice. That is quite manageable, though I would need to leverage some connections, which might not come cheaply. Ye Jingchuan left the statement hanging, curious to see what Liang Qing might offer in return. I understand. Would 500 yuan suffice? Ye Jingchuan smiled and shook his head. 1,000 yuan? Liang Qing felt confident that her parents could provide that amount. Yet, Ye Jingchuan remained silent, still smiling. Goodness, could it be 1,500 or 2,000? That's outrageous. My parents would never agree to that. 5,000 yuan. Ye Jingchuan stated this casually, knowing that in a time when laborers earned merely 20 or 30 yuan, 5,000 yuan was an exorbitant sum. He doubted Liang Qing could muster such a considerable amount. 5,000 yuan. Has that person lost their mind? Is a university diploma truly worth such a fortune? Unfortunately, many are eager to return to the city following the reinstatement of the examination. If you perceive the price as high, others find it quite acceptable. Thus, I shall not rush you for a response. I will return to this spot 2 evenings hence for your answer." After a moment's hesitation, Liang Qing ultimately acquiesced. She intended to send a telegram to her parents to see if they could manage to gather 5,000 yuan for her. Once this arrangement was settled, Ye Jingchuan departed promptly. Though he wished to linger with Liang Qing a while longer, he understood the wisdom of patience in pursuing greater gains. Prior to this encounter, he had contemplated how to obtain leverage over Liang Qing, and the mention of the 5,000 yuan fee had sparked an idea. When Liang Qing came to meet him in 2 days, he planned to ambush her, covering her head with a sack. Then, he would stage a heroic rescue, thereby not only securing leverage over her, but also positioning himself as her benefactor. After their marriage and return to the capital, it would be nearly impossible for her to rid herself of him. It is undeniable that Ye Jingchuan, devoid of moral scruples, possesses far more cunning than Duan Weiguo from a past life. In her previous existence, Duan Weiguo was entirely under Liang Qing's control, whereas now she finds herself firmly ensnared by Ye Jingchuan. Chapter 54. Deception and Intrigue. 2 days later, as dusk descended, Liang Qing arrived punctually at the appointed rendezvous. In early November, by 5 o'clock, the sun had long set. Preoccupied with her thoughts, Liang Qing scarcely noticed the encroaching darkness. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Ye Jingchuan stealthily approached and suddenly draped a sack over her head. Help!" The words barely escaped Liang Qing's lips before a hand clamped over her mouth, and she was swiftly dragged towards a nearby haystack. A petite girl stood no chance against a robust young man, and everything unfolded precisely as Ye Jingchuan had orchestrated. In a matter of minutes, the tense encounter drew to a close. He deliberately bound her wrists with her own belt, ensuring she could not easily escape. Given the circumstances, she would certainly refrain from crying out in embarrassment. After approximately 10 minutes, Ye Jingchuan sensed the moment was ripe and called out, "Liang Qing, are you there?" As he neared the haystack, Liang Qing had just managed to free her head from the sack, yet her trousers had been discarded far away, and she had no time to put them on. Ye Jingchuan, do not look at me," she cried, hastily using the sack to shield her modesty. Everything had transpired so swiftly that she struggled to comprehend it all. Upon seeing Ye Jingchuan, she initially sighed in relief, only to be overtaken by quiet sobs thereafter. "Do not cry. I shall look away," he replied, kindly retrieving her trousers. "Put them on first, and we shall leave this place." Flustered and her thoughts in disarray, Liang Qing complied with his suggestion. There were quite a few people at the youth commune, so they decided against returning directly and instead made their way to a nearby stream. "Little Qing, calm yourself and wash your face," he advised. "All right," she replied. Liang Qing cupped her hands in the cool water, washing away the traces of her tears. The icy stream also served to clear her mind. Despite the gravity of the situation, her inner strength shone through, and she quickly regained her composure. "Did you see anyone suspicious on your way here?" Ye Jingchuan inquired. "I noticed a man hurrying away. He had just run past our meeting spot. I waited there for quite a while, thinking you might not come," she explained. "Did you get a good look at him?" Ye Jingchuan shook his head. With the darkness enveloping them, he could only discern a vague outline, unable to see the man's face clearly. "Shall I accompany you to report this to the commune and have the police apprehend the person who harassed you?" he suggested, testing the waters to gauge her boundaries, aware that understanding her limits was crucial for plotting his next move. "No, Jingchuan, if people find out I was bullied, how could I ever show my face at the commune again? Please, can you keep this a secret?" "Of course, I will keep this to myself. As if I saw nothing today." "Thank you, Jingchuan." Liang Qing, feeling quite shaken, spoke softly and gently, observing her vulnerable state. Ye Jingchuan could not help but reminisce about their previous intimate encounter. He resolutely reminded himself to restrain his desires. The moment was not yet ripe for taking action. "Last time we discussed university, have you made any decisions?" "Upon inquiring at home, I discovered that my family could not provide the sum of 5,000 yuan. They urged me instead to strive diligently for admission to a prestigious university." At this point, Liang Qing felt a deeper sense of unease and confusion. Lately, nothing seemed to go her way, and she could not recall a single day of happiness. Reflecting on her circumstances, it appeared that since the marriage of Nanzhi, she had been beset by a series of unfortunate events. Indeed, it seemed that Nanzhi was somehow ill-fated for her. The amount required was rather considerable, So perhaps she should first sit for the college entrance examination and assess her performance. If her results were favorable, it would render such expenses unnecessary. With just over 10 days until the exam, she resolved not to dwell on it further and decided to wait until after the examination to reconsider her situation. The two sat by the creek for quite some time, and once Liangqing had fully regained her composure, Ye Jingchuan escorted her back to the youth commune. She returned to her bed without even having dinner, feeling unwell both physically and emotionally. The following day, Liangqing developed a fever. Upon receiving the news, Ye Jingchuan promptly brought 2 jars of canned peaches to visit her. Liangqing was no fool. She was acutely aware of the intentions behind Ye Jingchuan's eager visits. However, given that he had witnessed her in a vulnerable moment, how could he not harbor disdain for her? His kindness towards her surely had ulterior motives. With the impending college entrance examination, Liangqing pushed aside her tumultuous thoughts and focused solely on her studies. Since their intimate encounter, Ye Jingchuan had been visiting her with increasing frequency. Those in the Luohe Brigade and the Shaohe Brigade, if they were not blind, could clearly see that Ye Jingchuan had developed feelings for Liangqing. Villagers familiar with Ding Chunhua would often tease her about it. "Sister, your Jingchuan has quite the discerning eye. Liangqing from the Luohe Brigade is renowned for her beauty and ambition. And I hear she is also preparing for the college entrance exam." "Oh, it's still too early to tell. Who knows what might happen?" Ding Chunhua would respond, though her face was alight with joy. Recently, due to the division of the Yi family, she had felt embarrassed to show her face in the village. However, since Ye Jingchuan began attending high school, she finally felt confident enough to step outside. Now that he was associating with educated youth, she walked with her head held high. "Oh, sister, spare us the modesty. Those educated youths often look down on the local boys and rarely interact with them." For Jingchuan to be so close to Liangqing surely heralds something good. In the countryside, marrying an educated youth was a matter of great prestige, and the older women offered Ding Chunhua their enthusiastic compliments. The praise made her heart swell with pride. Despite the antics of Ye Jingchuan, he could never overshadow the reputation of the Yi family. What were his few petty gains compared to the prospect of Jingchuan marrying a beautiful wife? Once Jingchuan's stunning bride entered their home, she anticipated that the others would have little to boast about. Ye Jingchuan was busy purchasing a sewing machine, a bicycle, and even hunting a wild boar, which nearly drove Ding Chunhua to jealousy. She was eagerly awaiting Ye Jingchuan's university entrance results and his marriage to Liangqing, as it would allow her to hold her head high. Every day, she stepped out, practically wishing to carry a sign proclaiming that her grandson was preparing for university and marrying an educated youth, making sure to mention it to everyone she encountered. The family of old Yi is so ostentatious that there is no need for Ye Jingchuan to inquire. It is evident when Ye Jingchuan seeks out Liangqing, and even what he presents to her is crystal clear. With the two of them growing so close, the opportunities for him to take action have multiplied. The college entrance examination is tomorrow, and Ye Jingchuan has prepared a grand gift for the pair. To this end, he made a special trip to a certain black market in the city, acquiring several incense sticks of extraordinary origin. In his previous life, he witnessed several robust men succumb to the effects of this incense. It remains uncertain whether Ye Jingchuan and Liangqing will withstand its influence. He sent a message to the 2 children through 2 candies, and with remarkable ease, Ye Jingchuan arranged for Ye Jingchuan and Liangqing to meet in the hay storage house of the Luohe Brigade. The incense had already been lit in the house, and the fiery passion of the 2 young souls nearly set the shed ablaze. Ye Jingchuan, feeling uneasy, checked on them in the middle of the night, taking advantage of their deep slumber to discreetly toss their clothes outside, hoping that someone would discover them early the next morning. Otherwise, in such cold weather, sleeping in a hay house could lead to a severe cold. Chapter 55. Lock me in. On the morning of November 21st, 1977, at 9 a.m., the college entrance examination, which had been suspended for many years, finally resumed. Ye Jingchuan personally escorted Moon Nanzhi to the examination hall. As he watched her enter, he noticed the throngs of people outside. He spotted Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, and the 3 waved to each other across the sea of faces before they too joined the crowd entering the hall. As the number of people outside dwindled, security personnel arrived to prepare to close the school gates right as the clock struck 9. Throughout this time, Ye Jingchuan did not catch a glimpse of Ye Jingchuan and Liangqing. They missed the first political exam, effectively forfeiting their opportunity for the entrance examination. Ye Jingchuan mused to himself that the two had indulged quite a bit the previous night, to the point of not even showing up. He remained outside the examination hall all morning, waiting for Nanzhi to finish, yet he still did not see Ye Jingchuan and Liang Qing. The two rode their bicycles home for lunch, and as they entered the village, they noticed several individuals whispering beneath the old locust tree. Upon seeing Ye Jingchuan approach, their faces lit up with peculiar smiles, leaving Ye Jingchuan uncertain about whether the events of the previous night had spread. On his way home, as soon as he stepped through the door and had not yet set down his bicycle, he was greeted by Zhao Xiaoyu, who welcomed him with a beaming smile. Nanzhi is back. How did the political exam go this morning? It was quite challenging. Many questions I had never encountered before, and I had no idea how to respond. That's all right. Consider this a practice run, whether you perform well or not. We can later ask Jingchuan to take you to Xinhua bookstore to see if there are any guidebooks on politics. That's what I was thinking too. Mom, did you not go out today? Have you heard any news? Ye Jingchuan, noticing Zhao Xiaoyu did not mention Ye Jingchuan, could not help but inquire. I didn't have the face to go out. The old Ye family has made quite a spectacle of themselves in the Zaiqi brigade. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan's eyes brightened with mischief, and he eagerly pressed, Mom, do tell me what happened. Zhao Xiaoyu, no longer holding back, gritted her teeth and said, early this morning, someone from the Luha brigade saw him and that young woman named Liang Qing in the hay storage house, completely undressed and entangled together. Apparently, their pants were strewn all over the place. It truly is an embarrassing sight. Fortunately, the discovery was made early on this frigid day. The two of them were dozing off in the thatched hut, likely to suffer from the cold. When I stepped out to gather firewood in the morning, I overheard Wang Juhua from next door mentioning that Ye Jingchuan was returned with a flushed face, and upon his return, he summoned Ye Jingchuan for a consultation. Although Ye Jingchuan had previously been a bit of a scoundrel, he had not engaged in any egregious behavior. Now that this incident has escalated, I am intrigued to see how the Ye family will handle it. It is truly a source of embarrassment. Zhao Xiaoyu grew increasingly agitated as she recounted her morning outings, during which she was incessantly questioned about the matter, leaving her flustered at her age. We have already separated our households. The shame is not ours to bear, so mother, just wait to see the spectacle unfold. Ye Jingchuan, however, remained remarkably untroubled. He wished for Ye Jingchuan to experience the bitterness of gossip, as he would repay the hardships he and Nanzhi endured in kind, hoping they would live long enough to savor it slowly. In the afternoon, Nanzhi had a Chinese exam, and Zhao Xiaoyu prepared a special dish of braised pork belly with tofu and cabbage for lunch. The topic of Ye Jingchuan quickly faded as the family gathered around the table, discussing the upcoming test. In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere of Ye Jingchuan's family, the old Ye household was in disarray. Ye Jingchuan had already developed a fever upon his return, despite receiving in 4 drip in the morning. His temperature had only marginally decreased from 40 to 39 degrees. What could be the matter with Jingchuan? Why was Jingchuan's fever persisting? Surely, he wouldn't be left with lasting damage. It's nothing serious, merely a severe cold. It is estimated he will require 3 days of 4 treatment to fully recover. How could it be so severe? In the past, a single 4 treatment was sufficient for Jingchuan's colds. Observing Ye Jingchuan on the Kong with his cheeks flushed, Ding Chunhua felt a pang of heartache. Her beloved grandson had never endured such suffering. Jingchuan has been afflicted by a wicked wind. After sweating profusely, he was then exposed to the chill for half the night, and merely having a fever is fortunate. Ye Jingchuan was at a loss for words. While young people are often fiery, they shouldn't be subjected to such torment. Thank goodness he is robust. Otherwise, he might have already been hospitalized. All of this was due to Liang Qing, that vixen. If it weren't for her, how could Jingchuan have fallen ill, especially on the day of the college entrance examination? The thought of Ye Jingchuan missing his opportunity to become a university student left Ding Chunhua feeling suffocated and speechless. She had already boasted about him, and now he couldn't even sit for the exam. Mother, please refrain from speaking. Beside them, Shun Huifeng noticed Ye Jingchuan's presence, prompting Ding Chunhua to unleash her ire without concern for her dignity. My grandson has been harmed by her, and I won't be silenced. Be quiet. Ye howed, seated on the Kong, shot Ding Chunhua a fierce glare. Her thoughtlessness was astonishing. With the scandal between Ye Jingchuan and Liang Qing, the only resolution would be for them to marry. If they did not wed, and Liang Qing accused Ye Jingchuan of assault, he risked imprisonment. If you won't speak, then I shall fetch a can of yellow peaches to warm up. Once the 4 is finished, I will call Jingchuan to eat something to settle his stomach. The old Ye family was shrouded in gloom. while Ye Jingchuan, in stark contrast, felt elated, having completed his final examination after 3 long days. He anxiously awaited at the school gate, having prepared a small gift for Nanzhi. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the iron gate slowly creaked open, and a throng of students emerged, freshly liberated from their college entrance examinations. Among them were youthful teenagers, recent high school graduates, and even a few expectant mothers. Alongside workers in their uniforms, Nanzhi wove through the crowd, her eyes catching sight of Ye Jingchuan, who stood out like a crane among chickens, his height unmistakable. "Surely, you haven't been here waiting for me since I entered for the exam?" Nanzhi reached out to grasp Ye Jingchuan's hand, relieved to find it warm amidst the chill of the biting northern winds. Standing outside for an entire morning must have been quite a trial. "No, I just arrived a little while ago," Ye Jingchuan replied, holding her hand firmly, noting how icy it felt. "How did the physics exam go?" "I heard from those who came out earlier that the questions were rather difficult." Nanzhi nodded slightly. "To be honest, the questions were quite challenging. Looking at the candidates next to me, I doubt I will score well. Tomorrow, we should head to the Xinhua bookstore to buy some review books. Mathematics and physics are my weak points. I definitely need to catch up. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to secure a place in a good school when the exams roll around again next July." "Not a problem. The bookstore should be less crowded now. Besides buying books, let us also pick up a few ready-made garments. Your sewing skills are commendable, but our sewing machine struggles with thicker fabrics. Whatever you say." Chapter 56. The golden ring Nanzhi's hand remained clasped in Ye Jingchuan's when she suddenly felt something new on her finger. Glancing down, she discovered a simple gold ring adorning her right ring finger, intricately designed with a small rose made using cloisonne techniques, a truly unique piece. "What's this, Jingchuan? We married in quite a hurry, and I didn't prepare anything at the time. I promised I would gradually make it up to you, and this gold ring is one of those promises. This is far too precious. Earning money is no easy feat," she protested. Acutely aware that gold was priced at 20 yuan per gram, an exorbitant cost for an ordinary family, Nanzhi felt reluctant to accept it. She intended to urge Ye Jingchuan to return the ring, but her words were swiftly interrupted. "Just wear it without worry. It's merely a gold ring. Isn't that why I work so hard?" As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan lifted her hand, smiling as he added, "You look beautiful wearing it." No woman is immune to the allure of gold jewelry, yet Nanzhi could not help but suggest, "How about we give it to Mom instead? She has toiled for this family for half her life, and during our wedding, she had nothing. Now that we are doing better, let us give her the ring, and I can purchase another one later." Ye Jingchuan looked down at Nanzhi, and if it weren't for the crowd around them, he would have passionately kissed her vibrant lips. How could his wife be so kind and endearing? Few daughters-in-law would think to gift a gold ring to their mother-in-law. "Just wear it with peace of mind. I have bought one for Mom as well." Ye Jingchuan placed Nanzhi's hand into his pocket, where she felt a velvet pouch containing another gold ring. Having reached this point, it would be excessively pretentious for Nanzhi to refuse. She gently caressed the golden ring on her finger, her voice soft and slightly bashful as she expressed, "I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Jingchuan. As husband and wife, there is no need for such formality." Standing at the door, Nanzhi exchanged a few words with Ye Jingchuan before Wang Zhuoran emerged. "Fortunately, Jingchuan heeded your advice. Without that, this challenging set of questions would have led to a meager outcome, even if one were to succeed. Are the questions truly that difficult?" Ye Jingchuan inquired with curiosity, pondering why, upon the resumption of the college entrance examination, such formidable questions were presented. Isn't that essentially a barrier to university admission? For those of us who have set aside our studies for many years, it is quite challenging. Had we not abandoned our education, passing today as physics would be feasible. However, after years away, achieving a score of 20 or 30 would be commendable. In our examination room, several individuals submitted blank papers, relieved by Wang Zhuoran's words. Nanzhi felt comforted knowing she was not alone in her struggles. The day was particularly windy, and after a brief chat, the three parted ways to return home. Ye Jingchuan rode his bicycle briskly, feeling as if he might be swept away by the wind. "Mother, it's extremely cold today. Is there any hot water at home? Please pour some into a bottle for Nanzhi to warm her hands." Rushing into the house, Ye Jingchuan lifted his gaze and immediately spotted Yi Haod and Ding Chunhua seated in the living room. He didn't need to inquire. He understood their purpose for visiting. A resolution regarding Yi Guanyin and Liang Qing's matters was imperative, and marriage appeared to be the most favorable solution. Yet, Such unions would inevitably require financial support, and it was likely that the two elders had come seeking a loan. Why do you suddenly forget to address your grandparents? Ye howled, leisurely puffing on a pipe, did not bother to lift his gaze, intending to assert his authority. Grandfather, I presume your visit is not merely for casual conversation. Ye Jingchuan seated Mu Nanzhi beside him, thoughtfully retrieving a clean cup from the coffee table and pouring her a glass of warm water. Noting how chill her hands had become after their ride in the biting cold, Ding Chunhua, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted the golden ring on Mu Nanzhi's fourth finger. Yuan Shan, I truly do not know how to address you. You claim there is no money at home, yet look at what Nanzhi is wearing. She has a golden ring. You insist on being impoverished while your wife adorns herself thus. It was merely a request for a loan of 500 yuan. If you do not wish to lend it, you need not lament your financial state to your mother. Ding Chunhua's voice rose, her eyes aflame, fixed on Yi Yuanshan, determined not to let him escape easily today. At her proclamation, all eyes in the living room turned towards Mu Nanzhi. Grandmother, your words are rather amusing. Nanzhi is my wife. What is wrong with me purchasing a golden ring for her? I cherish her and willingly spend on her. Ye Jingchuan poured himself a glass of water, showing utter disregard for his grandparents. These two had tormented him in his past life, and he intended to exact a measure of interest in return. Dealing with Ye Guanyin was merely the beginning. As long as they drew breath, no member of the Yi family would enjoy a moment's peace. Ding Chunhua, feeling cornered, let out a fierce cry and glared at Ye Jingchuan. Is this how your parents raised you? To show such a lack of respect to your elders? For every word I speak, you have 10 ready to hurl back at me. Given the current hardships, with your brother needing funds to marry, I had no choice but to humbly approach your family. If there were any alternative, do you think your grandmother would debase herself so? Didn't you just claim there were no funds? Then let us give the golden ring from Nanzhi to Guanyin's bride. A wedding is a significant affair, and we cannot afford to be too shabby. Presenting a gold ring to Guanyin's bride would bring us some honor. Later, I can negotiate with her to forego the betrothal gifts. Within less than a minute, Ding Chunhua had clearly arranged for the golden ring on Mu Nanzhi's hand. Her gaze swept over Mu Nanzhi before finally settling on Yi Yuanshan. In her eyes, an unattractive bride like Mu Nanzhi hardly deserved a gold ring. The Yi family was already doing her a favor by providing her with sustenance. Grandma, you truly have a way with words. Yi Guanyin's marriage is indeed a lifelong commitment. Does my own marriage not hold the same weight? The gold ring is my gift to Nanzhi, and it cannot be casually given away. Ye Jingchuan interjected, preventing Yi Yuanshan from speaking, for he understood that Yi Yuanshan was of a gentle temperament. The two elders were pressuring him, and he feared that if he softened, he might end up lending them money, especially since the family had over 10,000 in cash. With a resounding clap, Yi howled, who had been smoking a pipe, could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table. Ye Jingchuan, how can you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Everything we do is for your own good, to help you maintain a reputation as a caring brother. Since childhood, I have emphasized that you are the eldest grandson of the Yi family. You must prioritize the family's honor, be filial to your elders, and care for your younger siblings. Yet, what have you done? You have usurped Guanyin's marriage. Your grandparents wish to help you restore your reputation, and yet you treat our goodwill with scorn. Jingchuan, do you not owe us any gratitude? Having just taken a sip of water, Ye Jingchuan nearly spewed it out in disbelief. Was this truly a conversation among humans? Filial piety? Wasn't he that merely a call for him to be a docile punching bag? Such eloquent words. As for caring for his siblings, well, he was indeed quite protective of his former siblings. Chapter 57, Yi Guanyin's wedding. Grandfather, wait a moment. How did it come to pass that I am the one stealing Yi Guanyin's marriage? I have the entire brigade as witnesses. It was Ye Guanyin who chose to relinquish his engagement to Nanzhi. One may indulge in reckless speech regarding food, but words must not be spoken carelessly. As for my reputation, whether it is good or bad, I would prefer that my grandparents not concern themselves with it. Ye Jingchuan's words left Yi Howd and Ding Chunhua speechless, rendering their attempts at moral coercion fruitless. Seeing he could not best Ye Jingchuan in argument, Yi Howd suddenly stood up, glaring menacingly at Yi Yuanshan. Second, I ask you, will you lend money for Guanyin's wedding or not? Though my family sells scraps of fabric to earn a meager income, we are still burdened with a debt of 200 yuan to the brigade. I truly cannot spare any additional funds for you, Guanyin. Very well, Yi Yuanshan. I shall consider you as if you were not my son. Even in death, you need not approach me. Yi Hao spat a few harsh words and turned to leave, pondering that Ye Jingchuan had always been filial, and this tactic had never failed him. He need not even reach the outer hall before Ye Jingchuan would relent. Unfortunately, upon reaching the outer hall, Ye Jingchuan did not call out to him. A chill ran through Yi Hao. Having invoked the notion of filial piety, surely Ye Jingchuan could not remain indifferent. He deliberately slowed his pace, muttering to himself that soon enough, Ye Jingchuan would call him back. As long as he yielded, he would not demand 500 yuan. Only the gold ring from Nanzhi's hand would suffice. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he heard a loud bang behind him. Someone had shut the courtyard gate. Staring at the firmly closed door, Yi Hao was left dumbfounded, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Ye Jingchuan had grown defiant and was no longer obedient to his commands. Ah, Ye Jingchuan, you are indeed unfilial. Are you intent on driving your father to despair? Yi Hao was furious, perplexed as to why his previously effective strategy had suddenly failed him, and he could no longer contain his anger, standing at the door and cursing. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to invite the neighbors to witness our family's disgrace? Ding Chunhua was equally vexed, bewildered by how the second son's family had inexplicably changed their demeanor, once easily manipulated by them. Look, come witness the birth of a heartless son. Yi Hao, grumbling, returned home and sat in the main hall, smoking in frustration. What shall we do now? Liang Qing insists on a bridal price of 3 rounds and 1 sound. Yet the second son's family refuses to part with any money. We simply cannot muster such an amount. Ding Chunhua, burdened with worry, felt her hair turning gray. She truly saw no way out. Although Liang Qing was a troublesome individual, her demands were excessive, requiring not only 3 rounds and 1 sound but also a feast and a bridal price. Collectively, these expenses would tally to no less than 1,000 yuan. As a poor farming household, where could they possibly procure such funds? If you have no solution, what can I do? We must resort to borrowing. Let us have the third son's wife return to her family to seek assistance, and I shall inquire with the brigade secretary about the possibility of advancing this year's work payments. Alas, for now, that is all we can do. At this moment, Ding Chunhua harbored deep resentment towards Liang Qing. Initially, she believed that their situation had solidified, and that Liang Qing would marry without demanding anything further out of pride. Who could have anticipated that Liang Qing would be so demanding, insisting not just on a bridal price, but also on the 3 rounds and 1 sound, along with a feast? Although not explicitly stated, the implication was clear. If the Yi family could not provide, she would refuse to marry and would accuse Ye Jingchuan of assault, leading him to jail. With matters escalating to this extent, Liang Qing held all the cards, and the elderly couple was willing to sacrifice their dignity to ensure Ye Jingchuan could bring home the bride in a grand manner. Yet, the Yi family truly lacked the means to afford the 3 rounds and 1 sound. Even if they exhausted their savings, it would not suffice. In the end, they conferred and decided that the entire family would mobilize to seek loans. In her daily life, Shun Huifang would occasionally return to her maternal home to seek favors. And now Ding Chunxiang had requested her to borrow 100 yuan from there. Although this request irked her, she had no choice but to endure it. For Ye Jingchuan was her son. In addition to asking Shun Huifang to borrow money, Ding Chunxiang also urged her eldest daughter-in-law, Chu Fang, to do the same. However, Chu Fang was not as agreeable as Zhao Xiaoyu. She possessed a fiery temper and unleashed a torrent of harsh words upon the entire Yi family. In a moment, the Yi household became a tumultuous scene due to the marriage of Ye Jingchuan, becoming a hot topic of gossip in the Xiahe brigade for several days. Meanwhile, on Ye Jingchuan's side, after driving away Yi Hao and Ding Chunhua, he was in high spirits as he headed to the east room to find Zhao Xiaoyu. The two had just been conversing in the main hall, but Zhao Xiaoyu did not even show her face. After working hard to separate from them, she was unwilling to maintain even a semblance of civility. Her resentment towards them was so profound that the mere thought of seeing them made her feel nauseous. Mother, what is this? Ye Jingchuan cheerfully pressed a small red velvet pouch into Zhao Xiaoyu's hand. The pouch was not much larger than a matchbox and was lightweight, but she could feel something inside. With a puzzled expression, Zhao Xiaoyu opened the pouch, and a gold ring tumbled into her palm. Jingchuan, why did you buy me a gold ring? Isn't this quite expensive? Whether it is expensive or not is irrelevant. Mother, I simply wish to ask if wearing this gold ring brings you joy. With this single statement, Ye Jingchuan eliminated any chance for Zhao Xiaoyu to refuse. Joy? How could I not be joyful? I never imagined I would wear a gold ring in my life. Try it on and see if it fits. I estimated the size when I chose it, but I'm not certain of its suitability. Zhao Xiaoyu slipped the gold ring onto her ring finger. Its smooth, golden surface stood in stark contrast to her rough hands. As she gazed at the ring, her eyes moistened, and she considered removing it, but was restrained by the complex emotions of Ye Jingchuan, who stood nearby. Jingchuan also bought one for Nanzhi. You both can wear them with peace of mind. When Qianqian grows older, I, as her father, will buy her one too. Our women will wear gold and silver, and we shall lead prosperous lives. With such declarations, Zhao Xiaoyu no longer pressed the issue. She nodded vigorously, convinced that as long as their family united in effort, their future would surely prosper. Ye Jingchuan busied himself with crafting crossbody bags and faux collars while anticipating the unfolding drama. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why, in the end, Ye Yuanshan still handed 200 yuan to Ye Haod. When Ye Jingchuan inquired about the reason, Ye Yuanshan merely stated that it was to repay the old Ye family for their upbringing. Ye Jingchuan could not comprehend this. He was acutely aware of Zhao Xiaoyu's deep-seated resentment towards the old Ye family. Yet under such circumstances, her agreement to let Ye Yuanshan lend out the money indicated that there was undoubtedly a hidden agenda. Ye Yuanshan did not mention this matter, clearly preferring not to get involved, which only added to the mystery. He currently held significant influence within the household, so what could possibly compel him to conceal such information? Unable to fathom this situation, Ye Jingchuan refrained from probing further. He resolved to be more decisive in dealing with Ye Guanyin next time. He was not a fan of procrastination, and with the marriage of Ye Guanyin looming, he could not remain indifferent. Chapter 58, The Bustling Wedding. By mid-December, the marriage of Ye Guanyin and Liang Qing was finally settled. On the day of the wedding, Ye Jingchuan rose early, eager to witness the festivities. Nanzhi, are you not joining the merriment? The news of the Ye family's wedding, complete with a three-piece set and a melodic chime, has spread throughout our village. This is a singular event in years, and many will certainly gather to witness it. Ye Jingchuan approached Mu Nanzhi, who was engrossed in her needlework, hoping she would accompany him to the celebration. It's far too cold for me to go. Come on, let us take a look, he urged. Gently grasping her hand and turning the gold ring on her finger, the implication clear, such a beautiful ring deserved to be shown off, a testament to her happiness. Mu Nanzhi, well aware of Ye Jingchuan's subtle intentions, ultimately succumbed to his persuasion and donned her scarf and hat to accompany him. By mid-December, the chill in the air was palpable, yet the allure of the three-piece set remained irresistible. Upon arriving at the Ye residence, they found the entrance teeming with people. A sewing machine and radio were deliberately displayed in the courtyard, showcasing the Ye family's considerable means. Standing at the periphery, they could overhear the hushed murmurs of the crowd. I never imagined the Ye family was so affluent. They could afford a three-piece set. If I borrowed some money, I could buy one too. It's the bride who will suffer, having to repay the debts once she marries. The fact that Ye Haod was borrowing money was no secret. Anyone with sense in the community would envy the Ye family's purchase, some even speculating that they were foolish to feign wealth. Have you heard about Liang Qing and Ye Guanyin? A relative of mine from the Loha Brigade was there that day. You wouldn't believe the scene. It was quite the spectacle. Even the men were intimidated. This Liang Jiqing appears to be quite respectable. Who would have thought she would engage in such scandalous behavior? It's said that a good woman fears a persistent suitor. They say Ye Guanyin was visiting the Loha Brigade daily. Enough dilly-dallying. Let us hear exactly how scandalous it was. Several young men, animated by the gossip, grew increasingly exaggerated in their tales, making Ye Jingchuan feel somewhat embarrassed to remain nearby. As they moved to a different spot, they had barely settled when Lu Wanqin cheerfully remarked, Jingchuan and Nanzhi have come to join the fun. Why aren't you helping inside? Perhaps not. If I step into the courtyard and something goes awry, my grandmother would surely blame me. In principle, Ye Guanyin's wedding should have entailed the entire Ye Yuanshan family assisting and celebrating, yet the Ye family chose to forego even a semblance of courtesy, failing to notify them entirely. Such behavior was undeniably unseemly, and Ye Jingchuan felt compelled to highlight this. While conversing with Lu Wanqin, Mu Nanzhi adjusted her scarf, prompting Lu Wanqin's keen eye to catch sight of the gold ring on her ring finger. My goodness, Nanzhi, you are wearing a gold ring. Let me see it. I've been earning a little money, and it all goes to Nanzhi and my mother, Ye Jingchuan chimed in. You truly are generous with your spending. Lu Wanchuan's awareness of the golden ring was tantamount to the entire Xiahe brigade being informed. When Liangqing arrived, it would not be long before she too learned of it, and one could only wonder what her sentiments would be upon confronting the myriad of dilapidated matters of the old Ye family alongside the blissful Mu Nanzhi. As the three conversed, a loud voice suddenly proclaimed that the bride had arrived. Ye Jingchuan turned to behold Ye Guanyin cycling towards them, his bride, Liangqing. Adorned in red, seated behind him, he pedaled leisurely, accompanied by a cluster of children. With the bride's arrival, someone promptly ignited firecrackers. Traditionally, weddings are marked by at least 2 strings of firecrackers. The louder the explosions, the greater the couple's anticipated happiness. However, just as the firecrackers began to crackle, they inexplicably fell silent. Mu Nanzhi murmured in confusion, questioning the sudden cessation of sound. It was speculated that the firecrackers purchased by the old Ye family were of inferior quality. Just as Mu Nanzhi prepared to voice her thoughts, the firecrackers were reignited. Yet they fizzled out after only a few pops. Even the person responsible for igniting them appeared bewildered and, fearing further failures, hesitated to attempt lighting them again. While superstitious beliefs may be dismissed, it was undeniable that the abrupt silencing of firecrackers on such a joyous occasion bore an ominous connotation. Outside the gates of the old Ye family, clusters of people gathered, whispering about the longevity of Ye Guanyin and Liangqing's union, casting doubt on its prospects. In all the decades of marriages within the Xiahe brigade, none had experienced such a mishap with firecrackers. Ding Chunhua, who had been glowing with joy moments prior, now wore a countenance as dark as thunder upon witnessing the firecrackers' failure. Her resentment for Liangqing, who demanded a substantial dowry along with extravagant gifts, intensified in light of this misfortune. She harbored thoughts of reprimanding her once she entered the house. As Ye Guanyin and Liangqing approached the entrance, their expressions mirrored the dismay surrounding the firecrackers. Nonetheless, it was their wedding day, and they could only muster a fa of composure as they proceeded into the main hall to pay their respects. The old Ye family had arranged 2 tables of celebratory dishes in the hall, and after the couple completed their ceremonial bows, guests were seated, with tea, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sweets being served to all. With time to spare before the midday feast commenced, Ye Hao seized the opportunity to showcase the fine liquor he had meticulously prepared. Typically, boxed liquor is securely sealed and easily lifted, yet for some inexplicable reason, as Ye Hao grasped the box, the bottom gave way with a sharp crack, causing an entire bottle of liquor to crash to the ground, instantly filling the room with its potent aroma. Staring at the shards of the broken bottle, Ye Hao stood in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. Oh dear, you old fool, your excitement has made your hands tremble. And now a perfectly good bottle of liquor lies shattered. Ding Chunhua rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Gazing at the scattered fragments, her heart ached. A carton of liquor cost 6 yuan, and had it not been for Ye Guanyin's wedding, they would never have splurged on such an expensive drink. Now it was ruined. So it's broken, why must you lament so? The countenance of Ye Hao, more pallid than Ding Chunhua's, revealed his profound distress over the lost bottle. On ordinary days, he indulged in a sip or two, yet the family's finances were tight, making it unthinkable for him to purchase such expensive liquor. It was only during festive occasions that he could bring himself to enjoy a modest bottle of white wine. And he had hoped to celebrate Leaf Guanyin's wedding with a hearty drink, only to be thwarted by his own blunder, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. The crowd gathered outside did not disperse immediately. Many were still waiting for the distribution of wedding candies. And numerous witnesses had seen the shattered wine bottles in the main hall. A few elderly gentlemen shook their heads in dismay. It was truly an ill omen to have the wedding wine smashed before it could be enjoyed. Chapter 59. Wholesale crossbody bags. Having contributed enough to the old Leaf family's troubles, Ye Jingchuan joyfully escorted Mu Nanzhi home. However, as they passed the old Leaf family's cattle shed, he couldn't resist casting a glance. With the good wine gone, Ye Hao had no choice but to entertain his guests with a lesser quality erguo too, a liquor that, at merely 2.5 yuan a bottle, paled in comparison to the 6 yuan variety, hardly pleasing to his palate. As the banquet commenced amidst a chorus of compliments, Ye Hao finally bore a smile. Alas, his joy was short-lived, as a sudden uproar erupted from outside. The cattle had been startled. The prized yellow bull of the old Leaf family was a cherished asset, and Ye Hao, abandoning his meal, rushed outside, fearing the loss of his beloved beast. The joyous occasion of Ye Jingchuan's wedding culminated in a chaotic chase as a throng of people sprinted out in search of the bull. Just as Liang Qing entered the home, she was met with utter disarray, and feeling entirely ignored, she nearly overturned the table in frustration. How had her beautiful wedding turned into such a calamity? Was her union with Ye Jingchuan truly a mistake? After finishing lunch, Ye Jingchuan was soon visited by Ye Tingdong. What a pity you missed it. You should have seen the spectacle of everyone chasing the yellow bull across the fields. Truly comical. When Ye Jingchuan emerged from the fields, his Zhongshan suit was utterly caked in mud. Ye Tingdong had accompanied his father to the banquet and witnessed the unfolding events with clarity. Isn't it strange? The firecrackers meant to welcome the bride broke twice. Such a thing has never happened before in our village. The bull, seemingly at rest in the shed, was inexplicably startled. Could it be that the old Leaf family has finally faced retribution for their years of harshness? Ye Jingchuan chuckled softly, leaning closer to Ye Tingdong to whisper. A few days ago, while returning from the city with some bags, I passed by the communist supply store and saw Ye Jingchuan purchasing firecrackers and liquor. As for the yellow bull, I merely prodded it gently with a pin. Goodness, you rascal! Ye Tingdong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ye Jingchuan had orchestrated such mischief, not only ruining Ye Jingchuan's wedding, but also leaving the old Leaf family vulnerable to gossip. In no time, whispers about the incident would circulate. What a trivial jest at the expense of the old Leaf family. If I were truly ruthless, I dare say there would be no one left to breathe in the old Leaf household. Ye Jingchuan, wishing to steer the conversation away from the old Leaf family's misfortunes, shifted the topic. Are Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xinghui not supposed to arrive today? It's past 1 o'clock, yet there's no sign of them. Perhaps they decided against attending the Tsuha market today. It cannot be, for the Tsuha Grand Market is quite distant from our location. Even when cycling at a brisk pace, it would still take 2 hours. Those two have been fervently selling crossbody bags. And I recall that Wang Zhuoran is not lacking in funds. Why is he so industrious? In Ye Tingdong's impression, Wang Zhuoran hails from a well-to-do family, and since their acquaintance, he has never seemed short on money. While others are reluctant to part with their calcium biscuits, he sells them with remarkable frequency, often purchasing several pounds at a time. Who would turn their back on money? Wang Zhuoran has procured over 300 crossbody bags from me, and in just a few days, he has sold them all, netting a profit exceeding 300, more than his parents earn in a month. Indeed, I have also grown disinterested in selling scraps of cloth lately. Ye Tingdong scratched his head sheepishly. Now, every time he goes to restock, he requires 300 to 400 pounds of fabric scraps, sending his mother to the market to set up a stall, while he takes crossbody bags from Ye Jingchuan to sell at other markets, easily offloading 30 to 40 bags each time. Although the profit from selling crossbody bags does not surpass that of the fabric, he is not particularly eloquent and finds it challenging to engage with those young ladies and aunts. Thus, selling crossbody bags proves to be the more straightforward endeavor. While the two conversed in the living room, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xinghui finally arrived on their bicycles. It is quite cold today. Upon entering, they hurried to sit by the warm stove to warm themselves. Why are you two so late? I seriously suspect you are here to mooch off lunch. Don't even mention it. We went to the Tsuha Grand Market, and while the bags sold quite rapidly, on the way back, Kong Xingyao's bicycle chain broke. And by the time we fixed it, it was already this late. Well, that is a rather convincing excuse. Clearly, Ye Jingchuan did not believe this alibi at all. You have no idea how impassable the road to the Tsuha commune is. I wouldn't dare ride my bike on it, or else I would surely have a painful backside. Xingyao's chain was likely damaged from the rough ride. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan recalled that there was no asphalt road, only dirt paths, and that the terrain in their area was quite hilly and difficult to traverse. All right, considering that you weren't intentionally late, I will still provide you with the 400 crossbody bags as agreed. However, Zhuoran, if you keep selling bags every day, when will you review for next year's college entrance examination? Review? I will stop once I sell this batch. This business of selling crossbody bags is truly lucrative. Jingchuan, could I have my relatives sell them after I stop? Earning $1 per bag, selling 30 bags is far more profitable than working a month. Who wouldn't be tempted? Which relatives are you referring to? Are they reliable? Although the crossbody bags have gained approval at the commune market, selling them in the city still carries certain risks. My relative works on the street. She can take the bags back and say they are handmade from old fabric by a rural relative, and no one would question it. Besides, She has acquaintances in the business, so no scrutiny would fall upon her. With this, Ye Jingchuan began to understand. It seems Wang Zhuoran's family is likely entrenched in the establishment, making small business ventures exceedingly easy for them. All right, how much stock can your relative handle? I will deliver to her, starting with 100 bags at a time, once a week, and we can increase the quantity if her sales are strong. No problem. According to Ye Jingchuan's plan, he decided not to venture outside after mid-December. Firstly, the cold weather discouraged him, and since he was not in a rush to earn money, there was no need for him to exhaust himself. Secondly, he wished to spend more time with Nanzhi, eagerly anticipating the day when his twin daughters would visit his home. Although he remained indoors, the sewing machine would not lie idle. Currently, both Nanzhi and Zhao Xiaoyu were proficient in making crossbody bags, and Yi Xiaoyan was also learning, likely to become quite skilled before the year's end. Should they acquire another sewing machine, they could amass a considerable stock of crossbody bags during the period from late December to early February, which would yield significant profits come spring. Did we not discuss going hunting together? I have been thinking of taking a stroll in the mountains soon. Wang Zhuoran's eyes lit up at Ye Jingchuan's words. I had already borrowed a hunting rifle. I have been so busy selling bags lately that I nearly forgot about it. Let us plan for the day after tomorrow then. There are no markets on that day, so Wang Zhuoran will certainly be free. All right, I will come to find you early that morning. After their agreement, Ye Jingchuan began handing them some crossbody bags. The once full east wing was quickly emptied by their efforts, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with Ye Jingchuan, the three departed. Before they left, Ye Jingchuan stuffed a few roasted sweet potatoes into their arms, knowing that Wang Zhuoran and the others had likely been busy all morning and hadn't yet had lunch. Chapter 60. A tale of murder and treasure. Once Wang Zhuoran and the others had left, Ye Qianqian emerged from the east wing, a hint of anxiety evident as she settled beside the stove. Brother, when Wang Zhuoran comes over the day after tomorrow, may I consult him about a few problems? I have many questions in physics and mathematics that I cannot solve. Of course, prepare all the questions you struggle with, and when Wang Zhuoran arrives, you can present them directly for his assistance. All right, we have our exams in early January, and I am truly worried about failing. Having attended high school for only 2 months, Ye Qianqian, who had entered with great confidence, found herself significantly challenged, especially in mathematics and physics, where her foundational knowledge was weak, making it exceedingly difficult to keep up. Without someone to help her reinforce these weak areas, it was implausible for her to catch up in the future. Seeing Ye Qianqian's nervous demeanor, Ye Jingchuan could not help but ruffle her hair gently. There is no need to worry. I will ask Wang Zhuoran to teach you. He excels in both mathematics and physics. Ye Jingchuan was surprised to see Ye Qianqian feeling such pressure at the onset of her studies. Perhaps she was pushing herself too hard. There was no immediate urgency for her to take the college entrance examination. He had long considered that even if she couldn't enter a university, attending a vocational school would still be a commendable path, as becoming a teacher at a vocational institution was also a viable option. After comforting Ye Qianqian, Ye Jingchuan went to borrow a hunting rifle from old Yi San. He had long wished to hunt in the mountains, but had been too preoccupied with making money to find the time. Now that he finally had a moment of leisure, he intended to fully enjoy the experience. No man is indifferent to firearms. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had encountered many. He had begun his adventures at a young age and had not touched a hunting rifle during the years of prohibition, even traveling abroad to indulge his passion for shooting. On fortunate occasions, he had even hunted tigers and grizzly bears. Excited to once again grasp a hunting rifle, Ye Jingchuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Old Yi San had always held a fondness for Ye Jingchuan. Upon hearing his intentions, he promptly presented him with the finest hunting rifle available. This shotgun is a personal modification of mine, significantly more powerful than an ordinary firearm, with a considerably stronger recoil. Exercise caution while using it. This weapon is ideally suited for hunting wild boars and wolves. As he spoke, Elder Yi handed a shotgun to Ye Jingchuan, its length comparable to that of an adult man's arm. The shotgun felt heavy in his hands, its dark surface revealing the passage of time, and upon testing it, he recognized its superior quality. This double-barreled shotgun can fire 2 rounds at once, making it exceedingly effective for hunting wild boars. I have also modified this shotgun specifically for hunting pheasants and rabbits. It boasts a much quicker firing rate than the one for larger beasts. Despite the chilling weather seemingly rendering the wild rabbits and pheasants immobile, if your movements are sluggish, you may not even manage to hit a single strand of fur. Only with the swiftness of your firearm can one hope to achieve success. Elder Ye, having fought on the battlefield in his youth, possessed extensive knowledge of shotguns and a wealth of hunting experience. He had previously taught Ye Jingchuan the skill of capturing weasels in the mountains. Grandfather, are there still sika deer in the mountains? I haven't seen any for years. Certainly, there are none along the outskirts of the forest. Not only have the sika deer vanished, but many trees have also been felled. If you wish to hunt sika deer, you must venture to the Deer King's Valley. This past summer, while foraging for mushrooms on that mountain, I spotted traces of deer herds. The Deer King's Valley is quite a distance from here. Even if I walk briskly, it would take nearly 2 hours to arrive. If one is not familiar with the terrain, it could take 3 to 4 hours and still not guarantee finding it. Indeed, you might as well forget about the sika deer. A hunt for a pheasant or rabbit will suffice to satisfy your cravings. Elder Ye chuckled, puffing on his pipe. Speaking of the Deer King's Valley, it brings to mind a tale from my youth. Legend has it that a wealthy family from Jiangpu, eager to flee abroad amidst turmoil, buried their treasures overnight in the Deer King's Valley, intending to retrieve them once peace was restored. Many have ventured to that valley in search of fortune, but alas, despite the numerous seekers, none have ever discovered the treasure. Ye Jingchuan had heard whispers of the legends surrounding the Deer King's Valley, though he regarded it as mere folklore. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered any accounts of treasures found there. Grandfather, is there any truth to the tale of the treasure in the Deer King's Valley? The veracity of it is difficult to ascertain, but during chaotic times, many have concealed their valuables. I recall when we cultivated the land behind our village, we unearthed numerous valuable items among the ancient graves. I have heard my father speak of that. Upon returning from the military, a group of strong young men cleared the burial mounds and discovered enough gold and silver bars to fill 2 large wooden boxes. It is said they also found firearms and ammunition, with the military arriving in trucks to collect them. Such occurrences are indeed true. Not only in our vicinity, but also in the Luohua Brigade, similar tales abound. Some have unearthed valuable gold and silver jewelry while renovating ancestral graves, and others have found treasures while constructing their homes. At this point, Elder Ye could not help but sigh, reflecting on how, in tumultuous times, merely preserving one's life is a significant achievement. Other matters pale in comparison. Ye Jingchuan relished listening to Elder Ye recount stories from the chaotic past. As the two sat by the hearth, engaged in leisurely conversation, I recall that the year your parents wed, a gruesome tale of murder and treasure unfolded in the commune. 2 brothers, while dismantling their ancestral home, unearthed a jar filled with silver ingots. They agreed to share the bounty equally. However, the younger brother, consumed by avarice, murdered his elder sibling in a bid to claim the treasure for himself. Unfortunately for him, while attempting to conceal the body, he was discovered. What happened next? Ye Jingchuan took a sip of tea, his curiosity piqued as he turned to Ye Sanj. The price of murder is death. The brother was apprehended and met his end by firing squad not long after, and the jar of silver ingots was confiscated. Ye Jingchuan clicked his tongue in contemplation, remarking how a seemingly fortuitous event turned tragic due to one man's greed. Indeed, had they discovered a grand treasure instead, one can only imagine the bloodshed it might have incited. As the two conversed, Ye Jingchuan eventually made his way home, armed with 2 hunting rifles. He pondered the possibility of unearthing a treasure himself, envisioning a scenario where he could forego 2 or 3 years of hard work. Yet, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. Expecting a windfall from the heavens was akin to winning a lottery jackpot. A practical individual, he regarded such ethereal notions merely as stories, unworthy of earnest contemplation. As he mused, he was inexplicably reminded of Ye Xiaoyan from his past life, whose demise had been quite mysterious. Could it be that he stumbled upon a treasure and was silenced for it? This notion was swiftly cast aside. Ye Xiaoyan was not one to keep secrets. Had he truly found a treasure, he would have been the first to inform Ye Sanj. Since he remained silent, it was likely unfounded. With a resigned smile, he acknowledged that after hearing so many tales of treasure from Ye Sanj, he now found himself associating everything with the idea of hidden riches. Chapter 61. Gossip about Liang Qing. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day for hunting. Wang Zhuran and Kong Xingyao each brought a rifle and arrived early to seek out Ye Jingchuan. You two are rather enthusiastic. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Ye Jingchuan replied, still bleary-eyed from just waking up, his face unwashed. Wang Zhuran chuckled sheepishly. We were just too excited. I could hardly sleep last night. Take your time. We can wait here. Don't idle away the time. I'll find you a task. Ye Jingchuan called for Ye Jingchuan, asking Wang Zhuoran to assist her with her studies. By the time Wang Zhuoran clarified the questions for her, the sun had risen, and both Yi Tingdong and Yi Xiaoyan arrived, each armed with rifles. However, Yi Xiaoyan's rifle was notably smaller, clearly intended for bird hunting. With their gear packed, the five of them set off, each carrying a bamboo basket. During the agricultural off-season, the young men of the brigade often ventured into the mountains in small groups for hunting, and Ye Jingchuan's party attracted little attention. As they walked along the narrow path leading into the hills, Yi Tingdong could not resist sharing some family gossip. It hasn't been long since Liang Qing married into the Yi family, and there have already been several quarrels, rumor has it. She even smashed a couple of bowls during one of the arguments. It was quite a ruckus. What were they fighting about? Ye Jingchuan, with an expression of curiosity, had long anticipated that the union between Yi Guanyin and Liang Qing would falter, given their inherently selfish natures. However, he was taken aback when mere days after their marriage, discord began to surface. The incidents ranged from trivial quarrels, such as Liang Qing's reluctance to rise early leading to verbal altercations with their grandmother, to more pressing matters like her ultimatum of separation or divorce if they did not partition their household. Moreover, there was the matter of their wedding debts. With Liang Qing adamantly declaring that she would not contribute a single penny, she threatened divorce if pressed to do so. It seemed that any mundane issue could incite a fierce argument, and Lu Wanqin had been tirelessly disseminating the gossip, her tongue nearly worn out from the incessant chatter. Ye Jingchuan chuckled softly. With so much scandal, Lu Wanqin must be in a state of exhilaration, eager to broadcast it to the entire community. Yi Tingdong continued, remarking that in all his years, he had never encountered a newlywed who so frequently mentioned divorce. This was indeed an eye-opener. Liang Qing, hailing from the capital as an educated youth, was distinctly different from the local girls. She had been exposed to the world, and in her view, marital discord leading to divorce was entirely commonplace. Ye Jingchuan held Liang Qing in disdain, believing her worldview had long since shattered. She was undoubtedly an anomaly. Throughout his life, he had witnessed many quarrelsome couples, yet never had he heard of a bride who entered a home with divorce on her lips. He deemed Liang Qing to be a troublemaker, predicting that her marriage would not bring tranquility to his cousin's household. Wang Zhuoran, familiar with Liang Qing and privy to certain details about her, perceived her as a thoughtless fool, hastily marrying after creating a scandal, complicating her return to the capital in the future. Ah, Zhuoran, it seems your discerning eyes are not deceived by Liang Qing's exterior, Ye Jingchuan remarked. Indeed. Yet I remain curious about her intentions to demand a division of property right after the wedding. Surely, she cannot expect the old Yi family to construct a new house in the dead of winter. That would be quite impractical. Wang Zhuoran joined the gossiping, finding solace in the lengthy trek into the mountains, as idle chatter made the journey seem to pass more swiftly. It was said that Liang Qing intended to erect a wall in the center of the Yi family's courtyard, claiming 2 rooms in the main house, and also wanting the west wing, even insisting on a separate entrance. How can she possibly build a wall in the depths of winter? Ye Jingchuan was left flabbergasted. They suggested that if time was of the essence, a temporary wooden enclosure would suffice until spring arrived for proper construction. Yi Tingdong shared the gossip he had heard, and they were all momentarily stunned. Liang Qing was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and it was a miracle that Yi Haoda and Ding Chunhua had not succumbed to the stress. With Liang Qing in the household, the old Yi family would likely have little opportunity to attend to their own affairs, allowing them a rare chance for a peaceful year. As the group engaged in light conversation, they soon ventured deeper into the mountains. Jingchuan, I find that the path we are traversing is becoming increasingly obscure. Do you think we might lose our way? Wang Zhuoran, observing the dense foliage surrounding them, felt a twinge of anxiety. They had been walking for nearly an hour since entering the mountains. What began as a relatively wide trail had narrowed into a winding path, which now barely resembled a trail at all. I have grown up in these mountains. I recognize every tree. Fear not, follow my lead, and I shall not lead you astray. Ye Jingchuan's words ring undeniably true. During his childhood, Ding Chunhua harbored a distinct dislike for him. In those days, the family was numerous and impoverished, often leaving him with an empty stomach. The pain of hunger compelled him to venture into the mountains in search of sustenance. At that time, everyone faced hardship. Even in the forests near the village, wild vegetables were scarce, and edible leaves were few. To satiate his hunger, Ye Jingchuan had to delve deeper into the mountains, and with each visit, he became increasingly familiar with the terrain. Upon his rebirth, he assumed that after so many years, he might struggle to recall the paths upon revisiting the mountains. Yet, as his feet found the mountain trail, long-buried memories surged forth, revealing that every blade of grass and every tree in those mountains had long been etched in his mind. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the colder it became. Ye Jingchuan could not help but rub his hands together, muttering, "After all this time, how come not a single rabbit has appeared? Surely they are not aware that I intend to hunt today and are deliberately hiding." It was hard to say. Perhaps the biting cold kept the rabbits in their burrows. Yangdong echoed Ye Jingchuan's sentiments, lamenting that after their lengthy foray into the mountains, they had yet to encounter even a solitary pheasant. Is this an inauspicious start? I heard from the team leaders that the wild hares and pheasants have been plentiful in recent years, yet here we are, unable to spot even one. Just as Wang Zhuoran made a few jests, a subtle rustling emerged from the brush beside him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a pheasant suddenly flapped its wings and soared above his head, swiftly disappearing into the distant undergrowth, leaving behind only a rather unpleasant gift upon Wang Zhuoran's shoulder. This is absurd. I merely expressed a few grievances. There was no need for such an extravagant gift. At that moment, Wang Zhuoran felt utterly disgusted, having been greeted by a pheasant's droppings upon entering the mountains. Surely, he could not return empty-handed today. Everyone, let's rally. The appearance of the first pheasant heralds the possibility of a second. Whether we succeed depends on our individual skills. Just wait and see. I shall be the first to catch a pheasant. Yangdong unfastened the hunting rifle from his back and took the lead. Allow me to offer an incentive. Whoever catches the first pheasant shall receive a pig's leg from me. You promised this, Ye Jingchuan. A pig's leg must weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds, so you better not renege. Rest assured, I, Ye Jingchuan, am a man of my word. The allure of a pig's leg was undeniably potent, invigorating Yangdong and the other young men, who, armed with their rifles, marched boldly into the depths of the mountains. As the sun rose higher, the temperature in the forest gradually warmed, prompting the pheasants, wild hares, and other small creatures that had been hiding in the underbrush to emerge in search of food. The forest echoed with the sounds of gunfire, startled pheasants, and the flurry of frightened birds, transforming the once silent depths into a lively spectacle. 1,000 paces ahead, a red-feathered pheasant caught Ye Jingchuan's keen eye from a distance. He spotted a flash of chestnut amidst the withered grasses. The pheasant, sizable and alert, cautiously surveyed its surroundings while foraging in the underbrush. This one is mine. At the forefront, Ye Xiaoyan paused, raising his hunting rifle to aim at a mountain chicken. In that fleeting moment, the bird seemed to sense impending danger, flapping its wings in preparation for a swift escape. In the blink of an eye, 2 shots rang out in rapid succession, and the fleeing mountain chicken met its demise. "Wow, Xiaoyan, you're quite skilled," someone exclaimed. "Just luck," Ye Xiaoyan replied with a humble smile, rushing over to retrieve the bird. Ye Jingchuan was taken aback by Ye Xiaoyan's quick reflexes, as mountain chickens were notoriously swift, often disappearing in the blink of an eye. Even in the cold of winter, they were far from sluggish. Weighing over a pound, Ye Xiaoyan placed the bird into his backpack, feeling quite pleased. Its delectable flavor, especially when sautéed with mushrooms, promised a delightful meal. Setting a fine example, Ye Xiaoyan inspired the others, and soon they were also successful in hunting rabbits and mountain chickens. Notably, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, seemingly gentle in demeanor, exhibited remarkable marksmanship. Upon inquiry, Ye Jingchuan learned that Kong Xingyao resided in the military district and had known Wang Zhuoran since childhood. Wang Zhuoran had been compelled to go to the countryside as a youth, while Kong Xingyao had volunteered to accompany him, claiming it was for companionship. Observing their playful banter, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but feel perplexed. If their bond was so close, how had he never encountered Kong Xingyao when he later met Wang Zhuoran? Furthermore, he had never heard of such a person in the capital. This seemed implausible. From Kong Xingyao's earlier words, he could sense that his family in the capital was not inferior to the Wang family. How could he have no knowledge of Kong Xingyao's existence? Even if he had gone abroad afterward, given Wang Zhuoran's connection with him, it was improbable that Kong Xingyao would have left no trace. Only one possibility remained. Had Kong Xingyao vanished? The thought struck Ye Jingchuan with sudden clarity. He mused that with the Wang family's influence, Wang Zhuoran's career could not possibly have been stymied by educational limitations, as it took him nearly a decade to reach a position that should have been within easy grasp. Yet, if Kong Xingyao indeed had disappeared, the Kong family would likely direct all their resentment towards Wang Zhuoran, making his career progression seem extraordinary. Ye Jingchuan never expected that in this second chance at life, he would unearth so many secrets previously unknown, forever altering the course of his existence. As the group gradually approached Deer King Valley, a 2-hour trek stretched into 3. Although they moved at a slower pace, each backpack contained 1 or 2 pieces of game. Deer King Valley was a hidden gorge nestled deep within the mountains. While the northern winds howled outside, not a whisper of breeze entered the valley. Towering cliffs shielded the mountain winds, and while trees in other regions stood bare, the valley flourished with greenery. Shortly after entering the gorge, Ye Jingchuan successfully hunted a wild rabbit. Truly, Deer King Valley was abundant with wildlife. If fortune favored them, they might even encounter a spotted deer today. Are there really spotted deer in Deer King Valley? Wang Zhuoran exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, a few years ago, I encountered the spotted deer on 2 occasions. However, in recent years, I have not had the pleasure of seeing them. Spotted deer are quite skittish creatures, typically residing deep within the mountains, seldom venturing close to human settlements. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, we may chance upon one. Let us explore the valley in search of fortune. Upon hearing that spotted deer truly exist in the vicinity, Wang Zhuoran could hardly contain his eagerness to venture into the valley. Regrettably, although we managed to catch several rabbits, not a single spotted deer graced our sight. At most, we merely stumbled upon a few grassy nests where they had lain. At noon, our group found a clean, sunlit hillside to enjoy lunch and rest, as traversing the mountain trails for an entire day proved to be quite exhausting. Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, brimming with enthusiasm, merely nibbled on their lunch before seizing their hunting rifles to roam the area, hoping to catch a few mountain chickens to savor later. The chilly weather meant that properly prepared mountain chickens could be preserved. In contrast to their excitement, Ye Jingchuan maintained a composed demeanor, preferring to rest a while longer, for the descent would be arduous. Brother Jingchuan, look what I found, Ye Xiaoyan exclaimed, taking advantage of the mealtime to present a small object into Ye Jingchuan's hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a thumb-sized emerald earring resting in his palm. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had encountered many remarkable treasures, and he instantly recognized that the plump emerald earring before him was a piece of imperial green jade. Albeit small, it held considerable value. How could such an item appear in Deer King Valley? The first thought that crossed Ye Jingchuan's mind was the legend of hidden treasure. Xiaoyan, where did you find this? He inquired. I stumbled upon it while gathering rabbits. I found another one like this. It has a hole in it, and I thought to thread a string through it to wear around my neck, replied Ye Xiaoyan, producing a silver pendant that had tarnished over the years, rendering it rather unappealing. Nevertheless, it possessed a substantial weight, feeling solid in Ye Jingchuan's hand. Upon closer examination, he discerned intricate patterns on its surface, along with a hole that suggested it was not intended to be worn around the neck, but rather affixed to some object. Xiaoyan, may I have both of these items? I will buy you a new silver pendant in return. Sure, Ye Xiaoyan readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. To him, although these items were lovely, he was willing to part with them for Ye Jingchuan's sake. Moreover, the fact that you found these 2 items today must remain a secret. Only you and I should know. Ye Xiaoyan nodded earnestly, signaling his agreement. Now, lead me to where you discovered these treasures. The 2 of them traversed through the dense forest, arriving at a rugged hillside. I found them right here. I first discovered the silver pendant, and just a few steps later, I found the little green earring. Following Ye Xiaoyan's gaze, Ye Jingchuan observed that the area he indicated resembled a small riverbed, carved out by torrential rains. During winter, the river had long since dried up, exposing the riverbed. The upper section appeared to be at least 3 or 4 meters wide, and Ye Jingchuan felt uncertain whether the emerald earring had been washed down from above or emerged from the depths below. He began to walk upstream along the riverbed, hoping to uncover some clues. Chapter 63. The legendary treasure. In late December, much of the deep mountain areas had begun to freeze. Yet the uniquely positioned Deer King Valley remained unfrozen. Ye Jingchuan leapt to the riverbed, grasping a sharpened bramble, casually probing the ground in hopes of a fortuitous discovery. The soil he encountered varied in texture. The layers cascaded down from the mountains were relatively loose, while the sediment near the riverbed was considerably firmer. Wandering aimlessly for several meters, Ye Jingchuan's stick suddenly sank deeper into the ground, revealing a patch of soil that had transformed from hard to soft. Tentatively, he prodded the area a few more times, uncovering a section about 5 steps wide that was notably softer than its surroundings. In his past life, Ye Jingchuan had harbored a keen interest in investing in antiques and jade, acquiring a smattering of knowledge and tips through casual conversations with acquaintances. His earlier probing with the bramble resembled the use of a luoyang shovel, though he only possessed a superficial understanding of the technique. Curiosity piqued. Ye Jingchuan crouched down to excavate the riverbed soil, pondering the possibility of a significant find. "Brother Jingchuan, do you need my help?" Ye Xiaoyan inquired, observing Ye Jingchuan's unusual activity. "No need," he replied, just as a glimmer of verdant green materialized in the soil before him. A sudden apprehension gripped him. Could it be that his luck had truly led him to treasure? With his hands trembling slightly, Ye Jingchuan hastily brushed aside the earth, revealing an earring identical to the one Ye Xiaoyan had previously found. Equipped with no suitable tools and recognizing that the moment was not right, he suppressed his excitement. He resolved to return for a shovel to investigate further, eager to ascertain whether true treasure lay beneath the surface. After securing the earring, Ye Jingchuan climbed back up the riverbank. "Let us continue hunting," he declared. As the afternoon wore on, Ye Jingchuan hunted with a distracted mind, contemplating the potential treasure. He surmised that it would likely consist of antiques or jade artifacts, which held little value for him at present. To command a high price, he would need to venture to Hong Kong, an endeavor fraught with obstacles. The necessity of introduction letters for travel, lodging, and even purchasing train tickets rendered the journey nearly impossible for someone of his status, further complicating any plans to sell antiques. Should he indeed uncover treasure, Ye Jingchuan realized he could only observe it, unable to excavate it due to the untimely circumstances. After a day of wandering in Deer King Valley, the group began their descent in the late afternoon. The ascent proved easier than the descent, although Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan, seasoned from years of agricultural labor, managed well. Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao struggled significantly, their legs weary by the time they reached the foot of the mountain. Nevertheless, their spirits remained buoyant due to a successful hunt. Having secured a bounty of game, resting at the mountainous base, the group prepared to muster their energy for the journey home. Ye Xiaoyan, brimming with joy, had had an exceptionally fortunate day, having hunted 7 mountain chickens and 1 wild rabbit, his laughter echoing through the crisp air. Observing his joyful demeanor, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but reminisce about his past life. If the person who wronged him were to discover the treasures hidden within Deer King Valley, surely they would resort to murder and theft, excavating the riches to sell, thereby achieving overnight wealth. However, their group lacked such individuals. Only Ye Guanyin had experienced a fleeting moment of prosperity, which hardly suggested the unearthing of a grand treasure. This raised a puzzling question. Could it be that the motives behind the harm inflicted on Ye Xiaoyan were not tied to the treasure? If not, then what could it possibly be? The situation was utterly perplexing, and so Ye Jingchuan resolved to dismiss these thoughts. In this lifetime, with him present, he would ensure that Ye Xiaoyan remained safe, regardless of the reasons behind the threats. "Jingchuan, when shall we go hunting again?" "Today, I only caught 4 wild chickens, and I still haven't had my fill of rabbits," Wang Zhuoran expressed with lingering enthusiasm. Having handled the hunting rifle today, he yearned to venture into the mountains daily. "I can take you hunting, but I have a condition," Ye Jingchuan replied. "What condition?" "Just name it, and if it's within my power, I will certainly assist." Wang Zhuoran said eagerly, "My sister struggles with math and science. Could I trouble you to tutor her in the mornings? If you agree to come, I will take you hunting, though your success will depend on your skills." "That is certainly manageable. I've noticed Qianqian's foundation is somewhat weak. Perhaps you could purchase some supplementary materials for her." "What supplementary materials?" Ye Jingchuan inquired. As he had never participated in college entrance examinations in either life and was utterly unfamiliar with such resources. "There is a set of self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry at Xinhua Bookstore, comprising 17 volumes. I have perused a few, and the content is excellent. Mastering all 17 volumes would make gaining admission to a reputable university quite effortless. However, acquiring this set may prove challenging, and I am uncertain whether the bookstore has the entire collection. I will find a way to obtain them, no matter how difficult it may be, as long as it helps Qianqian improve her grades." If Jiangpu lacked the volumes, he would venture to the capital city, to Jing'an, determined to procure them. and would buy 2 sets, one for Ye Jingchuan and another for Nanzhi. With the tutoring arrangement settled, everyone returned home. Ye Jingchuan, concerned for Ye Xiaoyan, reminded him once more about the jade earrings. In a few days, our team will be slaughtering the New Year pigs. I will bring you a leg of pork. Thank you, Brother Jingchuan, Ye Xiaoyan exclaimed with childlike delight. He realized that since his marriage, he had reaped numerous benefits. Now he could enjoy hearty meals, warm clothing, and even meat. He hoped to continue living in such comfort. In the following days, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao frequently visited Ye Jingchuan's home. Though their hunting yields varied, sometimes they returned empty-handed due to sheer bad luck. After returning from the mountains, Ye Jingchuan ventured to Deer King Valley the next day. Armed with a shovel, excavating over a meter deep in the riverbed but uncovering nothing. He remained unperturbed, continuing to explore along the riverbed, convinced that if treasures lay buried there, he would eventually discover them. As the end of December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and a light snow even fell in Jiangpu City. Nevertheless, Deer King Valley remained unfrozen, allowing Ye Jingchuan to continue his treasure-seeking expeditions. Since winter began, he had longed to take Nanzhi to the city to purchase clothing, but family obligations had delayed this plan. Now, with the new year approaching, he seized the opportunity to make the trip while acquiring study materials. During dinner that evening, Ye Jingchuan broached the topic of acquiring new clothing with his family. Mom and Dad, with the new year approaching, let us all go to the city together to purchase new outfits, from head to toe. His parents, however, being of advanced age, suggested that it was unnecessary for them to buy new clothes for the occasion, encouraging him to take Nanzhi and Qianqian instead. Zhao Xiaoyu's reluctance to spend money was evident, especially considering the limited fabric coupons. With a large family to support, it was no surprise that she felt the sting of those scarce resources. Recently, Ye Jingchuan had brought home nearly 90 feet of fabric coupons, and over the past few months, he had used them to provide new clothing for his family, along with making 2 new quilts and purchasing bed linens that had already seen considerable use. In their brigade, each individual received only 17 feet of fabric coupons per year, making Zhao Xiaoyu's concern quite understandable. To economize, Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Yuanshan were naturally hesitant to indulge in new garments. Ye Jingchuan, however, could easily see through Zhao Xiaoyu's worries. With a smile, he placed a piece of pork belly into her bowl. Mother, the reason I work so hard to earn money is to ensure our family enjoys a better life. Please do not fret over that small sum. For the new year, we must wear new clothes. He also intended to buy his father a set of Zhongshan suits made from wool. With 5 members in the Yi family, 17 feet of fabric coupons would undoubtedly fall short, prompting Ye Jingchuan to plan on acquiring additional fabric coupons, especially since fashionable wool coats required more material. A set of wool Zhongshan suits costs over 100. While we have earned some money, we cannot overspend. Your father and I have already discussed it. Next spring, we will procure a piece of land to build you and Nanzhi 4 large tiled rooms. Constructing a house would indeed require substantial funds. And considering the possibility of Nanzhi adding another child to the family next year, the costs of raising children would also accumulate, making their current finances seem rather tight. Listening to Zhao Xiaoyu's concerns filled Ye Jingchuan with a sense of helplessness. He possessed over 10,000 yuan, yet his mother remained oblivious to its purchasing power. Currently, bricks and stones were not particularly valuable. Constructing 4 large tiled rooms could be accomplished for around 500 yuan if done through the brigade, or perhaps a bit more if hiring a specialized construction team. Regarding child rearing, while infant formula was expensive, 3 or 4 yuan per bag in the countryside, it would only be needed for 6 months before transitioning to more affordable foods. Moreover, he was not solely reliant on that 10,000 yuan. He intended to earn more in the future, rendering excessive frugality unnecessary. However, Ye Jingchuan refrained from voicing these thoughts to Zhao Xiaoyu. Recognizing that she required time to adjust to their newfound wealth, the sudden shift was indeed quite overwhelming. He outwardly agreed with her sentiments, while subtly maneuvering to plant the seeds of change. After their meal, Zhao Xiaoyu, unable to argue further, ultimately consented to the family outing to the department store in the city for their New Year's shopping, scheduled for the day after tomorrow. This timing was strategic, as the brigade would be settling work points and issuing coupons the following day, allowing Ye Jingchuan to procure additional fabric coupons from the brigade's resources. Reflecting on the upcoming settlement, Ye Jingchuan could not help but think of the old Yi family. This year, most of the work points had been earned by his parents. as others had been rather lackadaisical. It would be intriguing to see how they managed when the time came for the settlement. In the small river brigade, the two most lively events throughout the year are the slaughtering of the annual pig and the settlement of work points. Today marks the day for settling work points. And early in the morning, the accountant heads to the brigade office, stoking the stove to a blazing heat, ensuring that the office will be bustling all day long. At 7 a.m., the loudspeaker announces for everyone to gather at the brigade office for the settlement. Ye Jingchuan had taken out the work points ledger the previous night. He meticulously flipped through it and calculated his total to be 266 work points, uncertain of the monetary value of each point this year. After reviewing his own records, he turned to Zhao Xiaoyu's entries, astonished to find that as a woman, she had accumulated an impressive 220 work points over the year. This was no small feat within the entire brigade, considering that most labor-intensive tasks were predominantly undertaken by men. Zhao Xiaoyu's achievement indicated her unwavering commitment to any suitable tasks for women, leaving her little time to rest. As for Ye Jingchuan, he too had accrued a considerable amount, exceeding 240 points, primarily from his efforts in trapping weasels on the mountains. Reflecting on this, Ye Jingchuan felt a pang of guilt. Had they divided their household earlier, Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Jingchuan might not have had to toil so hard. Xiaoyu, in the future, let us sell crossbody bags. And you 1T need to earn work points anymore. Is that feasible? If we lack sufficient work points, we 1T receive our rations. With wealth, we need not worry about having enough food. Observing Zhao Xiaoyu's puzzled expression, Ye Jingchuan realized she had yet to grasp the changing times. She believed that only by earning ample work points could they lead a good life, unaware that reliance on such points alone would not suffice for a prosperous existence. Ye Jingchuan gathered 2 notebooks, preparing to head to the brigade for the settlement. Just as he stepped out of the main room, Ye Jingchuan followed suit. Dad, I'll accompany you. Very well. Ye Jingchuan anticipated encountering the old Ye family during the settlement, fearing their usual antics. He felt somewhat vulnerable alone. But with Ye Jingchuan by his side, he felt reassured, knowing that he could handle any situation they posed together. While Ye Jingchuan remained wary of the old Ye family, he was unaware that Ye Guanyin had already meticulously arranged their work points. Guanyin, I noticed the gold ring that Nanzhi wears. I desire one as well. In the west room, Liangqing sat on Ye Guanyin's lap, playfully demanding gifts, her demeanor suggesting that if he refused, she wouldn't let him leave. Buy it. My dear niece, as long as you like it. Don't think a mere gold ring is too much. I'll even purchase a gold bracelet, provided you allow me a few more touches this evening. Newly married, Ye Guanyin was thoroughly enjoying his newfound pleasures, and every time Liangqing pouted, his intellect seemed to diminish. Don't be dismissive. Where will you find the money for it? Liangqing was not easily deceived. Marrying Ye Guanyin had nearly drained the old Ye family's resources. Now, she feared he might not have the means to buy a gold ring. Isn't today the day for settling work points? In previous years, Ye Jingchuan's family could contribute at least 200 yuan. I'll ask my grandmother for a bit more, and that should suffice for your gold ring. Liangqing never expected this turn of events. Her face instantly brightened with joy. All right, we shall collect the money in the morning, and in the afternoon, we will head to the city to purchase a gold ring. I also crave some meat buns. Just a few meat buns, I assure you will be satisfied. If you're still hungry when we return tonight, I will certainly ensure you're well fed. Ye Guanyin chuckled, playfully pinching the soft flesh on Liangqing's arm. He truly adored her playful demeanor. Don't be ridiculous. Liangqing freed herself from Ye Guanyin's embrace, standing up to continue. Did you not say that after we marry, you would help me secure a spot in university without me having to pay? Why has there been no progress on that front? I heard that the acceptance letters for this batch of university entrants will be issued soon. Neither of us sat for the exams. And even if I knew someone with extraordinary influence, securing a spot would be impossible. However, Shaoqing, do not fret. Returning to the capital this year or next will be the same. It is merely a delay of half a year. Ah, Ye Guanyin, you are deceiving me again. Upon hearing his words, Liangqing became agitated. The recent family disputes over the division of property had caused chaos at home, and Ye Guanyin had previously assured her that they would not be staying here for long, urging her to be patient. Now that she had been patient, he revealed that they would have to endure for at least half a year longer. Just the thought of Ding Chunhua and Shun Huifeng's disdainful expressions made her feel she could not endure even a day longer. Chapter 65. What to do without work points? Noticing Liang Qing was about to raise her voice, Ye Guanyin quickly covered her mouth. My dear, keep your voice down. Today is the day my grandfather is settling the work points. If you anger him, the gold ring will be lost. Liang Qing shot him a fierce glare, but ultimately restrained herself, thinking of how splendid it would be once they acquired the gold ring. Those who wished for her to suffer were simply deluded. Seeing that Liang Qing had calmed down, Ye Guanyin prepared to leave, but just as he stood up, she pulled him back. There are none left at home. Please go to the women's director's house and bring back a box. I heard that currently it is free, but soon it will cost money. Xiaoqing, what are you up to? Do you not wish to have children with me? Ye Guanyin, who had just been playful, suddenly became serious. For the two of them, having children was of utmost importance after marriage, and he was even resolute about wanting Liang Qing to conceive within 2 months. Only by having a child could he fully secure her and prevent her from causing trouble upon their return to the capital. No, I was merely thinking that since we have only recently married, if we have a child, we cannot share a room. Liang Qing bashfully turned her head away, though internally, she was cursing Ye Guanyin. According to her plan, she would first marry Ye Guanyin, have him assist in securing the university spot, and once she returned to the capital for her studies, she would find a way to divorce him. This way, she would not be delayed, and even after their divorce, she could seek a better partner in the capital. However, having a child would complicate matters considerably. Thus, to avoid any mishaps, she certainly did not wish to become pregnant. Yet, to maintain her position, she dared not express her desire to avoid having children. Ye Guanyin, upon hearing Liang Qing's response, relaxed slightly and casually agreed. However, he was not easily fooled. It was evident that Liang Qing had her own schemes. The more she acted this way, the more he was determined to have her conceive soon. As for that piece of plastic, it is of little consequence. He could simply puncture a few holes in it. Exiting the West House, Ye Guanyin sought out Ye Hao to go to the team office and settle the work points. Grandfather, do you think my second uncle will agree to allocate the work points to us? Ye Guanyin felt a twinge of anxiety. In the past, he would have had no reservations, but with Ye Jingchuan present, the situation was uncertain. This family is still under my authority. I dictate how the work points are settled, and it is not for your second uncle to decide. Ye Hao had been furious when he drafted the division of the family property, having completely forgotten about the work points. Nevertheless, he remained confident about receiving them, for Ye Yuanshan had a weakness in his grasp during Ye Guanyin's wedding. Despite his initial reluctance to lend money, he ultimately complied and handed over 200 yuan. The old Ye family headed straight to the team office, while Ye Yuanshan and his son were unhurried. They encountered several acquaintances along the way, and Ye Jingchuan greeted them with a smile. Inquiring with a few particularly close families about the availability of fabric coupons this year, expressing his desire to purchase some if they were issued. Lu Wangqin, who overheard this from a distance, approached and asked, Jingchuan, what do you need so many fabric coupons for? I recall that in October, your family bought quite a bit of material. Lu Wangqin had recently become close with Zhao Xiaoyu, and Ye Jingchuan was more than willing to engage her in conversation. I was just married not long ago and want to add a few more garments for Nanzhi. Moreover, Qian is growing up and cannot be left with just one coat for the entire winter. I intend to buy her a couple more. My mother is perpetually busy, and by the end of the year, she deserves to reward herself with some new clothes. With everyone in the family needing winter attire, the fabric coupons we have are certainly insufficient. Jingchuan, you are truly filial. Even after marrying, you still think of your mother, Lu Wangqin remarked, her heart secretly calculating that her family would not be purchasing any new clothes this year. If fabric coupons were indeed issued, she could sell a portion to Ye Jingchuan, as she had no funds to buy fabric herself. Engaging in casual conversation, they arrived at the team office, where the room designated for settling work points was already bustling with people. Typically, one person from each household would come to settle their work points. However, families ranged from 5 or 6 members to over a dozen, making the process rather cumbersome. As the head of the old Ye family, Ye Hao had arrived early, accompanied by Ye Guanyin and his father, Ye Fushan. Second uncle, please take a look at your family's work points detail. If everything is in order, please sign, and I will proceed with the settlement shortly. The team accountant, Ye Zhan, handed a work points detail sheet to Ye Hao, preparing to distribute details to others, but was abruptly halted by Ye Hao's grip. With just a cursory glance, Ye Hao noticed discrepancies in the work points sheet. Why is there no record of the second family's work points? Second uncle, You have divided the household. So after the division, Yuan Shan is now an independent head of household. Their work points are calculated separately. Nonsense. This year, work points are still calculated together. If they were to be separated, it should wait until next year. Yi Hao's eyes widened as he slammed the detail sheet onto the table. Yi Zhan's expression darkened, for as the accountant, he held a respectable position in the team, and Yi Hao's public rebuke was a significant affront to his authority. Has Brother Yuan Shan arrived? Has Brother Yuan Shan arrived? Yi Zhan, disinterested in Yi Hao, directly sought out Yi Yuan Shan, knowing that the settlement of work points was not solely at the discretion of an old man. As Yi Yuan Shan approached, he responded loudly, coming. Brother Yuan Shan, my second uncle intends to consolidate your family's work points with the old Yi families. If you agree, please come over to sign. Yi Zhan's voice rang out through the crowd, silencing the previously chaotic office. Almost everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Hao, Ye Yuan Shan, and Ye Jingchuan. The notion of combining work points post-separation was unprecedented and bewildering to them. Yi Hao, already in a foul mood, felt his face flush with embarrassment at Yi Zhan's call. Selfishly, he had assumed that Ye Yuan Shan's work points should be combined with the old Yi families, never considering the implications of such a decision. What's signing? I decree that the old Yi family S points are settled as one, he declared. Father, have you forgotten? We have already separated. As Ye Yuan Shan and Ye Jingchuan made their way into the office, the crowd parted respectfully. They had witnessed how the old Yi family treated Ye Yuan Shan's household over the years, yet felt it inappropriate to meddle in family affairs. However, given that the matter had escalated to the office, some stood in support of Ye Yuan Shan. Indeed, uncle, we have separated. Why must we still consolidate work points? Our brigade has no such precedent. If you establish this, will the separation documents then stipulate that work points shall be calculated separately post-separation? Ye Jingchuan's fourth uncle, Ye Aigua, could not restrain himself from speaking up for Ye Yuan Shan. If this became a precedent, who knew how many complications would arise in the future, as there were other influential families in the village besides the old Yi family. This is a private matter for our old Yi family. It has nothing to do with you, Yi Hao retorted dismissively, glancing at Ye Aigua as if he were inconsequential. Ye Yuan Shan was his son, and he expected obedience. Any dissent would be deemed unfilial. In rural society, lack of filial piety was a stigma that could haunt one for life, leading others to shun them in social interactions. Yi Hao had always wielded the concept of filial piety to control Ye Yuan Shan's family, threatening to label them as unfilial if they dared to resist. He was confident that Ye Yuan Shan would not dare to defy him in front of so many people and believed he held leverage over him. Ye Jingchuan had long been aware of Yi Hao's shamelessness. Today's display was nothing remarkable. He maintained a seemingly cheerful demeanor, betraying no anger, though there was a hint of mockery in his smile, which irked Yi Hao immensely. Grandfather, perhaps you are becoming muddled with age. This is not merely a family affair. It concerns our brigade. We have already separated, and work points must certainly be calculated separately. If you disagree, you may inquire with the brigade if they will support your stance. Jingchuan, such matters should be decided within our family. There is no need to involve the brigade. With so many people here for the settlement of work points, do not create a scene over trivialities. Let us settle the points for the entire family first. Your grandfather can still provide for you afterward. Ye Guanyin was determined to seize the work points held by Ye Jingchuan, eloquently fabricating a narrative that made it seem as though Ye Jingchuan was being unreasonable and disrupting the calculation of work points for everyone. Let us clarify everything today at the collective, he asserted. My temper isn't particularly pleasant right now. If I return home and my anger flares up, I might resort to violence, and that would be unfortunate if anyone were to get hurt. The threats in Ye Jingchuan's words sent a chill down Ye Guanyin's spine, causing him to recall the day he was assaulted at Ye Jingchuan's wedding. This painful memory had taught Ye Guanyin to be cautious. He refrained from confronting Ye Jingchuan directly, knowing that with his grandfather present, the work points today were assured. Who do you think you are to speak up when adults are conversing? Yi Hao interjected angrily. Ye Yuan Shan, hurry and inform the accountant that our family's work points should still be calculated together this year. What are we standing here for? His face was a mask of fury. Should Ye Yuan Shan dare to voice any dissent, he would surely regret it. Father, please don't put me in a difficult position. It would only provide fodder for laughter. No family in our collective has had their work points calculated together after separation. I want to set that precedent. Even if I speak until I'm hoarse, I shall not agree. Ah, Ye Jingchuan, ever since your separation, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? Not only do you deny me my retirement funds, but now you're also quibbling over these meager work points. Do you even remember how to write the word filial piety? Beside them, Ye Jingchuan rolled his eyes, fully expecting Ye Hao to invoke the notion of filial piety yet again. Couldn't he think of another term? While Ye Hao and Ye Jingchuan bickered, Ye Jingchuan picked up the work points ledger from the table belonging to the old Ye family. Initially, he thought little of it, but upon inspection, he couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Ye Hao was so insistent on claiming their family's work points. The old Ye family, aside from his own industrious household, was comprised of individuals whose laziness knew no bounds. His uncle and aunt combined had less than 200 work points, and his two cousins, who were of similar age, had 120 and 90 work points respectively, surely insufficient for even a meal. The situation was even more absurd for Ye Guanyan's family, with the entire Ye Fushan household amassing fewer than 200 work points. His grandparents, being elderly, contributed nothing, earning a total of 0 work points. With such a paltry sum, how much money could they possibly exchange? How much grain could they receive? In the village, grain distribution was typically 2 parts grain to 8 parts work points. Families like the old Yi, which couldn't even muster 200 work points, would receive no grain at all, merely 400 jin of food per person. And those under 18 would only receive 300 jin. For families with boys, 300 jin of grain would hardly suffice for a year. If the work points of Ye Jingchuan's family were not calculated alongside those of the old Yi family, then their grain allocations would surely be separate as well. Consequently, the old Yi family would face a tightening of their belts next year, if they loosened their grip even slightly. The meager grain they possessed might not last until the end of the year. With the work points ledger in hand, Ye Jingchuan laughed heartily, disregarding Ye Hao's protests, and read aloud before everyone the details. Ye Fushan, 70 work points. Shun Huifeng, 50 work points. Ye Guanyan, 35 work points. Ye Baoyan, 10 work points. Ye Lingling, 15 work points. Your family is truly remarkable. Collectively, you possess fewer labor points than I do individually. I now comprehend why you are so adamant about not wanting to part ways. After all, it is our family that has profited from the year's sustenance. If I were in your position, I would also relish the luxury of lounging about without laboring for a single point, yet still being well fed. As Ye Jingchuan's words echoed through the air, everyone present was left in utter astonishment. Typically, we labor together, and any family whose male laborers fail to accumulate at least 200 points in a year would be the subject of ridicule. Yet, Ye Fushan has only managed a mere 70 points, having squandered his time in idleness. Furthermore, Ye Guanyan, a robust young man, has accumulated a paltry 35 points, falling short even of the village's women, which is truly disgraceful. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the crowd. Was the Yi family always so? Did they allow Ye Jingchuan's family to shoulder all the labor while they merely indulged? Ye Jingchuan's capacity for endurance is indeed remarkable. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since erupted in discord. Ye Hao, already feeling discontent, could hardly anticipate that Ye Jingchuan would so brazenly disclose the details of the labor points. His chest heaved violently, as though he might faint from indignation. Ye Jingchuan, are you attempting to drive me to my demise? Very well. With his face flushed with fury, Ye Hao turned to Ye Jingchuan and asked, there are matters I cannot articulate explicitly, yet we both understand the implications. If you refuse to allow our family to settle the labor points collectively today, I shall no longer regard your dignity with any deference. My temper has reached its peak, and I am prepared to speak my mind. Ye Hao's words were filled with an ominous undertone, leaving Ye Jingchuan puzzled, yet sensing a hidden threat. He felt that Ye Jingchuan held leverage over Ye Hao. Father, if you wish to sever ties with me, I shall comply without hesitation. If necessary, I will cease to be your son. At your previous request for 200 yuan during Guanyan's wedding, I complied out of familial obligation, but I have regretted it since. I am aware that once you tasted the sweetness of such generosity, you would inevitably seek more from me. I have come to understand that in your eyes, I am worth less than a dog. At least a dog, after years of loyalty, is rewarded with a bone. I have spent decades nourishing you with my blood and flesh. Yet you remain unsatisfied. Today, in front of the entire brigade, you may do as you wish. In the past, during the division of the family, Ye Hao had caused quite a stir, but at that time, only the brigade and a few clan elders were present. there were not many witnesses, and their words lacked finality. Today, however, the entire brigade awaited the settlement of labor points in the office. If Ye Haod and Ye Jingchuan were to completely sever their ties, there would be no room for regret. Chapter 67. Weighing the pros and cons. Ye Jingchuan contemplated the intricacies of the situation, and Ye Haod was equally astute. He quickly assessed the merits and drawbacks in his mind, pondering whether to exchange the leverage he possessed for a few hundred labor points or to reserve it for a more substantial request from Ye Jingchuan in the future. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the latter. Currently, Ye Jingchuan has earned a modest sum from selling scraps, and once he accumulates more, he intends to approach Ye Jingchuan privately for funds. He is determined not to be at a loss. You have truly wasted your time raising me. For once I separate from the family, you no longer regard me as your son. Very well, very well. Your heartlessness has deeply disappointed me. Moments ago, Ye Haod radiated an imposing presence, yet he now resembled a deflated balloon, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and melancholy. To an outsider, one might think that Ye Jingchuan had cruelly provoked the old man into such a state. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan silently admired Ye Haod, recognizing that, indeed, age brings wisdom. With but a show of vulnerability, he could elicit sympathy, swiftly turning the page on his earlier aggression and deftly providing himself with an escape route. Was he preparing to unleash a grand strategy? With a wounded expression, Ye Haod took the work points ledger from Ye Jingchuan, inscribing his name and pressing his thumbprint upon it. Ye Jun, please settle my work points, he requested. Ye Jun, taken aback by Ye Haod's sudden transformation, glanced at Ye Jingchuan, who was busy calculating with an abacus. This year, the work points for Shaha Brigade stood at 30 cents each, and the total for the old Ye family barely exceeded 550. After a year, with so many mouths to feed, this paltry sum was hardly sufficient for new clothes for the new year. Frugality would hardly suffice unless they planned to subsist solely on the wind. Moreover, they had to contend with Ye Guanyin and Liang Qing, who were a burden. Once the work points were settled, Ye Haod swiftly departed, feeling utterly humiliated. He was too embarrassed to collect various tickets and rations, opting to leave and return later. Ye Guanyin was taken aback by Ye Haod's unusual meekness, having never seen him so easily acquiesce. He contemplated approaching him to encourage a more vigorous stance, but upon meeting Ye Haod's icy gaze, he shuddered and retreated, swallowing his words in fear of further provoking him. Yuan Shan, here are your work points details, he said as the members of the old Ye family exited, allowing the brigade office to bustle back to life. Ye Jingchuan approached to settle his points and collect various tickets before joining Ye Jingchuan to fetch rations. This October marked the recent marriage of Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan. Her rations and work points were not associated with Shaha Brigade. After transporting the household rations home, they made a second trip to Luha Brigade. Despite being a young girl, Nanzhi had accrued an impressive 210 work points over the year. As Ye Jingchuan perused the ledger, his emotions were tumultuous. He was acutely aware of what those 210 points signified. In his previous life, the industrious Nanzhi had met a tragic fate after their marriage, a thought that weighed heavily upon his heart. After Nanzhi signed the work points ledger, Ye Jingchuan instructed her to wait outside the granary, assuring her that he would handle the rest in due time. When it came time for Luha Brigade to settle work points, Ye Guanyin and Liang Qing were naturally present. In stark contrast to Nanzhi's industriousness, Liang Qing's contribution paled by comparison, with only 110 points to her name, the extent of which was uncertain given the assistance she likely received from the male youth. Today, Liang Qing returned wearing a brand new crimson coat, subtly flaunting the watch on her wrist while conversing. Familiar youth in her orbit could not help but offer compliments upon seeing her adornment. Xiao Qing, that watch must have cost quite a fortune. Fortunately, the Shanghai brand watches remain quite affordable, priced at just over 100 yuan. During my hasty wedding preparations, I regrettably missed the opportunity to purchase a Meihua brand watch from Jing'an. Your partner truly cherishes you, purchasing such an expensive watch without hesitation. When Suxin, holding Liang Qing's hand, gazed at her enviously, I just spotted Nanzhi. She didn't buy a watch for her wedding, but I noticed she was wearing a gold ring. Upon hearing Nanzhi's name, Liang Qing's expression soured, and with a hint of bitterness, she remarked that a mere gold ring is nothing significant. This afternoon, I'm heading to the city to procure outfits for the new year, and Guanyin has promised to buy me a gold ring as well. Oh, Xiaoqing, your partner is truly wonderful. If only I could marry a man like that. Flattered, Liang Qing's demeanor brightened somewhat, and she continued, proclaiming her discerning taste in men. Unlike certain individuals who must calculate every detail, even in marriage. It was clear to the other young women present whom she was referring to without needing to mention a name. I noticed Nanzhi going alone to collect her grain rations earlier. Her husband didn't assist her at all. Xiaoqing, with your beauty. Your partner surely wouldn't want you to exert yourself in carrying grain. Liang Qing's eyes sparkled at this thought. It seemed she was right. Ye Jingchuan may have been infatuated with Nanzhi for a brief period after their marriage, but given her lack of beauty, it was only a matter of time before he grew weary of her. I've chatted with you all for quite a while. I wonder if Gui Nian has collected his rations. I'll accompany you. I have yet to collect mine. Several young women followed Liang Qing to the grain depot, and from a distance, she spotted Nanzhi standing at the entrance, beside 4 bags of grain. Nanzhi, why did you come alone to collect the grain? Didn't Jingchuan come to help you? How will you manage to carry all this back? Liang Qing inquired with a smile at the sight of the grain behind Nanzhi. Nanzhi glanced at Liang Qing, unwilling to engage in conversation. For someone who had stabbed her in the back, not slapping her was a testament to her restraint. Unfazed by Nanzhi's silence, Liang Qing continued speaking. Gui Nian went to help me collect the grain. I wonder if he has done. As she spoke, Liang Qing scanned the crowd at the grain depot and soon spotted Ye Jingchuan emerging from the throng, effortlessly carrying 2 bags of grain. He walked steadily, the weight seeming to pose no challenge to him. Liang Qing frowned slightly. Those 2 bags must weigh around 150 to 60 pounds. His strength is truly remarkable. After scanning the crowd for a while, she finally spotted Ye Nian, who was also in the process of carrying grain. Liang Qing, come help me with the grain. I'm on my way. Ye Nian, who rarely worked, was reluctant to lift even a single bag. So he called Liang Qing over to assist him in carrying the load together. The bags containing the grain were far from clean, and as Liang Qing helped lift 2 of them, her new outfit was sullied with dust. She felt a wave of frustration. Why couldn't Ye Nian be more like Ye Jingchuan and manage to carry 2 bags at once? What a weakling he was. Liang Qing possessed 400 pounds of grain, stored in 5 bags. Together with Ye Nian, she carried the grain outside, and upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the impeccably dressed Nanzhi standing nearby, only to notice that the 4 bags of grain behind her had multiplied to 7. A surge of jealousy coursed through her. How could an unattractive woman like Nanzhi marry a man of Ye Jingchuan's caliber, while she was left with a feeble partner like Ye Nian? Chapter 68. Constantly outshone, the bicycle could not bear the weight of 400 pounds of grain, prompting Ye Nian to borrow a cart. 4 bags were placed atop the cart, with 1 more secured to the back of the bicycle. Xiaoqing, I'll push the grain back with the cart. You ride the bicycle, he suggested. Can't you manage to push all the grain back by yourself? Liang Qing retorted, her frustration mounting as she glared at the solitary bag on the bicycle's rear. Ye Nian appeared utterly insensitive to her plight. The road home is arduous. I cannot possibly push 400 pounds of grain alone. What harm is there in giving you 1 bag? Let us hurry. I am famished. Earlier that morning at Shaohe Brigade, Ye Nian had endured a considerable amount of vexation, and now Liang Qing was unleashing her ire upon him, further darkening his expression. As they exchanged words, a tractor rolled up to the grain depot, and with remarkable agility, Ye Jingchuan leapt from the truck bed. Without uttering a word, he tossed the 7 bags of grain behind Nanzhi onto the tractor and also loaded his bicycle onto it. Wang Zhuoran, the driver, disembarked to assist. However, the height of the truck bed rendered his help somewhat futile, as Ye Jingchuan swiftly arranged the grain with impressive strength, leaving Wang Zhuoran momentarily stunned. Noticing the availability of seats on the tractor, Liang Qing approached with a bright smile. Jingchuan, could you possibly help me transport my grain along the way? Ye Jingchuan, who had been conversing with Nanzhi, turned to Liang Qing and replied nonchalantly. There is no space left on the vehicle. Really? There appears to be plenty of room. She exclaimed. That space will soon be filled. Are you deliberately refusing to assist me? After all, I am your sister-in-law. Can you bear to watch me struggle to transport this grain alone? Don't attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. I have no ties to the Lao Yi family, and you should inquire elsewhere, he retorted. Wang Zhuoran glanced at Liang Qing and explained, Liang Qing, my truck genuinely lacks space. Aside from Nanzhi's grain, several other educated youth have prior arrangements. Perhaps you should ask others. The brigade has dispatched several tractors today to assist. With the conversation reaching this point, Liang Qing felt discontent, yet had no choice but to suppress her frustration. She turned to suggest that Ye Jingchuan also seek out a tractor, hoping to borrow one. I am not familiar with the Luohe Brigade. It is incumbent upon you to make inquiries. In truth, Ye Jingchuan was acquainted with several individuals at the Luohe Brigade, yet they were mostly idlers, unfit to borrow such a valuable asset as a tractor. Before long, Ye Jingchuan's tractor loaded 2 more bags of grain for the educated youth. As everyone settled in, the tractor began to depart. Though a distance away, Liang Qing could see clearly that there was still space on the tractor, ample enough for her grain. Yet Ye Jingchuan simply chose not to assist her. Why was he so miserly? Were it not for her, he likely wouldn't even have a wife at this moment. Certainly, it is evident that the unattractive Nanzhi harbors resentment over that 100 yuan, which has incited Ye Jingchuan's animosity towards her. She fails to consider that it is her cousin-in-law who is pressuring her to marry, not herself. If anyone should be incensed, it ought to be directed at her cousin-in-law. The more Liang Qing pondered this, the more agitated she became. How could it be that a plain woman like Nanzhi enjoys a better life than her? Clearly, she was the one who had first taken a liking to Ye Jingchuan, and all these fortunate circumstances should rightfully belong to her. As she watched the tractor rumble away, her eyes were filled with bitterness. Everything that was rightfully hers would eventually be reclaimed. Ye Jingchuan huffed and puffed as he pushed the grain cart home from the Luohe Brigade, just as he intended to store it in the small side room. Liang Qing called out to him, "We've already split our household. Why are you still placing my grain over there? It should go in the west wing. Is that so?" Ye Jingchuan hesitated, for today's turmoil in the brigade had already stirred up enough trouble. If he were to move the grain now, his grandfather would surely be furious. However, given the evident shortage of food this year, if he did not think of himself, he would be left eating only corn cakes every day. With this thought in mind, he turned and placed the grain in the west wing. This action provoked a hornet's nest. Ye Hao, already in a foul mood, unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Ye Jingchuan, dragging Liang Qing into it as well. Generally, the Ye family feared Ye Hao, but Liang Qing, the granddaughter-in-law, showed no such trepidation. In front of everyone, she boldly retorted, declaring that anyone who dared to touch her grain would find no way to do so. While other households joyfully distributed grain and reconciled their work points, the Ye family remained shrouded in gloom, with none wearing smiles. Although the family members refrained from expressing it outright, they secretly blamed Ye Hao. If he had not agreed to the division of the household, their lives would not have become so strained. The eldest daughter-in-law, Chu Feng, seized the opportunity to chastise her son, her words laced with veiled insults. After a quarrel with Ye Hao, Liang Qing returned to her room only to hear Chu Feng's scathing remarks, which further fueled her frustration. She ended up arguing with Ye Jingchuan, and by nightfall, they found themselves sleeping in separate beds. When Ye Jingchuan reached out to Liang Qing's bed, he was met with a sharp pinch, compelling him to retract his hand in silence. He too was weighed down by discontent. Ye Jingchuan truly seemed to be his nemesis, having crossed paths with him twice today, leaving him to endure the cold of an empty bed. Moreover, Liang Qing had implied that he was worse off than Ye Jingchuan. "Xiaoqing, that's enough. Ye Jingchuan has killed so many weasels, bringing misfortune upon himself. Though he may appear prosperous, many in the brigade are quietly avoiding him for fear of being tainted by his bad luck. You keep insisting he is unlucky. I see no evidence of it. Look at how he sells scraps and crossbody bags so successfully. He has even bought Nanzhi a gold ring. That is merely temporary. How could he possibly earn significant wealth with such misfortune? Just the other day, I visited the market and saw others selling crossbody bags, priced even lower than Ye Jingchuan's. This item is not difficult to make, and soon there will be more vendors. It won't be long before his business fails." Facing away from Ye Jingchuan, Liang Qing began to feel a bit better upon realizing that as long as there was a sewing machine to produce crossbody bags, Nanzhi could make them, and surely others could as well. "Xiaoqing, please don't be upset, just endure a little longer. In no more than 6 months, we shall return to the capital together to pursue our studies. At that time, it will just be the two of us living our lives, and I shall heed your every wish." As Ye Jingchuan spoke, he quietly slipped under Liang Qing's covers, his aspirations for fatherhood palpable. Determined to attempt the endeavor twice a day, missing even once was out of the question. "You always say that. Today, your grandfather's remarks were rather excessive, urging me to show filial piety. But he must first consider how he fulfills his role as a senior. if he cannot do that? He has no right to expect my respect. I understand you feel wronged. My grandfather has that temperament, so do not concern yourself with him. Ye Jingchuan's words flowed like honey, soon soothing Liang Qing's spirits. As their emotions reached a crescendo, she retrieved a plastic wrapper from beneath her pillow. Ye Jingchuan offered no objection. After all, he had already punctured an entire box, and he was convinced that daily endeavors would surely lead to success. Chapter 69. The Mathematical and Physical Sciences series in stark contrast to the woes of the Ye family. Ye Jingchuan's household was enveloped in joy. Freed from the burdensome presence of the old Ye family, their share of provisions was finally sufficient, sparing them the worries of previous days spent merely seeking to fill their bellies. Initially, Zhao Xiaoyu had lamented the scarcity of fabric coupons, but now, gazing at their bountiful granary, her happiness was immeasurable. After enduring hardships, a celebration was in order. Thus, the following day, Ye Jingchuan took his family straight to the department store in Jiangpu City. They perused beautiful woolen coats and trendy woolen sweaters, and both Mu Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan treated themselves to a pair of leather shoes. The soft black lambskin shoes were a delight, providing unparalleled comfort. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Ye Jingchuan, clutching her lambskin shoes, was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes glistening. Having never dared to dream of owning leather shoes, she had only wished for a warm pair of cotton shoes. Today, not only had her wish been fulfilled, but it had also soared to new heights. If you wish to express gratitude, do so to your brother. Without him, you would likely still be. Zhao Xiaoyu could not finish her thought. Before the family separation, Ye Jingchuan's winter shoes had always been hand-me-downs from Ye Jingchuan, refurbished for her continued use. As for Ye Jingchuan, he was reluctant to part with any shoes that were still usable. The cotton shoes discarded by Ye Jingchuan had long lost their warmth and even had holes in them. No matter how skilled Zhao Xiaoyu was, she could not restore warmth to such shoes, let alone make them presentable. Reflecting on past hardships, she was eager to savor the joy of the present without dwelling on the past. We are all family here, so there's no need for thanks. Mom and Dad, you two should go watch a movie while Nanzhi and I head to the Xinhua bookstore to buy some study materials. We will meet you at the cinema later. We will join you at the Xinhua bookstore. Movie tickets are so expensive. Zhao Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to save money, reluctant even to spend a few cents on a film. Mom, just go. The Xinhua bookstore isn't particularly interesting. You'll just be waiting around. I want to see the film Battlefield Yellow Flowers, which I've heard is excellent. In a time when entertainment was scarce, going to the movies was a fashionable pursuit. Zhao Xiaoyu, still young, felt the allure. Xiaoyu, go ahead. Our children are nearly grown, yet we have never been to a cinema. Let us also enjoy this experience. All right, today we shall indulge in a bit of modernity and go to the cinema. Ye Yuanshan took Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Jingchuan to watch a movie, while Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi did not dare to waste any time and hurried to the Xinhua bookstore to see if they could find the set of self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry that Wang Zhuoran had mentioned. The first Xinhua bookstore did have some volumes, though not the complete set. Ye Jingchuan could not afford to be choosy and purchased the available volumes. The entire set consists of 17 books, and on his first visit, he acquired 5 of them, each priced at a modest 60 cents. Considering that both Mu Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan required them, he opted to purchase enough for 2 sets. The second Xinhua bookstore proved to be even less fruitful, yielding only 5 books. With merely 3 Xinhua bookstores in Jiangpu City, Ye Jingchuan began to feel anxious, fearing that he might not be able to gather a single complete set after visiting all 3. The more he worried, the worse the situation seemed. The third bookstore was even more dismal, providing only 2 books. After scouring all 3 stores, he had managed to acquire just 12 out of the 17 books, leaving a gap of 5. Ye Jingchuan wondered if the Xinhua bookstore had mentioned when they would restock. Mu Nanzhi looked at Ye Jingchuan with concern, as the missing books were not consecutive but rather scattered, making it impossible to study effectively without continuity. Not to worry. I will take you to a place where we might find them, Ye Jingchuan reassured her, feeling fortunate for his familiarity with Jiangpu City. If the Xinhua bookstore did not have the books, perhaps the recycling station might yield some results. In recent years, many students had sold off their personal libraries, increasing the likelihood of finding what they needed at the recycling center. Jiangpu City had several recycling stations, and there were also numerous spots that sold secondhand books. Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi headed straight for the largest secondhand book market, a hidden alley behind the cultural palace. In this alley, Almost every household had a small stall displaying old newspapers, letters, photographs, and various knickknacks. Just in the past 6 months, vendors had begun to set up shop here. As selling used books had previously been a discreet endeavor, Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi searched diligently, examining one stall after another. "Excuse me, do you have any review materials like this?" Ye Jingchuan inquired, holding up a mathematics book for the vendor to see. "Yes, indeed. Recently, there have been many students coming for review materials, so I've compiled a large basket just for them," the vendor replied enthusiastically, pulling out a sizable bamboo basket filled with various books, ranging from elementary to high school level. "I recall seeing this type of cover before. Please wait while I search," the vendor said, bending down to sift through the stacks. After pulling out a considerable number of books, he finally found the ones Ye Jingchuan sought. "Here are several copies. Take a look and see which ones you would like." "Great." Ye Jingchuan quickly browsed through and selected 3 books, although one was a duplicate while the other 2 were single volumes. It seemed that gathering all the necessary books today would require considerable effort. As he continued to search stall by stall, he indeed managed to collect all the required books. My goodness, acquiring these 2 sets of books was no easy feat. Nanzhi wiped the sweat from her forehead. The search had been quite exhausting. It is indeed quite a challenge. Today, after strolling around for half the day, we decided to dine at a private restaurant. Our ration tickets are limited. No worries, the prices are not significantly higher without them. Ye Jingchuan organized his books and went to the cinema to pick up Zhao Xiaoyu and the others. He suggested dining at the private restaurant, and Zhao Xiaoyu did not oppose. After all, life is filled with firsts, and today she was prepared to indulge in a new experience. However, she felt a twinge of reluctance. The 5 of them ordered only 3 dishes, 1 braised pork, 1 spicy shredded pork, and 1 hot and sour soup. The portions were generous, and for Ye Jingchuan, the prices were quite reasonable, with the braised pork being the most expensive at 50 cents per serving. The last time they dined at a state-run restaurant was over 20 years ago, shortly after their transition to civilian life. Back then, a comrade had treated them to Peking duck at Quanjude, which cost 8 yuan for a single duck. "Dad, your comrade seems quite affluent," Ye Jingchuan remarked. "Not particularly. His family has a military background. I heard that several of his uncles and granduncles perished on the battlefield, leaving their once large family diminished," he replied. "Did you keep in touch afterward?" Ye Jingchuan asked curiously, as he seldom heard his father speak of his former comrades. "For the first few years, yes. But then his family moved abroad. We all scattered across the country, and communication became inconvenient, leading to a gradual decline in our correspondence. No wonder. I thought your bond was strong. How could you lose contact?" Chapter 70. In winter, one does not work. Only gossips. Ye Yuanshan was not keen on reminiscing about the past, so he shifted the conversation to inquire about Ye Jingchuan's scraps and crossbody bags. "Recently, there has been a vendor at the market selling crossbody bags, which do not seem to be made from scraps, but rather from canvas. Their prices are considerably lower than ours, with 1 bag costing only 3 yuan. Since he arrived, our business has suffered." Discussing recent sales, Ye Yuanshan expressed concern. The demand for scrap fabric has diminished, and they now only manage to sell about 100 pounds a day. The sales of crossbody bags have also plummeted. If it were not for Wang Zhuoran's relatives and Yi Tingdong selling at other communes, they would likely sell even fewer items. I anticipated this. Competition in the market is normal. However, I doubt that vendors selling canvas bags will last long, Ye Jingchuan replied. What makes you say that? Ye Yuanshan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Consider this. The supply and marketing cooperative sells canvas crossbody bags for 5 yuan each. If someone sells them for 3 yuan at the market, the cooperative will inevitably take notice. Our bags are handmade from scraps, considered handicrafts, and the market permits civilians to sell such items. However, selling canvas bags is different. For instance, if we were to sell children's clothing made from scraps, that would not be permissible, as the cooperative sells children's clothing too. Their garments are indistinguishable from ours, and if we dared to sell, the cooperative would confiscate our clothes, leading us to face charges of speculation and profiteering. It is only a matter of time before the vendor selling canvas crossbody bags gets caught. Upon hearing Ye Jingchuan's reasoning, Ye Yuanshan nodded slightly. Currently, those selling clothes at the market are all state-sanctioned, possessing the necessary permits, while common folk dare not engage in such sales. Ye Yuanshan could not help but murmur to himself. No wonder Ye Jingchuan seemed unconcerned about the declining sales of the crossbody bags. He had already seen through the essence of the matter. Ever since Ye Jingchuan got married, he appeared to have transformed into an entirely different person. Indeed, personal growth often requires weathering some storms. Father, with the cold weather, you and mother should refrain from going to the market. We do not lack that little money, Ye Jingchuan suggested. All right, fewer people go to the market in winter anyway, and besides, we have plenty of scraps at home. Keeping busy with the crossbody bags and faux collars will suffice. Fearing that their venture into crossbody bags might also be affected by another nearby seller, Ye Jingchuan readily agreed to postpone matters until after the new year. The news of someone selling canvas crossbody bags in the Hongxing commune quickly spread, and Ye Jingchuan soon caught wind of it. One day, while he was at the market, he noticed Ye Jingchuan was not selling anything, and his mood instantly brightened. He has always had bad luck. This is just his comeuppance. Not even the god of wealth could save him now, he remarked. Guanyin. I too wish to purchase a canvas crossbody bag, Liang Qing expressed, having long desired a military green bag. However, she did not want to support Ye Jingchuan's business, so she held back. Buy it, Ye Guanyin responded gallantly. Having almost faced her wrath for not buying her a gold ring last time, he was keen to please her with a small purchase this time. Before long, Ye Guanyin returned with the canvas bag. Liang Qing slung it over her shoulder and murmured, Wait, this bag seems a bit small. It's not too small. It looks splendid on you, Xiaoqing. Ye Guanyin flatteringly redirected her attention, and she soon ceased her complaints about the size. Upon returning from the market, Ye Guanyin relayed the news of Ye Jingchuan's business troubles to Ding Chunhua. I knew their business wouldn't last long. They earn a meager profit but act as if they are above us. Just wait and see. With Ye Jingchuan's bad luck, even a good family will be ruined. When they come begging for my help, I shall see how I deal with them. Ding Chunhua, who had been feeling displeased for several days, finally felt a sense of relief. She could hardly contain her excitement as she stepped out of her home to share the news with the gossipers in the village. Skilled at putting on airs and speaking eloquently, she expressed her faux concern for Ye Jingchuan's business, lamenting how it had caused her sleepless nights. Despite his lack of filial piety, after all, he was her own son. As the rumor spread, it morphed into something quite fantastical. Whispers claimed that Ye Jingchuan had an affair, and now his crossbody bag business was being run by his paramour, leaving his family in dire straits. With no source of income, Ye Jingchuan would have to return to trapping weasels in the mountains, causing sleepless nights for the entire Ye family, who feared they might share in his misfortune. Consequently, Ye Tingdong sought out Ye Jingchuan, inquiring whether he indeed had someone on the side, as the rumors had taken on a life of their own. What nonsense is this? It's all baseless. I don't even know the person selling canvas bags at the market, Ye Jingchuan replied, utterly exasperated, gazing skyward. The power of rumors was truly alarming. Once 3 people spoke of it, the tale morphed into something unrecognizable. I was utterly startled. I thought you had been abducted by a vixen. Yet you managed to deliver canvas bags directly. If anyone were to abduct me, it would be the illustrious Huang Daxian. A vixen would hardly find me appealing. Ye Tingdong merely exchanged a few words before departing, and Ye Jingchuan contemplated the necessity of preventing Moon Nanzhi from misunderstanding. In his previous life, rumors had circulated about him and Liang Qing, which had caused Moon Nanzhi considerable distress for an extended period. With this in mind, Ye Jingchuan proceeded to the West Room, where Moon Nanzhi was diligently studying physics. She was engrossed in her notes, completely unaware of Ye Jingchuan's entrance. He chose not to disturb her, instead sitting quietly on the Kong, observing her. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for it wasn't long before Moon Nanzhi became aware of his presence. Why are you staring at me? The sight of my wife studying so earnestly is truly delightful. Spare me. Do you require something of me? Indeed. Have you heard the recent nonsensical rumors circulating in the brigade? Moon Nanzhi's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Are you referring to the matter of your romantic involvement? It seems you've heard about it as well. I assure you, I am wrongfully accused. These are mere fabrications. I know. You linger around me all day and hardly have the energy for a romantic entanglement. Upon hearing the term energy, Ye Jingchuan immediately understood. His wife had picked up some unsavory notions. My dear wife, regardless of what you hear or see, you must know that you occupy my heart alone. No matter what challenges arise, I shall always stand by your side unconditionally. Moon Nanzhi was taken aback, but nodded earnestly. I feel the same. As long as Moon Nanzhi does not entertain unwarranted thoughts, Ye Jingchuan remains unconcerned. How love is expressed holds no bearing on him. The rumors surrounding Ye Jingchuan delighted the old Ye family, who eagerly awaited his downfall. However, despite their anticipation, they were met not with his descent into scandal, but rather the swift dissolution of the rumors. Chapter 71. Blizzard. A few days after the new year, Ye Jingchuan received news that the vendor selling canvas crossbody bags at the market had been apprehended. Authorities discovered several rolls of canvas and some unfinished bags in his home. He was promptly handed over to the police, likely facing imprisonment. Ye Jingchuan reflected on this turn of events with a sense of melancholy. Conducting business was akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice, where one misstep could cost one's life. With numerous small ventures at stake, he was unwilling to take risks. He immediately sought out Yi Tingdong, advising him against selling bags at other communes until after the new year. Ye Jingchuan's foray into the crossbody bag trade in Shaohe Brigade was fleeting yet brilliant. However, it was too short-lived for any envious parties to take notice before he concealed his brilliance and masked his capabilities. When the time came to make his next move, he would do so discreetly, mindful that frequent reports could lead to complications. As January progressed, the weather grew increasingly frigid, necessitating the constant burning of the stove. With firewood in short supply, Ye Jingchuan would chop wood during his hunting excursions. Eventually, when firewood became critically scarce, Ye Yuanshan leveraged connections to procure a ton of coal, which was reasonably priced but incurred a debt of gratitude. Ye Jingchuan continued to hunt rabbits and pheasants, prompting Ye Yuanshan to barter some game for favors. The Yi household is perpetually warm, and Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao frequently visit under the pretext of borrowing books. One fine morning, the two arrived again with their backpacks, seeking warmth by the stove. In the West Room, Wang Zhuoran was perusing a self-study series on mathematics and science, his face brimming with envy. Jingchuan, you are simply remarkable. Do you know that? The set of mathematics and science books is sold out in both the capital and Jing'an City. Not a single copy can be found at the Xinhua bookstore, and the printing houses are working overtime to meet the demand. They vanish from the shelves as soon as they arrive, he exclaimed. When did it become so sought after? Could it be that the university admission notices have been released? Truly, nothing escapes your notice. Just a few days ago, the university admission notices began to arrive, and some professors have been recommending that students aspiring to take the college entrance exam purchase these books. If one can master this set, excelling in mathematics and science will be assured. Wait a moment. Weren't you the one who suggested I buy this set? Why haven't you purchased it yourself? Always coming to my house. Ye Jingchuan suddenly had a moment of clarity, recalling the matter. I thought I was clever enough not to need it. Who would have imagined my grades would turn out so poorly? My performance in mathematics and science was abysmal, Wang Zhuoran admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. He had always felt confident in his abilities, yet this time he found himself relegated to a low-tier university. You've done quite well. I scored only in the 30s and 40s across all three subjects. I am the one who truly needs extra tutoring, Kong Xingyao chimed in. Before the exams, he had felt confident, but afterward, he felt like a mere appetizer. He was too embarrassed to discuss his scores with his family. After discussing their studies, Wang Zhuoran shifted the conversation to hunting. Since it hasn't snowed yet, how about we head up the mountain and try our luck? You once managed to hunt a wild boar. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us again. I'm afraid that won't be possible in the next few days. I need to help at home making crossbody bags. I must gather the fabric and get to work, as the new year is fast approaching, Kong Xingyao replied. Very well. Let me know when you are free, Wang Zhuoran said. Ever since their trip to Deer King Valley, both had developed a penchant for hunting. Those subsequent outings had yielded little success, often resulting in 0 catches. Nonetheless, their enthusiasm remained undeterred. One day, while Ye Jingchuan was chopping wood for winter, the previously clear sky grew dim, and soon, large flakes of snow began to fall. Mu Nanzhi and Ye Qianqian, who had been reading indoors, emerged, laughing like children. What large snowflakes! Mu Nanzhi exclaimed, reaching out to catch the falling snowflakes, which felt cool to the touch before quickly melting away. How do you find the mathematics and science books? Are they difficult? Ye Jingchuan inquired, observing Mu Nanzhi and Ye Qianqian playfully frolicking while he continued to chop wood. Since acquiring the books, Mu Nanzhi had noticeably reduced her time spent making crossbody bags, dedicating most of her hours to self-study. She had been at it for several consecutive days, unaware of her progress. Upon closer inspection, they don't seem too challenging, she replied. Beside them, Ye Qianqian, captivated by Mu Nanzhi's modesty, could not help but exclaim, Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. when we tackled difficult physics problems together. I can study for an entire day without making any progress. Yet you, on the other hand, require not even an hour to grasp the most challenging concepts. It is simply astonishing. Whereas you speak of my capabilities, I merely have a year more of physics education than you, Nanzhi replied, downplaying her abilities. Come now, sister-in-law. There is no need for such humility. Ye Jingchuan continued, her excitement palpable as she turned to Ye Jingchuan. Brother, did you know that sister-in-law attended one of the top schools in the capital during middle school? Is that so? Then Nanzhi must surely be an academic prodigy. Ye Jingchuan mused. What does academic prodigy mean? Ye Jingchuan asked, her eyes widening with curiosity. It refers to someone who consistently ranks first in their entire grade during exams. Conversely, if one ranks last, they are deemed a poor student, he explained. Oh, so my sister-in-law is an academic prodigy. But what about you, brother? I recall that during your school days, you spent your time herding cattle and hardly attended classes. So wouldn't that make you a poor student? A smirk graced Ye Jingchuan's lips. He chose not to elaborate, for he had never truly been a poor student. Circumstances in the Ye family had often compelled him to forsake his education in favor of labor, serving as a vital support for the household. In his previous life, as he ventured into the world, he recognized the importance of education, eventually obtaining a university diploma through self-study. Later, as he engaged in trade, he taught himself 4 foreign languages and Cantonese to safeguard against any contractual deceit. With this self-taught prowess, he had always embodied the essence of an academic prodigy. As the trio continued their leisurely conversation in the courtyard, the snow began to fall more heavily, prompting Ye Jingchuan to cease his wood chopping and tend to the yard. He glanced at the wild game hanging from the eaves, retrieving a weasel and a wild rabbit, intending to prepare a stew of weasel meat for Nanzhi that afternoon. Weasel meat requires considerable oil, so he placed a clay pot on the stove, pouring in 2 generous spoonfuls of oil. Without the need for any seasoning, he directly added the chopped weasel meat, sauteing it until golden before pouring in a small amount of water to let it simmer gently. As the snow continued to fall in torrents, a biting north wind arose, howling as it swirled the snowflakes through the air. Ye Jingchuan gazed at the overcast sky, recalling that in his previous life, this region had indeed experienced an unprecedented heavy snowfall, resulting in several casualties in Jiangpu City. The suddenness of the blizzard had left many families unprepared, and some perished in their sleep due to the cold. Even in times of peace, such tragedies could occur. A sobering thought. Chapter 72. Peril in the mountains. The weasel meat in the clay pot soon emitted an enticing aroma, prompting Ye Jingchuan to pull Nanzhi over to take a look. Sister-in-law, don't be deceived by the weasel's frightening appearance. The meat is truly delicious, exceptionally fragrant. Is that so? Yet, I find the scent somewhat off, Nanzhi remarked, eyeing the pot where the meat had become tender. The aroma of the wild rabbit simmering in a large iron pot nearby was also enticing, stirring her appetite. Compared to the rabbit, while the weasel meat had its own allure, it felt somewhat peculiar to her. I'll find you a piece with more meat to try, Ye Jingchuan said, rummaging through the clay pot until he located a piece of pure lean meat, no larger than a fingernail. Before Nanzhi could react, he swiftly placed it in her mouth. Don't speak, just eat. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Nanzhi had already swallowed the weasel meat. Although the flesh was consumed, an odd taste lingered in her mouth, one she could not quite articulate, creating an instinctive aversion to the weasel meat. Should I try another piece? Ye Jingchuan inquired, lifting another morsel towards her. No, just a single bite to discern the flavor is sufficient. What about Jingchuan? Upon being mentioned, Ye Jingchuan instinctively stepped back. I had it once in my childhood. It's better left for you and Dad. Observing Ye Jingchuan's reaction, Nanzhi realized that the weasel meat was not particularly favored among the others. Only Ye Jingchuan and Ye Yuanshan appreciated it, while the rest grimaced at the sight. Jingchuan, how could you deceive me into thinking it was delicious? Nanzhi teased, playfully tickling Jingchuan's neck, eliciting hearty laughter from her. My brother claimed it was quite fragrant. You can ask him. The snow had been falling heavily throughout the morning, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. And even after lunch, there was no indication of it letting up. Zhao Xiaoyu, concerned that Ye Jingchuan might feel cold sleeping in the east wing at night, had taken her bedding there, allowing her to stay warm during these chilly days. Outside, the air was frigid, while inside the house, it was delightfully cozy. Reluctant to let the Kong go cold, Zhao Xiaoyu began steaming buns, jujube cakes, and red bean buns after lunch. The stove had been continuously fed with firewood. And when Ye Jingchuan touched the Kong, it was scalding to the touch. Mother, with the Kong heated so intensely, how are we supposed to sleep tonight? Lying here feels akin to being a salted fish, flipping from one side to the other, both sides equally warm. You and your incessant chatter. The snow is likely to cease by nightfall. It will be the coldest then, so we must keep the Kong warm and toasty. In the afternoon, several batches of buns needed to be steamed, and the Ye family worked together vigorously, kneading dough and tending to the fire. Just as they were fervently engaged in their tasks, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. Is Ye Jingchuan home? A perplexed Ye Jingchuan, who had been kneading dough, wondered who would seek him out on such a snowy day. He donned his cotton coat to open the door, only to find Duan Weiman standing there, covered in snow from head to toe. Come in, he urged. Actually, I just wanted to inquire if you know where Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao went hunting. They ventured into the mountains early this morning and have yet to return. Given the heavy snowfall, I worry about their situation. If they are trapped in the mountains, it could spell disaster. Ye Jingchuan was astounded to learn that the two had indeed gone into the mountains today. They were mere novices at hunting, and in such extreme weather. Their survival was highly uncertain. I have taken them to the Deer King Valley before, but they mentioned they had also been to the first-line sky. Weiman, you should head to the Loaha Brigade to find some skilled hunters to assist in the mountains. I will also take a few people to search. I will head towards the Deer King Valley while you go towards the first-line sky. The two locations lay in opposite directions, one to the east and the other to the west. Understood. I will return to gather a team. Make sure to wear thick cotton clothing and bring matches, flashlights, and some provisions. We are going to rescue them, not to put ourselves in danger. I understand. Furthermore, if no one is found by evening, we must descend the mountain. Regardless of who returns first, we shall both continue searching for the missing. Ye Jingchuan earnestly instructed Duan Weiman. At that moment, they possessed no means of communication and could only rely on such rudimentary agreements. All right, Duan Weiman replied hurriedly, and without delay. Ye Jingchuan returned indoors to briefly explain the situation. He donned a thick cotton coat and prepared to summon Yi Xiaoyan and Yi Tingdong to venture towards Luwang Valley. The three of them were quite familiar with that expanse of woodland. Should Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao be there, they would surely ensure a safe return. Be cautious in this heavy snowfall, Jingchuan. If you cannot locate anyone, descend at once, his father advised. I understand. My safety is paramount, he affirmed. You should stay home and gather supplies while I speak with Xiaoyan and Tingdong. Indeed, let them bring some provisions. Physical exertion in the mountains can be taxing, and some nourishment will be beneficial. Uncertain of the snow depth on the mountain, Ye Jingchuan opted for a pair of rabbit fur boots rather than ordinary cotton shoes. The boots were quite long, reaching his knees, yet their patchwork appearance rendered them somewhat unappealing, even a trifle unsightly. He took with him the remaining stewed rabbit meat from lunch, along with the military canteen and a small aluminum basin he typically reserved for special occasions. After stowing 2 large steamed buns in his backpack, he still found it had some space left, so he added a rabbit fur blanket measuring over 1 meter in length. In the event of being stranded on the mountain, having food and warmth would mitigate the risk to his life. Once prepared, Ye Jingchuan set off to find Yi Xiaoyan and Yi Tingdong. Yi Xiaoyan even thoughtfully provided him with a hunting rifle. Typically, such frigid conditions would deter large wild animals from venturing out, but it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Hearing that someone from the Loaha Brigade was trapped on the mountain, Yi Hanqing rallied several acquaintances familiar with the terrain to join in the search. Although they were not part of the same brigade, the lives at stake compelled him to act rather than remain idle. A group of them ascended the mountain with determination. The north wind howled, cutting against their faces like knives, yet no one uttered a complaint. They understood the peril of being trapped in the mountains during such weather. Their sole hope was to locate the missing individuals promptly. Upon entering the mountain, they divided into 3 small teams for the search, all well acquainted with the routes. They quickly established their paths, adhering to the agreement made earlier by Ye Jingchuan and Duan Weiman. If no one was found, they must descend before darkness fell. They were there to rescue, not to risk their lives, and ensuring their safety was paramount. In the dim light of the snowy day, the hunters brought several flashlights, and some even carried oil lamps, rarities in their households. Today, for the sake of the search, they set aside their usual reservations and pooled their resources. This situation highlighted the simplicity of the various brigades, despite minor disputes leading to heated arguments in ordinary circumstances, when faced with life and death matters. Everyone was willing to lend a hand. Chapter 73. Trapped in the mountains, it was only after Ye Jingchuan had entered the mountains that he realized the snow was significantly deeper up there than below, and the temperature was notably lower. The mountain winds sliced through the air, inflicting a biting pain upon their faces. The once treacherous goat path is now entirely blanketed by a thick layer of snow, rendering the forest a vast, white expanse, devoid of any visible trails. Ye Jingchuan boldly leads the way, relying solely on the memories etched in his mind. Be cautious, everyone. The mountain path is rugged and uneven. What appears to be level ground may actually conceal deep snow pits. Stay close to me and refrain from wandering off. As he speaks, Ye Jingchuan employs his knife to cleave a 2-meter-long thorn branch to forge a path ahead. Despite his familiarity with the terrain, he dares not be complacent. Should he inadvertently step into a snow pit, the consequences could range from minor abrasions to severe injuries. Not only would it jeopardize their search for the others, but it could also threaten his own safe descent. The ascent proves arduous, with each step varying in depth, significantly slowing their progress. Please keep an eye out for any signs of their passage, Ye Jingchuan urges, glancing into the distance where the mountain wind whips the snow into a frenzy, severely limiting visibility. Even if Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao traversed this route, their tracks would likely be quickly obscured by the accumulating snow. He wonders if they possess any survival experience that might have prompted them to leave conspicuous markers on trees. Jingchuan, we've been walking for quite some time without any leads. Perhaps we should split up? Suggests Yi Tingdong, his nose reddened from the cold, his scarf frosted over, exhaling vapors as he speaks. Splitting up is too perilous. What if Wang Zhuoran finds you and leaves you behind? I'm not so delicate. I can manage on my own in this weather. That's questionable. Have you not noticed that the temperature is significantly lower at higher altitudes? The blizzard obscures the path, making it all too easy to lose one's way. Typically, it takes 2 to 3 hours to reach Deer King Valley from the base. In such adverse conditions, it will undoubtedly take longer. As they continue, Ye Jingchuan finds no trace of Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, anxiety creeping into his heart. Please let them be safe, he silently pleads. The group set out in the afternoon, yet they have not yet reached Deer King Valley, and dusk begins to settle. He quickly calculates the time. Should they arrive at the valley and find no one there, the descent may be shrouded in darkness. Tingdong, Xiaoyan, we must hasten our pace, or we shall be enveloped by nightfall. Understood. Fortunately, the 3 young men managed to quicken their pace even in such harsh conditions, advancing swiftly through the snow. While Wang Zhuoran's traces remain elusive, they do come across numerous signs of wild boar, suggesting a family of them had recently passed through, leaving a chaotic array of footprints upon the pristine snow. Jingchuan, is that not a glove? Yi Xiaoyan, with keen eyesight, spots a cotton glove lying in the snow from a distance. Indeed it is. With renewed vigor, Ye Jingchuan strides into the forest. The glove likely belongs to Wang Zhuoran, as he has seen him wear it before. Though some footprints are obscured by the snow, it is discernible that Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao have traversed this area. Judging by the footprints, they appear to be in good condition and seem to be heading towards Deer King Valley. No wonder he had not detected their presence earlier. It seems they had not taken the conventional route, instead meandering through the forest like headless flies. Ye Jingchuan and his companions followed the intermittent footprints left by Wang Zhuoran and his companion, gradually making their way forward. To their surprise, the duo had not headed directly towards the Deer King Valley, but instead had taken a longer route around the periphery, seemingly prolonging their journey by an additional hour. Furthermore, they had inadvertently tumbled into a large snow pit. The traces of their struggle to escape suggested they had exerted considerable effort. Upon emerging from the snow pit, they traversed a sunlit hillside to enter the Deer King Valley, where the accumulated snow had been swept away by the northern winds, causing their tracks to vanish once more. We must hasten our pace, Ye Jingchuan urged, anxiety gnawing at him. We cannot ascertain whether they have sustained injuries. If they have, it could prove disastrous. In such dire conditions, the risk of hypothermia escalated, and without prompt medical attention, one could indeed lose their life. This thought sparked a memory in Ye Jingchuan's mind. He had previously speculated that Wang Zhuoran's subsequent misfortunes in his career might be linked to Kong Xingyao. If this were true, then their current predicament in the mountains could very well coincide with an unfortunate incident involving Kong Xingyao. In his past life, he had failed to seek assistance from the Luha Brigade, who were unfamiliar with the Deer King Valley, making it difficult to locate anyone in a short span. If Kong Xinghui were injured, he might be unable to descend the mountain, leaving Wang Zhuoran, an inexperienced youth in the wilderness, without effective means of rescue. Forced to watch helplessly as Kong Xinghui's life slipped away, their friendship would render such a sight unbearable for Wang Zhuoran. And it was this gnawing guilt that would haunt him for the next decade, even as he remained silent about the obstacles placed before him by the Kong family. The more Ye Jingchuan pondered, the more convinced he became that such a scenario was plausible, prompting him to quicken his steps. It had been a day since the two had gone missing, and he could only hope that Kong Xingyao was holding on until he could reach them. In the Deer King Valley, the snowfall was heavy, yet the winds were considerably milder than outside. Ye Jingchuan, well acquainted with the valley, first headed towards several caves that could provide shelter from the storm, hoping to find Wang Zhuoran hidden within. After searching 2 caves without success, the dim sky grew darker. Amplifying his anxiety, he climbed a tall tree, scanning the horizon in the hopes of spotting any signs of life. Suddenly, a backpack hanging from a nearby tree caught his eye. Lowering his gaze, he was elated to finally spot Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, who were hiding in the dry riverbed where he had once sought treasure. "Xiaonian, Ting Dong, I see them," Ye Jingchuan exclaimed, pointing towards the backpack as he hurriedly descended from the tree, astonished that they had taken refuge here. The riverbed offered no protection from the wind or snow. How could they have chosen to stay there? "Wang Zhuoran, Kong Xingyao?" Ye Jingchuan called out, leaping into the riverbed to reach them. His first instinct was to check for Kong Xingyao's breath. "I'm still alive, though I've sprained my ankle," Kong Xingyao replied, opening his eyes and managing a smile, albeit one that appeared slightly frozen. "It's good to know you're alive. Where is Wang Zhuoran?" Ye Jingchuan once again sought out Wang Zhuoran, calling out to him several times, yet receiving no response. His previously relaxed heart suddenly tightened once more. "Xiaonian, come help me lift Wang Zhuoran up. He seems frozen stiff. He must have fallen from above and knocked himself unconscious," Kong Xingyao quickly interjected. "Before you both arrived, we were tripped by a pile of sand and tumbled down." Ye Jingchuan followed Kong Xingyao's gaze and indeed spotted a line of sand along the riverbank. This seems somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the very sand he had excavated during his recent treasure hunt? At that time, he had intentionally left the dredged soil on the bank to clear the riverbed. As he glanced down at the spot where Kong Xingyao and Wang Zhuoran had been seated, he realized it was precisely the half-meter deep pit he had dug. Caught up in his excavation, he had lost track of time and, in his haste to descend the mountain, neglected to refill it. Who would have thought that Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao would coincidentally fall right here? Chapter 74. The urgency of rescue. It's not merely about being frozen. We must first seek shelter in a cave from the wind. With a flurry of activity, Ye Jingchuan and the others managed to carry Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao to a nearby small cave. He promptly produced a rabbit fur blanket for them to cover themselves and warm up. Wang Zhuoran remained unconscious, prompting Ye Jingchuan to decisively employ an acupressure technique. "Ouch, that hurts." Wang Zhuoran, previously dazed, instantly regained consciousness. "Good to see you awake." Ye Jingchuan's face lit up with joy as he looked at Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao. It was truly a relief that both were alive and well. "Jingchuan, what brings you up the mountain?" At this moment, Wang Zhuoran appeared somewhat dazed. "I came to enjoy the scenery, only to find 2 foolish deer squatting in a snow pit." Ye Jingchuan shot them an exasperated glance. The cave remained too cold, and the two shivered under the rabbit fur blanket, resembling 2 pitiful quails. Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but internally criticize them for being both inexperienced and reckless. They had no hunting skills, yet always ventured up the mountain. Perhaps this would teach them a lesson. Soon, the trio ventured out to gather dry branches, returning to ignite a fire in the cave to warm Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, who were in no condition to descend the mountain. Ye Jingchuan was adept at starting a fire. Within mere minutes, a small flame began to flicker and grow. The icy cave finally filled with warmth. As Wang Zhuoran's mind began to clear, he finally grasped that Ye Jingchuan and the others had specifically come up the mountain to find them. "Jingchuan, from now on, you are my true brother." Wang Zhuoran was somewhat overwhelmed. He had never expected Ye Jingchuan would brave such harsh weather to seek them out. "Do not forget to thank Duan Weiman. If he hadn't come looking for me, I wouldn't have known you all had gone up the mountain today. He is indeed my brother," Kong Xingyao added, looking up at Ye Jingchuan and the others gathered around the fire. "I've sprained my ankle. Had you not come today, I and Zhuoran might have been trapped on the mountain, and our chances of making it down alive would have been uncertain. I will remember this kindness. We were brothers long before. Besides, even if it were someone else stranded on the mountain, we would still come looking for them. Today, over 20 people from the Laha and Xia teams have ventured out. Kong Xingyao nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment. As the fire crackled to life, Ye Jingchuan retrieved his small aluminum basin to prepare hot water and food for the two. They had been out for an entire day, likely without sustenance. Even if they had brought provisions, the cold would have rendered them inedible. Feeling rather proud of his physical resilience, Kong Xingyao took a sip of the warm water, sensing a revival of spirit. Just moments ago, while submerged in the riverbed, he had felt a profound despair in the frigid mountains. With an injured foot rendering him unable to walk and Wang Zhuoran unconscious from a fall, darkness was swiftly approaching. Had no one come to their aid, they might have perished from the cold. That sense of hopelessness was an experience he had never encountered before. Upon seeing Ye Jingchuan approaching with help, he could not deny a surge of relief, though he was not one to outwardly express emotions, unlike Wang Zhuoran, who was perpetually jovial and chatty. Initially, he did not feel hunger, but the aroma of stewed rabbit meat soon made his stomach grumble. Wang Zhuoran, holding a bun, was toasting it by the fire, his eyes fixated on the delectable rabbit meat in the basin. The enticing fragrance enveloped him, and he felt as though he could consume an entire cow. Though the rabbit was nearly ready in just minutes, for Wang Zhuoran, each second stretched painfully. Slightly burnt, Ye Jingchuan placed the aluminum pot upon a large rock, urging them to eat quickly to regain their strength. Heavens, this is the most exquisite rabbit meat I have ever tasted, bar none, he declared. The toasted bun in my hand is also the finest I have ever savored. Without exception, Kong Xingyao concurred. Beside them, Ye Jingchuan could not help but jest. After a day of hunger and trekking through the mountains, even a simple grain cake would seem like a feast to you. The day's exertions had drained them significantly. After consuming hot water and a meal, they still felt weak. After resting a while longer, as darkness deepened, Ye Jingchuan knew they could not afford to linger. Xiaoyan, Ting Dong, we will take turns carrying Kong Xingyao down the mountain. Those not carrying him should support Wang Zhuoran. The mountain is too cold for us to spend the night here. Understood. There was a cave that could provide shelter from the wind, but its insulation was inadequate. Even with a fire burning throughout the night, there was a risk of losing their lives to the elements. Ye Jingchuan had fought hard for a second chance at life and was not willing to squander it on the mountain. Ye Xiaoyan and Ye Tingdong were both robust young men, easily able to carry Kong Xingyao. What does it matter for a grown man to be carried by you? Perhaps we should fashion a stretcher from some branches? Despite his thick skin, Kong Xingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Time was of the essence. If darkness fell completely, their descent would become perilous. Ye Jingchuan was acutely aware of this. Recalling a hunter from the Xiaoxiang team who had lost his life after tumbling down a slope when night obscured the path, they extinguished the fire, gathered their belongings, and set off. The snowfall had diminished significantly, with only a few stray flakes drifting down. However, with the cessation of snow, the temperature had dropped noticeably, even without wind. Ye Jingchuan felt the biting cold against his face. Living in this region, Ye Jingchuan had long since acclimatized to the biting cold of winter. Yet Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao were less accustomed, particularly Wang Zhuoran, whose physical constitution paled in comparison to theirs. After less than an hour of trudging, Wang Zhuoran began to falter. "Brother Zhuoran, allow me to carry you," Ye Xiaoyan offered, clearly noticing that Wang was nearly transferring his entire weight onto him, making their progress quite arduous. His reasoning was simple. Rather than dawdling along, it would be swifter to bear him on his back. "Isn't it too heavy?" Wang Zhuoran replied, feeling a touch embarrassed. After all, he was a man, and it felt somewhat shameful to be carried when he was not injured. "How much do you weigh?" Ye Xiaoyan inquired. 1 tenjin, Wang replied. "That's nothing. You're lighter than 2 sacks of wheat. I can carry you with ease." Wang Zhuoran was momentarily at a loss for words. Presently, they were merely managing to satisfy their hunger, and not a single one of them was particularly stout. Kong Xingyao, taller than Wang, weighed only 120 jin. The two of them were indeed lighter than 2 bags of grain. As Ye Xiaoyan hoisted Wang Zhuoran onto his back, their descent down the mountain noticeably quickened. Leading the way with a flashlight and a thorny branch to navigate, Ye Tingdong forged ahead, with the other for closely following. Initially, Ye Tingdong had contemplated switching carriers, but both Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan deemed it too troublesome and decided to carry Wang Zhuoran down in one go. Chapter 75. The wall of ghosts. The path down the mountain was inherently treacherous, and with the accumulation of snow, Ye Jingchuan and his companions found themselves slipping with nearly every step, which hindered their descent. Shortly after they exited the Deer King Valley, dusk enveloped the landscape, and they relied entirely on Yi Tingdong's flashlight to illuminate their way. Ye Jingchuan, well acquainted with the area, had walked for about 20 more minutes when he suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, Tingdong, haven't we just traversed this patch of forest?" he remarked, glancing at the footprints ahead. Not far off, they discerned a disorderly trail of footprints, unmistakably recent. Given that they were the only group in the vicinity, these marks could only belong to them. "I'll scout the path. Tingdong, please stack some stones by the trees to mark our route," Ye Jingchuan instructed. "Understood," Tingdong replied hastily, aware that should they truly lose their way in this forest, it could spell disaster for them all. As Ye Tingdong arranged stones to create markers, Ye Jingchuan led the others downward in accordance with his recollection of the terrain. Though they were consistently heading downhill, after half an hour, Ye Jingchuan still found himself at the same tree where they had marked their route. A wave of dread washed over him, and his brow furrowed slightly. Could they be facing a wall of ghosts? What ill fortune to encounter such a phenomenon at this moment. Ye Jingchuan bit his tongue sharply to sharpen his focus. In the face of a wall of ghosts, the worst thing one could do was to panic. Haste could truly lead them astray. "Tingdong, there's a red cloth strip in my backpack. Cut it into smaller pieces. After we walk 100 steps, hang a piece on a tree." "All right," Ye Tingdong replied, startled, and moved forward to retrieve the red cloth from Ye Jingchuan's backpack. Regarding the red cloth strips, he found them rather unremarkable. Seasoned hunters often carry various items when venturing into the mountains. Previously, Ye Jingchuan would take red cloth strips to ward off evil spirits while trapping weasels. There are some things one may choose not to believe in, yet one must not disregard their power. Following Ye Jingchuan's method, Ye Tingdong hung a red cloth strip on a tree after every 100 steps, with Ye Jingchuan closely trailing behind him. After securing the cloth strip, he resumed his pace. They traversed more than 500 meters when suddenly, Ye Jingchuan noticed a small white object moving among the trees. He remained silent and continued forward, only to recognize that it was a rare white weasel. Could this be the very one he had released that day? The weasel, with its eyes gleaming like rubies, regarded Ye Jingchuan warily. Upon realizing it was being observed, it darted away, and the red cloth strip was lost. After tying the 9th red cloth strip, Ye Tingdong glanced at Ye Jingchuan, uncertain of their next steps. "All right, just follow my lead," he instructed. The white weasel remained ahead, and Ye Jingchuan decided to take a chance, wondering if it might guide them down the mountain. The snow had finally ceased, and the mountain winds grew increasingly frigid. Ye Jingchuan walked silently in the direction he remembered descending from, losing track of time until the weasel suddenly vanished from sight. It was then he realized they had emerged from the dense forest, and the path before them had transformed into one forged by the production team. If they continued down this road, they would reach the base within an hour. "Have we made it out?" Ye Tingdong also noted the production team's road. "Indeed, tonight has been quite perilous," Ye Jingchuan mused, wondering if he had managed to snatch someone from the clutches of death. As they reached the mountainside, Ye Hansheng and his companions approached. From a distance, they spotted a beam of flashlight. Concerned for the inexperienced youths, they had come to escort them back. To their surprise, they had also retrieved Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao. The sight of familiar faces brought relief to Ye Jingchuan and the others. They were safe at last. Kong Xingyao had injured his foot and was taken to Shaohua Brigade to see Ye Jingchuan. After confirming it was merely a sprain, Ye Jingchuan prescribed a bottle of his homemade medicinal oil, advising that with half a month's application, he would be fine, provided he refrained from excessive movement to avoid lingering effects. By the time they exited Ye Jingchuan's medical room, it was already past 9, nearing 10 in the evening. Returning to the Lihe Brigade at this hour would pose some challenges for Kong Xingyao, so Ye Jingchuan decided to accommodate both of them at his home. With Ye Qianqian absent from the East Wing, they could stay temporarily. The Yi family had not yet retired for the night. Upon seeing Ye Jingchuan return safely, they finally felt at ease. "I'll start a fire and brew some ginger soup for you. You must be frozen after a day outside. Tingdong, Xiaoyan, you should stay a while and enjoy the soup before heading back." Zhao Xiaoyu, noticing the frostbitten faces of Ye Jingchuan and his friends, quickly ushered them inside to warm themselves by the stove. The fire inside blazed warmly, and upon entering, the five promptly shed their cotton clothes and boots. "Brother, your cotton clothes are all frozen." Ye Jingchuan took the cotton garments from several people, feeling as though she were cradling a bundle of ice blocks, cold and frigid. "What does that matter? Just look at our cotton shoes." Ye Jingchuan had prepared in advance, donning rabbit fur boots, rendering his situation somewhat better than the others. At the very least, his footwear was dry. Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao fared the worst. Both had worn cotton shoes while ascending the mountain. Even after warming them in the cave, the outside of their shoes had frozen into a shell of ice, while their feet inside remained wet and numb with cold. "Qianqian, go fetch the large metal basin we use for laundry. Let us warm your brother's feet," Ye Yuanshan instructed. "I'll get the water boiling." Hardly had they settled down when they began to soak their feet, sip ginger soup, and soon after, they were served millet porridge. The warmth and hospitality of the Yi family moved Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao deeply. Kong Xingyao, a grown man, felt a lump in his throat. He had never experienced such heartfelt kindness before. In the past, when he had gotten into trouble in the courtyard and had several stitches on his leg, his father had made him stand with his injured leg as punishment, even skipping dinner. Had his father found him at that moment, he would not have received the comfort of warm feet or ginger soup. Standing in the courtyard for 2 hours would have been a mercy. Despite the tight circumstances of everyone's lives, the ginger soup contained brown sugar, and the millet porridge was remarkably thick, showcasing the genuine care of the Yi family, without any ulterior motives. The stove in the east wing was filled with several large pieces of wood, and once the warmth from the Kong, a traditional heated bed, rose, Zhao Xiaoyu urged the two men to rest, for they were all utterly exhausted from the day's labor. As soon as they lay down, they quickly succumbed to deep slumber. Even Ye Jingchuan, who usually enjoyed working late into the night, he slept soundly, dreaming not at all, until dawn. Upon waking, Ye Jingchuan stared blankly at the newly plastered ceiling of the house. He wondered whether Kong Xingyao would be entirely well after this incident. In a previous life, Wang Zhuoran had received his university admission notice and left before the new year. If Kong Xingyao were to face any troubles, it would likely occur before that time. As long as he could hold on until the new year without issue, he should not encounter significant problems. Chapter 76. Temporarily settled, Ye Jingchuan sprang up with a start. In previous years, the educated youth would not return to the city for the new year. This year, Wang Zhuoran also planned not to attend that disappointing university, and he would likely spend the new year in the Luoha Brigade with Kong Xingyao. Ye Jingchuan was determined to devise a way to keep both of them close, to prevent any unforeseen mishaps with Kong Xingyao. Just as he pondered how to bring them near, he heard Wang Zhuoran's urgent voice from the courtyard. "Jingchuan, Jingchuan, something's wrong." How did Xingyao suddenly come down with a fever? Ye Jingchuan rushed out, hastily dressing, and hurried to check on Kong Xingyao. He found him lying on the Kong, his cheeks flushed abnormally, and upon touching his forehead, it felt burning hot. He must have gotten chilled on the mountain yesterday. "Zhuoran, don't panic. I'll go fetch the doctor right away." Ye Jingchuan instructed Wang Zhuoran to help Kong Xingyao cool down physically as he rode his bicycle to summon Ye Jingchuan. "Hey, the young man looks quite robust. How could he fall ill so suddenly?" Ye Jingchuan took Kong Xingyao's temperature, and to his astonishment, it soared to 40 degrees. At such a high fever, if it persists, it could very well lead to serious consequences. With Kong Xingyao suffering from a severe cold and a sprained ankle, and given the frigid weather outside, Ye Jingchuan decided to have him stay at home for a few days until his condition improved enough for him to return to the youth station. "Is this too much trouble for you?" Wang Zhuoran mused, surprised that a simple hunting trip had led to such a series of unfortunate events. With a large family and limited rooms, accommodating a sick Kong Xingyao would certainly be inconvenient. "It is no trouble at all. Given Xingyao's current illness and the fact that you would be staying in a dormitory with 7 or 8 people, which has only one stove and is rather cold and desolate, it would be more beneficial for all of you to stay at my home. We have stocked up on coal this year, and the east wing of my house would be much warmer, which might aid in Xingyao's recovery," Ye Jingchuan replied. Wang Zhuoran felt quite tempted by this offer, yet he hesitated to impose. "Perhaps I should wait until Xingyao finishes his 4 drip and discuss it with him," he suggested. "That sounds reasonable. There's no rush." While Kong Xingyao was receiving treatment, Wang Zhuoran made a trip to the Hongxing commune, sending a telegram to the Kong family to inform them of Kong Xingyao's perilous situation and his severe cold. Normally, Kong Xingyao's injuries would not warrant much concern from his father, but coincidentally, old Master Kong was visiting Kong Zhengfei and happened to see the telegram delivered by the guards. With the new year approaching, my grandson is suffering like this. I will not stand for it. You must send someone to bring him back immediately, he exclaimed, slamming the telegram down on Kong Zhengfei's desk. Father. It was Xingyao who insisted on going to the countryside with Zhuoran. Since he chose this path, I have nothing more to say. Other youth have not returned to the city for the new year. He should not expect to be an exception, Kong Zhengfei replied. Why did Xingyao go to the countryside in the first place if not for your insistence? If you hadn't pushed him to enlist, he wouldn't have followed Zhuoran to the countryside, old Master Kong retorted, reflecting on his grandsons, none of whom were by his side, and could not help but voice his complaints. After 10 minutes, Kong Zhengfei could no longer bear his father's frustration. Father, while bringing Xingyao back is impossible, I will send some supplies and express gratitude to those who went to the mountains to rescue him. We cannot let the villagers toil in vain for Xingyao. Very well. If it weren't so cold this year, I would love to see Xingyao myself. He is the one I am closest to among my grandsons. Do not be stingy. Those individuals risked their lives to save Xingyao, he reminded him. I understand. I will call someone in Jiangpu City shortly to arrange assistance. Do not worry, father. I have it under control. Though Kong Zhengfei spoke at length about Kong Xingyao, he was deeply concerned. Once old Master Kong departed, he immediately contacted an acquaintance in Jiangpu City, asking for help to check on Kong Xingyao's condition. In the morning, Kong Xingyao awakened halfway through his foretreatment, surprised to find himself suffering from a severe cold when he had felt perfectly fine the previous night. Regarding Ye Jingchuan's proposal, he felt it might not be very convenient to stay at Ye's home, yet given the circumstances, he decided to remain for another day until he felt slightly better. At noon, Zhao Xiaoyu thoughtfully prepared a nourishing rib soup for Kong Xingyao. Gazing at the bowl of soup, Kong Xingyao felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Since he had gone to the countryside, his father had scarcely paid him any attention. Although he hailed from a respectable family, his daily needs were no different from those of an ordinary youth. His father did not grant him any special privileges, and at times, when craving struck, he would even seek out Wang Zhuoran to share a meal. It had been 6 months since he last tasted rib soup. Thank you, Auntie, he exclaimed, holding the bowl. Overwhelmed and unsure of what to say. What is there to thank? You are a brother of Jingchuan, and after suffering an injury and a severe cold, it is only right for Auntie to prepare a bowl of rib soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. Thanks to Kong Xingyao, Ye Jingchuan made a special trip to the market early that morning. In addition to buying a piece of spine bone, he also procured 4 pork leg bones. The spine bone cost 80 cents per pound, while the leg bones were a mere 10 cents. After all, it was all for soup, and the leg bones would serve just as well. The 4 pork leg bones and 1 spine bone were cleaned, chopped into small pieces with an axe, and simmered slowly in a large iron pot throughout the morning. The resulting broth was a brilliant white, and just before serving, a pinch of salt and a handful of chopped green onions were added, creating an exquisite flavor. Ye Jingchuan, who had not savored Zhao Xiaoyu's rib soup in quite some time, downed 2 large bowls in one go. Mom, your rib soup is simply divine. If we weren't having lunch soon, I would certainly indulge in another 2 bowls. Take your time. There's still half a pot left. If you enjoy it, just ask your father to buy a few pounds of pork leg bones whenever we go to the market. After all, we have ample time to simmer broth during winter. She replied, Sounds good. I could easily gain a few pounds this winter. A little extra weight would be beneficial. You kids are all too thin. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoyu ladled another bowl of soup and added a few more pieces of meat to it before handing it to Nanzhi. Nanzhi, you need to eat more nourishing food to help with pregnancy. Let us hope for a chubby baby soon. All right, Nanzhi responded, her cheeks slightly flushed at Zhao Xiaoyu's suggestion. However, having only been married to Ye Jingchuan for a few months, she doubted it would happen so quickly. As she contemplated this, she calculated her menstrual cycle in her mind and felt a sudden jolt. Her period, which was supposed to have arrived at the end of last month, had been delayed by over a week. In the past, she had experienced similar delays during winter, sometimes lasting over half a month, and the thought of pregnancy flickered through her mind briefly, but she dismissed it, just as the family was enjoying the rib soup. A sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Second uncle, Jingchuan, opened the door quickly. Someone's looking for you. Upon hearing Yi Tingdong's voice, Ye Jingchuan felt puzzled. Who could be looking for him that warranted such urgency from Yi Tingdong? Yi Yuanshan, who was about to sip his rib soup, nearly spilled it on himself upon hearing Ye Jingchuan's frantic call. The fact that Ye Jingchuan had come in person meant it must be something significant. His first thought was that it might be trouble stemming from another vendor at the market selling crossbody bags. And this was a matter that had come knocking at their door. Chapter 77. The gift giver's impressive background as Ye Jingchuan opened the door. He had only begun to speak when he glanced past Ye Jingchuan at the two military green SUVs behind him. From the vehicles emerged four tall, robust men. Though they were not in uniform, Ye Jingchuan recognized them as soldiers at a mere glance. The demeanor of military personnel is distinctly different from that of ordinary civilians. Their posture always impeccably erect. Jingchuan, they are here for Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao. Ye Jingchuan was taken aback by the swiftness of the Kong family's actions. He was aware that Wang Zhuoran had sent a telegram to the Kongs that morning, and he had assumed that due to the communication difficulties, a response would take several days. Who could have anticipated that within mere hours, the Kong family would send someone to their doorstep? This speed left him astounded. Despite his previous experiences, he remained in awe of the Kong family's influence. This was the stark contrast between a grand family and the common folk. Though they all lived under the same sun, their lives were worlds apart. While Ye Jingchuan conversed with Ye Jingchuan, Ye Yuanshan, and others emerged from the house. Upon realizing these were not hostile visitors, he let out a great sigh of relief. Greetings, I am Wang Dongsheng. Kong Xingyao's father heard about his injury and could not come himself, so he specifically sent me to check on him. Wang Dongsheng, appearing to be in his 40s, had sharp features and a commanding presence that suggested he held a significant position. Ye Jingchuan mused that despite his youth, he likely possessed considerable authority. Oh, so you are Comrade Wang. Please, come in. Xingyao has injured his foot and caught a severe cold, so I did not allow him to come out. Ye Yuanshan greeted Wang Dongsheng with a smile, having no prior knowledge of his identity, assuming he was merely a relative of Kong Xingyao. As they exchanged pleasantries, Wang Dongsheng discreetly assessed the Yi household. To be frank, even in its tidy state, the ancestral home of the Yi family seemed rather humble compared to the spacious residences of the Kongs. The main room contained 2 stoves and a brand new long tea table, creating a cramped atmosphere where guests had to sit on stools instead of chairs. I have no fine tea to offer, Comrade Wang, but please make do with this. Ye Yuanshan promptly brought over a tea tray, skillfully pouring a cup for Wang Dongsheng. The tea set, although new, appeared incongruous amidst the dilapidated surroundings. Xingyao, your father originally intended to bring you back to the capital for recuperation over the new year, but he had to attend to urgent duties and sent me instead to check on you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Kong Xingyao was familiar with Wang Dongsheng, having met him numerous times as a comrade of Kong Jingfei. I understand. Please convey to Uncle Wang that I am doing well here, and there is no need for him to worry. As he spoke, Kong Xingyao took a hearty sip of the pork rib soup left on the table, unable to suppress his admiration for his aunt's cooking, declaring, "This soup is far superior to what is served in my father's unit's canteen, he can rest assured." Wang Dongsheng was taken aback to see Kong Xingyao enjoying the rib soup at the Yi household. If he were not aware of Kong Xingyao's confidential status, he might have suspected that the Yi family was aware of his identity and were deliberately trying to curry favor with him. A bowl of rib soup instantly elevated Wang Dongsheng's fondness for the Yi family. He was well aware of the circumstances faced by the local farmers. If they were not genuinely concerned for Kong Xingyao, they would hardly spend money on ribs to prepare soup for him. All right, I will speak with your father later, Wang Dongsheng remarked, glancing at Ye Jingchuan and Ye Yuanshan. I appreciate the trouble you comrades have taken these past few days. Wang Dongsheng refrained from discussing the Kong family matters openly in front of everyone. Instead, he shifted the conversation to inquire about their recent perilous encounter. Ye Jingchuan did not hold back, recounting the events in detail without embellishing his own contributions, stating simply that everyone had worked together. His modesty stemmed from a clear understanding that Wang Dongsheng was no ordinary individual. Attempting to deceive him would be futile. It was far better to be forthright, thereby leaving a favorable impression. This notion was soon validated. Our visit is not solely to see Xingyao. We have also brought some gifts for those who aided him as a token of gratitude. Before coming here, we visited the Luoha Brigade and met with Comrade Duan Weiman. The gifts for Jingchuan are still in the car. Xiaozhong, could you retrieve them? No need for that, Ye Jingchuan replied. Xingyao and I are brothers. It is only natural to lend a hand in his time of need. Ye Jingchuan was quite the seasoned conversationalist, effortlessly weaving in flattering words. Well said. Brothers should support one another. Nonetheless, You must accept the gifts. They represent a gesture from Xingyao's father. Xiaozhong, please fetch those 4 boxes of gifts and the rice and flour from the trunk, along with some clothes for Xingyao from the back seat. Certainly. I will do so immediately, Wang Dongxing instructed the driver. While his tone seemed casual, the astute Ye Jingchuan sensed that the gifts Wang Dongxing provided might be of considerable value. If the 4 boxes were originally intended for him, there would have been no need to specify the quantity. He could have simply instructed the driver to take them directly. This indicated that the 4 boxes were an exception. Wang Dongxing had initially been uncertain whether they were meant for him and had only made that decision during their earlier conversation. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan became curious about the contents of the 4 boxes. As driver Xiao Zhang went to retrieve the gifts, Wang Dongxing prepared to take his leave. A gathering of people had convened at the entrance, as even a tractor was a rarity in the brigade, let alone a car. When Ye Jingchuan and his group emerged, they found several onlookers surrounding the 2 off-road vehicles. Xiao Zhang approached the trunk of the second vehicle and extracted 4 large cardboard boxes, each measuring at least half a meter in length. Judging by the effort required to lift them, the boxes were quite heavy. In addition to the 4 boxes, Xiao Zhang retrieved 2 bags of flour weighing 50 pounds each, 2 bags of rice weighing 20 pounds each, and 2 large travel bags from the back seat. Before coming, I made a stop at the brigade office. Those who assisted in searching for the lost individuals were given gifts. These 4 boxes and the rice and flour are specifically designated for Jingchuan, while these 2 bags are for Xingyao. Wang uncle, you are exceedingly generous. I feel undeserving of such an abundance. If you had not found Xingyao and Zhuoran, they might have met a dire fate in the mountains. This modest gift is nothing compared to your efforts. Please accept it with peace of mind. Wang Dongxing harbored a fondness for Ye Jingchuan. Patting him on the shoulder as he continued, I would appreciate it if you could look after Xingyao for the next few days. Of course, Ye Jingchuan replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Dongxing departed in his vehicle, eager to return and inform Kong Zhengfei about the situation concerning Kong Xingyao. Despite Kong Zhengfei's high expectations of his son, it was evident that he held deep concern for this beloved only child. As the 2 off-road vehicles swiftly vanished at the end of the dirt road, the onlookers lingered, some approaching to inquire about the origins of the vehicles. Familiar with Ye Yuanshan, though the contents of the boxes remained unseen. The mere sight of 2 bags weighing 50 kilograms each filled with flour and 2 bags of rice was enough to invoke envy. It was a rare occasion to witness such a hefty gift being presented. While Ye Jingchuan was moving a cardboard box, he turned and caught sight of Ye Guanyin glaring at his family from the crowd. Ye Jingchuan frowned slightly, recognizing that the old Ye family had come sniffing around again. He glanced at the flower on Ye Yuanshan's shoulder, pondering that the old man might soon come to beg for favors and create trouble. He contemplated a strategy to keep the old Ye family in check, hoping to prevent them from being a constant source of annoyance. The best approach, he reasoned, would be to target Ye Guanyin. Although Ye Guanyin was still young, he had already become thoroughly corrupt. However, he had yet to commit any heinous acts that could cost him his life. Ye Jingchuan sought a way to unsettle the old Ye family, needing to devise a plan that would stir up chaos. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck him. With winter's arrival, the various teams had little work to occupy them, entering a state of hibernation. Individuals like Ye Guanyin, who were restless, would not remain idle at home. In his previous life, Ye Guanyin often spent entire days outside, sometimes not returning until nightfall, claiming he was out playing cards. Ye Jingchuan recalled that during this time, Ye Guanyin had been beaten by Ye Haod with a thorny branch, nearly incapacitating him. Though the details were unclear, it was evident that the new year had not been kind to them, with only dumplings to eat on New Year's Eve and no meat dishes to accompany them. Ding Chunhua would ignite like a firecracker, and their family endured much scolding during the festive season. At that time, Ye Jingchuan, inexperienced in the ways of the world, did not grasp the underlying issues. In retrospect, it was likely that Ye Guanyin had caused trouble while out and about. Otherwise, given Ye Haod's fondness for him, he would not have been so harsh. The trouble he had stirred was likely connected to gambling. Presently, most people had little money to spare, but many still played cards for small stakes. Even if caught by the police, the punishment would typically be minor, leading to only a few days in detention, and no one would speak ill of it. However, offending those who ran the gambling games was a different matter entirely. A wicked smile crept across Ye Jingchuan's lips as he thought, Ye Guanyin, this year shall not be a pleasant one for you. Brother, come inside quickly. I am about to close the door. Ye Jingchuan also spotted Ye Guanyin amidst the crowd. She harbored no affection for him whatsoever. Observing him fixating on the boxes, she could surmise his ulterior motives, feeling an overwhelming urge to blind him with her disdain. His avaricious gaze was utterly repugnant. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan entered, cradling a box and depositing several cardboard containers into the living room, promptly unveiling them in front of Kong Xingyao. The first box was the heaviest, containing 12 bottles of Matai and 4 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, with Matai priced at over 8 yuan per bottle and soft Zhonghua at 7.5. The prices might seem modest, yet within the entirety of the Xiaohua Brigade, it was likely that only a handful had ever laid eyes on such luxuries, with many not even having heard of them. The second box was hardly lighter. It housed 2 full crates of calcium milk biscuits, with a small gap accommodating 4 cans of malt milk powder. At this sight, the Ye family was utterly astonished. Ye Yuanshan glanced at Ye Jingchuan and could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Xingyao, your father's gifts are far too extravagant. We cannot accept them." Each item from the boxes represented luxury for the Ye family, and they dared not accept such generosity. "Uncle Ye, all of this is for Jingchuan. The rest has already been delivered to the brigade office by Uncle Wang." Kong Xingyao, fearing Ye Jingchuan might decline, meticulously clarified the situation. Wang Dongsheng was astute. With just a brief overview, he could ascertain who had rescued Kong Xingyao. Without Ye Jingchuan, the other hunters would have descended the mountain at dusk, unwilling to risk their lives for someone unrelated. Even if there were any willing to help, locating the Deer King Valley would have been nearly impossible, especially after the heavy snowfall that had lasted all day yesterday. Only Yi San and Ye Jingchuan from the Xiaohua Brigade could have traversed to the Deer King Valley under such conditions. For other hunters, finding it in a short span was almost unthinkable, and no one could predict how long the injured Kong Xingyao and the dazed Wang Zhuoran could endure in the bitter cold. Recognizing Ye Jingchuan's significance, Wang Dongsheng presented the gifts directly to him, knowing he was entirely deserving of such honors. With the conversation reaching this juncture, the Ye family had no choice but to accept the substantial gifts. Ye Jingchuan proceeded to unveil the remaining 2 boxes, feeling less burdened than Ye Yuanshan. In his eyes, Kong Xingyao's life was worth far more than these items. The third box was not light either, containing 5 pairs of sturdy military boots, 5 army green messenger bags, 5 pairs of military-grade cotton gloves, and 5 thick-neck gaiters. It was evident that this box was intended for the 5 of them, with each person receiving a complete set. The fourth box was somewhat smaller, filled with various items, imported chocolates, sharp daggers, a military lighter, 2 army canteens, and even a Shanghai brand wristwatch, a harmonica, and 2 palm-sized radios. In one corner lay a bundle of assorted ration tickets, which Ye Jingchuan recognized as fabric tickets, grain tickets, and meat tickets, essential commodities for daily life. This box, while eclectic, was filled with high-quality items, clearly prepared with great care. From the perspective of gifts alone, it is evident that Father Kong is not indifferent to Kong Xingyao. As for the 2 luggage bags given to Kong Xingyao, one contains food, while the other holds clothing and similar items. Ye Jingchuan is not a young man in his 20s, aside from his interest in Matai and soft Zhonghua cigarettes. He lacks enthusiasm for other trivial items. The 2 small radios were given to Mu Nanzhi and Zhao Xiaoyu, the harmonica to Ye Qianqian, and the watch to Ye Yuanshan, while he kept a dagger and a lighter for himself. Soon, he had sorted the contents of the third box, distributing them evenly among the recipients. Once everything was neatly arranged, he delivered them to Yi Tingdong and Yi Xiaoyan. While delivering to Yi Tingdong, he learned that Wang Dongsheng had only sent a bag of rice and a bag of flour to the others who assisted, with nothing else included. He remarked on the peculiar use of 2 off-road vehicles, seemingly just for transporting rice and flour. "Jingchuan, what is the true background of Kong Xingyao? I have never seen those 2 vehicles before," Yi Tingdong mused, noting that the most impressive vehicle he had encountered was the jeep from the commune, which paled in comparison to the 2 brought by Wang Dongsheng. "Stay out of adult matters. Just remember to maintain a good relationship with Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao," he advised. "Don't be so condescending. You are merely a few years older than I am," Ye Jingchuan retorted. "Despite the slight age difference, my experiences far exceed yours. Follow my lead, and I shall ensure you indulge in the finest pleasures." Yi Tingdong burst into laughter at this assertion, recognizing its validity. Throughout their lives, Yi Tingdong had placed immense trust in Ye Jingchuan, a trust that was entirely unconditional. as they never concealed anything from one another. After their laughter subsided, Ye Tingdong cautioned Ye Jingchuan to keep a close eye on their household belongings, lest they be taken by the old Ye family. Rest assured, I am no longer the naive child who could be easily manipulated by the old Ye family. Chapter 79. Digging a pit for Ye Guanyin. After delivering the items to Ye Tingdong, Ye Jingchuan made another visit to Ye Sanyi's residence. In addition to providing Ye Xiaoyan with gifts, he also brought 4 packets of calcium biscuits, 2 boxes of malted milk, and a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes for Ye Sanyi. Over the years, Ye Jingchuan has always remembered the kindness of Ye Sanyi. Had it not been for the skills he imparted in catching weasels, Ye Jingchuan might not have survived to this day. A debt of gratitude he would carry for 2 lifetimes. Keep these fine items for the new year and family visits. At my age, it would be wasteful for me to consume them. Ye Sanyi chuckled. Please, grandfather, accept them as my respectful offering. Do not share them with anyone else. And remember to enjoy the malted milk yourself. Do not let Xiaoyan, that greedy little cat, have it all, Ye Jingchuan insisted, placing the items into the cabinet of the east room despite Ye Sanyi's protests. He then reminded Ye Xiaoyan to ensure that Ye Sanyi consumed the items and did not give them away. All right, I will heed your advice, grandfather. With a grin, Ye Sanyi retrieved his tobacco and rolling papers, leisurely crafting a cigarette, while Ye Jingchuan, displaying keen awareness, lit it for him using his newly acquired lighter. Your friend possesses an extraordinary background. The generous gifts he has bestowed can be seen as a repayment of your life-saving favor. Let us put this matter to rest. And in the future, do not use it as leverage to solicit further assistance from him. I understand. This matter will not cloud my judgment. Ye Jingchuan replied with a slight nod, recognizing Ye Sanyi's concern that he might become blinded by the allure of fortune falling from the heavens, losing sight of his own standing in the process. You are indeed intelligent, yet it is unfortunate that you were born into the family of the old Ye. I fear your grandfather may seek you out, but you are aware of your own circumstances. However, since your marriage, I have observed your maturation. You now approach tasks with a steadiness that alleviates my concerns about your vulnerability to mistreatment. Listening to these familiar admonitions, Ye Jingchuan felt a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had also heard such counsel from old Master Yi, but in his youthful arrogance, he had disregarded it. Particularly after the death of Nanzhi, he became embroiled in the underworld of Jiangpu City, fostering a tempestuous spirit that led to frequent confrontations with the old Yi family upon returning home. Consequently, his reputation in the village deteriorated. Many considered him unfilial, a man who, having earned a trifling sum, acted without regard for authority, even dismissing his own grandfather. This situation persisted for an extended period, and even after Yi Hao's demise, his several ventures were marred by unfounded rumors regarding his character, resulting in the failure of numerous projects. In retrospect, he harbored a desire to eradicate all members of the old Yi family. Ye Jingchuan would never stumble in the same place twice. If Yi Hao intended to ruin him for a lifetime, it remained to be seen whether he possessed the capability to do so. Third uncle, I am now a man with a family. The old Yi family has no claim to me. As long as you are aware of your own situation, that suffices. After a brief stay, Ye Jingchuan left third uncle Ye's residence. As Ye Xiaoyan accompanied him out, he seized the opportunity to inquire, Xiaoyan, do you know who in the village maintains a close relationship with Ye Guanyin and often plays cards together? Song Qinggong frequently invites him to play cards. Oh, Song Qinggong is renowned in Ziyaqi village. He possesses an exceptional work ethic, earning over 200 work points annually, while he consistently surpasses 300. Ordinarily, such diligence would guarantee a comfortable life. Yet regrettably, he has a penchant for gambling, and his losses often outweigh his victories. By the end of the year, the meager earnings vanish during winter, and once the new year arrives, he resumes his relentless pursuit of work points, perpetuating this cycle. Ye Jingchuan vividly recalls that Song Qinggong was so dedicated to earning work points that by the 1980s, when they became insufficient, he resorted to laboring at a nearby factory, moving bricks by day and gambling by night, spending his wages each month. Thus, he never married, and it could be said that his life was entirely devoted to gambling. It must be acknowledged that he is a resolute individual. He gambled without incurring debt, betting only what he possessed, resolutely refusing to borrow money for play. To extract information from him, one could only resort to gambling. The villagers who played cards congregated at fixed locations, primarily the village office. After leaving third Uncle Ye's home, Ye Jingchuan did not return home, but headed to the village office. The office consisted of 2 connected rooms, warmed by a stove and filled with water, housing 2 tables, one for cards and another for chess. Almost everyone in the room possessed an enamel mug, filled with enough tea leaves to last the day. As Ye Jingchuan anticipated, Song Qinggong was present. He approached and joined them in their card game, which was quite simple, known as running fast, where the first to finish wins, and the remaining players settle based on the cards they hold. For Ye Jingchuan, who possesses a remarkable memory for cards, this game was merely child's play. In less than half an hour, he had amassed a pile of coins of 1, 2, and 5 cents before him. Beside him, Song Qinggong was nearly rendered speechless. Jingchuan, is this your first time playing cards? How come you're so skilled? It's merely luck, Ye Jingchuan replied with a cheerful smile, continuing to draw cards. Ever since your marriage, your fortune has skyrocketed. Not long ago, you made quite a profit selling those scraps. And yesterday you even rescued a young intellectual. You should have seen that young intellectual's family. They sent 2 cars laden with gifts. I saw it too. I heard that anyone who went up the mountain yesterday received a bag of flour and a bag of rice. Jingchuan, what splendid gifts did that person send to your family? I noticed there were 4 boxes, chimed in a peer of Ye Jingchuan. 2 whole boxes of calcium milk cookies, along with some malt extract. Oh, and there were military boots and a military water bottle as well, another added. Ye Jingchuan was no fool. He selectively shared what he wanted to say, revealing only what others were eager to hear. 2 whole boxes of calcium milk cookies. This person is indeed generous, someone remarked. Calcium milk cookies can be found at stores, but military water bottles are a different story. I checked the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday, and they have been out of stock for 3 or 4 days. The group engaged in lively chatter. Ye Jingchuan recounted the events from the previous night on the mountain, especially the incident of encountering the ghost wall, which he emphasized. Jingchuan, it wasn't easy to receive those gifts. It was below -10 degrees in the mountains yesterday. Encountering a ghost wall at such a time. Thankfully, you young ones have strong vitality. If anyone weaker had been there, they might have perished on the mountain. Indeed, the path through Deer King Valley is particularly treacherous. The fact that you all made it down with your limbs intact is truly fortunate. Just moments ago, the crowd had envied Ye Jingchuan for his abundant gifts, but after hearing about the mountain's perils, none felt envious anymore. They realized that had they been in his position, facing those dangers while rescuing others, they might not have survived to receive gifts. As the sky gradually darkened and the brigade office prepared to lock up, the group began to disperse. Ye Jingchuan pocketed a substantial collection of coins and 1-cent notes, his gaze shifting to Song Qinggong, who walked a short distance ahead. Chapter 80. Misfortune and Jealousy. Upon exiting the brigade office, Ye Jingchuan hurried to catch up with Song Qinggong. Qinggong, I heard you have other places for playing cards. Would you mind sharing them with me? I would like to try my hand. Just a few spots in the village. Song Qinggong feigned ignorance, aware that some card-playing venues forbade bringing strangers. Ye Jingchuan, perceptive as he was, pulled a handful of coins from his pocket and pressed them into Song Qinggong's hand. I've been quite lucky lately. Since I have some free time, I'd like to give it a shot. This. Song Qinggong felt the weight of the coins in his pocket and noted they exceeded his losses for the day. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I want to speak a word. All right, let me tell you. This spot is under the protection of old Xiao. If he finds out you disclosed it, it would be a light punishment to break one of your legs. However, do not be alarmed. Boss Xiao is seldom present. As long as there are no disturbances, the atmosphere there is quite lively, typically hosting at least 8 or 9 tables on any given night. Boss Xiao's establishment takes a hefty commission of 10%, while smaller venues charge around 5%. Song Qinggong, having received benefits from Ye Jingchuan, disclosed all the details regarding Boss Xiao's operations, including the escape routes in the event of surprise inspections, eager to ensure Ye Jingchuan's luck held and he did not get caught. It remains uncertain whether Ye Guanyin has been around lately. As you know, I have not been on good terms with him recently and would prefer to avoid encountering him while playing cards. Ye Jingchuan murmured in consternation. He has not shown up these past few days, likely because his wife is keeping a close watch on him, rendering him reluctant to venture out. However, that rascal Guanyin is quite restless and cannot be restrained for long. If you wish to avoid crossing paths with him, it is quite simple. We typically go in the evenings. You only need to check if his bicycle is at home to ascertain his whereabouts. Very well, if the opportunity arises. I shall venture out tonight to broaden my horizons. That evening, Ye Jingchuan indeed went to take a look, though he did not enter. This card-playing venue is situated within an old residential building of the Hongxing commune, spanning 2 stories. A discreet 2-bedroom apartment on the first floor has been transformed into a game room, devoid of windows, with its entrance securely locked. Access requires a secret knock, and unfamiliar faces are truly barred from entry. As night fell, around 10 o'clock, a considerable number of individuals came and went. He lingered in the shadows for about an hour, witnessing over a dozen people entering and exiting. He could not help but marvel. Indeed, there is no legitimate business that thrives without its share of illicit dealings, and Boss Joe likely earns a substantial sum from commissions alone each night. Having gauged the situation, Ye Jingchuan penned an anonymous tip-off letter, intending to deliver it directly to the municipal police at an opportune moment. For he did not trust the local police of the Hongxing commune, fearing they might compromise the confidentiality of his report. Before that, he aimed to ensnare Ye Guanyin, ensuring he remained oblivious to the impending report. Meanwhile, Ye Guanyin, having spotted Ye Jingchuan leaving with an abundance of goods, incited jealousy among the onlookers. He later inquired further and learned that the team that ascended the mountain the previous night returned with bags of flour and rice. Stirring even greater envy, those who exerted minimal effort were rewarded with such bounty. What of Ye Jingchuan? He could scarcely fathom the extent of his haul. After wandering about, Ye Guanyin returned home to seek out Ye Haod, knowing Ye Jingchuan would undoubtedly offer gifts to the elder, which would, in effect, also benefit him. Today, 2 small cars from the Xiaohe brigade arrived, and naturally, Ye Haod was aware of this significant event. At this point, Ye Guanyin mentioned the gifts sent to Ye Jingchuan, but Ye Haod merely continued to smoke his pipe in silence. Grandfather, regardless of the circumstances, you are Ye Jingchuan's own grandfather. Given that he has received such a bounty, why should he not honor you with it? The last time he hunted a wild boar, he did not bring you a single ounce of meat, claiming his family owed money to the brigade and had sold all the pork. And what of this occasion? Surely he would not sell the gifts he has received. In my opinion, he ought to bring everything to honor you. Ever since the family was divided, Ye Jingchuan has shown no regard for me as his grandfather. Ye Haod retorted with a cold snort, continuing, I suspect he won't even bother sending you a New Year's gift. Grandfather, are you truly allowing Ye Jingchuan to act with such arrogance? I find myself helpless. He has thrown the Ye family into disarray, bringing us immense shame. As an aging individual, I yearn to live a few more years, and whether or not he presents me with a New Year's gift is of little consequence. However, your second uncle will undoubtedly bestow upon me a New Year's gift, though I remain uncertain as to what it might be. Ye Haod has encountered Ye Jingchuan several times without gaining any advantage. In fact, he has sullied his own reputation in the process. To be honest, he has sensed something uncanny about Ye Jingchuan lately. A person who typically endures submissively cannot suddenly transform into a thorny individual. With this perplexity in mind, he intends to observe closely for a while, seeking to discern the root of the issue. One must acknowledge that experience is invaluable. Ye Haod understands that he cannot gain any favor from Ye Jingchuan at present. If this continues, he risks tarnishing the reputation he has built over many years within the brigade, and he fears that he will struggle to hold his head high in the Xiaohe brigade in the future. The relationship between the 2 families must be tempered for the time being. After all, their generational ties and blood relations cannot be easily severed. Currently, he simply needs to await a suitable opportunity. Once it arises, he will have the upper hand. Ye Guanyin, seeing Ye Haod remain passive, feels a growing sense of frustration. Is it acceptable for Ye Jingchuan to seize so much without any repercussions? For 2 consecutive days, this matter has weighed heavily on his mind. And the more he contemplates it, the more he feels that what rightfully belongs to him has been usurped by Ye Jingchuan. One morning, as Ye Guanyin strolled through the village, he found himself increasingly bored. With little in the way of entertainment, he decided to seek out Zhou Dongfeng to play cards at the commune, hoping to soothe him. During their last encounter at the market, he had mentioned wanting to bring a gift to meet Ye Jingchuan for the new year. He had kept this from his family. How could he allow Zhou to visit? Today's card game would provide the perfect opportunity to discuss it. As Ye Guanyin prepared to return home on his bicycle, he soon crossed paths with Song Qinggong. Guanyin, where are you headed? They often played cards at Xiu Laodas, so Ye Guanyin replied candidly, I'm off to Tianzhuang Brigade to find Zhou Dongfeng. We're going to play cards all night. Are you coming? There's little to do at year-end, and it should be lively over there. That sounds good. I just want a bit of money at the brigade office. Perhaps tonight at Xiu Laoda's I might strike it rich. See you then. Lately, I've been having a streak of bad luck. Maybe I can turn that around at the card table. Song Qinggong engaged Ye Jingchuan in conversation for a while longer, and upon turning to glance down the alley, he noticed Ye Jingchuan was no longer in sight, allowing Ye Jingchuan to proceed. At that moment, Song Qinggong assumed Ye Jingchuan was merely inquiring whether Ye Jingchuan would be joining the card game at Xiu Laoda's, not realizing that he had already gone to the commune to set a trap for Ye Jingchuan. Chapter 81. A day of misfortune. Tianzhuang Brigade lies to the north of the commune, and as Ye Jingchuan sought Zhou Dongfeng, he had to traverse Hongxing commune. He rode his bicycle at a leisurely pace across the road, where many were out shopping as the year drew to a close. He skillfully maneuvered around several women carrying baskets and was preparing to exert himself up the steep incline ahead when suddenly, a man with a shoulder pole collided with him. The man's bamboo basket contained some cabbage, sweet potatoes, and a few eggs, and upon their collision, the contents scattered across the ground. The resplendent cabbage rolled on the ground, becoming smeared with dirt, while the eggs met a fate far worse, shattered completely. Upon witnessing the calamity, a man seized Ye Jingchuan by the collar, demanding compensation. Ye Jingchuan, known for his irritable temperament, was not one to concede easily, especially when provoked. A heated argument ensued, escalating into a physical altercation. Ultimately, the commotion attracted the attention of the police. Though the matter was trivial, the officers summoned both parties to the station for mediation. Having been inadvertently struck, his newly purchased bicycle damaged, and having endured several blows, Ye Jingchuan found himself bewildered by the demand for reparations. Never had he faced such indignity, and thus he stood his ground. After a lengthy dispute that persisted through the afternoon, the other party, recognizing Ye Jingchuan's obstinacy, chose to concede and depart. Emerging from the police station, Ye Jingchuan felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Rather than seeking out Zhou Dongfeng, he decided to head to Xiu Laoda's place for a game of cards. Just wait, I shall surely dominate the table today, he mused. As he sat down at the card table, his expression was anything but cheerful. Today had been a string of unfortunate events. Yet perhaps fortune would favor him at the gaming table. Ye Jingchuan, how much have you brought today? Don't end up losing your trousers. A familiar voice chimed, teasing him. Nonsense. My luck is splendid today. Don't shed tears when you lose. With that, Ye Jingchuan tossed his money pouch onto the table, the coins clattering heavily. He had brought 10 yuan to play, a significant sum for him. Considering his lack of income, all expenditures were drawn from the Yi family's resources. This 10 yuan was borrowed from Ding Chunhua, for Liang Qing had money but refused to lend him any. When winning, the sound of coins was a delightful melody. But losing brought a disheartening silence. In just half an hour, he could easily lose a handful of coins. After losing 3 consecutive rounds, frustration welled up within him. His coins flowed into others' wallets like a river, and he could not remain calm. Normally, losing 3 times in a row wouldn't be a calamity. But on a day filled with misfortune, it only added to his vexation. In moments of poor judgment, Ye Jingchuan, holding a promising hand, decided to stake it all, leading to an inevitable outcome. Within an hour, his pouch lay empty. Clenching his fists in determination, he borrowed another 5 yuan from Xiu Laoda. Regrettably, this sum also vanished quickly, for the luck of the players at the table was remarkably high, and Ye Jingchuan found himself without a single winning card. In the end, he had lost 50 yuan in just 3 hours, a record of misfortune that was unprecedented for him. The thought of the debt sent a shiver down his spine. Today had truly been a day of wretched luck, and he resolved to quit while he was ahead. Finally leaving the card table, he felt a wave of apprehension. Thankful he had only borrowed 50 yuan, he contemplated how to repay it, fearing that borrowing more would lead to dire consequences from Ye Haod. Dear Jingchuan, you must return the money tomorrow. The interest accumulates, and you will owe 52 instead of 50. If you delay even by a day, additional interest will accrue. The young man who lent the money specifically reminded Ye Jingchuan, I am aware of the rules. I will certainly return the money tomorrow. With that, Ye Jingchuan turned and exited the house. The cold wind outside made him shiver involuntarily. He adjusted his cotton coat, hopped on his bicycle, and rode away. Unaware that less than an hour after his departure, the police raided Boss Chio's establishment. It was the city police, arriving in 5 or 6 vehicles with 20 or 30 officers, creating quite a commotion. Who on earth has betrayed me? Boss Chio, indulging in his pleasures late at night, was caught off guard by such a significant disturbance. Upon hearing the news, he nearly fell from his bed. Boss, I just inquired. It seems we have been reported by someone who knows us very well. We initially planned to escape through the back door's secret passage, but there were police waiting there as well. If it weren't for a couple of slightly smarter individuals among us, we might have lost everyone. One of his subordinates explained. Someone familiar with us? Find out who it is immediately. I want to see who dares to scheme under my very nose. Boss Chiu was nearly driven to madness. He had finally established this lucrative operation, and now, with the report, his financial lifeline was severed. To cut off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parent. He felt compelled to exact revenge. The news of Ye Jingchuan's arrest at the police station soon reached Boss Chiu's minions. Boss Chiu had run his establishment for over a year without incident, and Ye Jingchuan's single visit to the police station resulting in a raid was too coincidental, especially after he had borrowed 50 yuan. Upon receiving the news, Boss Chiu erupted in curses, condemning Ye Jingchuan's entire ancestry. With the establishment gone, the 50 yuan was no longer owed. Ye Jingchuan had calculated this brilliantly. It felt as if the beads of his abacus had struck him in the face. Fang Ijuan, take a few men and bring Ye Jingchuan to me. I want to understand how he dares to challenge me, he ordered. Fang Ijuan immediately set off for the Xiaohe Brigade. In this era of the rule of law, they dared not forcibly seize him. Fang Ijuan, being clever, went alone under the pretext of discussing the 50 yuan to lure Ye Jingchuan out. Brother Fang, give me a little more time. I will definitely return the 50 yuan this afternoon. You should discuss this with Boss Chiu. I am merely a messenger. Ye Jingchuan protested as Fang Ijuan forcibly led him out of the village. The other lackeys, seeing no one around, quickly threw a sack over Ye Jingchuan and dragged him before Boss Chiu. That night, Ye Jingchuan did not return home, leaving Ye Hao feeling uneasy. Although he enjoyed leisure activities, he had never been out for an entire day and night. That evening, Ye Hao hardly slept, preparing to search for him with the family the following morning. Chapter 82. Enormous debt on the second day, before dawn had broken. Ye Hao was interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of Ye Jingchuan, battered and barely conscious, sprawled at the entrance of the courtyard. One of his eyes was grotesquely swollen, his lips stained with blood, and his left arm was dislocated, while both legs lay broken and immobile. Grandfather, save me. They want to kill me. Ye Jingchuan's voice was hoarse, rasping like sandpaper, and after uttering a few desperate words, he clutched his chest in pain. Ye Hao was taken aback. With no time to inquire about the circumstances, he hastily summoned Ye Jingchuan to attend to the injuries. I cannot treat this here. You must urgently take Jingchuan to the city hospital. He has multiple fractures, and I fear his internal organs may be bleeding as well. He needs immediate medical attention. Ye Jingchuan, merely a village doctor, was accustomed to treating minor ailments but dared not handle a case as severe as Ye Jingchuan's. All right, I shall borrow a tractor at once. Although Ye Hao's reputation in the Zayaki Brigade was not particularly stellar, he still had some standing. Summoning his courage, he sought assistance and eventually managed to procure a tractor to transport Ye Jingchuan to the city for treatment. This incident created quite a stir, with Ye Hao and Ye Jingchuan's parents remaining at the city hospital for 3 days. As the new year approached, the old Ye family found themselves the subject of gossip among the brigade members, speculating on the nature of the events that had transpired. As the brigade's unofficial spokesperson, Lu Wanchuan possessed first-hand information regarding Ye Jingchuan's plight, which she relayed to others. With the new year approaching, Lu Wanchuan sought to have a new outfit made. Feeling that her self-made designs lacked style, she approached Mu Nanzhi, hoping for assistance in crafting a top. While Mu Nanzhi sketched designs, Lu Wanchuan recounted the details surrounding Ye Jingchuan's troubles. Do you think Jingchuan is courting disaster? Everyone knows that Xiao Laoda is a notorious bully in our Hongxing commune. How could he dare to ask him for a loan and even report him? I hear Xiao Laoda is demanding a compensation of 10,000 yuan, threatening to take an arm and a leg if he cannot pay up. That amount is astronomical. Even if the entire Yi family were sold, they might not be able to gather it. Nearby, Zhao Xiaoyu gasped at the mention of 10,000 yuan, her eyes wide with disbelief. They were merely ordinary farmers, and a lifetime of hard work might not even yield such an amount. Xiao Laoda was truly outrageous in his demands. The old Yi family hasn't reported this to the police, Lu Wanchuan explained. Sister-in-law, matters like this are impossible to report. She elaborated on Ye Jingchuan's gambling habits, ensuring Zhao Xiaoyu was fully informed, while Ye Yuanshan and Ye Jingchuan listened intently from the main room, sipping tea. As the orchestrator of these troubles, Ye Jingchuan remained calm, contemplating how this blow had fallen upon the Ye family. They would surely be preoccupied with Ye Guanyin for the time being, leaving him free from their troubles. He had not anticipated that Guanyin's fondness for gambling would lead to such significant turmoil. This matter would likely not be easily resolved. Dad, this has nothing to do with us. If grandfather comes to you for money, you must not lend him any, Ye Jingchuan warned. Ye Yuanshan's brow furrowed deeply, not responding to Ye Jingchuan's statement. His demeanor caused a jolt of unease in Ye Jingchuan, who suddenly recalled that Ye Yuanshan seemed to hold some leverage over Ye Haod. If Ye Haod were to leverage some incriminating evidence to coerce Ye Yuanshan into resolving matters concerning Ye Guanyin, he would undoubtedly find the situation utterly distasteful. It is imperative that he resolves this issue before Ye Laozi comes knocking. After a brief conversation with Lu Wanjin, Nanzhi finished tailoring her garments and took her leave, with Ye Jingchuan personally escorting her to the door. Lu Wanjin was well aware of the affairs concerning the Xiaohe Brigade, and Ye Jingchuan directly inquired, "Annie, do you know what leverage my father has over Ye Haod?" This question caught Lu Wanjin off guard, her faint smile faltering as she momentarily struggled to respond. Observing her expression, Ye Jingchuan realized his suspicion was indeed correct. Lu Wanjin hesitated, finally uttering, "I truly do not know. Perhaps you should ask your father." With that, she hurried away, anxious to avoid further inquiry from Ye Jingchuan. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Jingchuan returned indoors. In the west room, Ye Qianqian, Nanzhi, and Zhao Xiaoyu were busy preparing new clothes for the new year. Ye Jingchuan summoned Ye Yuanshan to the east room. "Father, please speak plainly with me. What exactly does my grandfather possess against you?" Given the magnitude of the trouble Ye Guanyin had caused, the old Ye family could hardly bear the consequences and would inevitably seek out his father. "If they request a loan, will you comply or refuse? After all, you have something on your grandfather. If you deny them, they are bound to create a scene." Ye Yuanshan gazed at his son in astonishment, initially inclined to deny it. But the words caught in his throat. This secret had been buried in his heart for 23 years, and he had intended to take it to his grave. Yet, with Ye Guanyin's colossal blunder, Ye Haod would surely seek his assistance, leaving him to ponder how he might respond. Previously, Ye Haod had used this very leverage to borrow 200 yuan. This time, should he truly wish to cover the 10,000 yuan deficit, he would likely require several thousand more. If he refused to lend, Ye Haod would undoubtedly resort to threats once more. The current predicament resembled a deadlock. To suppress the truth would mean enduring the old Ye family's incessant demands. The thought of revealing the truth filled Ye Yuanshan with dread, as it could very well lead to the collapse of their once happy family. Regardless of his choices, none of the outcomes were to his liking. "Father, what are you still hesitating for? I am no longer a child. I can shoulder any burden alongside you. I cannot bear to see you manipulated by my grandfather, as this is an insatiable pit that no amount of wealth can fill." Ye Jingchuan perceived his father's wavering resolve and continued, "If you regard me as part of this family, then I have the right to know the matters concerning it." With a heavy sigh, Ye Yuanshan replied, "Call your mother and the others over. Since we are discussing this, it shall be done in front of the entire family." After much contemplation, he could no longer withstand the psychological pressure and resolved to clarify the situation. Should Ye Haod come asking for money and he refuse, then there would surely be a ruckus. Rather than have the truth revealed by others, he preferred to disclose it himself. "Xiaoyu, I wish to reveal Jingchuan's true heritage to him." Upon entering the east room, Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback by Ye Yuanshan's declaration. "Yuanshan, you are being foolish. This matter cannot remain concealed. Father will undoubtedly seek my assistance financially to save Ye Guanyin." Ye Yuanshan meticulously explained the ramifications to Zhao Xiaoyu, emphasizing that this situation was akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of devastating their family at any moment. Furthermore, Ye Jingchuan, now a married man, he believed, would not be ungrateful. He would understand their predicament. As Chapter 83 unfolds, an unexpected revelation emerges. Zhao Xiaoyu, listening intently, felt tears welling in her eyes, choking back her anguish, lamenting, "What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such a family? They are intent on driving me to despair." Observing Zhao Xiaoyu's tears, Ye Jingchuan's resentment towards the Ye family intensified. "Mother, you have me. Regardless of what transpires, I will unconditionally stand by your side. No one shall dare to mistreat you." Yet, the more Ye Jingchuan assured her, the more sorrowful Zhao Xiaoyu became. This matter cannot be concealed. Many within the brigade are aware. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Eventually, this will reach Jingchuan's ears. Ye Jingchuan cast a complex glance at Ye Jingchuan. Father, please. Just tell me what is going on that has allowed the Ye family to hold such power over you. With a deep sigh, Ye Jingchuan replied, Jingchuan, you are not my biological son. What? Ye Jingchuan was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the leverage against them was his own lineage. In his previous life, this truth had been meticulously concealed. He was unaware until his death that he was not Ye Jingchuan's flesh and blood. If this were indeed true, it would explain why Ye Jingchuan had always been so subservient to the Ye family. Father, could you elaborate? Sitting on the Kong, Ye Jingchuan felt a tumult of emotions, contemplating the various forms of leverage Ye Jingchuan could be under, yet never considering it could pertain to himself. Very well, Ye Jingchuan said, retrieving a small pouch of rolling tobacco from his pocket. He rolled a cigarette, lit it, and took a few puffs to calm his nerves before he began to recount his tale. Years ago, a comrade from the capital was preparing to go abroad. He intended to gather with our comrades before his departure. On my way back from the reunion, I discovered you in a ditch near the train station. Fortunately, it was winter and the ditch was dry. Otherwise, even if I had rescued you, you would have perished. Initially, I thought you were a girl abandoned by someone. But upon closer inspection, I realized you were a boy, merely 1 or 2 months old. You did not cry as I lifted you. You slept so peacefully. A faint smile graced Ye Jingchuan's face as he reminisced about their first encounter. At that time, your mother and I had been married for 2 years without children. And your uncles had also been married for 3 years without offspring. Someone had predicted that the Ye family would flourish, but we lacked the right opportunity. Once that opportunity arrived, children would follow. In that moment, when I found you, I felt deep down that you were that opportunity. I discovered you in a ditch. And I thought, perhaps you were abandoned, yet I could bring you home and raise you. In my youth, I was utterly naive, embarking on a journey without any provisions. It was only after you awoke, hungry and in tears, that I realized I had nothing to offer. I scoured each compartment of the train, beseeching mothers for morsels to feed you. Thus, I embraced you as my own, nurturing you as if you were my biological son. To ensure your upbringing in the Xiaohe Brigade was peaceful, I approached each household, imploring them to safeguard our secret, wishing that they would not look down upon you for being adopted. Strangely enough, after I took you in, my elder uncle and younger uncle gradually expanded their families. And a few years later, your sister was born. Ye Jingchuan listened intently to Ye Jingchuan recounting the past, his mind swirling with confusion. He questioned, logically, I arrived at the Ye household first, and only then did my siblings begin to appear. I was the harbinger of heirs for the Ye family. Why then? Did my grandparents show me such disdain? Why was I treated so harshly from a young age? Tears streaming down her face. Zhao Xiaoyu wiped her cheeks and clenched her teeth, saying, some individuals are inherently wicked. When you were first brought home, you were the sole child in the Ye household, and they adored you immensely. However, as your elder uncle and younger uncle began to have children, they forgot you. In their eyes, the offspring of your uncles became the true legacy of the Ye family, while you were merely an abandoned child. This very reason, she continued, was why your grandparents never favored you. Ye Jingchuan gazed skyward in disbelief, pondering whether this was akin to discarding a donkey once it had outlived its usefulness. Now that you understand the truth, speak your mind. If you wish to travel to the capital to seek your biological parents, I would not oppose it, Ye Jingchuan declared, finally unburdening the secret he had long kept hidden. He felt a weight lifted, knowing that no one in the Ye family could use this against him in the future. Father, mother, you will always be my parents, an unalterable truth. My father found me in a ditch. It is evident I was abandoned. Since they chose to forsake me, why would I seek them out? Today, I have learned the truth, yet it will not alter my feelings for this family. I shall continue to honor you as I have always done. Ye Jingchuan spoke these words with sincerity, genuinely regarding Ye Jingchuan and Zhao Xiaoyu as his own parents. His heart, too, was tender. Regardless of his origins, they had treated him as their own. They had prioritized his needs above all, and for this affection, he would never abandon them, even after learning the truth of his lineage. Very well, Jingchuan, you will forever be our son, Ye Jingchuan replied, relieved that his son did not distance himself due to his origins or express a desire to seek his biological parents. With everything laid bare, Zhao Xiaoyu ventured to the back room. retrieving a bundle wrapped in cloth from the bottom of a wooden chest. Unwrapping the fabric revealed a small quilt, a child's clothing, and a tiny red string, upon which hung a silver charm the size of a fingernail. These items were brought by you when you first came to us. Today, Mother entrusts them to you for safekeeping. Ye Jingchuan wished to refuse. He felt indifferent about these possessions, having never contemplated searching for his biological parents. 23 years ago, many struggled to find enough to eat, yet your quilt and clothing were made of pure cotton, remarkably soft, and evidently expensive. Additionally, this small ruby lock, though seemingly insignificant, was exquisitely crafted. Upon seeing these items, I thought perhaps you were not abandoned by your biological parents, but rather abducted, and the kidnapper had carelessly discarded you near a drainage ditch by the train station. Jingchuan, if possible, seek out your biological parents for clarity. Should you indeed be a victim of abduction, they must be frantic with worry. In truth, Zhao Xiaoyu had no obligation to present these items to Ye Jingchuan. She could have simply claimed he was abandoned, and he would not have sought out his biological parents. Though they were adoptive parents, they were akin to his own. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu struggled with her moral conscience and chose to speak the truth, leaving the decision in Ye Jingchuan's hands. If he wished to pursue his biological parents, she would accept it. In the vast sea of humanity, uncovering the truth from so long ago is no simple feat. It is best to let fate decide. Even if Ye Jingchuan suspected he might have been abducted, 23 years had passed, and in his current circumstances, searching for his biological parents would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Not to mention, he could not request a letter of introduction for such a purpose. Without a suitable letter, he could not even secure lodging at a modest inn, let alone inquire about people. One misstep could lead to being mistaken for a villain, and no amount of explanation would suffice. This matter would have to wait until later, when transportation became more accessible and information more readily available. Perhaps he would indeed have a chance to find his biological parents. Chapter 84. Everything as anticipated. Ye Yuanshan had disarmed the ticking time bomb in his hands. He would no longer be under the thumb of Ye Haod and could firmly reject any unreasonable demands. This revelation was known not only to the Yi family, but also to Kong Xingyao and Wang Zhuoran, who were temporarily residing in the eastern wing. Wang Zhuoran, concerned that Ye Jingchuan might feel despondent, approached him with comforting words. Once we return to the capital, we can assist in your search for your biological parents. Next year, we will all be returning to the capital. Jingchuan, will you accompany your wife? We can all seek together. Kong Xingyao chimed in. Indeed, although over 20 years have passed, if you were abducted, your parents have undoubtedly been searching for you. We should plaster missing person notices all over the capital. I refuse to believe there will be no leads. Thank you, Zhuoran, Xingyao. Witnessing their concern for him, Ye Jingchuan felt a profound sense of gratitude. Perhaps in this lifetime, he would gain 2 more lifelong friends. Kong Xingyao's severe cold finally subsided after 3 days of intravenous treatment. Feeling embarrassed to continue staying at Ye Jingchuan's home, he prepared to return to the Luhe Brigade. Xingyao, your foot injury will not heal immediately. Why not temporarily stay at my home until you recover? Ye Jingchuan suggested. Kong Xingyao began to refuse, but Ye Jingchuan continued. Your father has given me so many gifts. I have felt uneasy about accepting them. Please give me this opportunity to receive them with peace of mind. That seems inappropriate, Kong Xingyao replied. Kong Xingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had just stumbled upon a significant secret, and he was privy to the gossip surrounding the Yi family. It was nothing too troubling. You, Zhuoran, my wife, and Qianqian. All 4 of you will be preparing for the college entrance examination next year. It's quite fortuitous that you can study together, and if there are any difficulties, you can certainly help one another. By the way, we have an exceptionally skilled physics teacher in our team. I can arrange for him to provide some tutoring for you all. Upon hearing this from Ye Jingchuan, Kong Xingyao was quite intrigued. His previous examination results had been dismal, and if he could receive assistance in his studies, perhaps he could achieve admission to a prestigious institution alongside Wang Zhuoran. The thought of being accepted into elite schools like Qingbei sent a thrill through him. He could hardly imagine the astonishment of his rowdy friends. Jingchuan, I appreciate your hospitality. I'll bring my rations over. I won't impose on you without contributing during my stay. We are brothers. There's no need for such formality. With that reassurance, Kong Xingyao settled in comfortably, and Ye Jingchuan finally felt at ease. Under his watchful eye, even the king of hell would think twice before trying to take someone away. Just as the mystery of Ye Jingchuan's lineage was unraveling, The next day, Ye Hao summoned his younger brother, Ye Fushan, to request Ye Yuanshan visit him. Ye Jingchuan intended to accompany them, but Ye Fushan declined, stating that Ye Hao wished only to meet with Ye Yuanshan. My uncle. My grandfather seems to think my father is an easy target to manipulate, which is why he only wants him to go without me. This statement left Ye Jingchuan with little regard for the dignity of the Ye family, causing Ye Fushan to flush with embarrassment, for he knew it was the truth. Jingchuan. Regardless, you are still a junior. Such remarks about your grandfather reflect poorly on your upbringing. Upbringing. Uncle, before you cast judgment, perhaps you should reflect on your own state of affairs. You, at your age, are living lazily and have the audacity to criticize me. Second brother, take a look. This is the fine son you've raised. I wonder where he learned to be so sharp-tongued. Ye Fushan was nearly beside himself with rage. As Ye Jingchuan's words struck deep. Fushan, go tell father directly. Don't conceal anything from Jingchuan. Consider it carefully. If father inadvertently reveals something inappropriate, you cannot hold him responsible. Ye Fushan looked at Ye Yuanshan with a hint of confusion. His second brother, usually so pliable, seemed unusually assertive lately. I have nothing to fear. With a firm stance, Ye Yuanshan left Fushan with no choice but to report back to Ye Hao. Having just returned from the hospital, Ye Hao sat in the main hall with a furrowed brow, smoking a pipe. Upon seeing Ye Fushan arrive alone, his countenance darkened further. Where is your second brother? Why did he not accompany you back? Didn't he come? He said there was no need to conceal anything from Ye Jingchuan and instructed you to speak directly to him. How outrageous. When has a father ever gone to his son's house to discuss matters? Ye Hao slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Ye Yuanshan had never dared to raise his voice at him before. Today, what had emboldened him? Father, please do not be angry. We are the ones in need of assistance. Xiao Laoda is stubbornly clinging to Guanyin. If we do not compensate, what will become of Guanyin if his arms and legs are broken? Ye Hao fell into silence. He had encountered Xiao Laoda at the hospital, and it was evident that the man was no saint. If provoked, he was capable of anything. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Hao rose and made his way to Ye Yuanshan's residence, curious to uncover the mischief they were plotting. With a stern expression, he entered the house, and one might have thought the Ye family owed him a debt. Today, Ye Qianqian was struggling with several math problems, and Wang Zhuoran was currently assisting her. While Kong Xingyao and Mu Nanzhi listened in, Ye Yuanshan was seated on a chair rather than reclining on the Kong, and Ye Jingchuan busied himself by the stove, where several large silkworm pupae were placed atop, with sweet potatoes buried beneath. These were winter delicacies. Upon seeing Ye Hao enter, Ye Yuanshan stood, exclaiming, "Father, you have arrived." Ye Hao cast a glance at the group gathered around the Kong in the East Room, suppressing his anger. Yuanshan, you have truly made something of yourself. Now I must come to see you in person, as you have become so elusive. I did not say you needed to come. It is simply that Jingchuan is married now and no longer a child. I believe he should be made aware of certain family matters, even if he is married. In my eyes, he remains a grandson, a child. Major family affairs are not yet his concern. Ye Hao shot another glance at Ye Jingchuan, who remained seated by the stove, and with a grim expression, he declared, "Let us speak in the West Room." Very well. Ye Yuanshan surmised Ye Hao's purpose and, wishing to avoid a dispute in front of the children, accompanied him to the West Room. After all, their quarters were quite small, and their conversation would still be audible in the East Room. Yuanshan, have you heard about Guanyin? I have heard a little. Guanyin was also set up by someone. He did not report Xiao Laoda, and now he finds himself in a predicament. Xiao Laoda is demanding our family pay 10,000 yuan to resolve this matter, and if we cannot provide it, Guanyin's life is at stake. That is a staggering sum. It would take selling the entire Yi family to cover it. I have no choice but to come and ask you for a loan. Yuanshan, you are Guanyin's second uncle. You cannot just stand by and watch him perish. Father, just say how you would like me to assist. Chapter 85. The ultimate decision. Ye Yuanshan got straight to the point, and Ye Hao did not hold back either. He assumed that Ye Yuanshan's affection for Ye Guanyin would compel him to help, so he spoke without reservation. I was thinking we could gather some money from our family, see how much we can raise, and then find a mediator to negotiate. Yuanshan, I know you and Jingchuan have made some earnings from selling scraps. Could you see if you can muster 5,000 yuan? And what about the generous gifts you received a few days ago? I suspect that those who arrived in cars did not bring inexpensive presents. If you find yourself short on cash, consider selling the more expensive gifts to raise funds. If you have any malted milk powder or similar items, do not hesitate to give them to Gui Nian. He is recovering from injuries and needs nourishment. It would be a way for you to fulfill your duty as a second uncle. Upon hearing Ye Hao's request for 5,000 yuan and his thoughts on the gifts given to Ye Jingchuan, Ye Yuanshan was so incredulous that he could not help but laugh in disbelief. Is this truly how one speaks? How could you utter such words? I feel embarrassed for you. Some individuals can indeed be shameless beyond measure. Ye Hao took a puff from his pipe and continued, as for the remaining money, I will borrow some from relatives at home. Qiu Laoda is not an easy character, even if we find a middleman. We cannot afford to offer a price that deviates too much from his demands. Father, do you truly believe we can earn 5,000 yuan from selling scraps of cloth? You hold me in far too high regard. Just a few days ago, we settled our debts with the brigade, and we are currently without funds. Surely, the money for your work points must still be in your possession. Upon hearing Ye Yuanshan's refusal to lend money, Ye Hao's tone immediately grew colder. Well, you have indeed calculated every penny in your household, even keeping tabs on those work points. Ye Yuanshan silently scoffed. He was already thoroughly disillusioned with his biological father. Ye Hao, after enduring so much, how could he not have learned his lessons? His heart had long since hardened, and to expect compassion from Ye Hao was indeed laughable. Time and again, the chill in their relationship chipped away at the dwindling affection between father and son. Ye Yuanshan pondered that perhaps this winter need not conclude before their paternal bond was irrevocably severed. Father, I have no money, he firmly rejected. Just as Ye Jingchuan had said, the Ye family was a bottomless pit, one that could never be filled. Today he gave, but tomorrow there would be even more demands for financial support. Gui Nian is your own nephew. Can you truly watch him perish with such cold indifference? I am powerless. I can barely care for my own family, let alone my nephew. Ye Hao, unable to contain his rising anger upon seeing Ye Yuanshan's obstinacy, retorted harshly, Yuanshan, do not forget, Ye Jingchuan is not your biological son. You have only Qianqian as your daughter. If this matter becomes public, it is likely that Ye Jingchuan will disavow you as his father. When the time comes, your old age will rely on a few nephews. As long as the brigade does not speak of it, how will Jingchuan ever know? You needn't fret about it. Indeed, the topic had shifted back to Ye Jingchuan's lineage, and Ye Yuanshan's previously tense shoulders began to relax. The weight that had pressed upon his heart lifted, allowing him to speak to Ye Hao with newfound firmness. There are enough loose tongues among the many in the brigade. Yuanshan, you must think carefully. Ye Hao's words dripped with veiled threats, yet Ye Yuanshan remained undeterred. I shall not dance around the issue. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot produce the funds to cover the hole left by Ye Guanyin. If you wish to reveal the truth to Jingchuan, you may do so, but know that once you do, our father-son relationship will be irrevocably severed. Second son, you have truly grown bold to utter such treasonous words. Do you believe I would hesitate? At this moment, Ye Hao was genuinely alarmed. Qiu Laoda's demand for 10,000 yuan was exorbitant. Even if he borrowed from every relative, he could not amass such a sum. Currently, Ye Yuanshan was his only hope for financial assistance, and he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. As for the words he uttered, Ye Hao had no faith in them. Ye Jingchuan was Ye Yuanshan's only son. For now, the veil of pretense allowed Ye Hao to treat him as his own. But what if that veil were to be lifted? Ye Yuanshan would then possess only an adopted son, a fact that would invite scorn and even bullying. In a time when labor was scarce, lacking a biological son was indeed a grave sin. Based on this reality, Ye Hao wagered that Ye Yuanshan would not dare to expose Ye Jingchuan's true heritage. Regrettably, despite his meticulous calculations, he could not foresee that Ye Jingchuan had already undergone a transformation, with the household now firmly under his control. Ye Yuanshan's mindset had subtly shifted under his influence. The financial strain within my family is palpable. Even if you were to push me to my limits, I would still be unable to produce any funds. Ye Yuanshan, unyielding as a dead pig unbothered by boiling water, remained resolute despite Ye Hao's relentless prodding. Witnessing Ye Yuanshan's steadfastness, Ye Hao's chest heaved with indignation. For years, the origins of Ye Jingchuan had been a closely guarded secret, a truth that Ye Yuanshan had kept locked away, manipulated by Ye Hao for half a lifetime. He believed that this leverage would allow him to control Ye Yuanshan indefinitely, yet he was taken aback by Ye Yuanshan's sudden defiance and refusal to comply. Jingchuan, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Ye Jingchuan summoned Ye Jingchuan in the presence of Ye Jingchuan, suspecting that Ye Jingchuan was merely feigning composure, certain that Ye Jingchuan would back down upon arrival. "I'm here," Ye Jingchuan replied, having prepared himself, glancing at the ajar courtyard door. Ye Qianqian had been gone for quite some time, and Lu Wanquan would soon arrive as well. If Ye Hao prided himself on maintaining his dignity, today he would be stripped of both face and substance. "Grandfather, you called for me." Ye Jingchuan ambled into the west room. Ye Hao acknowledged him, casting a glance at Ye Jingchuan, who remained unyielding, not even sparing him a glance or uttering a word of dissent. Ye Hao felt a twinge of apprehension. Had Ye Jingchuan lost his senses, disregarding everything around him? Without further contemplation, Ye Hao reiterated his previous assertions. "Guan Yin is your cousin. Any past grievances should be set aside, for we face a matter of life and death. You cannot stand by and do nothing. I heard you recently saved 2 educated youths from the Law Brigade. If you can extend such compassion to strangers, you must do the same for your own brother." Ye Hao inadvertently slipped into a lecture. "That depends on the situation. If grandfather were to ask me for a loan, I would have to refuse. As you can see, we are still cramped in the ancestral home. If we had the means, we would have long since relocated to a new residence rather than squeeze into this dilapidated house." Ye Jingchuan, tall and robust, leaned against the door frame, accentuating the cramped quarters. "Jingchuan, your sharp tongue leaves me at a disadvantage." Ye Hao gritted his teeth, dismissing all concerns. If it meant ensuring Ye Guanyan's safety, he was willing to forsake the second family. Chapter 86. Both face and substance lost, Ye Hao slammed his smoking pipe down on the table, lifting his murky gaze to regard Ye Jingchuan and his father. "Since you two refuse to be swayed, I shall not hold back any longer. Jingchuan, let me speak plainly. You are not of the Ye lineage. You were brought back by your father from outside. The old Ye family has raised you into your 20s. Though there was no merit, there was certainly toil. Today, let us not engage in fruitless arguments. Repay all the expenses the old Ye family incurred on your behalf over the years, and consider it settling my obligation of raising you. I need that money to save my own grandson." As his words hung in the air, a sudden noise echoed from the courtyard. Through the glass window, he could see Lu Wanquan standing there, her expression one of profound apology. She awkwardly chuckled. "I'm sorry, I just kicked the water bucket. Please, continue." "I'm just here to fetch a pattern from Nanzhi." Lu Wanjin hurried to the eastern room, yet while her body was there, her ears were perked up, attentively listening to the commotion in the western room. Upon noticing Lu Wanjin's reaction to his earlier words, Ye Hao's brows knitted tightly. However, he was too lethargic to dwell on it, first asking Ye Jingchuan for money. Yet, Ye Jingchuan remained unfazed, his expression unchanged despite realizing he was merely a foundling, which left Ye Hao feeling a vague sense of unease. Such behavior was decidedly out of character for him. "Every year, my parents earn the most work points. Everything I consume is from their labor. How has it suddenly become that you raised me? Do elaborate. What nonsense is this? Before you got married, our Ye family hadn't split. All our sustenance was shared. How can you claim I didn't raise you?" Ye Hao glared, his eyes flashing with malice, wishing he could eliminate Ye Jingchuan on the spot. "Since we are arguing our points, let us call the brigade leader for judgment. If they say I must pay you to sever your claims of nurturing me, then I shall." Ye Hao's demeanor changed at this. If word of this spread, he would lose all face. The villagers of Xiaohe Brigade had lived here for over a century, and never had it been heard of anyone buying off claims of nurturing. Besides, the matter of work points had long been discussed within the brigade, and theoretically, he would be the one at a disadvantage. "This is our family matter. There's no need to involve the brigade. I can decide for the old Ye family." Seeing Ye Hao's shamelessness, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but smile in exasperation. Today, he had summoned Lu Wanjin with the intent of escalating the matter. When a problem proves insurmountable, one should amplify it. The greater the uproar, the easier the resolution. "Wait. Since Grandpa has come to visit today, let us clarify this matter to prevent him from using my origins to extract favors in the future." Ye Jingchuan stood up to leave, but Ye Hao faltered, fully aware that if this escalated to the brigade, their father-son bond would be irrevocably severed. "Jingchuan, you are being reckless. I was forced to ask for nurturing money because you first showed ingratitude by not assisting your brother. If you want me to empty my coffers to rescue Ye Guanyan, then let us see if your uncle is willing to do the same. Only if he agrees." "Will I? Your uncle has no money. What resources does he possess?" Ye Hao retorted defiantly. The eldest, being a wastrel, would dare demand his funds. He could very well annihilate the entire Ye family. Ye Jingchuan laughed outright, realizing that Ye Hao felt their family was easy prey, perceiving him as a gentle soul to manipulate. Little did he know, Ye Jingchuan had always been a smiling tiger, valuing both reputation and substance in his endeavors. He sought not only a good name, but also the satisfaction of ensuring the Ye family's defeat was thorough and undeniable. To put it elegantly, while Ye Jingchuan's uncle, Ye Jingchuan, fought with brute force, he wielded intellect. Physical strength may swiftly cut through chaos, but it often begets a multitude of subsequent troubles. The reputation of Ye Jingchuan and his wife for their irritable temperaments had long been the talk of the village. Consequently, their eldest son, Ye Haonian, now 22, remained unbetrothed. As prospective families hesitated to pursue a match, deterred by the couple's notorious demeanor. For families with daughters, the Ye household was perceived as a veritable pit of fire. In contrast, Ye Jingchuan's approach to dealing with the old Ye family was markedly different. While it may have taken time, the outcome promised to be far more favorable. Not only would he avoid the label of being unfilial for addressing the issues within the Ye family, but he would also gain a reputation for his efforts. He had carefully crafted his persona within Xia village as the unfortunate victim of the old Ye family's harsh treatment, having been cast out from his own home. Humanity inherently empathizes with the weak, and Ye Jingchuan found himself in the role of the pitiable figure. Ignoring Ye Hao's calls from behind, he proceeded directly to the village office. The room was bustling with individuals engaged in games of cards and chess, leaving no space to stand. "Secretary, I have something to discuss with you," Ye Jingchuan stated, his once vibrant expression now diminished, appearing rather despondent. "What is it?" Ye Hansheng, who typically greeted Ye Jingchuan with a smile, was taken aback by his current demeanor. "My grandfather visited my home earlier and claimed that I was adopted by my father. He demanded money from me, insisting I repay the kindness he bestowed upon me over the past 20 years. As Ye Jingchuan's words echoed in the room, the previously lively atmosphere in the office fell into an eerie silence. The villagers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Those of Ye Yuanshan's generation or older vividly recalled that winter when Ye Yuanshan had gone from door to door, pleading with them to keep Ye Jingchuan's origins a secret. At that time, two families with strained relations with the old Ye family had refused him entry, prompting Ye Yuanshan to kneel at their doorstep, vowing to remain there until they consented. It was this earnestness that kept the secret safe within Xia village. Who could have imagined that after Ye Yuanshan's considerable sacrifices, his own father would ultimately reveal the truth? "Jingchuan, could there be some misunderstanding?" Ye Hansheng stammered, unsure of how to navigate the situation. It seemed the elder Ye had lost his wits. Just as Ye Jingchuan had barely finished speaking, Ye Yuanshan and Ye Hao rushed in, visibly flustered. Ye Hao, relying on his status as the elder, attempted to dismiss the matter, but Ye Jingchuan was resolute, refusing him any opportunity for evasion. "In front of everyone today, Ye Jingchuan, wish to make my stance clear. Since I am not a child of the old Ye family, I kindly ask the elder not to seek any further financial support from me. As for the debts of gratitude, I shall show my filial piety to my true parents, and I would appreciate it if the elder refrained from concerning himself with such matters." With these words, Ye Jingchuan severed all ties with the old Ye family, leaving no justification for them to continue their exploitation. Once the matter had escalated, Ye Hao found himself unable to contain the situation, and even his cherished notion of filial duty could not sway Ye Jingchuan, as they were no longer bound by blood. Ultimately, this farce culminated in a public confrontation between Ye Yuanshan and Ye Hao, resulting in a dramatic severance of their father-son relationship before the eyes of all in Xia village. Observing Ye Hao's indignant figure, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but smirk, contemplating that this was merely the beginning. In his previous life, he had yet to settle the score with Ding Chunhua for the demise of Nanzhi. However, there was no rush. He relished the slow, methodical approach of a dull knife inflicting pain. Just as Ye Hao exited the village office, chaos erupted within the Xia brigade. Previously, the townsfolk regarded the Ye family with a semblance of respect, and Ye Hao held a modicum of esteem within the village. Who would have anticipated that he could commit such a repugnant act? Rumors about the Ye family spread like wildfire, reaching even the ears of those from other brigades. From this day forth, the reputation of the Ye family lay in tatters. Upon returning home from the brigade office, Ye Hao tidied himself and proceeded to the city hospital. where Ye Jingchuan awaited his rescue. He was utterly unconcerned with the gossip circulating within the brigade. In the hospital room, Ye Jingchuan's face resembled that of a swollen pig. His body fractured in multiple places, rendering him immobile, forced to address all his needs from the confines of his bed. Did the second son give you any money? As soon as Ye Jingchuan entered the room, Ding Chunhua eagerly inquired about the financial matter. No, from now on, I shall consider him as good as non-existent. What happened? When you left, didn't you say he had leverage over us? You suggested that if we pressed him, he would comply and hand over his fortune. What caused this sudden change? Ye Jingchuan stroked his pipe, letting out a weary sigh as he recounted the day's events to Ding Chunhua in meticulous detail. Old man, how could you be so foolish? If you disclose this information, it would be a miracle if the second son doesn't retaliate. How could he possibly lend you money when Ye Jingchuan represents his very life? That was not my intention. I merely wished to intimidate him. Who could have foreseen that he would be so impervious? In my anger, I inadvertently revealed everything. Recalling the predatory gaze of Ye Yuanshan in the brigade office filled Ye Jingchuan with regret, yet the deed was done, and further lamentation would yield no fruit. If we cannot procure funds from the second son's household, how shall we amass enough to pay old Chiu? Ding Chunhua's eyes reddened with urgency. Among her grandchildren, she cherished Ye Jingchuan the most, and witnessing his suffering tore at her heartstrings. Ye Jingchuan, lying in bed, could hardly fathom the shocking revelation that Ye Jingchuan was adopted. Just as he attempted to break into a grin, the pain tugging at the corners of his mouth made the expression more akin to a grimace than a smile. Grandfather, grandmother, I have a way to acquire money. What method? Ding Chunhua looked at Ye Jingchuan with skepticism. The Ye family had been in turmoil over Ye Jingchuan's plight, exhausting all their relatives and managing to scrape together a mere 1,000 yuan. Now, Ye Yuanshan refused to contribute a single coin, leaving Ding Chunhua utterly bereft of options. I share a close relationship with Zhou Dongfeng from the Tianzhuang Brigade. His family possesses considerable resources. Recently, he expressed interest in Qianqian and asked me to act as a matchmaker. I intended to delay this matter, given Qianqian's youth, and thus refrained from mentioning it to you. However, now that Ye Jingchuan stands idly by, he shall not blame me for being ruthless. What do you mean? Ding Chunhua began to grasp Ye Jingchuan's intentions. I summoned Zhou Dongfeng, and my grandparents consented to this marriage proposal, instructing him to present the betrothal gifts first. He would soon become my brother-in-law, and naturally, he would be inclined to assist me with the matter concerning Chiu Lauda. However, since we have already divided the family assets, how could your second uncle possibly agree to this arrangement? Ding Chunhua's primary concern was whether Ye Yuanshan would approve of the union. Oblivious to the fact that Ye Qianqian is merely a young girl, far from the appropriate age for marriage. In her eyes, whether a daughter or a granddaughter, they are all burdens. Once they reach a certain age, they should be married off, as keeping them at home only wastes resources. The sooner they can be married, the better. As long as my grandparents consent, the matter is settled. Once I resolve my issues, I will handle Zhou Dongfeng's side, ensuring he does not cause any disturbances in our village, and my second uncle's family will remain unaware. Even if they do find out, what of it? We have utilized the betrothal gifts and established connections. Ye Qianqian must marry regardless. If Zhou Dongfeng chooses to create a scene, we will suffer no loss. Ye Jingchuan and Ding Chunhua exchanged glances, solidifying this arrangement. That same day, Ye Jingchuan sought someone to summon Zhou Dongfeng to the hospital. With Ye Qianqian's grandparents present, Zhou Dongfeng confidently intervened in matters concerning Ye Jingchuan. It must be said that Zhou Dongfeng possesses considerable skill. Upon his arrival, Chiu Lauda immediately have the compensation amount. Zhou required only 5,000 yuan to settle the issue, with the stipulation that Ye Jingchuan must not appear in Hongxing Commune again. Should they cross paths, he would certainly beat him. The old Ye family exhausted their savings, managing to gather only 500 yuan, while the remaining 500 yuan constituted Zhou Dongfeng's betrothal gifts to Ye Qianqian. For this, both parties wrote a receipt, affirming that the 500 yuan was a gift that did not require repayment from Ye Jingchuan. At last, the matter was resolved, and Zhou Dongfeng wore a beaming smile. With the new year approaching, he hesitated to inquire if he should bring gifts to meet Qianqian's parents. Feeling rather bashful, he glanced at Ye Jingchuan and the others. There's no need to rush. Qianqian is still quite young. Visiting during the new year may invite gossip. It would be best to wait for a more ordinary day after the holiday, Ye Jingchuan advised, his demeanor kind as he fabricated a lie, as if he were truly in control of Ye Jingchuan's fate. Very well, I shall heed my grandfather's counsel. Guanyin, during this time, find a place to lay low. In a few months, return to Hongxing Commune. Qiu Laoda has suffered a significant loss this time and is likely seething with anger. If you encounter him on the road, he could very well take your life. I understand. Dongfeng, I owe you a great debt. Otherwise, I fear I would have been severely injured. After a brief exchange, Zhou Dongfeng took his leave. Can this old man truly keep this under wraps? Ding Chunhua felt a pang of anxiety. The rapid progress of events felt unreal. But even if it were to unravel, I find the Zhou family quite agreeable. Should Qianqian indeed marry into their family, we would benefit as well. Did you not hear Zhou Dongfeng say? He knows Qianqian is in high school and has connections that could secure her admission to university next year. Eventually, he and Qianqian will attend university in the city together, and upon graduation, with marriage and children, they will be perfectly poised to devote themselves to their careers. Such a fine family is one that Qianqian would be hard-pressed to find elsewhere. As Ye Hao uttered these words, a sense of pride swelled within him. After all, a child from the Yi family was indeed more valuable than those of others. A bride price of 500 yuan was unparalleled throughout the entirety of Hongxing Commune. In his eyes, the character of Zhou Dongfeng and the family values of the Zhou clan were of little consequence. What mattered was that Yi Qianqian's marriage would yield benefits for him. The well-being of Yi Qianqian herself was of no importance. Having made up his mind, he was determined to find a way to facilitate this union. Ding Chunhua rarely displayed a hint of joy, but her granddaughter was a financial liability. If this marriage could bring advantages to her family, it would be nothing short of splendid. Grandfather, grandmother, where shall I reside before the new year? That is simple. You shall stay with your maternal grandmother for a while, and once this tempest has passed, you may return. Then I wish for Shaoqing to accompany me. What? Do you expect me to consume her if she resides in our home? Ding Chunhua shot a piercing glance at Yi Guanyin. I merely thought it would be inconvenient for me to stay at my grandmother's given my injury, and it would be beneficial for Shaoqing to attend to my needs. Ding Chunhua could not be bothered to expose his motives. His suggestion was hardly about care. Rather, it was driven by his own desires. Upon exiting the hospital, Yi Guanyin did not return to Xiaohe Brigade, but instead went directly to his grandmother's home in another commune. That same day, Liangqing packed her belongings to accompany him. With matters finally settled, Ding Chunhua and Ye Hao returned to Xiaohe Brigade, intending to rest. Little did they know that upon their return, calamity awaited them on the very first day.